The story begins with a notebook flying straight into the face of the main character Hyun, who was once a scientist. His attempts to learn Murom's history seemed of no interest to anyone in this world, or so the influential person he reported to thought so. This person was telling Hyun that no one cared about his opinion, and all the Crown Prince wanted were good predictions about the situation in Rome. The majestic castle, surrounded by high walls and a deep moat, protects the main palace, a large building with golden roofs, the real heart of the continent, where all the riches of the Celestial Empire are gathered. To get here, the protagonist has attracted more than 430,000 characters, studied many commentaries and scriptures, and passed 5 imperial exams. The first task from the prince was a simple investigation about Murong. Despite the setbacks, he confidently moved forward, rewriting his works and trying to prove his excellence to everyone. 3 days later, he returned with a new job, but it was again ignored. 3 days later, the situation was repeated. His work was again ignored. And 3 days later, the story repeated itself again as before. Hyung was already tired of constantly walking here and there, feeling exhausted. He couldn't figure out what exactly to do, feeling like he was up against an insurmountable wall. However, now he couldn't rely on the stupid books from the Crown Prince's library. The only thing he could rely on was his own knowledge. In front of him appeared an incredibly beautiful building, a treasure house of books and calligraphy. The only place he could count on now. A moment later, he was inside, full of hope. He walked over to the bookshelf, trying to find what he needed. Suddenly, a voice was heard next to him. As Hyun got closer, he asked the stranger who he was, to which he replied that he had accompanied him to the Azure Dragon Palace before. The stranger introduced himself as Q and gave his surname as Park. Then Hyun remembered him and asked what he was doing here. Q replied that he came to find the person he serves. After a short conversation, they parted ways and Puck went about his business. But Hyun suddenly asked him to stop. He asked Puck what story about Murong he would most like to hear, and Prince Puck replied that sword battles between masters, because the prince once admired the stories of one of Murong's masters. Hyun jotted it down in his notebook, deciding to take note of the information. Park bowed before Hyun and apologized. He said he had to go, and with that they said goodbye. When Hyun left the building, it was already evening outside. From the very beginning, he felt something was wrong. The Azure Dragon House where he worked was located next to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and only 2 scientists worked there. He and Mr. Saul. Hyun wanted his talents to be recognized by the Crown Prince. The scholar's job was to sway the prince's interest. Suddenly, he began to sing a verse of the song. Library, bag of rice grains, library, golden house, library, girl like jade. And indeed, Hyun thought that the library could be a home, but definitely not for him. He spent days from morning to night reading books. He got so tired that he fell asleep right on the table. He held his head because it was as if it was ready to explode from exhaustion. Hyun dreamed that it would be great if he could read 1 book a day. Of the 17 books he had found in the past month, he had only managed to read 9. And at this rate, it would take him 3 years to read them all. However, the real problem wasn't just reading. He just couldn't understand what these books were about. And the more he thought about it, the worse it got. He had to remake these stories so that they would appeal to the Crown Prince. But he also understood that he could not just sit and do nothing. The only thing he could do now was to get down to business immediately. Meanwhile, the shouts of fighters who were training without stopping could be heard on the street. Their master ordered them to stand in the 5th position. They practiced it diligently, listening to every order. Hyun watched their synchronized movements from around the corner. He wondered if it was difficult for them to talk during such training, and if their coach was a beard. But suddenly, a man appeared behind him and asked if he could help with anything. Hyun was frightened and grabbed his head with his hands. The man extended his hand to him and apologized, assuring him that he had not intended to frighten him. Then the man put his hand on Hyun's shoulder, and the next moment, he lifted it with one hand, tearing it off the ground. Hyun couldn't understand what had just happened because this man didn't seem that strong. And he asked himself, how could he pick me up so easily? The man assumed Hyun was from the civil department and asked what brought him here. The main character gave his name and introduced himself, stating that he was a scholar of the Azure Dragon House, and mentioned that he would like to ask a few questions about martial arts. The man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing from a scientist. But as soon as Hyun began to speak, soldiers appeared behind him and greeted the man, saying, "Welcome to you, Vice-Chancellor." The Vice-Chancellor ordered them to focus on their training, and Hyun realized that there was a person of high standing before him. The man introduced himself as Il Ching-heng, Provost of the Imperial Guard. After that, he offered to go to another place to talk. They moved to the summer gazebo, where there were more people to discuss the matter in peace. Qingheng understood the situation Hyun was in and told him directly. Hyun doubted whether it was okay to ask questions about martial arts training to the vice-chancellor of the Imperial Guard. After a short pause, Hyun dared to ask if he could learn martial arts from Il, and Il replied that he could not refuse him such a request. Hearing this, Hyun immediately stood up and began to bow, thanking Il for the opportunity. However, Il added that there is one problem. The problem was that as a guard inspector, he only knew one method of martial arts training. If a scientist wants to learn martial arts, he must train himself. But Hyun just wanted to learn at least a little about these arts. Il did not consider himself a storyteller and was not prone to detailed explanations. Now it was clear to Hyun that if he wanted to understand the contents of the books, he would have to practice, and this thought depressed him. The vice-chancellor asked if Hyun was ashamed of learning martial arts, to which he immediately objected, saying that he had been misunderstood. Because how could one be ashamed when the vice-chancellor himself would teach him? Il gets up and says he'll be here in the morning, adding that Hyun can come from tomorrow and not worry about the others. Hyun bowed again and thanked him, saying that he would do as he was told. After the conversation, Il thought that this scholar would probably get tired soon and give up martial arts training, because studying without any understanding of the process is like trying to jump over your head. Left alone, Hyun thought about their conversation and the fact that he would now have to learn martial arts. He thought that just immersing himself in books would be a better solution. However, he understood that he was not suitable for the role of a learned crown prince. Firmly determined to win the prince's recognition and get another assignment, even if it means learning martial arts. The Belvedere of literary depth opened its doors again for the main character. He dived into the books again, looking for answers to his questions. But his head could not withstand the infinity of these volumes, and from fatigue he felt himself losing concentration. It seemed that just turning the pages was not enough, and now he would have to dive even deeper. He picked up a book on the cover of which was written an account of Murom's origins, given to aristocrats related to Murong. Opening it, Hyun saw a large amount of new information for him. The book looked completely fresh. The preface spoke of the boundless mercy of His Majesty the Emperor who sat on the dragon throne, and that a special mission had been entrusted to the learned house of the White Tiger. Hyun realized that the scholar of the White Tiger House must have lived many years ago, and his legacy still affects this world. He wondered if there was anyone else who, like the Crown Prince, was researching these topics. Flipping through the book further, he tried to find something really important and useful for himself. A year passed, and Vice-Chancellors Il and Jin decided to start with the first 12 forms of the White Strike technique. In front of them, the main character trained relentlessly, honing these techniques. Il asked his colleague how he assessed the young man's skills. He replied that he had an excellent stance and technique. The hero's breathing was steady, and his movements were sure and clear, testifying to his concentration. Observing him, the vice-rectors confidently noted that the young man has great potential. He finally understood the essence of a separate movement, which is why his progress became noticeable. We should not have expected anything less from Vice-Rector Elia. Just imagine in a year, he taught an ordinary scientist to reach such a level. However, the question remained, why does the student move so slowly? The answer was simple. Because he had not yet perfected his movements. They also discussed that if the young man had continued his physical training and developed his skills, he could have become an officer rather than a scientist. By the way, Il added that Un's strongest point is not his perfect stance. When the student finished the exercise, the master ordered him to complete the last 12 forms of the white kicking technique, after which he was to spar with Vice-Chancellor Dao. Since the provost was skilled with a sword, this would allow Un to gain valuable experience. The Vice-Chancellor asked his colleague if the young man had mastered at least one sword technique, but he had only recently learned how to take the right stance. Du also asked to have questions answered from time to time during the training. After that, Il said goodbye and said that he would leave Un under Du's care. Du was left thinking that Il was able to teach an ordinary scholar martial arts, and if he moved faster, he could quickly become a high-ranking officer. Un's achievements were truly impressive, but no matter what, a scientist remains a scientist, and martial arts for them is just a kind of gymnastics. After a while, Un was already standing in front of Du with a notebook and a pen, ready for new knowledge. He thanked Du for his efforts, to which Du replied that it was a good job. After that, Un turned around, sat down on a bench, and lost himself in thought. feeling that the training seemed difficult even for him. Soon Il appeared next to him. He asked how the training went, and was sure Un was a little nervous about the scientist's question. Du replied that he had never met such a student as Un would ask unexpected questions, such as, "What kind of sword is this?" and show interest in every detail, and when Du answered, the scientist would write everything down. Since the critique is 1,000 words long, Du showed the basic stances, but the scholar then asked more, noting that he himself used the sword more often than Un. Still, Il questioned if it was fun, hinting that they had a good time in the process. Du looked at the sword lying nearby on the bench and realized that it really was fun. To be honest, he lost track of time when he started practicing with the sword. Il smiled, and even the cold-blooded vice-chancellor began to soften a little thanks to the scholar. Stepping aside, the main character opened the notebook and immediately began to read carefully, trying to understand the sword techniques demonstrated by Vice-Chancellor Du. However, he didn't find what he was looking for. The swordsmanship technique was impressive and powerful, but he felt it didn't quite suit him. The technique that Il showed seemed more appropriate. Un took the report in his hands and couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The basic essence of the martial arts was systematically laid out, but he wondered how anyone could believe it. This book was the result of his lifelong research. Closing it, Un decided that he had no choice but to figure things out himself. He went to the practice field to try again. Looking around, he made sure that no one was around. Near the wall, he saw that he needed a stick. Taking it in his hands, he swung it towards Vogue, and the feel of the stick was no match for a real sword, and his technique seemed a little clumsy. If Un could use a real sword to practice the technique, it would be much easier. But as a scholar, walking around with a sword would be strange and could be misunderstood. In this case, the stick was the ideal option, because there was no better alternative. He began to do everything exactly as it was written in the book, and just as Du had shown him during training. It turned out to be an extremely difficult task, but he did not stop. The sun was already setting, and the street was filled with evening light. He thought that maybe he was making a mistake by performing the medium technique since the staff was not a real sword. Un opened the book again and read that swordsmanship should be smooth and continuous, but the beginning and end should always be consistent. The book was written with such obsession and in such detail that it was difficult for Un to understand its content. Most of what he read seemed incomprehensible to him. Although he was a scholar, he now felt that if he showed this book to Vice-Chancellor Ili and asked him to teach from it, he would be very disappointed. According to the report, if a person fully masters these 12 seemingly boring forms, he will be able to see a world filled with chi energy. It sounded just like the Vice-Chancellor said, all skills begin with inner strength. At that moment, Un sensed someone's presence around him, as if a hurricane had swirled around him. It was Vice-Chancellor Il who, after swinging his sword around Un, asked, "How are you?" He explained that even a short training session can give exceptional leg strength and allow for easy jumping. But no matter how strong the arms are, no sword strike in the air will leave a mark like what true masters leave on the ground. This is just the beginning. Un believed that such results could be achieved by breathing alone. But Il explained that breathing was only one of the many components of mastering the inner power. He concluded that breathing can be seen as a natural exchange of chi within the body that interacts with the universe, becoming one with nature. Continuing, he explained that chi is a form of energy that flows through the entire world. It is the beginning of the universe and the very essence of existence. Then the Vice-Chancellor mentioned that now there would be position training, and Un put out his hand and, writing down every word in a notebook, he diligently memorized everything he heard. It's been 6 months since he started training the techniques from reports. Even an experienced soldier needs to repeat a position 10,000 times to even slightly master the correct movements, and 100,000 times to understand the essence of it. Now the question arose, how long does it take a scientist? Probably a lifetime. Una still has a lot to overcome. He must fully concentrate on training. 4 whole years had passed. The 2 vice-chancellors were once again watching the movements of Un, who was now practicing with his sword. They thought he had mastered the basics, even though he still looked like a toddler learning to walk. Du mentioned to his colleague that Un's questions would change for the better later. He had only asked about martial arts before, but now his interest was more in the secret records he studied in the belvedere of literary depths. All this was probably intended for his own reports, which he painstakingly wrote. Both vice-chancellors seemed to have been satisfied with the results of their efforts. Each of them contributed greatly to Un's training. Vice Rector Il announced that he had business and would leave them for a while. Vice Chancellor Du was left alone on the training field. At that moment, they both felt the presence of another's energy penetrating the space. Du grabbed his sword, not knowing who it was. He thought that anyone who dared to appear in the Forbidden City must be either brave or insane. Blue energy began to appear on Un's hand. It grew bigger and more powerful by the moment. Could this really be Sword Cry? The Provost thought, referring to the sound a sword makes when a true master wields his weapon. They immediately turned to Un. He stopped for a moment, not understanding what was happening. The Provost asked him if that meant he was secretly learning other sword techniques. Un lowered his sword, not knowing what to say. He realized that he was in a big mess, and now he had to somehow get out. After a while, Il held the book in his hands and asked Un how long he had been practicing these techniques. The answer was, a little less than 5 years. Un secretly practiced independently during these 5 years. It turned out that he was much more reckless than Il thought. Un explained to the Vice-Chancellor that these techniques seemed quite uniform, but the positions were very neat and precise. According to the book, the world should be filled with chi energy after learning this sword technique. The Vice-Chancellor believed that this form of training was meant to strengthen the internal chi. Fortunately, these were the right techniques to help make training easier. The Vice-Chancellor asked the name of this technique described in the book. Unfortunately, the author did not come up with anything original, and the technique was simply called Sword Technique Report. It wasn't a very apt title, especially given that the author was a scholar from House White Tiger. That is why the Vice-Rector suggested that the book should be called Learning to Wield a Sword Using the White Tiger Technique. After a while, Un stood on the practice field and thought that the name was perfect. He felt much better after he told the truth, and the master even gave him a wooden sword. In order to correctly understand the text of the martial arts sources, Un now had to practice and come to his own conclusions. He closed his eyes and decided to try. It didn't matter to him how many attempts it took, 2, 4, 10, or even 100. The main thing was to concentrate on the 12-form sword technique. It was autumn in the yard, and everything around was colored in red tones. Un stood in the rack, honing his skills. In the same place, he continued to train in the winter. He could no longer remember how much time he spent each day swinging the wooden sword as he did 5 years ago. During this time, the water in the Forbidden City changed several times, as if reflecting its internal changes. The energy around him grew stronger every day. Sparring techniques that were initially incomprehensible to him now made sense, and he could picture the whole picture in his head. When there were no more books left in the library to read, Sayichion, the ruler of the Azure Dragon House, invited storytellers who had personally seen Murong masters in action. Listening to their stories, Un was able to recreate the swordsmanship techniques of these masters in his imagination. The Vice-Chancellor also explained to him the difference between a training sword and a real sword, something that hadn't crossed his mind before. Time passed incredibly quickly. 7 years had already passed since his training in the White Tiger technique. A thought shot through his mind like an arrow. White Tiger's technique training is 12 different voices leading to the same goal. The 12th form is always called the true first form. The first form is accompanied by soft steps and a light rustle. The 4th form is like a slight smile on the face, and the 9th confuses with its graceful beauty. With the 12th form, Un became the only one with the White Tiger sword technique. The findings on swordsmanship combined everything he had read in the library, from the first simple sword to the ostentatious, and even the professional swords the storytellers were talking about. In all this, there was no logic, no evidence, no reason. Everything seemed senseless, both the separation of techniques and the way of the sword. But this is what heaven and earth mean, full of chi energy, as if leaning towards infinity. He had reached such a level that even the wooden swords he trained with could not withstand his strength. They flew into small pieces during training. At times, he wondered if it was all a dream, and wondered if it was a dream what the feelings that filled his heart meant. These emotions were so strong that even a tear rolled from his eye, but he quickly calmed himself down, saying, "Pull yourself together, man. A scientist with tears is a shame." It was already late outside, and evening was slowly coming. But thoughts about the broken wooden sword did not leave him, and he did not know what to say to the Vice-Chancellor. On the way, he met the Vice-Chancellor, who greeted him with the words, "Good morning, Un has completely lost track of when it is day and when it is night." Later, in the Azure Dragon House, the scientist continued to write something down on paper. A guy approached him and asked him to tell all the news about the duels of the masters. It seemed like this guy could talk for days on end. It has been 7 years since the scholar began to collect and record the stories of master duels received from witnesses, and now he wants to finish it as soon as possible. He was looking forward to getting back to his sword training. All in all, the boy's long story ended with Shaolin deciding not to intervene in the power struggle, but to intervene to stop the ongoing factional fighting. Because of this, the two factions decided to meet in a duel where 9 students from each faction competed against each other. After that, the boy asked if he should talk about each student, to which the scientist held out his hand and replied that it was enough, offering to talk about something more important. Then the guy decided to skip all the details and talk about the main match. Regardless of how the students fought, the conclusions were drawn based on the duel between the leaders. Iron Guild family master Murong Chiol and the head of the authoritative Murong family, officially recognized as the first Danchu Murong sword, faced off in battle. The situation was not in favor of the Murong family. The officially recognized first sword Dan Chu Murong, after losing to the absurd and numerous small factions, left them and now had to fight against the sword Mu Wun Chol. As expected, Cheol started first, delivering a decisive blow, but Dan Chu deftly dodged Mu Wun Cheol's blade. However, Dan Chu stopped the flow of attack with one precise sword movement. He also did a few different attacks between punches. It all looked extremely beautiful. Even the scientist, listening to this story, was incredibly impressed. Then the scientist decided to make his prediction. Murong would win, but the duel ended with the defeat of the first officially recognized sword, Dan Chu Murong. Due to this defeat, the authoritative Murong family lost its position in Henan province. It seemed impossible that the head of the Murong family had lost, and Un thought that he might have misunderstood something. But the boy assured him that he had seen everything with his own eyes. Un meant that the head of the Murong family had not used a certain form of swordsmanship, and he clearly demonstrated this by drawing a brush in the air. The boy only dodged his movements. The boy did not know what form of swordsmanship this was, but the officially recognized blade did not use it in battle. Un could not understand how the first sword could lose. How could this even happen? Belvedere of literary depth? Un continued to sit there, alone now. He kept imagining the scene where Dan Chu Murong was victorious in the duel with the final form of swordsmanship and asked himself why things turned out differently. During his thoughts, the eunuch Pak entered the room. "Have you come again for the books for the master?" asked him. Unpark replied that he heard Un's voice as he was passing by, and so decided to come in. "I know you're very worried, but don't be so depressed," Puck asked. He began to explain that the decision about this was made by senior officials after deep consideration, and also noted that Scholar Un was very close to the Vice-Chancellor. However, Park started saying something that was incomprehensible to Un, and he couldn't figure out what happened to Vice-Chancellor Il. Pak then realized that the scientist had not yet heard news about it. Il found himself in a dire situation, to say the least. Probably in even worse conditions than Un could have imagined. He was imprisoned. Upon hearing this, Un immediately ran to his teacher. He ran to the bars and looked through them at Elia, trying to understand what had happened. The Vice-Chancellor said that Unu did not belong here and asked him to leave. But Un couldn't help but come. Couldn't leave the teacher who was arrested without any good reason. Un pointed out that fortunately there were no strict rules against visiting prisoners. But Il replied that he must not be completely in his right mind. After all, it is impossible to simply come to a prisoner who is accused of treason. All actions are tracked. "Do you think this is done on purpose to expose a conspiracy?" said the university. But the Vice-Chancellor asked him to come back as he understood everything. If they were spotted, Un would also be in trouble. However, Un replied that he had nothing left to lose. These words deeply affected the Vice-Rector, penetrating his heart. His present imprisonment was the result of a bloody conspiracy, and what could be more unjust than that? The Vice-Chancellor found it difficult to find the words to respond to this student's determination. The student, standing on the other side of the bars, asked, "Why is everything like this?" The Vice-Chancellor quietly replied, "I too once thought that being a warrior was more than just having strength." However, slowly abandoning his poor father, he left Junhu and was accepted into the army. Ever since he became angry at the people of Junhu harming others for little gain, he decided to become the provost of martial arts. Even though the position was a sinecure, he continued to believe it was important and never forgot his father's advice. With great power comes great responsibility. At this story of the Vice-Chancellor, Un could not hold back his tears and listened as he continued to say that God had not allowed his path to lead to his death, and that it was fate. When Un called him vice-chancellor, he asked to be called just brother. The vice-chancellor asked Un to think about one fact. They met more than 10 years ago, and such bonds are not typical for ordinary life. Un just nodded his head with tears in his eyes. The vice-chancellor continued by pointing out that Un was now his younger brother and asked him not to cry and to relax. But the scientist wanted to find a way to prove his innocence. However, the vice-chancellor understood that either way would be unlikely. If he showed his true skills, escaping from this prison would be as easy for him as cutting a pie. He could easily escape from here, but he didn't want people bleeding, knowing how much intrigue he'd seen in the Forbidden City. After thinking, Il replied that even if the scientist is right, sometimes you need to be able to back down. The provost asked the younger brother to fulfill his last request to give what he would give him to his family. It was a small ring that Il had asked to be given to his family. He also offered to conduct a final training session for both of them. The vice-chancellor said it was a shame they wouldn't see the white tiger swordsmanship anymore and asked Un to show it to him one last time. Un then admitted that he had seen the finale of this technique. Unbelievable, Il thought. Did he manage to feel the essence of the sword? Even a martial artist wouldn't be able to sense it, but how could a non-Murom scholar see it? Un was sure that he saw it for sure. He couldn't say that he had fully mastered the technique because he didn't fully understand it. It was incomprehensible to him, and it was hard for him to say that he woke up, just felt it, saw it, and that was it. Il congratulated him and explained that the reason why the technique of wielding a sword could remain unfathomable is because of the awakening itself, which cannot be explained in words. It is its natural phenomenon. And on what occasion, Il asked if Un could show him the final technique. With no wooden sword at hand, Il asked Un to stand up and strike a pose. Wiping away his tears, Un got up and listened to Ilya's instructions. Close your eyes and imagine a sword in front of you. Slowly reach out to pick it up, but first clear your mind completely. Un exactly followed the master's instructions, and the silhouette of a sword appeared before his eyes. He grabbed it with his hand, as usual, and felt a familiar wooden sword in his palm. He felt the sword as if it was really in his hand. Scholar Un and Il have both changed greatly. Il has given his life to serve the army, his country, and the people, giving up his dream of Jianhu. In a city dominated by intrigue rather than loyalty and skill, he was deprived of even prospects. He used to live as a recluse in the Forbidden City, but the questions asked by the scholar Un awakened him. Thanks to Un, he felt alive again, got rid of his disappointments, and gradually began to find a new meaning in life. At this point, Il asked for Un to show him his technique. Un spread his arms and began to demonstrate his sword skills. It was an incredibly spectacular picture. Every movement was polished, and his actions seemed to paint with a pen all over the world. The spectacle was spectacular. Un performed the technique perfectly, coordinating each stroke flawlessly. Il was surprised when he realized that his younger brother was indeed demonstrating a white tiger-style swordsmanship technique. He knew all the ways of the sword and the moves, but for some reason they seemed unfamiliar to him, as if he was observing something completely new. At one point, Il began to ask himself the question, how is this possible? He did not understand, looking at this incredible beauty of movements. He could see individual variations in the flow of machinery, but he couldn't even recognize them. At that moment, Il realized that his student had become even more professional than himself. He couldn't believe the inner sense of strength and harmony he felt in Un when performing this technique. After the demonstration, Il said he had something else important for Un. Their meeting ended and Un left his master. Walking down the street, his body trembled with excitement. He realized that the main rival was not someone else, but himself. If you can't control your power, it will take over you and eventually lead to destruction. So be the one who controls your heart and your sword, always staying honest. These words of the teacher he repeated in his mind. Un again remembered those instructions that Il had told him just a few minutes ago. Avoid the influence of the evil Jianhu. As much as possible, just train your sword skills. Un was determined never to forget those words. And he will never forget that Il was for him not only a master but also a brother. Il was left sitting alone in the cell, feeling tired after imparting all his skills. He thought that Un had managed to create his own technique by combining all the skills he had acquired. Il hoped that Un would use these skills wisely and for the right purposes. It gradually dawned on him that the Azure Dragon Palace was indeed a place worthy of a dragon. As Un continued to walk, his name was suddenly called out. It was Vice-Chancellor Kwang Cheol-hun. The protagonist wondered what brought him here, and he replied that he was just passing by. However, Kwon asked why Un doesn't show up at the training ground anymore. Un replied that he had nothing more to do there, because there was no one to greet. Kwon noted that many people laughed at him. Everyone knows that he was the one to whom Vice-Chancellor Il left something as a memory. Kwang warned Un that if he continued to act like this, people would continue to laugh at him. Like, people will say that the one to whom Vice-Chancellor Il entrusted to cover his back turned out to be nothing more than a feeble scholar. After this conversation, Un was left alone, thinking about the words he heard. He had a ring around his neck. Holding it in his hands, he constantly remembered his brother. He promised himself again that he would change. Un didn't understand how he could ignore his brother's words. Closing his eyes, he saw the silhouette of a wooden sword in front of him. Under the rain, Un repeated the imaginary movements over and over that helped him feel the sword in his hands. These perfectly honed movements. He imagined himself holding the sword, and his every step was clear and sure. But despite this, he was constantly tormented by thoughts of the injustice his brother faced, like a fog enveloping his consciousness. Belvedere of literary depth, the scientist was sitting at his desk, writing something in a notebook. The eunuch Park came to him. Park began to look at his notebook, assuming that Un was doing something interesting. "Nothing like that, I just found some free time," replied Un. Park didn't even understand how he found some free time. Because he heard that Un visited the Imperial Guard training ground every day. It was obvious, but Un was in no hurry and continued to record, taking advantage of his free time. The eunuch added that it seems the Crown Prince has found a new hobby. And if this continues, there may be good news for Scholarin. "It's rather sad that I've been so busy. I guess that's the daily life of a scholar at the court of the Azure Dragon," Un said. After these words, they said goodbye. The eunuch bid farewell to Un to take care of himself. He hoped that the scientist would be fine. In the Forbidden City, where the real devils hide, Un hoped that someone with a pure heart like his could stay a little longer. After all, no one knows when those who framed Vice-Chancellor Ely will throw him out of this palace. To be honest, Puck's hobby was to poke his nose into other people's affairs. What a difficult life he has. Un was in his residence. He was sitting at his desk, looking intently at the same book. Not finding a place for himself, he felt that he could not calm down. He constantly remembered that battle. Un could not understand why the winner was not the one he had hoped for, or what could possibly have happened. He visualized every moment of this fight in his head. No matter how hard he tried to understand, it was not believable that the head of the Murong family could lose to Muvun Cheol. He couldn't tell if the head lost on purpose, because there was no reason for it. Un pondered if it was possible that the reason was that the head of the Murong family did not possess sword technique. But that was impossible. He had to know what even Un knew. Perhaps he was restricted by family tradition, and thus the last sword form Un knew was only an improvisation within the same family traditions. Because of this, the head of the Murong family had no choice but to surrender the final form of the sword. Unu felt calmer when he understood why the head of the Murong family had lost, but then he began to think that maybe he himself was too self-confident. And what was he thinking all this time? "One who does not know his own faults cannot be a true brother," Un said to himself, slapping his hand on the table. But I immediately thought, what if I am right? That, as the head of the family, Murong is fixated on the traditional views of his family, and does not realize what he is missing. Maybe he needs some friendly advice. Un could feel two sides competing within him, one urging him to help, and the other advising him to end these thoughts. He walked around the room, thinking that even rookies who had just joined the ranks of the Imperial Guard didn't want to listen to others' instructions. So why should someone fighting for influence in a province listen to a scholar's advice? Suddenly he had an interesting idea to write an anonymous letter. He did not expect thanks for this letter. Sitting down at the table, Un began to scribble on the paper. Soon he wrote everything he wanted to say. But, rereading it, he noticed that the letter had grown to more than a dozen pages. He was surprised that, despite what he had written himself, it turned out to be very impressive. Un realized that it would be rude to send such a long letter without a signature. He couldn't decide if he should sign up as an Azure Dragon Scholar. And will he be taken seriously if he says that it is a letter from a scientist? I was thrown into the boundless sky of the Forbidden City, Un said to himself, and he became a scholar at the court of the Azure Dragon, learning how to wield a sword. He signed the letter, Heaven Unattainable, Azure Dragon Sword Lord. That sounded pretty good, and as he wrote that, he looked out the window. Thoughtfully, Un wondered if he should ask Eunuch Pak to send this letter through the delivery service tomorrow. Henan Province, home of the Murong family. The girl stood outside and thought about the fact that it was only yesterday that it was so noisy here. Although it had been quiet for several months, it seemed wrong to her. Something was wrong, she asked herself, looking at the small summer house. How much longer are you going to sit in this house, grandfather? Suddenly, her grandfather appeared and congratulated his granddaughter on his return. He was the CEO. The girl's name was Murong. She was the granddaughter of Danchu Murong himself. She immediately asked how her grandfather was doing. She was told that he was busy reading. Grandpa was holding the letter that had been sent to the Lord and handed it to me, saying that it had arrived late at night from the delivery service. Me immediately asked if they had said who sent the letter, but was told that no one had said anything. Picking up the letter, she noticed that the sender's name was not listed and the paper looked luxurious. She wondered if it was a letter sent to taunt Muwun Cheol's defeat. Mi told the principal that she would give the letter to Grandpa. She also asked about her older brother Jin Murong. The principal replied that he was an excellent student and still occupied his previous place. Mi understood that her brother needed to get his thoughts in order as he continued to lead a debaucherous life, and still could not recover from the defeat of that day. A moment later, Mi was already standing at the entrance to her grandfather's room. She was approaching the head of the Murong household, Danchu Murong. Approaching, she asked about his well-being. After that, she put the letter that arrived from the post office on the table. Danchu said that she had better leave, leaving him alone, but Mi only asked permission to bring him a cup of tea. After that, he was left alone, and the letter was lying on his desk. Danchu held his head as he spoke. Poor girl. Considering herself not good enough, and even someone who makes her granddaughter suffer. He thought that she must be tired of supporting the family's legacy with her own hands. After his defeat, he believed that he alone should pull the family forward. But the warrior's pride did not allow him to accept this. He considered it a great shame to make his granddaughter suffer. His gaze fell on the letter lying on the table. He began to remove the contents from it. The letter was confidential, addressed to the head of the Murong family, and signed Unreachable in the Heavens Azure Dragon Sword Lord. The handwriting was correct and elegant. Opening the letter and starting to read, Danchu thought that even after his defeat the wards continued to send him letters, perhaps to encourage him. However, this letter was about a duel, and he found it interesting. It indicated the mistakes he had made during the duel, Danchu suddenly thought. Is this guy Sukin Lixing, by any chance? He couldn't shake the feeling that someone understood his mistakes even better than he did. Based on the handwriting, the person who sent this letter had certain achievements in learning and prowess, but Danchu did not understand if this letter was sent to glorify himself. When he read about the way of the Murong sword, his face darkened with anger. It seemed to him that the author of the letter was defying the very flow of the Murong sword. He found this unacceptable and decided to tear the letter into pieces, but only because the granddaughter came out. He was able to show his character by continuing to read. However, he did not tear the letter to the end because he was interested in the content and wanted to know how much more this young man would stand out with his thoughts. A bird was sitting on a branch near the house, which was surprised by the cries coming from the house. She was shocked by the energy that was raging inside and decided to fly away from the place. The energy of the head of the family exceeded all possible limits. As he read on, he kept asking himself, who the hell could have sent me this? He looked away and realized who he really was, imagining himself on top of the cliff where he was always meant to be. He felt that he was the true master of the Murong sword. Throughout his life, he was proud of himself because he understood the path of his family. But after a moment, his granddaughter returned. She brought him hot and fragrant tea. Standing in front of the door, she did not understand why no one answered her, and decided to leave the tray with tea on the floor. She started walking towards the door to open it. But when she opened the door, her impression was indescribable. She felt an incredible energy that literally radiated from her grandfather. This energy was so powerful that it seemed to fill the entire space. Grandfather held the letter in his hand and could not tear himself away from it. Reading everything with greater attention, the granddaughter decided that the best option in this situation was to close the door. She could not believe what was happening before her eyes. Leaving the tea in the same place, she backed away from the door as her grandfather was having a moment of enlightenment. Such a moment happens very rarely, and it is incredibly difficult to achieve it, and if it does come, then only once in a lifetime. And she witnessed it with her own eyes. This meant that God had not abandoned the Murong family, and she prayed with all her heart for her grandfather's great achievement. After that, she approached the CEO, whose name, by the way, was Shim. She told him to lock the front entrance from now on and not let anyone in. She also ordered that all members of the family should not make noise, regardless of the time of day, and should be able to rest from work if necessary. All these measures must be strictly observed. But that wasn't all. She also ordered to gather all the students from the first to the third generation and tell them to gather at the pavilion. More precisely, she ordered everyone to gather in the evening recreation pavilion and do everything possible not to distract grandfather. She declared the place where Grandpa was staying a no-go zone. Shim didn't understand what happened and asked her. To this, she replied that the white streak was a sign of great changes and good luck. At that moment, the grandfather was sitting in a meditative position, enveloped in blue energy. He slowly inhaled and exhaled, not forcing the air, as if absorbing it in harmony with the environment. The heaven-unreachable Azure Dragon Sword Lord Dan had heard of many extraordinary heroes with special skills in Jianhu, but now this unfamiliar name really gave off a sense of greatness. With the new path of the sword open to him, Dan's heart was beating as wildly as it had when he first picked up the sword. He felt the same awe and excitement as when he first discovered the world of martial arts. He could not stand still, feeling a new power inside him. But, despite this, he realized that there are always higher peaks to reach, and that beyond the heavens, there are still heavens. Grandfather came out of the door, and in front of his house people were kneeling, bowing to him. He did not expect to see such a scene. In the foreground sat his granddaughter Mi, who congratulated him on his great achievement. After her words, everyone else repeated the same words. Grandfather started to go down the stairs towards them. He agreed with them, as it was indeed a great achievement. Approaching his granddaughter, he assumed that she had suffered a lot because of him. But now he asked her not to worry, as he was ready to take care of everything. He had more than one granddaughter, and the youngest, whose name was Sang, began to hug her grandfather. Grandfather said that she also did well in her task. After that, Dan turned to manager Shim. He ordered a letter to be sent to the Steel family, informing them that the great Murong family was officially challenging them to a duel, under the condition that if they lose, the Murong Grand family will close its gates and leave the affairs of Henan province forever. Mi immediately asked her grandfather not to go so far, but he objected and said that their opponent is the feudal chief of the province. And is it not worth making such a bet? Then they will not be able to refuse the challenge without a good reason. Only when they put the fate of their family on the line. The head of the Steel family will become a laughing stock if he refuses, thought the grandfather. The granddaughter realized that the grandfather had thought everything through. But he had a question for his granddaughter. How much time has already passed? The granddaughter replied that it had been 3 whole days since the grandfather retired to practice. Then Grandpa asked about Jean. She replied that he was still wandering without finding his way. Grandpa understood that it wasn't entirely Jean's fault, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed because he had high hopes for him. After that, the grandfather told the granddaughter that they should go and ordered the other students to rest. Then he turned again to manager Shim. They moved aside for a private conversation. Grandfather told him to choose a few reliable people and find the sender of the letter that arrived a few days ago. He understood that it would not be easy, but he still wanted them to find him. Grandfather also ordered it to be done in secret so as not to spread rumors, and reminded that the fate of their family depended on the outcome of this case. After finishing his explanation, he told the manager that he could go. Grandfather himself remained alone, breathing fresh air. He remembered how much that letter had given him and what thoughts it had evoked. Grandpa hoped they could find the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. After all, it is then that the dream of the great Murong family to enter the 5 great families of Jianhu will come true. Greenfield Arena rematch day between the great Murong family and the Steel family. Viewers gauged the situation by placing bets, most of which were that the Murong family would most likely lose. It was only assumed that the chance of their victory could increase if the Murong family mastered some rare art. But the audience doubted that something really important could be achieved in less than a year. Mu Woon Cheol, nicknamed One Punch, was sitting not far from the conversation behind him. And as he predicted, they were right about something. A man approached him and asked him to follow his words, but Muin just laughed, not understanding if he couldn't even laugh. The man reminded him that he was now the feudal lord of Henan province. It was the advisor of the Steel family, Zheng Kyung-chiu, who was explaining that Moon could only maintain his dignity as a feudal lord and make people follow him by displaying manners befitting the level of the great Murong family. Muven understood this, but it seemed to him that such an official approach did not suit him. He looked to the opposite side where Dan Chu was and asked the advisor what he thought of that side. The counselor replied that even the students were silent, and because of this it was difficult to tell what they were up to. Cheol was sure the Murong people looked like they were going to a funeral right now, and guessed they felt like they had one foot in the grave. The counselor again asked him to follow his words. After that, he said that he would invite the respected Peak Wan, who watched the previous match, to start sparring. A sly smile never left Cheol's face, and he wanted to put an end to his opponent's long history. It was today, in this battle, that he planned to end this conflict. Suddenly the enemy's sword flew out of his hands and stuck in the ground. The high priest of the Shaolin Temple, Venerable Pekwan, pointed his hand towards the great Murong family and announced that victory would be theirs today. Cheol's face wasn't so confident anymore, but his advisor tried to calm him down, saying that there was nothing to worry about, as their students still had the upper hand. They won 6 times and the opponents only 4. However, it was not this that annoyed Cheol, but the expression on the old man's face. He couldn't understand why Dan had a smile on his face when victory wasn't decided yet, but his expression didn't change. Something about this bothered Cheol deeply. And then the moment came when the advisor told him that it was his turn to go to battle. Cheol turned back to look at the audience, who held their breath. Under the influence of the audience's emotions, he rose from his chair. Watching his opponent draw his sword, Cheol noticed an incredible relaxation in his actions. No one had told him that Dan had been training in solitude and perfecting his martial arts. If he had known, he would not have agreed to this rematch. However, now it is here, and there is no way to refuse. The long-awaited battle was about to begin. One strike decided that there was no need to play tricks. Now it was all up to his long blade. He was ready to bet everything on his skill and weapons. They stood on the battlefield facing each other, each holding his sword in his hands. Before the fight, the monk expressed his hope that both rivals would give a beautiful and fair fight as the heads of their families, and asked not to go too far, reminding that this was a sparring match. He also noted that this fight was highly anticipated in Shaolin. One Punch asked his opponent if he was well rested before the fight. Dan bowed to his opponent as a sign of respect. Following Dan's movement, Cheol also bowed, although he felt a certain surprise. Dan then said that he was honored to have the opportunity to compete with the feudal lord of Henan province today. Cheol had always thought of Dan as someone who looked down on him. But today, Dan so easily recognized his importance and greeted him as a feudal lord. Cheol couldn't figure out what the trick was, and was already starting to think that Dan was just making fun of him. But at the same moment, Gale noticed a sincere smile on Dan's face. He realized that the fight would not be as easy as he expected. Cheol decided to tell his rival that he wanted to see the potential of the large Murong family because last time, it didn't live up to his expectations. But Dan, it seems, did not succumb to provocation. Finally, it was time to start the battle. Both raised their swords and crossed them at the start of the battle. A resounding sound rang out, and sparks flew in different directions from where the swords collided. Dan decided to distance himself and jump back, and Cheol was confident that he could destroy his opponent with one blow. At least that's what he told himself as he decided to release a significant amount of his power. Pushing off the ground, he lunged at his opponent, yelling and swinging his sword in the air. Dan only held his sword out to meet him, preparing to counterattack. The opponent barely had time to blink, as Dan was already on the sidelines. Cheol attempted his second strike, but Dan drew his sword under the blow. The attack was so powerful that Dan almost lost his balance. However, the blue energy around Dan was increasing. Cheol swung his sword again, but his efforts seemed to be in vain. His opponent was already standing a few steps away. Apparently, he was wrong to think that Dan was suffering alone all this time. And one couldn't help but notice that Dan's swordsmanship had greatly improved. Cheol couldn't figure out how to proceed, but he was not going to admit defeat, and hoped that the match would drag on for a long time. His fighting spirit remained high. Spectators watching this were amazed. They couldn't even imagine that Dan would show this level of fighting. This fight was radically different from the previous one, turning all expectations upside down. The audience already understood that Cheol continued to attack in vain, without much effect. His attacks seemed to have no effect, and there was no difference in how he attacked. At first, everyone thought that the Steel family would win without a doubt. But in reality, Murong looked calm, and even more relaxed during the fight, confident in his movements. With each blow, Dan threw his opponent more and more off balance. Cheol's face became more and more tense, and so the moment came when Dan stopped defending himself and decided to show his attack. He jumped high into the air, twisted, and began to fly rapidly with his sword straight at the enemy. Chol thought it was unexpected, but he dodged to the left with ease. He decided this was his chance and tried to attack Dan from behind. However, everything was not so simple. Attacking from the back, Chol encountered something he did not expect at all. Standing with his back to the enemy, Dan unexpectedly placed his sword under Chol's strike. He took a step forward, anticipating where the attack would come from. Dan's sly move left Chol confused as he clearly predicted his actions. Dan seemed to be just toying with his enemy, but he did it very beautifully, delivering lightning strikes. Chol was losing strength, realizing that his attacks were ineffective. He was aware that he was in a hopeless situation, as Dan didn't even make an effort to counterattack. Meanwhile, Chol was barely able to deal with Dan's punches. Despite the length of the fight, Dan's breathing remained as calm as it had been at the beginning. Chol was at a loss, not knowing what to do next. At that moment, Dan pointed his sword straight at the enemy. This made it clear that Dan wanted to finish the fight and was confident of his victory. Chol decided to give it his all, but suddenly he was overcome with fear. The fear came from the incredible energy coming from Dan. Dan's strength made Chol realize that he must muster all his strength. An even fiercer battle began, and the arena seemed to fly apart from the power that dominated it. Their swords collided with incredible power, and the clanging sound of their collisions carried far and wide. Even the audience covered their ears from this deafening sound. The sounds of their powerful blows hit the ears of the audience mercilessly. Dan slashed his sword at Chol's sword, creating an incredible force. Chol barely held his sword, bracing it for the enemy's blows. He was someone who never lost a fight, but the expression on his opponent's face indicated that this time things would be different. It would be Chol's first defeat. At this moment, Chol found himself in a state of anti-hypophobia, of fear of imminent defeat, although it seemed to him that it was impossible. But judging by the course of the battle, defeat was inevitable. He, One-Punch Muwun Chol, decided to put everything he had on the line. Incredible strength was visible in his sword swing. The monk who judged the fight watched this and understood that such a force could cause an explosion even if Master Murong struck with the same power. The only thing left for Dan Chu was to dodge. Murong's granddaughter froze as she watched this battle, unable to look away. But Dan's face radiated incredible confidence. His blue energy radiated from his body, illuminating everything around with a blue glow. Suddenly, a sound like a helicopter buzzed through the air as Chul's sword flew out of his hands. The sword fell to the ground with a hiss, ending the battle. At that moment, smiles appeared on the faces of all the spectators. The monk announced that Dan Chun Murong's first blade was victorious. The stands erupted with loud cheers. Dan showed respect to his opponent by bowing to him and thanking him for the fight. However, Chol gritted his teeth and asked him to wait. He asked about the final form, what it was, as he had never seen anything like it, and couldn't understand how it was possible during their battle. He couldn't believe that this had happened, and he couldn't fathom the gap in skill. Dan explained that it was just one of their incompetent family's sword techniques, but he added that perhaps this time this sword art had finally seen the light of day. The audience cheered the first blade, Dan Chung Murong, with loud applause, honoring the head of Henan Province. Sitting down in the arena, One-Punch realized the dissonance he felt earlier. He began to understand why Dan had defended himself at first, and why he had finally won a match where Chol was sure of his victory. Why this intense fear of defeat had crept into his mind. Chol realized that there was no way he could have won this match from the start, because Dan had achieved this level of skill by being alone. In the end, he realized that he had been looking down on Dan from the top of a huge mountain all along, and hadn't noticed his true strength. After that, a tense conversation took place in the residence of the Steele family. The advisor explained to Chol that at the moment, the expansion of the Murong family's influence was a cause for concern, as they were pursuing an unprecedentedly aggressive policy, both internally and externally. Even the nearby schools, including the Shaolin Temple, were on their nerves and closely watched their actions. One-Punch was incredibly annoyed at how Dan was able to increase his skills so much. He couldn't figure out exactly what Dan had done, but the advisor told him not to worry and promised to work out a general strategy, and added that if Dan was not going to tell them about his technique, they would force him. Chul asked anxiously, "Are you mean to force him to tell?" Meanwhile, at the Murong family residence, Dan, his granddaughter, and the CEO were sitting in the meeting room. The director had already announced that a letter had arrived from Hebei province. However, they couldn't say for sure if the sender lived in that province, because he could have deliberately sent the letter from there to confuse the tracks. Dan ordered the manager to tell the students in Beijing to put in more effort. At the same time, Mi thought about this letter incessantly, since she'd also read it. But she had not been able to achieve enlightenment like her grandfather, and she was amazed at how clearly and precisely everything was described. She believed that maybe it was because her level had not yet reached her grandfather's level. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the door, addressing the owner. Right in front of the door stood the representatives of the Steele family, including their head and the rest of the family members. One strike stated that they suspected the Murong family of the First Sword unfairly winning this fight. They demanded that Dan come out and explain everything in person. Dan, however, had no qualms. His granddaughter was worried about him, but he was not going to sit back and hide. He compared the situation to how a bird, spreading its wings, is not afraid of a sandstorm that might come its way. This example made her smile. Meanwhile, the scientist asked the informer how the battle went, and whether the First Sword had won. He, waving his hands with a smile to his ears, replied that Dan Chung Murong had proudly won, and explained in detail how everything happened. He added that people in the stands shouted with delight when they saw the victory. An asked him to tell in detail about the last blow of the First Sword. However, the whistleblower admitted that he was not present in person, and did not see everything with his own eyes, so he could not tell the details. He said that if there was an expert there, he would definitely tell everything in detail. This news of the victory of the First Sword brought a smile to Un's face. But this is not the end of the story. The Steele family that lost their position was definitely not going to sit idly by. Right now, the Steele family is preparing to strike. And here, the most interesting part begins. How Mi Murong from the Murong family played her important role in the subsequent events. However, Un asked to talk only about Dan, as he was ready to hear about his victory continuously. Going outside after this story, Un met the eunuch Pa. They went to the library together, and Un remembered that he wanted to ask him about another book. However, Park jokingly replied that he had recently given Un this book, and joked that he must have a very high libido. At this joke, Un asked not to joke like that again. The eunuch also asked if he needed more silver tokens, since books were expensive. However, Un assured that he has enough for now, and noted that he takes books from visiting people, so there is no need to worry about money. Eunuch Pak considered it his job, and saw no need for additional tokens. Park had also heard that Un had stopped going to the Imperial Guard training ground and asked why. At first, Un did not know what to answer. But he explained that the vice-chancellors who were on the field did not want to see the scientists there. They believed that scholars should be occupied with books, not training, and resented his presence. The vice-chancellor thought Un was inexperienced and chased him away, saying it was not a playground. Ian told Pak how it all happened, but he explained that it was thanks to this incident that he managed to gather his thoughts. Eunuch Park listened intently, realizing that this experience had helped Un grow stronger. Un also believed that the vice-chancellor was right. He could neither become a military officer nor a full-fledged scholar. And now he was out of sight of the royal court, and his future seemed uncertain. At that moment, Park asked him if he was going to stop training martial arts. Un replied that he was doing something else now. He practices the art of the sword without holding a real sword, and thinks about new approaches. After hearing this, Puck asked curiously, "And what kind of thoughts are these?" Ian explained. Mastery of the sword is not in strength. Masters start with simple movements. He thought of creating a new style of sword, a simple style that even small children could learn. Outside was a mesmerizing crimson sunset. Un was standing in the courtyard, holding a wooden sword in his hands. He felt strange, perhaps because he hadn't held a sword in his hand in months. Although he had always trained remembering the feeling of the wooden sword, now that he was holding it again, it felt completely different. He began to feel sad because his practice didn't seem to be producing any tangible results. He was aware that he was creating a new sword art with his heart, but he asked himself, what is the difference between an idler with empty hands and an idler with a wooden sword? In the end, it was still sword art in his heart. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword tighter and tighter, as if searching for answers to his doubts. He began to feel the hilt of the sword in his hand better and better. Suddenly he felt an unusual energy that seemed strange and incomprehensible. But he soon realized that it was thanks to the techniques of internal energy that his brother taught him. You can't forget about it, he thought, and decided that at least for his brother's sake, he should confidently go through life. He said this to himself as he swung his sword. The energy that surrounded him seemed to grow stronger and stronger. The whole atmosphere around him seemed to come alive, filled with new power. He could feel this energy, its pulsation in the air. After some time, he managed to complete the final third form. This form was much more powerful than the previous two. His breath merged with the energy around him, making it even more alive and larger. However, as he lowered his sword, he realized that this practice had taken too much of his strength. He couldn't tell whether to call it a true martial art or something that went wrong. He tested the White Tiger-style sword technique and created 3 of his own White Tiger sword martial art styles. However, he had no one to test with to see if they would work in real combat. He remembered his words to eunuch Pak that the new sword style was extremely simple. As the sages say, the great Tao revolves around everything, but there was nothing like that in the sword arts he had researched. The Azure Dragon Sword is a sword dance that he once saw but couldn't perfectly recreate. It was a sleepy world where the sword left behind a sense of vague nostalgia, as if you could reach for it, but at the same time it remained out of reach. Eun told himself that if there was any meaning to his training, it might be because of the Azure Dragon Sword. He understood that one day he would conquer a great mountain and walk the path of the Great Tao. Chaohu, East County of Anhui Province. On the battlefield, 2 fighters rushed at a lone warrior. With a swing of his sword, he deflected both attacks in one move. Blood splashed around, washing the ground and air. Both fighters fell to the ground with their sides pierced, bleeding. One of the wounded could barely utter, "You really deserve your name." It was the lone swordsman known as Tokkorang. He explained to the enemy that he acted recklessly. As soon as you start looking for ways to retreat, you find yourself in a dead end. This is called escape. Barely holding his breath, he asked if it was a good fight. However, this sword duel was not interesting at all for him. He expected more, but it was just empty shots. He asked himself, is there no one under heaven who can answer his sword? Suddenly, a young man standing in his way approached him. The young man congratulated him on his victory. This made him stop and listen to the boy. The guy said he worked for a delivery service and was asked to deliver this message. Bowing slightly, the young man handed over the card. He was about to leave when the lone swordsman started reading the letter and asked the boy to wait. The young man's body was trembling because he was afraid to be near him. The lone swordsman continued to read intently. The boy felt that the swordsman seemed incredibly scary to him and wondered if he would be killed today. The crowd watched as they thought, could this writing be a challenge to the lone swordsman, the greatest martial artist in Anhui Province? At that moment, a wounded man was being carried out of the battlefield, but the majority did not pay attention to him. They heard a loud laugh coming from the lone swordsman. The messenger began to fear that the swordsman would cut off his head if he did not like what was written in the letter. The lone swordsman clutched the letter and said, "I am truly like a frog at the bottom of a well. I did not know that there could be another heaven beyond the heavens." After these words, people did not understand what was being said. They asked if he had a problem with the outcome of the match. But he replied that he was no longer interested in the match. After all, now he understood the true path of the sword, which he must follow. Clutching the letter even tighter in his hand, he stood calmly. And he went forward in front of people who could not understand what had happened. They only wondered if it meant something was wrong in the battle. The messenger was finally able to exhale, thinking that he was lucky to be alive. Since then, no one in Anhui Province had seen the lone swordsman Tokkorang again. He later earned the nickname Invincible after winning 3 matches and reappeared in Murima, West Lake, Shihu District, Hangzhou Zhejiang Province. The man was sitting at the table. His gaze was directed to the window. Suddenly someone else appeared next to him. The young man with a fan blowing his face was the great Hojin warrior known as the Flowering Blade from the Hua group. He greeted Taoist Chong, a representative of the Wudan group. Zhang invited him to sit down and noted that there was a great view of West Lake. Blooming Blade noted that this was their first meeting. This was really the first time they met to represent their groups in Murima's alliance, even though Zhang had heard a lot about him before. However, Hojin was modest and believed that all these rumors were just exaggerations. He was grateful for the compliments Chong had given him, but he was more interested in the Taoists' opinion of Murim's alliance itself. Zhang hesitated whether to mention that there were many other alliances like Murima's. After meeting with the representatives of each group, Zhang felt a great sense of responsibility as he assessed the position of the alliance leader who was rumored to have the highest status in Murima. However, Blooming Blade asked him to be quiet and asked if he knew more than he was saying. Is he really knowledgeable but only pretending? Zhang didn't understand what he was talking about. But Blooming Blade explained. If he was implying that the methods the alliance leader was using were necessary to prevent another tragedy similar to the Great War between justice and evil, then he was clearly underestimating the situation. The Great War between justice and evil that happened 30 years ago led to a lot of bloodshed. To end the war, a new coalition of various clans, families, and sects was eventually formed to support the Justice faction and defeat the evil faction. This led to the steady development of the Justice faction and the creation of the Murima Alliance. However, Blooming Blade believed that the stabilization of peace between Jianghu and Murong was an illusion, as the war was only a trick for the benefit of some factions, which made the confrontation between the groups even more chaotic and bloody. Chong listened in silence to the mountain of words that Blooming Blade was telling him. He added that top officials and judges had colluded, and even a small mistake could lead to the death of the group. Smiling, Zhang asked if the Blooming Blade really wanted to hear his opinion, as there will always be a strained relationship between the Udan and Blooming Mountain groups. He noted that these groups always act together during Murima Alliance meetings, as this is the position of the Udan group. There was a short pause between them, and then Blooming Blade laughed and thanked Chong for his frankness, noting that it gave him great pleasure. After that, he asked if Zhang knew about the meeting that was going to take place in a few days at the Alliance. John hadn't heard anything about it. He asked the Blooming Blade to tell him more. "Perhaps you've heard of the elusive Azure Dragon Sword Lord?" he said. John didn't recall ever hearing that name officially. However, Blooming Blade had never heard him officially either, but he knew that some called him the Blade of the Immortal, who had come down to Earth to help those who were learning the way of the sword. He added that he was a truly fascinating and mysterious individual. Chong asked if it was important to mention the name at the Murima Alliance meeting. The Blooming Blade reminded Chona of the recent incidents, particularly the deaths associated with the name of the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. Although there was no direct evidence, Blooming Blade speculated that the two cases might be related. The people who received the letter from the Azure Dragon Sword Lord followed the path of martial arts masters, and the deaths of masters that occurred after secret battles raised suspicion. Was it not planned by someone? These words made Chan think. He assumed that anything was possible, but hoped that it wasn't. He also understood if all this is connected, the only conclusion is a challenge to the current situation in Murima. That's what the Blooming Blade wanted to hear. It's just a guess, but Murong doesn't stand still either. He changes, and all this because of a sudden storm caused by the Azure Sword Lord Dragon. The moon hung in the sky as if suspended on a hook. Two fighters stood facing each other, and so they rushed past each other. Parts of their chi energy began to scatter in the air. It seemed impossible, but the sword chi formed by the energy was broken. Sword chi is the energy that envelops an ordinary sword, while manifested sword chi is a weapon created from non-physical energy. Breaking this sword in two, he asked his opponent if he was going to surrender, but he only replied that he would like to know the name of the one who defeated him. "I am the one who rules under the dark sky," he said. "Battle Emperor of the Dark Sky." He replied to the warrior emperor that, although he had lost the battle, he did not intend to follow his order. And even after the emperor has removed him, he is not going to recognize his authority. The divine emperor asked if it was because of the 5 celestials, but the divine emperor replied that he doubted that they were stronger than him. However, he explained that he recognized the authority of the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. He then asked if the emperor had heard the name of the Sword Lord. Although he had never met him, he was sure that he was stronger than the martial emperor. He began to tell what his friend had told him about the new Sword Lord, who, after reading a letter sent by the Azure Dragon, had discovered a new way of the sword. It is because of this that he cannot recognize the martial emperor. The emperor asked if he would follow if the Azure Dragon Sword Lord also decided to follow. The answer was unequivocal, definitely. At this point, the martial emperor let him go. The girl accompanying the emperor asked why he revealed his name. The emperor explained that this warrior was a true martial artist with enormous potential. He stands out from the crowd, and it's about time he came back. However, the girl pointed out that the battle was not yet over, to which he menacingly replied that he was not going to repeat himself twice, and he made it his goal to meet the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. The girl was interested in why he, hearing this name for the first time, behaved so strangely. "Because it is not yet time to return," he answered and went on. At this time, a decree from His Majesty arrived in the Forbidden City. Una was told news that stunned him. He has been relieved of his duties effective today. The old man remarked that he was sorry, and the scientist could not understand whether it was the will of heaven. He replied that this is not dismissal. He is still a scientist of the Azure Palace. It's just that there are no suitable tasks for him at the moment. That's how it was explained to him. Belvedere of literary depth. After some time, Un was already in various book sections. He could not understand why, having lived an honest life, he now felt like a criminal. And if he can no longer return, then he decided to put the books in their places. Suddenly his eyes fell on one of the books. It was a report on the comprehensive method of Morima given to aristocrats involved in the affairs of Morima. He had read it so many times that he had almost memorized it, but the long name was still hard to pronounce. His posture may have been incorrect due to the fact that he was constantly holding a stick in his hands, and Il told him that his martial swordsmanship was too soft, and offered to become a sword fairy instead of a white tiger swordsman. This book made him remember his brother in prison, asking to show him the white tiger sword technique he had mastered. As he put the book back on the shelf, he thought that his mentor was better if he could guide him, even through one book. At that moment, the eunuch Pak entered. Un immediately said that Park already knows about this news, but even Un himself could not believe that this had actually happened. Park expressed his sympathy for being treated this way, but Un asked not to worry, saying that there was nothing to be sorry for. However, the scientists still could not understand why such high-ranking officials put sticks in his wheels. They probably thought it was a bad idea to visit a brother who had been unjustly imprisoned. Park explained that since he came on behalf of the heir to the throne, they could not just be accepted. Even so, Un has not seen the prince in over 10 years, and when Park said that others see it differently, Un couldn't help but laugh, and asked him what will happen now. The eunuch had a hard time answering this question. He only assumed that a new job might appear that he would be assigned. But the scientist said it might be time to leave. Pak asked him to calm down and explained that you can't quit work because of such circumstances, and you shouldn't do that. For these words, Un thanked Park. But after his brother's death, he lost all interest in the matter. He had no reason to go before then. But this place was not where he was meant to be from the beginning. He considered himself a person who was not capable of achieving high authority. The eunuch asked again if he was really going to leave. Un only nodded his head in response. After some time, he was with the senior boss and announced that he intended to leave. He thanked him for all the care he had shown him all this time. "What do you plan to do now?" asked the chief, slamming the book shut. "I want to rest for a while. I've already chosen a few places I want to visit. I'll use this time to think about what to do next." The elder acknowledged that Yoon was wise enough to leave before something irreparable happened, and asked him not to hold grudges against this job when he returned to his hometown. Un listened to these words with a smile and agreed with him. After that he bowed and they both said goodbye. But Un remembered that there was something else he wanted to ask. "You once said that this place is a grave for scholars. Why did you stay here?" "The deep valleys of the mountains are not the only place where you can hide from the world," he answered, not taking his eyes off the book in his hands. Stepping outside, before Un was the northern gate of the Forbidden City, the gate of divine mastery. Most scholars at his age were preparing for the imperial exams, but he had already retired. At that moment, when he was saying goodbye, the eunuch Pak suddenly appeared. The eunuch thanked him for his care throughout and bowed. Un was glad to see him at farewell, because he thought he would leave and not see him again. And with a smile on their face, they said goodbye. They asked each other to protect themselves and wished to meet better times. Waving his hand, Un felt very lucky to have met Pak to say goodbye, as he was one of the few sincere people in his life. And so the main character sets out to taste a new life, but he still did not know what to do, and immediately remembered his uncle, although he lived far away. He wondered if he should go to Henan, where he could see the famous Shaolin Temple and the residence of the Murong family. They didn't know that he was the one who sent them the letter, so walking there wouldn't cause any problems. If something happened, he could always leave. The decision was made, and he chose his path. It was only a small step for Un Hyun, but a giant leap for the Azure Dragon Sword Lord, bringing a powerful tornado to Murim. The girl sat and repeated, "No, no," I said it looked very old-fashioned. She was sitting on a stool, choosing an outfit for me, who was trying on different outfits. The girl herself was wearing a purple dress. She was very angry because she didn't understand how her older sister was going to a martial arts tournament instead of going on a date with an old man. And after a while, Mi came out in a new red outfit. This outfit struck the girl right in the heart, and she immediately liked it. She told her sister that if she smiled in this outfit, any man would fall in love with her, and asked her to smile not just for one, but for everyone at once. Mala asked why Mi was leaving so early, because she still had time. Sister replied that she was planning to go for a walk and get ready. Little jokingly replied, "It seems that you are as busy as I am." Mai asked, "Do you have a job too?" And the girl proudly raised her head and answered, "Of course there is." She considered it her duty to take care of many people in their family, and was sure that without her help, nothing would go smoothly. These words caused a smile from the older sister. Patting her on the head, she said, "I can count on you." She asked that when the elder brother Jean returned, she should talk to him well and not forget to visit her grandfather in the morning and in the evening. Time was running out, and Mai had to go. The little one said goodbye to her, waving her hand and wishing her a good trip. A horse-drawn carriage sped through the forest. Mai was sitting in the carriage, and a man was sitting in front of her. She reflected that the invitation to the martial arts tournament had come from the Murong Union. She remembered the words of the grandfather, who spoke not as a relative, but as the head of the family, that now their Murong family was at a critical crossroads, and it was the younger generation that would decide whether they would become part of the 5 great families. That's why her grandfather asked her to attend the martial arts tournament and see the world, because everything she hears and sees will be important for every future step of the Murong family. Of course, she agreed with her grandfather, who had high hopes for her. She couldn't help but think that Grandpa had changed a lot since the Azure Dragon Sword Lord had enlightened him with just one letter. She wondered who this lord was, not realizing that their carriage had just nearly run him over. Mi looked out the window of the carriage. It was he, the Sword Lord of the Azure Dragon, who stood there. She and her husband did not understand who it was and asked him. He replied that he had not met this person before. Perhaps he was a scientist who decided to visit the province. They only warned the driver to drive more carefully next time. Shaking off the dirt that flew on him, covered his eyes from the dust that arose around him. He looked after the carriage and told himself that people were so impatient at this time. Was wondering if the Murong residence was still far away, not even knowing where it was exactly. But after some time he was already standing right in front of her gate. The watchman standing at the entrance asked him if he had come to meet the head of their family without an invitation or a letter. They explained that the head is very busy and cannot meet with everyone who wants to. Pointed out that it was basic courtesy to inform the host of a guest who had come to them. The conversation turned to elevated tones, and one of the guards even began to draw his sword, shouting that it was impossible to meet the head without a written invitation. There must be some misunderstanding. "I'm not a suspicious person at all," said Ani. He himself did not understand how to explain his situation, because even if he admits that he sent the letter, they will not recognize him because he signed with a false name. Unfroze, not knowing what to say. The guards joked among themselves that all scholars are the same. They think they have read a few hieroglyphs, and that will make them great. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the guards and asked what was happening here. He was the deputy manager, and without waiting for an answer, once again asked what was happening. It was explained to him that this boy wanted to meet the head of the family without an invitation or a letter. The deputy came closer and began to examine Un closely. It seemed to him that Un was very similar to the manager Sailchon. The deputy said Un would have to wait if he didn't have the letter with him. He asked Un to follow him, and they headed inside. On the way, a man asked Un how he earns a living and who he used to be. Un replied that although he looks young, he is already more than 30 years old. 2 whole weeks have passed since that moment. Un sat and watched the training of the fighters. He was propping his head with his hand, looking very bored. They asked him to wait, and he thought it would take 2 or 3 days, but more than 10 had passed and there had been no news. The deputy manager ordered the worker to take Un to a place where he could stay temporarily. But there were already many people there. Normally a maximum of 2 or 3 martial artists would stay in a large room, but when Un said he was a scholar, he was given a small private room. The problem was that the meeting with the head of the family wasn't on a first-come, first-served basis. Yuan had to come up with something to get his attention, but he didn't have anything special to show for it. He thought about sending one of the letters he had written earlier, but at the same time he thought that it was not worth going so far, and it seemed that no one knew about his letter. So he decided to keep quiet, thinking it was the right decision, and sometimes even thought of just leaving. Watching the fighters train, Un noticed that they were in the wrong positions, and it seemed to him that it would be difficult for them to become official disciples, let alone soldiers. Un came to the training ground for one reason only. He felt comfortable watching others train. It reminded him of the past, but at the same time he told himself that he shouldn't think too much about them. At that moment, a little girl appeared and asked, "What happened? Why does such a young man sigh so deeply, as if he had been rejected?" It was Sang, and he was glad to see her since they already knew each other's names. She didn't understand why he came here so often since most people who like to read books aren't interested in training. This girl often came to talk to him when he was sitting here for a long time, usually asking a few random questions and then leaving saying she was busy. They had too much of an age gap for her to call him Appa. but it was probably better than her calling him a Yoshi. The conversation turned to the number of books he had read, to which Un replied that he had read about 10,000. She joked that reading so many books must give him a headache. She was surprised and admitted that her head started to hurt after a few minutes of reading. But he explained that over time it becomes a habit, and reading can even be enjoyable. However, you couldn't tell from her that she had much interest in it. She assumed he had given up all pleasures in life, although that was not true. She asked if he could do anything besides study, calling him Appa, at which point he replied that he was training with a sword. This immediately aroused her great interest, and she wanted to see it with her own eyes. "Maybe we can do that next time I get a chance?" he asked. "So you say so, but as a result you don't show it?" Sang started teasing him. She was like a little thorn, she looked happy. But maybe she was really lonely, because there were no other children here, and the adults did not pay attention to her. Perhaps that is why she kept coming to Un. After thinking it over, he decided to agree to her request. He said he would bring the sword and asked her to wait a little. Walking over to the rack of swords, he began to examine them, choosing a suitable one. At that moment, one sword that he particularly liked caught his eye. He decided to take a wooden training sword, thinking that taking other people's weapons from the training ground would be unacceptable. But with a wooden sword, probably nothing bad would happen. However, as soon as his hand reached for the sword, all the students started asking what he was doing. He turned around and didn't know what to say. The disciples, as if mad, continued to question him in a rude tone about what he was doing. Of course, Un apologized to them, explaining that he wanted to borrow a wooden sword for a while. But the disciples thought it was a joke and asked him not to make them laugh and put the sword back, probably thinking he just wanted to take it away. They began to mock him, calling him a bookworm and asking if he had ever held a sword in his hands. Even though it was Un's fault, it seemed like they were chasing him too much. Sang then intervened, telling them to shut up, as this had gone too far. She said it was just a wooden sword and they didn't even use it. One of the students began to joke that this scientist was asking the girl to help him. However, another asked if they knew who this girl was. He asked not to turn in her direction again, but Sang continued to yell at them, asking how they could call themselves men if they ganged up on each other. Un turned to her. With a gesture of his hand, he showed her that it was not necessary. After that, he put the sword back. He apologized again for touching the sword without permission. Un knew that if he gave them backlash, it would only fuel their desire to continue. Sang was very angry, but Un went to her and calmed her down. Un said that next time he would definitely show her what he promised. But Sang didn't agree that everything was fine, and felt she had to speak up when someone was being treated unfairly. She added that if her Ani was here, she wouldn't let them rest even when bad guys come in. Her sister always proudly chases away such a Josie. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I despise the likes of you!" Un didn't even know what to say to her. After these words, she turned and ran in the other direction. Later, Un was sitting at lunch with a man who was telling him a very familiar story about Henan province. They underestimated the Murong family and thought that if they were pressured by the crowd, the family would easily submit, but these scoundrels were eventually captured. Lady Mi Murong said she would rather die than be humiliated. She really was impressive. And this is not some weak family those scoundrels could even imagine. Her words, "Better to die than to be humiliated," touched On. But the man said that Lady Murong's next words were even more impressive. He remembered her words. "Our Murong family is determined to give their lives if necessary because of one word from the Steele family, but the consequences will be significant." However, the same representatives of the families came in a crowd and made a big mess, saying that it looked like they were being bullied. After that, there was not a single family left in Henan province that dared to raise a hand against Murong. The people who had previously looked down on Lady Mi, saying that she was just a woman, disappeared. Of course, after that, the head of the family could no longer boast of his name in Henan province. After this story, Un understood what had happened. He thanked the man for sharing this story. Un realized that Sang was Lady Mi Murong's younger sister. Since he was also in a situation where many people made fun of him, she compared her sister's determination to his. Now he understood why Sang had been so angry. After a while, Un returned to his room. He sat on the bed, not letting the thoughts out of his head. He still believed he had done the right thing, but he couldn't figure out why it still bothered him, or if he should have just fought them like Sang suggested. At the same moment, it seemed to him that after a little training, he would feel better. It had been 2 weeks since he arrived here, and he hadn't trained for about a month. He picked up the ring that his brother had given him. He thought that it must be time to go, because he had wasted too much time on the vain desire to meet the head of the family. After that, he accelerated and fell on the bed, flying on top of it. He wondered how the rest of the people in the Forbidden City were doing. His head was filled with various thoughts. At that moment, a man entered his room holding another, and it seemed that it was evil. It seemed to be a man of high rank, for he immediately expressed his displeasure that there was anyone here. But it was explained to him that in this condition he could not go to his bedroom, so he would stay here to sleep. Un could smell the strong smell of alcohol coming from this man. The person who brought him asked Un to stay with him because he couldn't be seen by people in this state. Suspecting what was going on, Un surmised that they were disciples of the Murong family and had probably been drinking, and his hubie had brought him here. Un agreed, allowing them to stay as there was another bed in the room. It was difficult to put the man to sleep because he asked to bring him more alcohol. He let out loud screams, and he didn't quite know what to answer. Later the good left, and they were left alone. Un turned his head to the wall and decided to try to sleep. The man said, "Sorry for making a scene while you were sleeping." When Un answered, he repeated the same words, but louder several times. He continued to mumble something, and it made Un stand up. When Un stood up, the man apologized. "Everything is fine, I understand. Please be quieter," answered Un. "Are you telling me to shut up and stay out?" asked the man. Un pointed out to him that he was very drunk and suggested that he calm down, explaining that tomorrow he had to get up early and go on the road. The man began to speak slurred, and Unu felt that he was being too rude to a person he had met for the first time. "Didn't you come here to beg for something? Don't make a saint out of yourself," he said. Un replied that one should look at oneself first before judging others, and asked how he could call himself a disciple of the Murong family. After that, the drunkard started calling Un a bastard. Un calmly answered and explained that as a disciple of this family, he should behave responsibly. But he said that he was not interested in the sword or anything else. The man asked where his alcohol was. Un asked what he had just said, and he repeated that he was not interested in anything. This really infuriated Un because he couldn't understand how a man with a sword could say such a thing. He explained to the man who he was and said that he knew what martial artists think about when they pick up a sword. Un emphasized that he is a student of such a prestigious family, and, despite this, allows himself such words. It seemed that he really lost his mind due to alcohol. He felt that no one had the right to teach him, and asked if Un was going to teach him how to use the sword as well. "If you want, I see no reason to refuse," answered Un calmly. It was completely unexpected for a drunk man. He took it as a challenge and offered to go outside. Un was not going to refuse this offer, even though he should have gone to bed by now. After some time, they were standing outside the yard. The drunken man had a wooden sword in his hands. Hubie didn't know what to do, whether to leave them or intervene in some way, because he was asked to bring a wooden sword to fight Un. Un couldn't ignore it, because he understood that, even though he was drunk, the disciple had spoken too rudely about the sword. Even though it was Un's first match, he wasn't going to lose just like that. The disciple thought that Un was looking down on him because he was a little drunk, and thought that he had chosen the wrong opponent, after which he said, "Now come on, enlighten me." Un again reminded him of his manners. He said that if a student wants to be taught, he should behave with dignity. These words touched the drunkard, and he stated that he had originally planned to give Un a pardon, but now he would not, and asked him not to regret the outcome of this fight. Immediately, the student made a movement with his sword, waving it. "Let's start!" he exclaimed. Like a star in the sky, energy shone around Un, emitting a mesmerizing blue light. He didn't even notice when Un was behind him, and his attack went into the void. What just happened, he thought, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't understand anything, because he was sure that he was aiming clearly at Un's hand. However, he decided not to give up and tried to repeat the attack. This time he was convinced that he would do everything more precisely. His sword flew straight to Un's hand. It seemed like it would hit accurately, but suddenly everything seemed to slow down, and in his eyes Un's hand disappeared from reach. Then, in general, the entire body of the enemy smoothly moved to the side, and again the student found himself in the same position as before, without any success. He asked himself the same question: what just happened? Then it occurred to his not very developed mind that an ordinary scientist would never accept such a challenge. He understood that the enemy had a hidden trump card. At this moment he completely sobered up, and decided that he would now approach the situation seriously. Immediately, considering the seriousness of the enemy, he rushed at him using all his strength. But Un's sword continued to move clearly along the trajectory without changing its speed. This time, without even leaving his place, Un dodged with ease, hooking the opponent's legs. He rolled on the ground again, asking himself, what just happened? It seemed to him that the enemy was so accurate and fast that he was able to repel the attack twice and hit him on the legs. Un only asked, "Are you really not going to try?" The student swallowed dry saliva, not understanding how everything was happening. He couldn't understand, because Un seemed like an ordinary scholar, open from all sides. Any swing of the sword could hit him. Besides, he seemed slow to react. Then why is he able to block my sword? The student could not understand. He decided to try again, this time using his professional swordsmanship skills. He rushed at Un with a completely different speed. It seemed as though he was capable of destroying anyone in his path, but once again, Un stood motionless. Un did not do anything until the sword came within a few centimeters of him, and then he placed his sword under the opponent's strike. This is exactly what the enemy expected. Everything went according to his plan. He was ready for a counterattack, and decided to strike another blow after it. But the same thing happened again. Un repulsed the attack with ease. This time Un punched him, putting more of his energy into it. The opponent's hand trembled like a straw, and he could barely hold the sword in it. It was then that he finally asked, "Who are you?" Un calmly replied, "I am just a scholar teaching you how to wield a sword." "Are you trying to humiliate me?" asked the opponent. Un explained that this was no humiliation at all, compared to how he himself humiliated other sword-wielding martial artists. The disciple stood up again, declaring that he would make no further concessions, and asked Un to blame him for it. "So you think I won only because of your indulgences?" asked Un in a calm voice, adding that although he wasn't an expert swordsman, he was capable of training a third-rate bully like his opponent. Tom was advised not to worry and to continue the fight. The opponent gritted his teeth even harder in anger. He decided to start his attack again. Un's face showed that he was not making any effort. He parried the attack easily by simply changing the position of his sword. As the student screamed from the strain, Un saw that perhaps he was not a third-rate bully, but a young man who was serious about learning the art of the sword. He was on par with an Imperial Guard in terms of strength. However, he had a critical flaw. He did not know how to direct the sword with the flow, and his movements were only a mechanical execution of the techniques he had learned. During the match, Un clearly assessed his opponent. Alkash continued to attack, but never once did he see Un lost for even a moment. Uno didn't even seem to have to block his shots. Un began to explain what the problem was. He had a good stance but no energy flow. He said that he had potential, but it would be difficult to hold his position as an official disciple. He also added that he has something unique, something that belongs only to him. Then the student finally realized that it was time to admit that he was weaker than his opponent. But he tried again to prove that no one would allow him to be humiliated, and pointed his sword at Un. With a smile, Un said that he is a wonderful person, who does not tolerate humiliation and ridicule from others, even when he was drunk. He could not argue with these words. He realized that the reason he turned to alcohol and women was to try to protect his pride, and it was this choice that made him miserable. Realizing this, he began to apply more power to his sword. Unu felt like he was trying to end this sparring with one punch and decided to try harder himself. With a more confident look, Un watched the enemy approaching him. It was actually Murong family grand disciple Jin Murong, who was eager to regain his pride as the family's top disciple. He was convinced that he had put everything into his best technique, but his attack missed again, and he ended up sitting behind Un's back. Un again began to explain to him the rules of wielding a sword, but Jin held a broken sword in his hands. He heard the words of a scientist. "You have potential, so you need to stop drinking and learn to control your thoughts first. If you don't want to be a slave, you must become a master." Un felt that perhaps he had unleashed his anger on the wrong person who deserved it. Even though Un himself couldn't always control his thoughts either, he told others this. Pondering his words, he decided to leave when the sun went down. The great disciple held the broken sword in his hands, thinking that his single sword technique was successful and more perfect than ever before. But he couldn't understand how the scholar demonstrated the art of fencing with a wooden sword against his best technique. He realized that this technique was not part of the Murong family's heritage, but it seemed as if it belonged to him more than anyone else. As if it was his own sword, his own flow, something truly native. And these words are like a blow to the very heart. If I don't want to become a slave, I must become a master. Morning came, and as Dan stepped outside, he felt how fresh the air was this morning. He heard strange sounds coming from very close. These were the sounds of training, and he wondered who had decided to train so early in the training hall. As headmaster, he was pleased to have students start training in the morning. He became curious as to who exactly was training today, so he decided to take a look. Looking around the corner, what he saw shocked him. It was the great apprentice, honing his strokes after the lesson the scholar had given him. A serious guy, thought the head, looking at his practiced shots. When the Murong family sheltered him, he had nothing of his own, not even the name Jin. Murong was a name given to him by the head of the family. Everything he ever had belonged to someone else. He tried his best to improve and earn the title of family grand disciple, but there was always an empty place in his heart. Perhaps this is why he gave up after losing his honor in a duel against the great disciple of the Steel family. The head of the family went through the bitterness of defeat and defeated the Steel family in a rematch after a while. While the great disciple could not succeed and continued to search for a way out, he remained trapped in a shell of futility. But yesterday the scientist brought him out of that trap. Now, he was confident that he could achieve his own goals. The head watched as he honed his skills before he was a one-sided child who simply followed the established path of the sword. But now he was swinging his sword in a way he couldn't even imagine before. Although his technique was still crude, the tip of the sword seemed alive. The head had no idea what had been the impetus. But he understood that the great disciple had finally admitted his mistake. And that pleased him. It seemed that the time of wandering had not been wasted, and now the whole world would know that the Murong family had more than one Tangchun first sword. Such were the thoughts of the head, while the scholar collected his books. Suddenly he heard someone appear at the door. "Are you awake, sir?" asked the voice. The scientist opened the door and saw the great disciple. He bowed and apologized for the trouble and for coming so early. "What brought you here?" asked the scientist. The great disciple apologized for his rudeness last night. He thanked the scientist for bringing him to his senses, but most of all for the lesson he taught him. After that, he asked the scholar what brought him to the Murong family. The scientist replied that he wanted to visit the head of the family for a while, but he seemed to be busy, so it was time to go. The great disciple asked if they knew each other, to which the scholar replied that he had simply heard many rumors and stories about the great Murong family. So he had come. The great disciple thought and asked for some time, promising to do his best to arrange a meeting with the head of the family. Although the scientist explained that he did not have a specific case for the chapter, therefore it is not necessary. The great disciple folded his hands in front of Un and asked how their family could feel confident if they didn't pay attention to their guests, asking them not to refuse his offer. He asked to wait a little and left. The problem that the scientist could not solve in 2 weeks could be solved thanks to the words of one of the students. Perhaps this is why people are so eager to establish connections. However, Ung still continued to think that he shouldn't have come here in the first place. And only now did he realize how foolish his thoughts were when the Murong family recognized him. He did not know what to say when meeting with the head of the family. Soon the head of the family greeted him and thanked him for his visit, introducing himself. Un bowed to the head, gave his name, and also introduced himself. "Did you say you were a scientist?" asked the head. "Yes, that's right," answered Ani. After that, they started talking about how hard it was to prepare for the imperial exam, to which Un replied that it wasn't too hard. This brought a smile to the head's face. In general, their conversation was not progressing, and the situation was becoming a little awkward. Ian hated being loud, but being silent was just as uncomfortable, until suddenly the head asked what brought him to their family. "I was passing by, but since the Murong family name is so famous, I decided to stop by to say hello," replied Un. The chief thanked Un for visiting them. Then the head turned to the manager. He asked the manager to see the guest. After some time, they were already standing on the street. The scientist was saying goodbye to the great disciple. The great disciple said that he was very sorry. Un just smiled and replied that everything is fine. This conversation was very short, and the student felt that something was wrong. The Murong family's first sword looked exactly as the scholar had imagined, and it must have been his main purpose to see it. The head was at the head of a prestigious family, while Un was just a scholar who had nothing. Un realized that he couldn't impose his will on others, and thought it best to leave after saying hello. At this point, the great disciple asked the scholar to come to them again, to which Un replied that he would certainly come if he could. The great disciple was displeased with this answer and asked what it meant if he succeeded, believing that Un must return no matter what. The scholar laughed and asked, "Are you Jin Murong?" To which he replied, "Yes." "If I come to this province again, I will definitely stop and visit you," the scientist promised. These words made the great disciple smile. At this moment, Un was already climbing into the wagon. He was to be escorted to the city of Kaifeng, and the great disciple wished him the best, and told him to take care until they next met. Un thanked him, and the chariot set off. When the scholar lived in the Forbidden City, he knew little of what was going on in the world. He reflected that the 2 weeks spent in the Murong family had been quite meaningful. He looked out the window of the carriage. There he saw the great disciple, who waved him goodbye. In fact, he was a nice person. Although the first impression of him was terrible, Un understood very well that any person can make a mistake in a short time. He asked himself where to go this time. The great disciple, watching the chariot with his eyes, also thought that if he had explained everything to the head, he would not have let Un go so easily, and he still felt ashamed for standing proudly in front of his grandfather. He had no other choice because Un was hiding his true nature. At first he thought of him as a pathetic scholar, but now he realized that if he wasn't a disciple of the Murong family, he would serve Un as his master. At that moment, little Sang ran, shouting, "Brother!" addressing the great disciple. She was looking for him, and when she ran up, she said she knew he was here. She ran over to give him a message from her grandfather, who told him to be at home, which was why she was looking for him. Sang even began to worry if he was okay. Sang noticed that the grand disciple continued to sigh and asked if anything was bothering him. He replied that he was fine, but in fact it was clear that something was bothering him. It was the fact that a person like Un had left them. He decided to tell her what had happened last night and told her the whole long story. He also thought that Grandpa might be able to connect with Un, but he doubted it. Sang ran Sir Wung's name over in her head, then asked if his name was Wung Yun. "Do you know him?" Jin asked after hearing this question. She said that he came to the training hall every day and watched the others train. He called himself a scholar, but he seemed to like swords. In a whisper, she added to her brother that yesterday Un had promised to show her his swordsmanship technique. Sang came to the gym the next day to find him gone, and added that he seemed like a good person. Now it became clear to Jin what had happened. Sang asked her brother again, "Is Un really that great?" To which he answered without hesitation, "Yes, he is big." She wondered why Un was silent when he was being humiliated, and Jin explained that great people usually don't draw their sword unnecessarily. "A swordsman's responsibility is as heavy as this world," he explained. By the way, Jin asked her who those novices were who were rude to the scientist. After learning about this, after a while, those students did not know where to go. When they received a kind scolding from the great disciple. Already in the morning, the great disciple continued his training, extremely highly motivated. The head noticed that his sword tip movements were improving day by day, and now there were only a few things he could teach him. He also realized that the great disciple did not need anyone else to find his own way of the sword. The head noticed that Jin was probably thinking about something seriously. He remembered that since his senses had become so piercing, he should not be disturbed, and decided to leave. Barely turning around and taking a few steps, he heard an incredibly beautiful sound as the sword cut through the air in the apprentice's hands. This caught his attention, and he immediately turned his head. He saw the incredible art of swordsmanship. At this moment, Jin was looking at the sword and wondering if he repeated the movements correctly. Suddenly, his grandfather appeared behind him. Jin greeted and bowed before him, asking if he was well. The chief approached and placed his hands on his shoulders, asking who had taught him this art of swordsmanship. Jin felt uneasy and didn't know what to say. He fell to his knees before the head of the family and admitted that he had made an unforgivable mistake. In fact, Jin was just trying to copy the swordsmanship that Sir Wang had shown him, and he didn't expect Grandpa to see it. The head of the family asked again in a loud voice who had taught him this. In a martial arts family, learning swordsmanship from others is considered treason. Looking at Grandpa's anger, it seemed that Jin might be kicked out of the family. Standing on his knees, Jin explained that he had learned it from Sir Ung, who had been staying a few days ago their residence. But the head of the family did not even know that Un was staying in their residence. Jin went on to explain that Sir Un calls himself a scholar, but he seems to be an incredible craftsman. The head remembered that one of the guests was indeed a scientist. He immediately understood who it was about. The head immediately asked where Un was now and where he had gone. Jin explained that Un was escorted to Kaifeng City, but he didn't know where he went next. The head thought about how to track him. He ordered the chief steward to be called at once, but then said that it did not matter, he would go himself. Jin was afraid that his grandfather would blame him for learning the technique, and asked the head to blame him instead of Un. Jin added that Un was only showing off his swordsmanship. Grandfather exhaled, asked Jin to get up, and explained that there had been a misunderstanding. He said that the reason he wants to find Un is important. It does not consist in bringing charges against him. "Grandpa, who is this man?" Jin asked. "Perhaps he was the Azure Swordmaster," the head suggested, though his age and past made him doubt it. The head told Jin that perhaps Un was the disciple of one of his acquaintances that he was looking for. Grandfather did not even expect that such a person was sitting right in front of him. Moreover, he was not even treated with respect, and the head thought that Un must have had a bad first impression of their family. Jin had never seen such a reaction from his grandfather, and the mystery of who Sir Wong really was grew even bigger. The head again ordered Jin to stand up and explained that there was something important that he should know about. That day, the Murong family began to search for a scholar, and Dan personally inspected Kaifeng City with other disciples. But all they learned was that Un, who had stayed in Kaifeng for the day, had left the city early in the morning. Eventually, after Jin's assurances, Murong had to return, for he had promised. Dan surrendered in search of the Azure Dragon Swordmaster's apprentice. At that time, Un continued his journey, walking further. He didn't even know where he was or whether he was going the right way to Hangzhou. However, he was more or less familiar with the place, and had heard that a coach passed through it every day, headed exactly where he was going, from a nearby village. He wondered if he had missed her, or if he had lost his way altogether. He understood almost nothing, but he liked this place because of the silence. He decided to enjoy the view, making it part of his journey. Step by step, he continued to walk until suddenly a strange feeling came over him. It seemed that someone was following him, so he stopped. This road was no different from the others. So why did this feeling tell him not to go any further? He asked himself. Suddenly he heard a strange sound nearby. He asked loudly, "Who was that?" Armed men came out from behind the bushes, some with swords and others with giant clubs. They came out and said, "Failure? Why does it have to be some scholar?" They ordered him to give up his bag and run while he was still good. The armed men began to threaten him, surrounding him with weapons, and ordered him to put the bag on the ground and not to move. Un shouted, "What is this incongruity in broad daylight?" He asked if they were afraid of the law, but they evidently knew little of the law and replied that they were not afraid of anything, telling them to stop carrying nonsense and just hand over the bag. He held onto his bag and said he would not give it back. And all these thugs thought that the scientist looked down on them just because he could read a few words. But the robbers wanted to see if he would continue to look down on the sword they now held in their hands. As soon as the bald man began to lick his sword, the scientist instantly ran. Of course, the robbers wanted to capture him and began to blame each other for allowing him to escape. They shouted after him to stop, but Un had no such plans. Did he look like an idiot? He knew that if he was robbed, he wouldn't even be able to show himself to his mentor Il, who was watching him from heaven. The robbers tried to catch up with him, but he was extremely fast, and this amazed them. However, Un had not been running for a long time, and he could already feel himself starting to get short of breath, and his legs felt heavy, which didn't even happen when he had been training continuously for 2 hours. Maybe he was short of breath due to fear. He felt a weapon rise behind him, energy from it filling the air. The only option was to jump to the side. But after jumping, he lost his balance, and his body rolled towards the river. Turning around, Un noticed that all the robbers were right behind him. They looked furious because he made them run. The scientist raised his hand and asked them to stop, promising to give all the silver coins he had, just so that they would not take his bag, begging them to. He even explained that this bag is a memory of his mentor who died. Although they were bandits, they began to ask each other if it would not be too cruel to take away a memento as well. But they also found no reason for this, and asked him why they should comply with his request. They saw this request as an attempt to deceive them. The bald man came closer to him, raising his sledgehammer above the scholar's head and said, "I will be gentle, so don't move, Mr. Scholar." Un quickly sidestepped the blow. His head was boiling with the anger that the robbers were radiating towards him. They started mocking each other because they couldn't hit him. This only increased their rage. The bald man gripped the stick in his hands even tighter and was ready to strike. He swung so fast it looked like he was about to hit, but Un predicted everything in advance. It was even easy for him to dodge this attack as the trajectory was quite obvious. He saw which way the enemy's attack would go. The robbers wondered what kind of scientist he was. They surrounded him, 2 with swords, 2 with wooden clubs. Well, things are bad, Un thought, even considering letting them hit him once or twice, just to calm them down a bit. Because they are too excited and constantly brandish their weapons. For now, Un decided to continue dodging the attacks, as a sword strike could be fatal. Un noticed that both enemies were aiming for his legs. Looking at his hand, he thought, "I wish I had at least a wooden sword." It was difficult to dodge this fast attack. He allowed his enemies to strike at his feet. The robbers thought that they had already become the kings of the land and told him that he should have listened to them sooner. Although one of them never managed to hit Un, he still threatened to kill him now. As he approached, he said he would beat him to death. Was just waiting for him to take a step closer. Although had no experience, his knowledge was enough. If the attack succeeds, he can get hold of the sword and get out of this situation. The bald man swung and began to hit. It was the very moment when it was necessary to act. Suddenly the bell rang, and the bald man no longer had a weapon in his hands. The sword flew to the side, reflecting the rays of the sun. Blood flowed from the bald man's hand. He grabbed it and began to scream loudly. The robbers immediately began to blame for this, although he did not do it. Did not even understand what happened and where this piercing energy that flew in his direction came from. Suddenly this energy began to knock down all the robbers. A man appeared right in front of the scientist. He looked imposing, with a sword in his hand, and his face was blindfolded. The speed of his movements was incredible. Asked him to stop. He saw that the sword was right at the bald man's throat. The bald man, sitting on his knees with a sword at his neck, trembled like a frightened girl. The scientist thanked for the help, but asked not to take the robbers' lives. This was a surprise to the man with the sword. At that moment, another voice rang out from the other side and said, "Stop!" The man disappeared right before their eyes, moving like lightning. They only saw him fly through the air, bouncing away from them. He flew up to the carriage, which drove up and stopped next to them. "Oh my God, he just flew!" said the bandits. Remembered that he had often seen such jumps from Imperial guards. The chariot drove up to him, and from inside he was asked, "Are you not wounded?" Got up and explained that he was fine. He said it didn't look like the bandits were going to attack again, and suggested they just let them go. A voice came from the chariot, addressing the robbers, ordering them to get away. Waved his hand, signaling them to run faster. The robbers ran forward like mice, making soft sounds. Approached the chariot and thanked him for saving his life. "No problem," a female voice rang out. This was said by an incredibly beautiful girl in clothes similar to the feathers of a white dove. Her beauty left speechless. She noticed that he was a scientist and wondered what he was doing in such a remote place. Looking at her, thought she was beautiful and wondered if it was because of her white clothes, because she looked like a snowflower blooming in the snow. However, the man next to her caused him only fear. Afterwards, explained that he was on his way to Hangzhou, but got lost on the way. The girl immediately said that it was a strange coincidence. After all, she was also on her way to Hangzhou. The chariot was moving and was sitting inside. He introduced himself by giving his name and apologized for inconveniencing them. The girl asked not to worry, as they had the same endpoint, and he had lost his way, so she decided to help. The maid brought her tea, which she calmly sipped, which was strange. She was drinking tea while on the move. The chariot was moving very fast, but surprisingly, felt any hesitation. He called his name, but he didn't hear her back, and it confused him, because he couldn't figure out if there was any reason for it. That incredibly strong man still continued to look at him with a grim look. Then the beautiful girl said that the water in this place was quite rough. This made him realize that she had come from a distant city, and he asked if she could say where they came from. The man's gaze became even more stern. It seems that should not have asked this question, but the girl replied that they were from the North Sea. More precisely, from the ice palace of the North Sea. Admitted that he had heard about the place, but the only thing he knew was that it was very cold there. "It's not so cold there that the grass doesn't grow," added the girl, "but it's not as hot as here in the summer. It's quite warm." However, he was interested in something else, and he decided to contact her. He pointed to the man sitting next to him and said, "This man helped me recently, but I didn't get a chance to thank him properly." She nicknamed him Ice Ghost, and the Ghost of Ice calmly replied that he did not need thanks. "Is there anything else you wanted to say?" she asked, looking at him. "To be honest, during my work as a scientist, I had to learn martial arts." He noticed that his swordsmanship was quite unusual. "Can I ask to see it again?" he asked with interest. She explained that the Ice Ghost only draws his sword in life and death situations, and added that it was best not to continue talking about it. The Ice Ghost's gaze became even more piercing. After some time they arrived, and he calmly got out of the wagon. The village that appeared before them looked extremely quiet, and despite its size, it was quite large for a small village. He once again thanked the girl for helping him in his time of need, and she replied that his words helped them a lot. In the end, he never learned her real name, and was sure that even Ice Ghost wasn't a real nickname. Understood that their outlooks on life were different, so he assumed that if they continued their journey together, there might be trouble. "It's time for me to go," he said, turned around and started walking in the other direction. However, she stopped him by calling out, "Wait!" she asked, and he turned to look at her. An incredibly beautiful smile shone on her face, as if she was radiating light, and suddenly he had a disturbing premonition. She explained that they had actually been invited by the Murima Alliance, and were on their way to Hangzhou to participate in a martial arts tournament, but they were unfamiliar with the place, causing great difficulties. She turned to him for help, expecting that it would not be difficult for him. They are not local, and they are simply asking for help. It seemed that there was no point in refusing, but the feeling that he was falling into yet another trap did not leave him. The girl added that if he helped them, the ice ghost would no longer treat him coldly, and besides, they had enough silver coins with them. After that, she thought the scientist was confused by something, so she explained that it was considered an insult to the North Sea not to offer a proper reward. And that was why she said that she must have thought his vacillation was about money, and given that they were from different cultures, the scientist understood why they had trouble getting along. He replied that in this place it was considered rude to openly talk about compensation. She gave him advice that made it impossible for him to refuse her request, and, having nothing else to do, he decided he might as well agree. He told her that he would help, but added, "I am not such a good guide, but I will try my best." She smiled like a flower and thanked him. "I am glad that you agreed to my request," she said. And these words even made the scientist blush a little. However, his gaze fell on the ice ghost again, and the blush on his face immediately disappeared. She decided to introduce them again, and revealed the secret, saying that she is actually a young lady of the Ice Palace. The scientist was even more surprised to hear this, but she explained that there were many young ladies in the North Sea Ice Palace, and she was one of them. She allowed him to talk to her without shame. Now it became clear why the ice ghost behaves the way he does, because she is a young lady, and to him she may be more important than his own life. The lady looked forward to their return to the carriage again, and invited him to enter. Soon robbers appeared on their way again. Today, probably, these robbers had the worst day of their lives. As soon as the ice ghost stepped out of the carriage, the situation changed. He immediately showed the robbers their place, leaving them no chance. The scientist, sitting next to the charioteer, remembered her words. When the ghost of ice draws his sword, the opponent must die. He explained this to the robbers, adding that only thanks to him will they remain alive today. However, the robbers could not realize this, believing that the numerical advantage was on their side, unthought that they had better escape as soon as possible. He did not understand how people with such weak abilities could become bandits. The ice ghost dealt with them incredibly quickly. Even if there were strong opponents in front of him, he would probably deal with them just as easily. His eyes radiated icy coldness. A single look froze the hearts of enemies and sent shivers through their bodies. As the ice ghost swung in for the final blow, Un stopped him, saying that was enough. The ice ghost turned at the words, "It's time to go. They must move on before more enemies arrive." However, the ice ghost replied that he was not afraid of the number of enemies. Although the scientist understood this, he explained that one cannot deviate from the schedule. Finally, these words made him sheath his sword. The ice ghost got back into the carriage. They set off again, continuing their journey, and the robbers, with tears in their eyes, hid in the bushes. During the trip, the scientist jotted down new observations in his notebook, including one of the stands of the ice ghost. And this activity brought him a lot of joy. Bandits seemed to appear on every road they passed. It was because of the luxury of the young lady's carriage that attracted attention. The ice ghost turned to the lady, wanting to tell her something important about the scientist. This scientist, named Unhyun, "I have a bad feeling about him," he said. But, after her question, it became clear that this was due to the fact that the scientist stopped him from murder. The ice ghost explained that Un knew the exact moment he was about to deliver the killing blow. Even last time, it couldn't be a mere coincidence, he believed. It was hard to believe that Un was just pretending to be a scientist. She meant that he was a little different, but still believed that he was a real scientist. She reassured the ice ghost, explaining that they still needed someone to show them the way. This is a place where literature, art, reputation, and morals are valued above martial arts, and so the scholar is important to them. After her words, the ice ghost asked if she planned to take him to the martial arts tournament. She thought that was the reason for taking him with her, and they were really lucky to meet him on the way. Also, he is a scholar, which is good for them. However, she said, he was completely useless as a guide. Regardless, the ice ghost said he would follow him. After that, she asked how the Snow Shadow Squad was doing. The ghost replied that it was watching them from afar, as she had ordered, avoiding conflict. The lady asked the ghost to convey to everyone the words that the scholar Un had told them. She reminded that they should not forget that they are on someone else's territory. They were on their way to the headquarters of the Murima Union, where the Dragon and Phoenix Conference in Hangzhou was about to take place. And finally, they arrived, a city with a long history, rich resources, and incredible scenery, including 10 views of the West Lake and convenient transportation through the Grand Canal. This city is considered the cultural and economic center of Jiangnan. Although they often lost their way and were attacked by bandits, they somehow managed to reach here in 7 days. Looking out the window, the lady was struck by the beauty of this city. Of course, it's because of the Dragon and Phoenix Conference. Usually, there are many people here. But due to the approach of the conference, there are even more than usual, the man explained, leading them to the room. He led them upstairs to the best room in the hotel. But as soon as they arrived, the scientist announced that he had to leave. The lady immediately began to thank him for a safe journey. However, she couldn't help but invite him to watch the Dragon and Phoenix Conference with them. "I will only cause you inconvenience," said the scientist, although it was clear on his face that he really wanted it. She assured him that it wasn't, and explained that they needed the help of the scholars if they didn't want to be rude during their battles with the students of the famous families. "In that case, I agree," Un said, and she thanked him again for agreeing to her request. She invited him to go with them, but he refused. He explained that it would be inconvenient for him to stay with them, and added that he would try to book accommodation elsewhere. She respected his decision, and they said goodbye until tomorrow. The ice ghost offered to follow him, but she replied that there was no need. To begin with, she ordered to explore the surroundings. It was already night outside. The young lady was standing by the window, with Pingsol staring into the darkness. "Yes, this is the place of the Murima Union," she said enthusiastically. Her thoughts were occupied by the dark sky martial emperor. "I wonder how the one who reigns under the dark sky will shake the Murim Union." Meanwhile, the scientist decided to practice with a sword. He found the perfect spot where he was comfortable, and there wasn't a soul around. His training was quite intense, and the silence that reigned around only added romance to the training atmosphere. He noticed that it was getting very dark, realizing that he had lost track of time. Missing training like this. Un decided to find light on the shores of the West Lake. He went in that direction. On the way, he tried to figure out if the man he saw was Jin Murong, from the Murong family. He tried to calm himself down, thinking that maybe he had lost his mind. After that, he began to remember the moment with the robbers. But the most important words for him were the mentor's words, which he remembered. He who knows how to control his emotions can control his sword. He wondered, would he have the same problems if he had at least a wooden sword in his hands? But when he approached the lake, all thoughts left him, enchanted by the beauty of the water surface. The island within the lake and the lake that surrounded the island created a picture where the 3 bodies of water reflected the light of the moon. The location was perfect for taking in the scenery. However, after a little admiring the view, he went to the hotel. The view was even more beautiful from there. Sitting down at the table, he ordered a light dinner and a drink. The wind was so pleasant that he couldn't help but smile. The beauty of the western lake was incomparable and could be compared to the mythical beauty. The sight of the lake was mesmerizing and even intoxicating. But suddenly a loud cry disturbed his peace, breaking his mood to read poetry. He instantly turned his head in the direction of the noise. There were people sitting at the next table discussing Mr. Nam Gun, and one of them praised his strength, while another replied, "Why should I use my hand on someone like him? That's the difference between a real man and a frivolous one," he added, and laughed, leaving the scientist wondering who these people were. The waiter, seeing the scholar's surprise, came over and explained that they were students from different schools with high reputations who would be competing in the Dragon and Phoenix Conference. At night, these disciples often visit their hotel and courtyard to enjoy the atmosphere of the West Lake. Many visitors come here to see them. The waiter reminded that if you need more help, you can call him. Pouring himself a drink, the scientist thought about the fact that among them, no one stood out as something special. Then he looked to his left and realized that he shouldn't pay attention to these people just because they were making noise. The beauty of the Western Lake had not disappeared. However, they continued to discuss Mr. Nam Gun. They talked about how he punished the 3 criminal brothers from Huangshan Mountain. The girls wondered if there were people at all who hadn't heard of his good deeds. But among them sat Mi, who didn't believe that these people were future representatives of famous families. She didn't expect much, but she didn't even feel the mannerisms of martial artists in them, and she didn't want to be around them. She was asked to express her opinion so that she would not be left out. However, she had the same opinion about the other girls. At one point, she noticed the scientist Un, not far from her, sitting at a table. Her gaze landed on him, and she noticed that he was completely uninterested in the Dragon and Phoenix conference. He looked familiar to her, and she wondered if she had met him before. At that moment, she looked at the boys at her table and couldn't understand why they had suddenly gone quiet. They just sat there with bated breath and said nothing but, "Wow!" A young lady entered the establishment, and with her the spirit of ice and salt. At first, Un understood what she was doing here. He thought she had already gone to rest and wondered if she might have been drawn to the peaceful lights of West Lake. The waiter invited them to sit at the table. They sat down at the table, right in Un's field of vision, and he couldn't get used to their presence. He didn't know if she really didn't notice him, or if she was ignoring him on purpose, but they didn't pay any attention to the fact that he was sitting next to her. After that, Un turned his head to the side where Mi was sitting. The students at the table with Mi were discussing the girl of incredible beauty, arguing about who liked her better, and blaming each other. The girls immediately noticed how the men suddenly showed interest when a beautiful girl entered the room, and it seemed childish to them. But Mi understood that she was really incredibly attractive. One of the men got up and began to approach the girl. Un, watching this, immediately thought that he should not take this step. That man approached the girl and stood right next to her table. Approaching her, he began to cough, trying to get her attention. Although she noticed his presence, she paid absolutely no attention. At that moment, the ice ghost turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" He introduced himself as Sa Ma Kon and explained that he was one of the candidates for the Phoenix Dragon Conference. He tried to invite her to him, but the girl only said, "Ghost of Ice." She explained that it was too noisy here. At that moment, Kon's companions laughed as they saw him being sent away. This made him incredibly angry. He started yelling at the young lady, asking why she was so rude and how dare they behave like that. However, he did not seem to understand the seriousness of the situation in which he found himself. The eerie look of the ice ghost spoke for itself, hinting that it was time for him to go. The heroic expression on the boy's face instantly changed to a cowardly one. His companions encouraged him, telling him not to be afraid. He looked back at his friends and wondered who he would be in their eyes if he just left now. Believing himself to be the future pride of Manhwa, he decided not to back down and shouted, "How dare you, Ice Ghost! How dare you point your sword at a student of Manhwa School!" he exclaimed, reaching for his sword. The Ice Ghost seemed ready to burst out laughing as he watched this. However, the apprentice had already begun to draw his sword from its sheath. With the bell, the Ice Ghost's sword also began to bear. At that moment, the scientist sitting at his desk stood up and turned to the ghost. This made him pause for a moment. The scientist understood that the situation could lead to trouble, because just a moment before, the Ice Ghost's gaze was filled with a murderous aura. He could see the aura in everyone who was in this facility. At that moment, everyone started paying attention to him, staring, and it made him uncomfortable. People began to discuss who he was and from what moment he appeared here, but their attention was distracted by the appearance of two more characters, a boy and a girl who came in hugging and joking with each other. She called him an asshole, and he assured her not to worry, promising that he wouldn't get drunk until her clothes were gone. He had already suggested that she go to a quieter place, but then he noticed Khan in front of him. It was his younger brother, and he asked, "What are you doing here?" Everyone present immediately stood up, and shouting his name, Warrior of the Blooming Plum Sword, bowed before him. However, he only waved his hand and asked them to relax. He wondered what they were all doing here. The young lady, of course, paid attention to him. He began to understand the absurdity of this situation. "Do you hate me already?" said the girl with a smile. "Isn't our relationship like a flower floating in the wind? The air nearby is filled with your fragrance, so don't say such cruel words," he asked in a gentle tone. "Seriously? Are you so gallant?" said the girl in a thin voice. It seemed that they were saying goodbye in this way. She said she had to go and started to leave. Observing this, the scholar realized that both of these men were from Manhwa, and he wondered, could a sword warrior be stronger than an ice ghost? The sword warrior approached his younger brother and told him that this place was more suitable for women, asking him to put away his sword. He tried to explain the situation, but the sword warrior once again insisted on his point. He also asked, "Why are you standing there with such a frightened expression on your face?" It was only the sword warrior's energy that made him realize that he needed to put the sword away immediately. He obeyed as he saw the incredible aura emanating from the sword warrior. However, the smile never left his face when the situation was finally under control. "Sorry for the trouble, my lady," he addressed the young girl. Looking at her, he guessed that she had come from the North Sea Ice Palace to attend the Phoenix Dragon Conference. She remained silent, but he continued, "I guess I'm right? After that, he introduced himself, giving his name as Yong Ho-jung from Manhwa School. "If you would join Murima's alliance," he said, "we would make you comfortable and resolve this misunderstanding." But she protested. "That is not true at all." She explained that she just wanted to admire the view of Westlake. "Would you give me the honor of watching the beauty of Westlake with you?" "There are many legends about this place," he said. A slight smile lit up her face. She replied that they would get to know each other officially later in Murom's union. However, that piercing look of the ice ghost appeared again. They turned and started to leave. On her way out, she glanced at the scientist who continued to watch her. The scientist stood, not even understanding what to say to him. After the girl left, the ice ghost's gaze pierced his eyes. Everyone began to wonder why the people from the North Sea were interested in the Phoenix Dragon Conference. This left many topics for discussion. The students from Manhua seemed very sharp to the scientist. They not only chased away people who came to enjoy the view, but also discussed them behind their backs. This spoiled his mood and made him lose the desire to enjoy the beauty. Even the sword warrior, rejected by the girl, looked upset. Although the girl at their table invited him to join them, he declined. He explained the reason, waved his hand, and declined the offer. After saying goodbye, he said that they would see each other again next time. The other girls, except Mai, caused a lot of discussion about him, because they found him very attractive and an example for all men. However, Mi had other thoughts. She had heard that the senior student of Manhwa School, the Plum Blossom Sword Warrior, was a simpleton and liked to flirt with beautiful girls. But his aura made her think that he was not what he seemed. Still, the North Sea Ice Palace had never accepted invitations from the Murima Alliance before. But now they had decided to participate in the Phoenix Dragon Conference. What could this mean? Mi had a feeling that the Phoenix Dragon Conference would not end well. After a long journey, the young lady was sailing in a boat on calm water. She asked the ghost what he thought of the warrior with the plum blossom sword. "He is not a simpleton at all. If he were to become my opponent, it would not be easy for me to defeat him," answered the ghostly voice. However, it wasn't his fighting skills that scared her more, but his intentions. She hoped that he would justify her determination to come to such distant lands. But the ghost's silence made her wonder if he was thinking about what had just happened. After his affirmative answer, she said that he did the right thing, and she didn't care even if he didn't destroy his opponent. However, the ghost replied that he did not decide to kill him then. He was still worried about that person. The young lady explained that even if he was hiding his intentions, it wouldn't be a big problem. The ice ghost bowed before her and said he understood. He hadn't drawn his sword before, but no one understood if it was because he couldn't do it. They looked at the lake from a completely different angle. The view was amazingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the scientist was also sailing in his boat, wondering if his answer was too reckless, since the ice ghost had no intention of killing him. He said he would never draw his sword unless he intended to kill. But that was before meeting him. Now he thought about how he had made himself a laughing stock to the crowd. But he comforted himself with the thought that the road was still long. The water here is not so deep, and the lake is beautiful. There are always those who seek beauty. Perhaps that is why this place is always so lively and noisy. 4 days passed, and Murom's union was preparing to meet the guests. A chariot drove up to the main entrance. The door opened, and they were greeted warmly. "Welcome to the Murima Alliance." The man called himself Buguan and stepped forward. The young lady, introducing herself as a representative of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, said that she had received an invitation to the Phoenix Dragon Conference and came here for a visit. It was the first time the scientist found himself in Murom's alliance. He gazed with admiration at the massive gates, imagining that real martial arts masters were hiding behind them. It was the perfect opportunity for him. He brought ink and paper with him to write down martial arts techniques. At that moment, Bu asked the young lady who the man was, pointing to the scholar. She explained that he was the scholar who had helped them on their journey, and she wanted him to accompany them. When she said that, Bu just nodded, seeing no problem with it, and motioned for them to enter. The gate was already open, and they moved straight ahead. The guards associated the scientist with uniformed guards. Murom's union was large and powerful, but no match for the Forbidden City. The scholar felt tense, while everyone around him seemed calm. Bu glanced at them and thought that these people do not know how to appreciate hospitality. Do they not know the importance of meeting at the main gate? He remembered how the Plum Blossom Sword Warrior had advised him to treat the people of the Northern Palace with special respect and show them the full glory of Murom's alliance. Meanwhile, the thought flashed through the young lady's mind that he was just trying to win the heart of this beauty. Bu led them through the main gate and pointed out where their rooms were. At this moment, everyone around held their breath. A man appeared who immediately attracted attention. His gray beard, long hair, and unusual energy swirling around caused fear in everyone present. No one even noticed him until he got closer. He raised his head, looked at the sign above the gate, and said quietly to himself, "This place is still the same as before." The guards asked him, "Why did you come here?" "Where do you think you are?" Their voices sounded suspicious. His energy alone brought everyone around to their knees. Their teeth clenched in pain they felt but couldn't express. Their bodies remained motionless, but continued to tremble with tension. This energy made the guards understand that it was better to remain silent. They thought this man was heading straight for the Murong Union. The guards couldn't even draw their swords, paralyzed by his power. They watched the golden energy pouring out of him, unable to do anything. At that moment, he turned to one of the guards and calmly said, "I completely forgot about you." The old man apologized and asked if everything was okay with him. The guard just nodded, because he no longer felt any of the energy that used to emanate from this mysterious old man. The guard, having gathered his strength, was finally able to stand up and stood in a fighting stance, explaining that this was the Murong Union. The old man calmly replied that he knew perfectly well where he was. Trembling with fear, the guard asked him to state his name. Stroking his beard, the old man said thoughtfully, "I don't even know how to answer that question." It was Lee Geum-hak, a holy sword, one of the 5 heavenly warriors. Meanwhile, the scientist and his companions were invited to the table, but there were fewer people than he expected. Was he a bit disappointed that no one was paying much attention to him? Or maybe they were just trying not to stand out. However, his gaze settled on those he had met a few days ago, sitting at the table across from him. These people seemed to be studying the group sitting across from them carefully. The young lady explained that it was the Justice faction and the Evil faction. When she mentioned them, he asked if she had heard of them before. She added that the tragic war that happened 30 years ago left a deep mark in their past. The war between the faction of Justice and the faction of Evil, which took place about 30 years ago, left its mark in history. This battle, which became known as the Great War, resulted in countless casualties and endless sacrifices. 3 years after the start of the war, the Murong Alliance was formed to end it. One man is said to have ended the war in the midst of utter chaos by founding this alliance. It was a divine monk. The scholar didn't know all the details of this war, but even if they were from different factions, didn't they now belong to the same Murong Union? Shouldn't delegates from different schools respect each other? He had read in stories about battles between martial artists that even during the most intense confrontations, the masters had a deep respect for each other, but now he could not understand their actions. At this point, the young lady said that she also did not understand the situation. The scientist thought that she must have the same thoughts as him, but she continued, "If they are going to openly show their distaste, it would be better just to clash swords." And then the scientist realized that he was wrong. At that moment, the great warrior appeared, and everyone rose from their seats to greet him. He asked to refrain from excessive greetings. Then, standing at the table, he introduced himself and explained that he would be observing the Phoenix Dragon Conference. Before starting, he wanted to say something. "The Phoenix Dragon Conference begins now. You must all consider yourselves members of the Murong Union and behave responsibly." And he added, "If anyone does not follow the rules, they will be punished, and even their school will not escape punishment." The great swordsman's words sounded extremely serious. He spoke as the true leader of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. He then invited the audience to relax and enjoy the events. Jokingly, he noted that they still won't be able to have fun at home, thus relieving the tension, but emphasized that they can only bear their sword in the arena during the battle. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. "You are right, sir," answered the disciples of MANHUA, sitting at the table and laughing non-stop. The scientist observed all this, noting that the great swordsman was undoubtedly a unique individual. On the surface, he seemed carefree, but he had some special feature that attracted the attention of everyone present. A little later, he suggested an open martial arts match to warm up. He believed that there was nothing better to gain fame than to demonstrate his skills in the arena. He was now standing in the center of the arena. Everyone was looking forward to what he would say next. The great swordsman invited everyone to sit down and not be nervous, stressing that this match was only a symbolic greeting. He added that there was no reason to worry, because if the situation became dangerous, he himself would stop the fight and even personally intervene if necessary. However, he expressed the hope that it would not come to that, and asked, "Who wants to fight first?" The first to raise his hand was his brother Kon, of the Mgun Sang-hyuk family. The great swordsman announced that he was giving young Master San a chance to perform and invited him to the arena. San walked out confidently, holding his sword, and introduced himself to the crowd. "Who dares to stand against me?" he asked, fixing his gaze on one of the fighters in the crowd. It was a young man with a scar on his face who accepted the challenge without hesitation. And so they stood facing each other, holding their swords at the ready. Dam Wuzhong of the evil faction looked straight into the eyes of his opponent. His face was full of confidence. Both warriors simultaneously drew their weapons and rushed at each other. At this moment, Bu explained that the divine monk was not there at the moment and asked him to wait for a while. These words surprised the holy sword, as the monk had become divine during his absence. As he sipped the tea, he complimented its taste, calling it exquisite tea. Meanwhile, Bu was lost in his own thoughts. He mused that even though the sword saint respected the divine monk, calling him self-centered and putting him on the same level as the leader of the Union was a bit unpleasant to hear. The holy sword informed that the divine monk had asked them to lead a guest to the Stealing Dragon Pavilion, to which Bu only replied, "Fine." Bu invited him to come forward and said he would personally escort him. Taking a step forward, he looked at the people standing behind him, and immediately asked, "Who are these people?" He explained that these are soldiers guarding him, as he is an honored guest. It seemed funny to Holy Sword that the guards were useless to him, and he realized that they were just watching him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the arena continued. Swords clanged, clashing against each other. Their movements seemed so effortless, as if they were holding sticks rather than swords. The scientist watched the battle with amazement, since it had been going on for a long time and was still not nearing its end. The Plum Blossom Sword Warrior said it was just a welcome fight, so their movements were bright but without much strain. This disappointed the scientist, as he had hoped to see something more exciting. But there was something he could not understand. "Why do all martial arts seem the same?" he asked aloud. "And what did you think?" the young lady asked with a smile. She explained that all martial artists strive to become stronger, so they choose the best path, and naturally their results become similar. But in the end, it's just a matter of who will master the strongest martial art and build up more inner strength, she added. After hearing this, the scholar asked, "Don't the Justice faction and the Evil faction have different ways of achieving martial arts?"
"You are right," she replied. "But not everyone who is called the Evil faction is truly evil."
This was a completely unexpected discovery for him. She went on to explain that during the Great War they collaborated with the Mountain Bandits, and because of that they were considered evil. However, the Murima Union no longer officially uses the terms Justice faction and Evil faction. However, these words are still used informally. Her explanation made it clear that she was well versed in the history of the Murim Union. The scientist, however, could not agree with the idea that the strength of martial artists depends only on the martial art they choose. He began to explain that martial arts were only one factor, and he was right about that. She agreed, and added that not only martial arts should be considered, but also authority, wealth, family background, and knowledge. In fact, he meant something different than what he expressed. In response, she said with a smile that she knew what he meant, and just wanted to tease him a little because of his seriousness. She then added that in reality, everyone is trying their best to outdo others. This was a fact they could not deny, and this fact was obvious right in front of them in the arena. The battle testified to it. Everyone wanted to be better than others. The guards also took a serious part in the battles, but after the end of the battle, they became allies again. Master Il was a great martial artist, but instead of competing with others, he helped his student train without asking for anything in return. It was really interesting to see people try their best to outdo others. And now the scientist became interested in what martial arts meant to the people of Murim, whom he respected so much. After him, Hanpa from the South Sea School entered the arena. Standing across from him was Pai from the Namgun family. There is no gender difference in sparring, but Pa understood that the comments would be the same whether he won or lost. In both victory and defeat, it always caused discussion. She didn't share these thoughts and considered it a fair duel, pointing her sword at him. In response, he said that he would be a worthy opponent for her. With a swing of his sword, he motioned for her to begin. She asked if he was sure of his decision and if he would not regret it. And so they met in battle. It happened very quickly. The scientist watching them enthusiastically said, "Oh, wow." It really looked incredible. The way they wielded their swords resembled a battle dance. It was as if two high-flying birds were circling opposite each other. Their movements were accompanied by sounds similar to the screams of an eagle. It was a really impressive sight from the outside. It was a fair fight between two fighters who were not ready to back down even a step. It was very different from the previous fights, which were spectacular, but predictable and calculated. It was a true swordsman's duel, and the scientist admitted as he watched with interest. He analyzed every movement and noticed that if the young man had relaxed even a little at that moment, then the victory would undoubtedly go to Namgun. Namgun's swordsmanship was incredible, and her technique was exquisite and refined. On the other hand, the young man lacked a bit of knowledge in his swordsmanship. It was quick and sharp, but too fixated on those aspects, losing its depth and authenticity. The worst part was that his sword lacked the will to win. At first, his technique was good enough to compete with Namgun. The scientist estimated that this fight would end in about 12 punches, analyzing each step forward just by watching the fight. At this time, the holy sword was advancing, but he was haunted by the thought of the so-called guards who were around him. He noticed that the younger generation looked well-trained. However, he suddenly stopped. This caught the attention of Bu, who was walking ahead. He asked the sword saint, "What happened?" "Does anything make you uncomfortable?" he clarified suspiciously. Holy Sword asked if the duel was still going on, to which Bu replied, "Yes." He turned his attention to the battle taking place in the arena. Bu explained that it was members of the Dragon Phoenix Conference competing. The Sword Saint didn't even seem to have heard of this event until now. Bu explained that this is a meeting where young students from reputable schools compete in their skills. He asked the Sword Saint if he wanted to watch the duel. Bu also added that it would be a great honor for the participants if the Holy Sword saw their battle. However, the Holy Sword replied that he was not interested. He only had to see them from afar. Bu asked the Holy Sword to continue following him. To the sound of swords in the arena, they continued on their way. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena became more and more fierce, the tension rising with each passing moment. The young man realized that he had underestimated her only because she was a woman, and now he realized that he had to be much more careful. Her sword strikes were quick and precise, and they contained incredible power. Without a doubt, the Namgun family was famous for its high level of swordsmanship. Understanding all this, the young man realized that he was in serious trouble. He tried to gather all his strength and invest them completely in your decisive blow. However, something did not go as he planned. The girl's attack prevented him from completing his plan. He had to dodge, but he succeeded. A glow appeared near his hands. It instantly accelerated the movement of the sword towards the girl. But when the sword was already at her neck, she made a leap and found herself facing him with her legs in the air. After performing an impressive somersault, she finished off by driving her sword straight into his head. He was only inches away from impaling her, but the girl ended the match with a question. "Do you still want to continue?" He answered, giving up and sitting on his knees. "I don't think so." The boy, watching from the side, just smiled and pointed a finger at him, declaring that he had lost even after a quick roll across the floor. Everyone around turned their attention to him and those words that were truly mocking, causing loud shouts and laughter. Their behavior was inappropriate. This began to greatly annoy the scientist who was standing nearby. Meanwhile, they continued to laugh at the boy who was defeated by the girl. They even called his coup a donkey, mocking his movements. Even Namgun chimed in, shouting that it wasn't a donkey coup at all. However, the scientist began to understand why they were simply jealous that this duel had attracted the attention of a large number of people. It looked very childish. But at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a feeling of incredibly strong energy. She made him turn his head back and think about what it could be. There were no clear signs, and he could not understand exactly what he was feeling. Maybe it's a premonition, he thought. However, the obvious hostility that filled his body did not give him peace. At this moment, the Holy Sword was standing at a great distance from the arena, but was still watching what was happening. Bu motioned for him to come closer. He believed that if they stood so far away, no one would even know that the Holy Sword had arrived, let alone greet him. Bu thought about how to tell the others about this meeting. Meanwhile, Holy Sword reasoned that no one around had even sensed his hostile intentions. Like the other masters, they looked great, but they lacked determination. He thought that warriors with talent should have felt the chills and already grabbed their weapons. Maybe he just expected too much from them. But at the same moment, he felt something. This made him turn his head quickly. A scientist was standing before him, who was enveloped in a blue veil. This energy surprised the Saint's sword. A blade from this energy flew straight at him, and everything around shone with golden light. The Holy Sword was indignant that the scholar dared to point his sword at him. And at the same moment, the energy became so strong that everyone around began to fly away from its power. "What kind of grandfather is this?" said the scientist about himself, not understanding what was happening. He didn't want to do it and couldn't understand why the sword came out of his chest. In the distance, he saw a figure illuminated by a golden glow. This incredible silhouette made him understand that his strength exceeded all expectations. And then something began to happen to the scientist that he could not control. The sword was in his hands, but it was not a physical weapon. It was created from blue energy. Meanwhile, the golden energy turned into a loud explosion. The explosion alerted everyone around, and no one could understand what was happening. Even the sword warrior was confused, not knowing whose energy it was. He couldn't determine who released such incredible power. He could only guess who this man was, but the energy became so strong that nothing could be seen except for the golden glow. And suddenly the energy disappeared, leaving everyone in awe. Only the guards near the holy sword saw all this with their own eyes. Boo even fell from the force of the explosion. And at the same moment, the holy sword ordered everyone to follow him. Boo realized that the rumors that the holy sword could kill a person with just a glance were no exaggeration. In his eyes, the holy sword looked like a real monster. He immediately rose to his feet and ran after the holy sword, saying that he would follow. He meant that he had to make sure that nothing would get in the way of this person. The sword warrior stood in the arena and saw the people around him turn the other way. He lowered his head and addressed the audience. "Today's match is over," he said. People did not understand why everything ended so unexpectedly. But at the same moment, the sword warrior disappeared. Mai noticed the direction in which he was moving. She wondered who this person was, if he could release so much energy and make the Plum Blossom sword warrior leave so quickly. It was only a guess, but she was certain that it was one of the 5 heavenly honorable ones. Who it was and why he released such energy remained a mystery to her. And was that energy directed at anyone in particular in the crowd? Why would someone from the Heavenly 5 do such a thing? Even the Plum Blossom sword warrior, the strongest here, looked like a child compared to this power. She wasn't sure if she should stay here and watch the events a little longer. At that moment, the young lady asked the ghost, "Who was that?" He replied that he does not know yet, but without a doubt, this is a terrible person. His reaction made the young lady realize that even the ice ghost, who was always calm and cold, was reacting to this with anxiety. Without a doubt, he was an incredible man. She couldn't tell if he was the person she suspected. At the same moment, she noticed that the scientist was standing right next to her, and something was wrong with him. She immediately asked him if he was all right, and she tried to calm him down, saying that now everything is fine. However, she also noted that he seemed quite calm for someone who only read books. He continued to stare at his hand, which was glowing with blue light. The scientist couldn't figure out who the man was, but he understood that it was, without a doubt, the true power of a martial artist. Even the leaves around them began to fall from the trees under the wave of this power. This energy spread around, leaving a feeling of incredible power. Meanwhile, they finally reached the sneaking dragon pavilion. The holy sword was sitting across from the monk, and they were having a tea ceremony. Slowly sipping tea, the monk enjoyed the taste of pours. He finished his tea to the last drop. Then, the monk asked the holy sword where he had wandered for so long. The sword saint replied that he had been to Jianshan Mountain. He also asked if the rumors about a martial artist that people said lived there were true. The holy sword explained that he had come to meet him, but found no such person. However, judging by the heavenly records, he was sure that such a man definitely existed. But no matter how much he wandered on the mountain, he never managed to meet this master. After hearing this, the monk said that perhaps the saint's sword had wasted his time searching for some rumor or heavenly record, and the heavens should not be blamed for this. However, this continued to worry the holy sword. He asked the monk how much longer he planned to stay here. At this moment, the holy sword directly addressed the Buddhist messenger, the divine monk, one of the 5 heavenly venerables, saying, "Monk, don't you think it's time for you to leave Jianhu?" However, the monk did not understand why he had to leave, as he was in the center of the Murong Union, which controlled the entire Jianhu. He saw no reason why he should leave this place at all. He explained that it was better for a fake monk like him to live a quiet and comfortable life. The holy sword asked him if he really thought that the Shaolin Temple would drop its claims just because he did so. He added that that world is far from here. But as long as he is alive, the Shaolin Temple will not back down from him, and his debt has not yet been paid. However, the monk believed that he did not want to complicate his life. He said he would continue to live like this until the end of his days. After that, the holy sword noticed that the monk was growing herbs and flowers. The monk explained that in this world people do not often cultivate herbs, and he simply learns to live in harmony with them, because in nature there are more herbs than flowers. He advised Holy Sword to empty his mind and find peace, If there is more grass in nature, shouldn't we look for flowers among it? Holy Sword asked. However, the monk believed that his real job was to preach. It doesn't matter if you grow grass or flowers. Don't give up on the dragon that has come to your doorstep, said the Holy Sword. The monk asked if he had accidentally scared the children with his actions, and said that the Holy Sword was old enough to learn to control his emotions. The Holy Sword replied that it was the monk who pointed his sword at him. This was an unexpected discovery for the monk, and he could not understand who could have done this. The monk had no idea who it could be. He could not even remember whether a reckless young man had come to them. The Holy Sword explained that it was not his intention to kill or intimidate him. His hidden energy was pure and righteous. He was neither a Taoist nor a Buddhist monk. His appearance showed that he had studied a lot, but the thing he pointed at, the Holy Sword, was definitely identified as a sword, he explained to the monk. The monk asked him, "So what? Do you want to face this guy in battle?" The Holy Sword replied that not yet, but it would happen soon enough, as this young man had caused his weapon to react. It even made the monk laugh a little, because that young man was able to cause the Holy Sword to react. He thought it was interesting information. The Holy Sword asked the monk not to act recklessly. "You want me to just sit back after being so intrigued?" The monk was indignant, probably not wanting to die from unbearable curiosity. "Do you think this young man will have a peaceful future after meeting me?" Holy Sword asked. He explained that the situation in the Murama Union is already heated to the limit, because different factions are closely watching each other. The Holy Sword was convinced that if a divine monk showed interest in someone, it would lead to serious consequences. He also remembered that there was one capable youth from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and believed that they had arrived here together. The monk came to life when he heard about the Ice Palace of the North Sea. He asked if the dragon the Holy Sword mentioned was with the children from the North Sea Ice Palace. As the monk laughed, the Sword Saint said that the Northern Sea Ice Palace was not something that could be ignored right now. The monk, continuing to laugh, added, "Even heaven does not want to see my death from curiosity." This was not clear to the Holy Sword, and he asked what he meant. The monk explained that it was a coincidence that the child came here, and the Holy Sword recognized him as a sign from above. However, Saint Sword still couldn't understand what this old fox sitting across from him was really thinking about. The day is over, and night has already fallen on the street. The scientist was left alone thinking about the fact that it was already midnight. He couldn't fall asleep, and the master of martial arts couldn't get out of his head. His energy was undoubtedly hostile, and the scientist was sure of it. But he couldn't ignore the fact that maybe it was because he raised his sword as well. Although he remembered that it happened when he already felt the energy. After he left the Forbidden City, most of the people he met didn't meet his expectations, but piqued his interest. However, the look and presence that the master displayed was like a storm that shifted his interest from others to himself. He was incredibly curious about what kind of sword technique this person could display. He couldn't even imagine it. Still, he couldn't understand why Ping Seol kept bothering him. Maybe he likes women like that, but he decided to stop at these thoughts. What am I thinking about? Looking around, he mused that the people in the Murama Union should be constantly training. Are they all tired or practicing in their rooms? He thought, and decided that he himself should find a place to train. After a recent meeting, he couldn't sit back. After all, he had come here and had no idea that it would be so difficult to find a place to train in the Murama Union. However, he liked this place the most because there was no one here. He went up to the arena, and it was already dawning. He felt this special feeling that he had never experienced before. This is what it's like to stand in the arena, he thought. He began to concentrate, awakening energy in himself. A sword appeared right in the center of his body. The sword released from his body and hovered right in front of his head. At that moment, he felt someone's presence to his left. It was the same young man who was fighting when the Holy Sword appeared. The scientist immediately recognized the young man when he began to approach. Approaching the arena, he stopped in front of her. Un thought maybe he should get out of here. He began to descend from the arena. However, coming closer, he greeted saying, "Good morning!" Han also greeted, gave his name, and recognized the scholar as he was with the people of the North Sea Ice Palace. "My name is Un-hyun," he said, and assumed that Han had come here to practice, which turned out to be true. He himself thought that he would have to say goodbye to his morning training. At this point, Khan was already in the arena, honing his punches. After another attack, he noticed that the scientist still hadn't left. The scientist was standing right next to the arena watching him, and Han couldn't understand what he was doing. Doesn't he know that in Murima, it is forbidden to watch others train? He decided not to say anything, since the scientist was not a martial artist, but just a scientist. However, the scientist still disturbed him, so Khan decided to end the training. As soon as he put down his sword, Un turned to him, asking for forgiveness. Khan turned his head and asked, "What happened?" Un asked if he could ask a question. He dared to ask the question, even though it sounded quite incredible. I understood that it might be better not to ask, but I still took the risk. This person's training reminded him of the sword movement he had seen in yesterday's duel, so he instinctively turned to him. The person in front of him did not look particularly friendly, but despite this he had to satisfy his curiosity, because he had already ignited sparks of curiosity in his own eyes. He took note of this swordsman's accomplishments, which seemed quite unusual, and decided to find out if it was related to the Sea Warrior technique. His words caused nervous surprise in the man standing opposite. He apologized for his question and asked not to worry, because he just wanted to confirm his suspicions. To this, the man replied that he was not like an ordinary scientist if he was able to recognize the technique of the swordsman of the South Sea. The man encouraged him to speak up without hesitation if he had any guesses, and offered his help. When asked if Mr. Un had any guesses, he confirmed that he did. He didn't know how to put it properly, but he knew in his head that after yesterday's duel, he wanted to comment on the sword's movements, even though he didn't think now was the best time to do so. Un decided to put it bluntly that the movement of his sword resembled the raging waves of the sea was all he wanted to add. Hearing these words, the man turned and walked in an unknown direction without saying a word. He didn't answer anything and didn't even turn his head as he walked away. Mr. Un understood that it would be difficult to establish a relationship with this young man. He could understand his feelings, having lost a duel in disgrace yesterday, and now being tutored by a scholar. He was probably feeling insecure. Once on the training ground, Un began to hone his techniques. He watched the technique, admiring its impressive combination of two parts, and realized that a small maneuver could improve his own sharpness. But even if he shows it to a young man, he probably won't accept it from him, and it may prove useless to the scientist. The movements of this young man were indeed unique and beautiful, but he was wasting them, and this upset the scientist. The next day, at the Phoenix Dragon Conference, everyone gathered in a large building. The deputy commander said that the Murong Union pays a lot of attention to meetings between factions, and all important decisions go through the resolutions of the Council of Representatives, and units are formed according to these resolutions. If a problem arises involving Murong's issues, the Alliance slowly comes to the rescue, ensuring that the dreaded Great War between justice and evil is prevented. All this was rather boring, and the young gentleman was not at all interested in listening to this story. All the issues mentioned earlier were either the result of Murong's actions or the vileness of corrupt officials. Moreover, these miserable students were watching each other so intently that it was even uncomfortable to watch. It seemed that Hanpan Jin of the Bed South Sea and the Northern Sea Ice Palace Group did not participate, but they really had outstanding stars who would rule Murong in the future. The master thought that they were only invited to find a real talent replacement, because there was no expert. This is a general Murong union that works together. If anyone has questions, the deputy invited them to ask, but the students sat as quiet as mice and had no questions at all. Then the deputy commander announced a short break, after which everything would continue according to the schedule. On this note, he left the students, who immediately began to discuss among themselves. They were talking about the event that happened yesterday with Makon himself. Many did not know the details, especially about this warrior. Everyone was eager to hear about him, but they couldn't understand why it wasn't discussed, since they all belonged to the same union. Soon the young master came to the table where important matters were being discussed and asked how they were doing. It was the older brother who emphasized that the conference was not held for entertainment, which was why it was so boring. He added that there's no need to worry because today will be a little more fun. An informal party for acquaintances is planned, but you still need to dress decently. When the participants heard about the party, they immediately imagined a lot of entertainment. Then the young man noticed very important guests from the distant ice palace of the North Sea. He cast his careful gaze upon them, and suddenly he realized that he did not even know their names until this moment. He wondered if anyone knew the name of this beauty who was sitting at the table. The girl paid attention to him, but did not answer anything for a long time. She found it funny because she is a young lady from the ice palace of the North Sea, and that is the only way to address her. The older brother thought it was too high-minded to address the lady so formally, but she warned that there are only two reasons to reveal the name of a person from the North Sea. Either he is a lifelong companion, or his worst enemy. She added that it is possible to find out a name in this way only for one of these reasons. Her words sounded quite rude and caused a stormy reaction in the hall. The girl's words did not carry any inner strength or threatening energy, but for a moment everyone was silent. People born taller than others radiated a special aura, and the young lady was surrounded by it. Un realized that the people of the North Sea only reveal their names to a select few, while they usually address each other without names. The young master smiled. He liked this approach, although it was not very easy for those who were already married. At least they weren't going to become sworn enemies, so to speak. Therefore, he decided to address her by her official title. Because they are all companions of the young lady, you need to be ready to meet the divine monk. You should prepare in advance. How they address each other without official titles but know the names of their family members remained a mystery. No one understood how to respond to this, but to defuse the situation, the host congratulated them. He accepted their request and assured them that they could not worry as it was not his business to decide. However, the lady emphasized why they are companions at all. The fact is that the divine monk asked to invite everyone who visited the Murong Union together with the young lady to him. Un understood that parents make exceptions when naming their children, especially if the family is revealed. Suddenly he noticed that everyone was staring at him, and he felt uncomfortable. He asked himself if he had made some mistake, as everyone began to look at him closely. He felt sick, and his face turned green, although it was due to some problems. Returning to the Stealing Dragon Pavilion, the representatives approached the gate. They were reminded that the monk had a guest, and warned to watch their words and actions. Since they came as guests, they had to wait for the guest to leave. It was important, so they were ordered to stand and wait. If the lady did not want the guest to be revealed, it was forbidden to reveal who it was. But why did the divine monk invite these people here for sure? He was up to something important. When their delegation went inside, they walked down a beautiful path that led to the main building. The place looked extremely luxurious, but it had one problem. Of course, people are an important factor, even more important than architecture, but why is architecture itself in such a state of disrepair here? The emperor's residence in the Forbidden City was grand and under constant guard. So why did the residence of the divine monk, the true leader of the Union, look so shabby? These thoughts did not give him peace. Soon they came to the table where the patriarch was sitting. When they looked closely, they could not believe their eyes. But it really was so. This person was familiar to them. They had already met him once in their lives. They had seen him yesterday and well remembered that they had encountered him. A man who looked like a monk asked them why they were standing still, as if frozen. He happily invited them to come in and sit down, greeting them with the words, "Welcome to my domain." A young lady from the Northern Sea Ice Palace greeted a divine monk from the Murong Union. The monk noticed this bright creature, and remembered the rumors that had reached him, that the seventh son of a commoner king was so intelligent and handsome, that much was expected of him. Surely it was him. She emphasized that she now manages one of the 3 palaces. It seemed to the monk that this meant that she was not just a pretty flower. She certainly has a chance and a lot of thorns too, which is not surprising since she inherited the traits of her mother, who is called the most beautiful woman in the North Sea. The monk asked them to pass further and not to stand still, but to sit down. A certain incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. However, everyone quickly organized themselves and took their places. The monk began the dialogue by noting that there were still disputes in the Ice Palace regarding the Southern Expedition Theory and the Southern Kinship Theory. The young gentleman sitting next to him understood that the theory of the Southern Expedition indicated that the Ice Palace should attack the South, while the theory of the Southern Kinship suggested becoming friendly neighbors. He continued, noting that as long as the Ice Palace had a border with this place, it would not be possible to lose interest in it. The lady emphasized that they are very grateful to the monk for organizing this meeting. The monk suddenly remembered that they had brought a celebratory tea, and felt rather ashamed that he had forgotten about it. He called his servant, and casually addressed the young man who was standing behind the lady. At first, Un did not even understand what was being said to him, and began to worry. But the monk was not going to mess with him. If he said, "Come here, then you must go." The young man was not related to these people, so he did not understand why he was being asked questions. However, judging by the monk's red face, he had no choice. He approached the monk and, at his command, began to listen to his instructions. Un fully understood what exactly they wanted from him, but the monk ordered him to go and make a cup of tea. Un understood what an unpleasant situation he got into, because he is not a local here and does not know how to make normal tea. It was obvious that he was confused, but the monk didn't like it. Didn't he want to make them tea? The old man began to complain, saying that this young man was ignoring him, and it made him feel sorry. Where is this world going? Probably soon it will completely collapse. Had no choice left, so with an angry sigh, he was forced to follow the old man's order. The monk continued to joke that he would have to go around and come in from the back, and most importantly, remember to boil the water. He also added that the water had run out and enough should be brought to last everyone. This meant that the boy would have to exert himself even more to find and bring water. It was simply unbelievable. After this incident, the lady did not answer for a long time, and the old man paid attention to her, asking her if she did not like that he was ordering the person she liked. The mistress replied that the old man was wrong, that he and the scientist had no relationship. He was just helping her. But the cunning old man suspected that everything was not so. The woman tried hard to hide her aura, but her energy was still very strong. The tension seemed to have reached its peak, and the old man decided to change the subject of the conversation. The young lady realized that the old man must have sent her assistant for a reason. He was up to something, and they should not take their eyes off him. She decided to ask what the person sitting nearby was doing next to them. The monk allowed her to ask it in person. She rose from the pillar and, introducing herself as a lady from the Ice Palace of the North Sea, was happy to meet this person. She wanted to know his name. The old man, looking somewhat tired but respectful, said his name was Lycom Huck. As soon as he said that name, everyone was stunned. After all, Lycom Huck is a real holy sword, a legendary personality. The girl was extremely grateful for this meeting. It was a great honor for her. The old man just dryly answered yes, without adding anything else. As a result, they decided that they would have to discuss some issues. The lady had already heard rumors about the holy sword, and its name was known even in the North Sea. The monk emphasized that this is natural. Why should the city forget its friend when the wounds from past tragedies have not yet healed? He laughed. The girl remembered this old story, but for her it was just a rumor. There are few people left who remember those events. But as long as these people are alive, references to the events of the past will not be forgotten, added the monk, emphasizing the importance of the past. His friend had grown up since then, although before, when he was in those parts, he had been young and a real rebel. And until these events are not forgotten, the North Sea Ice Palace cannot make a decision easily. However, the new generation wants new evidence, the young lady said. There was a pause between them, and the wind blew the summer leaves around the district. She wondered if the North Sea would have the strength to demonstrate its superiority. The mysterious lady pointed out that very soon everyone will see it. The monk suspected something interesting, although not completely clear to him. The holy sword was so old that it didn't seem to bother him at all. If a monk heard the word evidence, then there will be evidence. But what can be proved by saying that peace and harmony are better than bloodshed? This is the real stupidity of people who know no bounds. The lady, it seems, did not consider these words foolish, because the fate of the North Sea depended on it. The holy sword looked at his tea and realized that the place and the people did not change, and the lady was trying to protect her honor and strength by avoiding bloodshed. As before, when the holy sword arrived in the North Sea at the request of an eccentric monk, he saw a huge battlefield, infinite in scale, where the bloodshed did not stop. The battle had no end and the blood flowed unceasingly. Then the holy sword, holding his noble weapon, said that if they needed proof, let them fight him. Back then, it was rumored that in the southern lands known as Murong, there lived an invincible martial artist named the Five Heavenly Honorable Ones, and his martial arts were legendary. All the proponents of the Southern Expedition theory were killed by his sword. However, the people he killed were inhabitants of the North Sea, and even so, they had to forgive him, or else their pride would be humbled. Even using the full power of the Ice Palace, they had to protect their honor, and the commander ordered his soldiers to do so immediately. At that moment, the holy sword was greatly weakened and felt that it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat all these warriors. He even thought that it could be his death. However, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman who had come to finish the battle. She appeared for a reason. Her goal was to put an end to this fight. Back in the present, the monk felt that if they wanted proof, he can provide them. But what exactly do they want to prove? An incredible aura began to radiate from the place where the monk was sitting. Red power filled the air, showing that it was better not to contact him. Meanwhile, our hero Unhyun, who was dealing with tea, was angry with the monk for forcing him to mess with this matter, as if in a cauldron. This incredibly powerful energy was felt by the naked eye, but the holy sword emphasized that he wanted to follow the laws of the North Sea, which meant using the commandments of the North Sea The very point of using commandments is that the one who has the will must demonstrate his power. She laughed, noting that they could really start with the Phoenix Conference and that such a thing would decide the future of the North Sea. And now, starting today, dragons and phoenixes will be considered the future alliance in Murima. People who lived in the past will soon disappear. The young lady understood that for the sake of victory over her enemies, the North Sea is ready to withstand even a snowstorm. There was a certain truth in her words, and the monk sank into thought. Judging by this, it was necessary to understand and give a decent answer. It seemed to the monk that she just wanted someone to solve her problem for her. Even if he was threatened for it, he wouldn't agree. But the lady had something else in mind. The monk was stubborn and upset that, with only an old house, so much was expected of him. But since he was a monk and had once left the temple, he had no choice but to do what this woman suggested, so he agreed. The young lady, along with her colleagues, was shocked by his decision. However, the monk gave them the proof they so longed for. It was a real surprise. No one expected such generosity from a monk. However, the monk warned that his friend, like himself, could not do anything without the appropriate conditions. He suggested that the new generation does not want it either, talking about change. The lady asked permission to express her opinion in place of these two elders. She promised that she would take her time and give a final answer on the last day of the Dragon Conference, assuring that their answer would not disappoint. But there is another factor that depends on whether she will receive proof, and it concerns the person she is talking about. The monk meant that she could recognize him, but the holy sword would not recognize her. This sounded quite rude from the monk, but the girl accepted this answer. The monk believed that she was combative and would do anything to find a way. That was enough for her, and now she could return to the North Sea, not empty-handed. The old man did not expect anything difficult for himself, because he understood that there would be no negative reaction from the sea if they received an answer. But the girl wanted to share another thought. When two swords meet in her homeland, it always leads to a deadly risk. The old man didn't care about that. He didn't care what she did. He let her do whatever she was capable of, even if it meant fighting to the death. It was undoubtedly part of the commandments of the North Sea, but the question remained as to whether she had the ability to do so. Then the girl got up from her seat and headed for the exit. The girl expressed her respect to the monk and informed them that they were already leaving. At that moment, the old men looked at each other and exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the young scientist prepared tea and approached them. But he saw that the guests were already leaving, and it became clear that he also needed to go with them. The lady gave him a quick glance, hinting that it was time to go with her. He felt somewhat humiliated standing there with the tea, as if he didn't know what to do. He had nothing left but to stand still, as if buried. However, he decided to bring this tea to the old man, let them at least drink it. The monk asked him why he wanted to go too, and added that if he didn't bring them a cup, he would at least pour tea to show his respect. The young scientist saw that his men were already leaving without him, and, despite his displeasure, fulfilled the request. He, of course, did not like these strange old men, but it was clear that the monk liked all this. Holy Sword also wanted to drink tea, because he was not indifferent to aromatic herbs. When the young scholar looked into the Holy Sword's eyes, he saw the silhouette of an incredible power that simply radiated from this old man. The energy was so powerful that it became clear to him that this man was truly incredible. The boy did not realize that it was the Holy Sword, because just then he was sent to get tea, and the monk turned his attention to the field behind the house. The monk said that this is the best place in Hangzhou, and it has clean water that is second to none. Exhaling with a certain heaviness in his voice, the scientist noted that the water there is undoubtedly clean, but he remembered that there were a lot of weeds in the field, and he doubted if anyone looked after the place at all, because the smell of manure was terrible. He went in there, it was very difficult for him to even find the bowls, and they were so dirty that he had to wash them. He brought water from another place, boiled it, and in the meantime the young lady had already left and he missed all the most interesting. The sword saint opened his mouth and said that this girl who was here just now reminded him a lot of a woman. The monk, however, did not even want to talk about it. He just wanted to forget about it. But the old man understood that this woman won the heart of not only the Ice King. The scientist stood and listened to these conversations, realizing that they were talking about the young lady, and something significant must have happened. However, he missed everything, and now he had no idea what was happening. Then the old man told the boy to sit down and not stand still. The boy slowly sat down, and the old man began to shout that if the elders order to sit down, then you must answer yes, sir, and not complain. Why does he always complain that he is tired of living, and does he not want to sleep on his lap? It is clear that such threats did not sit well with Un, so he sat down for his own good. The monk asked the boy who he was and what school he was from. He ordered him to stop acting like a fool and answer normally, because if he had eyes to see with, he should know who he really was. The monk also warned him not to say that it was all just a joke or a trick, but it was unclear why a bright light of energy began to emanate from the holy sword. The tension between the elders became more and more palpable. The boy began to understand that the lady was telling the truth about what happened yesterday. This created even more tension between them. The boy decided to admit that he was not related to Murong and apologized. The holy sword stared at him, analyzing him, and almost incinerated him with its power. The monk did not like the young man's answers. He considered them too complicated and inappropriate. The monk, although not from Murong himself, said that he was just a fake monk who happened to be here and would always be just a simple monk. Holy Sword stated that he was not related to Murong either, and never had any desire to follow that path. He always wanted to follow the path of the sword and was not associated with either evil or justice, not even the Murong alliance. The Holy Sword asked the monk if he knew the history of his sword, and how could he speak like that? Maybe he should ask the world if he knows someone who thinks like him. The boy interrupted their conversation because he did not understand what was being said, but he would like to continue his usual scientific work. He tried to explain what happened yesterday, but words were not enough. Then the monk asked for his hand. This seemed suspicious to the boy, because the old monk is asking for his hand in marriage. At this time in the neighboring room, the young lady left the monk's residence with her companions. She turned to the ice ghost with a certain request. She asked if the preparations were over, to which the ice ghost said yes. This was important information to be ready for the final day of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. Accepting this answer, Primara was ready to do anything for his mistress. But she felt that this man could not admit it, although the possibility existed, but he would not be obliged to answer them. Because of this, if he doesn't give an answer, on the last day of the Dragon Conference, the Murima Union may be drowned in blood. Therefore, the monk cannot ask the boy for his hand in marriage. The boy did not really want to give his hand to the old man, but his piercing gaze made him do it. He holds out his hand to the old man, although he does not understand why he does it. At that moment, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand. He began to examine her carefully, but he did so without bad intentions. The monk said that it didn't mean anything bad, but he needed the hand to do some checking. The old man quickly checked what he wanted to know and called the boy a real liar. It was obvious that the Holy Sword had confirmed. The boy had been training with the sword. It was true, but the boy replied that he couldn't do anything else. But the monk did not believe the boy. He claimed that he knew how to use not only a sword, but also knew the 100 steps of the Divine Fist and the technique of the finger jar. The monk was sure that the boy had gone through the basics, such as conjuring the body and perfecting the mind. He asked how he could know the still body technique in a jara and the perfect mind technique, but not admit it. The guy insisted that he was not familiar with any of these techniques, and if it was a basic stance, he only knew a little about the basics of the 18 moves. The monk refused to believe that the boy was not familiar with the technique of improving the mind. He definitely saw the movement of spiritual energy on the boy's wrist, and as soon as he caught it, he immediately released it. The boy's voice was calm, and he seemed more like a monk than a monk himself, but Un continued to insist that swordsmanship was the only thing he knew. The Holy Sword did not believe him, and asked if he could name the art of swordsmanship he was learning. Un answered that he knew the technique of the White Tiger Training Sword. Saint Sword noted that the technique of the White Tiger Training Sword was unknown even to him. He asked the boy to demonstrate this technique. The monk was indignant. How can you ask such a thing from this young man? He called him a real scoundrel and added that it could lead to the destruction of the house. The monk emphasized that it is not for nothing that people accuse old men of being fanatical about the sword. Because of this, they fight without thinking about others and behave excessively according to their age. But the young master did not object and was ready to show his skills, which surprised the monk. Though Un thought it didn't matter, and he didn't need a special sword to show off. After that, there was a short pause between them. The Holy Sword began to laugh so loudly and harshly that it was unbearable. His laughter echoed throughout the perimeter and sounded quite strange. The boy did not understand why he was laughing, as the laughter seemed suspicious. But then the Holy Sword said that it was true. Un was right. It didn't matter if the sword was there or not. He just wanted to see his sword, but decided now was not the time. The old man would never forget his answer. Young Master Un didn't understand what had happened at all, but it looked like a misunderstanding. The monk hoped that this young man was the only person obsessed with swords, and thought that there was no need to behave so strangely in this house. Was annoyed by the elders. They had already tired him out, and he wanted to leave. But he was stopped and was not allowed to leave so easily. Then the holy sword turned to the monk to finally give him what he asked for. Previously he came from an unknown place, asked to remove this object, and now he began to demand it. He told the boy that he would see a wooden box in the corner and asked him to bring it. Once again, found himself on the run. The old man again sent him to fetch something, and he also joked that he would not break anything. When the boy left, the monk asked the holy sword if he really wanted this young man to take that item, since he already had enough things with him. But the holy sword was certain that this was what was needed, and keeping this item was not easy. The monk partially agreed with this. After a while, returned with a wooden box. The holy sword opened it and saw something shining from within. He checked its contents and told the boy to take the item with him. The guy asked what it was and started to open the box. The monk watched his reaction closely. When opened the box, he saw a beautiful sword wrapped in an inexplicable cloth. He began to unwind it, unable to contain his curiosity. Finally, unspooling the sword, he saw a beautiful object that looked stunning. The holy sword asked him to draw this sword. As hand began to draw the sword, he felt an incredible power radiating from him. Holding this sword in his hands, felt goosebumps running down his skin. He hadn't seen many swords in his life, but judging by the beauty of the aura around the blade, he could definitely tell that it was no ordinary sword. The sword saint said that this sword was called the West Sun. In order to obtain it, the holy sword sacrificed many things. Understood why the old man would give him such a prestigious sword. But for the old man, it was a symbol of their meeting, and a memory of the answer he would never forget. The boy did not understand why this man would give him such a valuable sword for no apparent reason, but it seems that the old man was not joking at all. There was an uncomfortable feeling between them. Exhaled all the negativity that had accumulated in him. He hid the sword back because he felt he couldn't take it. He apologized to the old man, explaining that he could not just take this sword. The monk, in turn, asked the boy not to refuse and to take the sword, because they can quickly change their minds. Not everyone has a chance to get such a sword in their hands. However, believed that there was no good reason to accept this gift, and he did not deserve it. In his opinion, this is a very dangerous object that can injure someone because it is very sharp. A simple wooden sword is enough for him. The holy sword heard his answer about the wooden sword, but he emphasized that he had already given this sword to him, and his decision had not changed. The boy insisted on returning the sword to its place. He did not want to take it. After thanking them, he just wanted to leave, leaving everything behind. But he was stopped again and his attention was drawn. The sword saint asked to retrieve the cylindrical sharp blade from his memory. If he simply leaves without a sword, it will disappoint him greatly, and this cannot be allowed. The boy felt as if he was at a dead end. Finally, he agreed, saying, "Well," and left. The monk noted that the holy sword had really cheered up, and now things would finally get more interesting. The old man asked what the monk was talking about. The monk emphasized that the old man probably did not understand anything, and just sat and watched. The next midnight, young Master found himself at the training ground. He stood opposite one of the boys and told him a phrase that he could not believe. The way he said it, it sounded like it was just a joke. The boy couldn't believe that martial artists were talking with swords. He asked to prove it, and demonstrate exactly what he meant with his sword. The following dark night we are transported to a time when a young scientist was walking through the evening city. During the walk, he pondered over what he had been told, and could not understand exactly what was meant. He was especially troubled by the words of the holy sword, which said that the boy should turn to his memory. The boy was sure that the great martial artist could not say something stupid, but he did not understand the meaning of these words at all. In his head he imagined that world, which wants to achieve and see through the art of the white tiger training sword. But since this sword has no value in memory or retention, he thought he could learn something new if he continued his training today. Arriving at the place of training, the scientist saw that boy. Last time the young master came much earlier, and this guy trained as if he hadn't slept at all. This guy's enthusiasm is unstoppable. He never misses a workout. It was obvious. But during this duel, he used an attack that definitely indicated that something was up. Watching him, the young master noticed that the boy was too distracted by extraneous thoughts, because of which he did not fully explain himself and did not concentrate on his sword. His movements were good, but not perfect. Scientist unanalyzed his every move. noting that he was impatient and focused on speed, as if chasing the wind instead of paying attention to proper technique. Un decided to tell him that being fast doesn't mean being in a hurry. The guy on the court reacted to these words, not understanding who was interfering with his training and what exactly was said. Un realized that he had accidentally said it out loud and felt uncomfortable. At that moment, the warrior hid his cold sword and repeated the words he heard yesterday. If the scientist has any comments, let him express them directly to his face. Gathering courage, Un said that his sword art was too focused on speed. There is always a calm before the storm, and even a great wave stops when it rises very high. The boy on the training ground calmly but carefully reacted to these words. Then he asked the martial artist who talks to his sword, can he prove his words in practice with the help of a sword? It was smart, because someone who teaches someone should be able to show their skills. The young scientist confidently answered that he could prove it, and did not notice the girl on the side, who quietly watched everything that was happening. This lady was felt at a distance, and the scientist noticed her presence. She came not just because she was in excellent shape, greeted young Master Park Jin, who in turn was glad to see Lady Murong new. Not too glad, but still. And now the scientist learned her name is Lady Murong. She also happily met the young master, and introduced herself as a representative of the Murong family. The guy realized that he was right in his guesses, and also introduced himself as Un Hyung, saying that he was happy to meet. The girl asked what he was doing here so early in the morning. To this, the boy who was training replied that he was just trying to learn from this scientist, because he couldn't do it on his own. Regardless of the circumstances, swordsmen from the South Sea will never turn down an opportunity to learn something new. If they forgive the young warrior, he will calmly go about his business. The atmosphere between them became even more tense, and the feeling was strange. The scientist thought that maybe this guy hated him. The lady asked not to worry about what the young Master Park Jin said, since he must not have seen them since last night. Maybe it happened during the opening match, and it happened again. The lady also realized that it was child's play. She wondered how it was possible to say something like that to someone who always supported the Marima Union. The lady then asked if the scholar who came with the people from the North Sea Ice Palace was really the one she saw in Westlake. Was it true? Remembering this in his thoughts, the scientist also confirmed the importance of this detail. The girl agreed with what the boy said earlier. Young Master Park Jin really only focused on speed. Un thought, damn, they can hear him. Because he thought he was saying it in his mind. But they could hear him from a long distance away. Then the lady decided to ask if he would mind if she heard what the young master meant by the swift sword. Un began to explain that it meant nothing because he was just a scholar who read books. But if that's the case, why is he trying to teach young Master Park Jin? The lady caught Un's attention with her cute smile so much that he didn't know how to refuse her. He tried to wave his hands and wanted to somehow distance himself from the situation. He understood that there was no way back. That was his conviction. In no way did Woong try to judge young Master Park Jin. He explained that it doesn't matter to him whether the sword is fast or slow. The most important thing is the purpose of fencing. He constantly talks about the flow of the sword. The right moment and place where the sword should strike a fast sword is just one way to facilitate the flow of the sword. The lady listened carefully to his words, although his remarks seemed somewhat vague. But somehow she found them surprising when the scholar spoke about the importance of enlightenment in swordsmanship. It wasn't exactly what he wanted to say, but his spirit was enlightened, and then he was interrupted by the lady. The scientist noticed that she reminded him of Sang. Their smiles were very similar. The girl thought that these words reminded her of another person, although the scientist expressed himself completely differently. The scholar suggested that she thought of some confidential letter from the head of the Murong family. And if she read it, she would definitely get it right. However, the girl still couldn't understand one thing as she passed by. She went to the training ground after hearing Un's opinion, and now wanted to hear his assessment of her swordsmanship. Although the scientist wanted no part of it, she noticed that he wasn't really speaking, and wondered if he was just going to watch young Master Park Jin. The lady was impressed by the scholar's innocence, because usually people from big schools are very high-minded. She understood that training in front of strangers was usually forbidden, but if it was basic fencing, then there was nothing wrong with it. She drew her sword and began swinging it. She assumed the battle stance she usually uses during duels. She swung her sword and spun like a lotus. Her techniques and training results were impressive. The young master stared at her in fascination, unable to tear his eyes away. It was incredible for him. He was fascinated by her beauty and skill. As a result, he returned to dinner, sat down at the table and took off his hat. Realizing that he never practiced, The girl, in his opinion, was like a flower. Her stance resembled a silent Luna, and it was the first time he had seen a girl who wielded a sword so skillfully. Meanwhile, the young man trained mostly at night, and Un wondered how much he resented him. Although he didn't quite understand his behavior that he didn't like, he couldn't just sit back. However, the agreement they mentioned was important. At night, under the moon, they agreed to meet on neutral territory. The young warrior arrived at the appointed place. He immediately felt that the scientist was hiding somewhere nearby, hid behind a tree holding his swords. Then Park Jin, from the South Sea School, started shouting for the scientist to finally come out. He responded to his letter, and was looking forward to this meeting. Park Jin was very concerned about the content of the letter and demanded to be shown who this person was, whoever she was. As it was now dark, and he couldn't recognize him, the boy soon sensed his energy and told him he better get out before he attacked him. Soon the young master came out of the shadows, sword in hand. He pointed his blade towards Park Jin. Both came to the conclusion that talking in this situation is useless. An incredibly glowing sword flew towards Park Jin, but he did not understand where such speed and power that was directed at him came from. The shining sword had an unusual power that he had never seen before. Park Jin couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible, because his opponent was standing very far away. He couldn't understand where this guy had such a strong and incredible aura that kept him restless. And with such a bloodthirsty desire, it felt like he was about to take his head off his shoulders. So Park Jin quickly draws his sword. If this person is able to show such an intense aura, then perhaps this is the Saint Sword. He was interested. During all this time, Park Jin was looking at the boy carefully and could not understand who he really was. He squinted, trying to get a better look, and realized that it wasn't a holy sword. But why doesn't the guy answer? If he isn't a holy sword, then that's bad. If he knows his name, then he might be a great martial artist who has a grudge against his school. And then echoed the words that his sword art, although belonging to the South Sea School, was not like what was taught in this school. And because of this, according to the master, there is no spirit of the Great Sea in his possession of the sword. Those harsh words penetrated Park Jin like a sharp blade. He understood that even though he was far away from Hangzhou, the South Sea sword art, which was based on the stormy waves washing over the islands, was different from those of other schools. The South Sea School is based on movements similar to the tides, and this makes its sword art unique among other schools. A swift sword strikes like a raging wave. But most important aspects of the school's swordsmanship differ, in that they are sometimes calm and sometimes rowdy, like a great sea that belongs to only one island. But this guy standing opposite has a deep understanding of sword technique, yet he is not one to hold a grudge against them. On the contrary, he recognizes the art of swordsmanship of the South Sea School. Sensing the power of this master, Park Jin fell to his knees and asked to be taught by him. Then, the sword came down right in front of him, and Park Jin, with great respect, wanted to become a disciple of this master who had summoned him. And then a message sounded that he would receive a letter tomorrow. That's all this guy can give him. The rest is up to him. The boy left, leaving Park Jin with many questions. Park Jin tried to stop him, but he didn't hear him. The sword aura only lightly touched Park Jin's chin, making him fall silent. The boy did not expect any reward and did not want to stay long. He just wanted to follow the path of the sword, like any warrior. Park Jin couldn't understand those words. They sounded too wise. He thought he had a holy sword in front of him, but no. However, no one can reach the heavens beyond their own enlightenment. Those words sounded like thunder in the clear sky for Park Jin. The young scientist left, causing Park Jin to think deeply about his life. The scientist himself, coming out of the shadows, exhaled. It really wasn't easy. But luckily Park Jin didn't attack him because that would have been absurd, and he didn't even chase him. It was probably because he belonged to Murong and the scientist felt that Park Jin was very sensitive. The scholar wasn't sure if the boy realized this, but he understood that this sword, even though it didn't exist in reality, had significance as a symbol. From now on, the scientist vowed not to behave so lightly anymore. He had too many responsibilities. On the third day of the Dragon Conference, Park Jin received a letter. After that, he began to train day and night using only one sword, and met a mysterious master. On the night of the fourth day, when Un-hyun decided to watch his training, he had to find a new place because he saw Park Jin at the old one. In the end, only one person appeared on the stage, Lady Murong. On the morning of the seventh day, the final day of the Phoenix Dragon Conference, which everyone had been waiting for, arrived. Today was the official stage that the warriors were looking forward to. They had to give it their all and show everyone what they are capable of. If they are lucky, they might even win the heart of a beauty. And, of course, not only the heart of a beauty, but also the heart of a handsome man, whom they could desire. The warriors looked at the beautiful girl, trying to win her heart by any means. The representative emphasized that this is only a match and you should not be obsessed with the victory, but the result will be recorded in Murima. Then he left, leaving everyone alone. His words were contradictory. On the one hand, he emphasized that everyone belonged to the Murima Union, but at the same time, he made people compete with each other. But according to the scientist, healthy competition is not bad, even if it is true. However, the lady wondered if he had something else on his mind. However, what exactly these other thoughts mean, the scientist did not understand. Meanwhile, the swords of the warriors clashed in a duel. The dance moves of battle filled the space. The training ground came to life and looked quite dynamic. The lady watched the battle of the boys and saw that one of them had an advantage, but still there was a chance to completely change the situation. It was difficult to say whether the fight would end with the victory of this guy. However, he tried very hard, making maximum efforts, but there was one thing that betrayed him. His sword trembled. It meant he might be starting to give up, but this might be his chance. The lady asked the scientist who he thought attracted more attention. The scholar didn't know, but it only showed his modesty, and the lady knew he had a burning look in his eyes. Behind him stood one of Ping Hong's representatives, watching him intently. Nevertheless, the scientist dared to say that there is one thing that attracts attention. These are those people. Or rather, a young man from the Udar school, who seemed incredibly talented, and also the man from Chagall was hiding his true potential. Another talented lady turned out to be a lady from the Murong family and the Namgun family. At that moment, when the scientist looked at the girl, she smiled at him. His heart beat faster at that smile. The guy unconsciously looked at her, and she answered him with a mutual look. Then the scientist decided to give the lady some advice. He advised to pay attention to one young man. He was the one who lost on the first day, although he stood silently, showing no emotion. The scientist noticed that his determination today was completely different from before. When a person is filled with determination, he appears completely different in the eyes of those around him. It was a wise thought that the lady took note of. And of course, if you choose who is more attention-grabbing. The scientist felt someone's watchful gaze on him, which made him feel uncomfortable. He decided to finish his thought, and the lady was glad that he appreciated the ghost of the ride. The lady recognized that the scientist was different from the others. Suddenly, an event took place on the battlefield that attracted the attention of everyone present. The battle ended, and the cold sword was at the neck of one of the lords. The sword stopped, although the warrior could kill the opponent, but it would be against the rules. Everything was over. The warrior turned and without saying a word left. In the end, he won that fight, and it was incredible. But for some reason, several people applauded both the winner and the loser, because it didn't matter. Everyone tried their best. The lady turned her attention to another man. She watched as he climbed onto the training ground. Now it's his turn, and he rushes forward, leaving everyone waiting to see what he will show. This warrior waited a long time for his turn. Opposite him stood a rather strong opponent. It was the same boy who had once laughed at him. He insulted his school, calling his practices donkey rolls. The lady standing on the side couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. Or maybe it was a big plan. She was sure that this fight was not just a competition, but a planned incident. The scientist also assumed that this could be fate. However, the people standing nearby could not understand what he meant by fate. As befits, the warrior from the South Sea showed respect and eagerly awaited the start of the duel with his opponent's sword. However, a boy named Rem or Chagall, he wasn't sure who he had in front of him. He didn't know what his opponent expected from him. He didn't know how to show anything to match his donkey rolls. Some of the audience laughed, but Park Jin remained serious and angry. He hoped that the Chehal family's sword would be as sharp as his tongue. The boy from the Chagall family said that he hoped that his opponent's mind was at least that of a donkey if he dodged his sword even once. Drawing his sword, the boy warned him that everyone would see everything now. The lady, standing to the side, realized that the Chagall family is one of the largest Murong families. They are known for their sharp tongues, which they use very skillfully. She also knew that Chagall representatives often verbally abused others, as they prided themselves not only on their formations and tactics, but also on the art of swordsmanship. Now it became clear why Park Jin's student was so angry about these stupid insults. There is a proverb. You hear good words from other people only when you say good words yourself, and the battle has begun. The boys faced each other in an incredibly exciting match. Their light maneuvers resembled the dance of the wind. They moved with incredible grace. Every power move was honed, and the counterattacks proved extremely powerful. The boy from the Chehal family was even impressed by the strength of his opponent. After all, he was not inferior to him in strength. And when their swords clashed, they felt an incredible tension that caused the swords to tremble in their hands. Pushing each other aside, they moved to a safe distance. People, impressed by their equipment, watched the fighters' maneuvers with amazement. The scientist carefully followed and analyzed the battle. He was worried about the boy he wanted to teach. The representative of the Chehal family noted that his opponent made significant progress during 4 days of training. Park Jin considered his opponent to be an annoying guy. He thought that the boy from the Chagall family should stop insulting others, as he was clearly getting nervous. But the guy from the Chagall family said mockingly, "The losing dog still knows how to bark, but the result will still be the same." He vowed to defeat him no matter what. A powerful blow flew towards his opponent. Everyone watched the battle with interest, trying to understand whether the young Master Chagall would be able to gain the upper hand. But none of them lost their temper, and the outcome of the battle was unpredictable. The Chagall family's technique proved to be better than Park Jin could have imagined. He realized that their powers were about equal. The lady, in turn, noted that the young man from the South Sea School was very impressive, even though he lost his cool on the first day. She agreed that the scientist was right when he said that it is important to pay attention to human desire and views. But all this time the scientist felt embarrassed, although his words turned out to be true. The South Sea Sword lived up to their expectations. She thought that it had been hiding its true power from the beginning. Such changes in 4 days seemed impossible, according to the girl, but the scientist believed that this was enough. He said that 4 days was quite enough, but no one understood him. He said it out loud, and the lady was amazed that he started talking again. Chahal was already getting nervous, as his attacks were proving unsuccessful. The representative of the South Sea stood and deflected all the blows directed at him. At one point, the initiative changed, and the attacks took a different direction. Park Jin slowly and uncertainly gained the upper hand. After a few minutes, both warriors were exhausted. A boy from the Chehal family was especially tired. It seemed that he would remain with a cold and stern look until the end. The boy from the South Sea mentioned that there was no threat that could match the sword chi. And that moonlit night, he realized how powerful it was. It seemed that the representative of the Chehal family was defending his honor, and his sword was dangerously close to his body. The scientist noticed that this boy worked hard for all 4 days, and did not lag behind the others in terms of skill. He lost his temper after being insulted, as he was still young and lacked understanding of sword techniques. However, the small wave quickly disappears after the small boats begin to rock, and a big wave always comes quietly and sweeps away everything in its path. The scholar felt the spirit of the great South Sea blossoming in his sword. It was visible and palpable that this match would end soon. Soon, the boy stopped his sword near the face of a rival from the Chehal family. He took revenge for all the insults, and now he was on his knees in front of him. People were shocked by such an incredible result, because it seemed impossible. The boy told his opponent that he hoped Chagall's sword would be sharper than his tongue next time. Putting his sword in its scabbard, he moved away from the vanquished. People who supported Chagall were simply amazed by what happened. The scientist felt proud of the boy, as if his own efforts and training had been rewarded. Park Jin noticed something important while walking. He looked back at the scientist and turned his attention to him. Their eyes met, and Park Jin smiled at him, and it seemed that the boy revealed some secret or accused him of something. People in the crowd began to get angry, saying that this could not happen. The guy introduced himself as Songhyun Namgun and said he wanted to file an official protest against the match result. However, the representative who had just recorded the results did not understand what he was talking about. Sang Hung then began to object, claiming that everyone knew what kind of sword art the Chagall family practiced. He emphasized that young Master Chagall had a good reputation for his deeds, and also mentioned his younger sister from the Namgun family. He implied that the boy from the South Sea had deliberately made him lose by making him roll on the floor. If he had hidden his strength, he would not have shown such a humiliating performance that day. It was just a shock for everyone, and the scientist could not understand what was happening. The representative stood and tried to explain that everyone had just seen the match, and what Song Hyun was saying was complete nonsense. However, the boy from the Namgun family continued to claim that dishonest methods were used here. No one in these competitions agrees that the results are unfair, and this has fueled the conflict. The representative asked for evidence of what he was implying, or to end the discussion if there was no such evidence. The boy had no evidence, but his words sounded like suspicion of a conspiracy. If he believes that he knows about the violation of Murom's rules, then he must take responsibility for his words. He declared that he was a representative of a school that could not be despised because it was closely associated with the Association of the Seas. Even in a conference where friendship is prioritized, there are two difficult things to do: oppose the Murom Union or sow enmity between people. The representative felt that Sang Hyun's speech was more like nonsense than an actual complaint, as he could not have foreseen this outcome. He continued to deny the possibility of defeating Rep Chigal, and it looked absurd, so the rep wasn't going to waste any more time on the fool. He offered to either provide evidence or leave the arena, but Sang Hyun proposed a new duel in front of all the senior schools. It sounded rather impudent, but the situation had to be resolved somehow. The representative asked if he was making a formal request, to which the answer was yes, and he added that the outcome of the tournament should be reviewed. It was clear that the situation could turn into a political problem, since the Chigal family has a certain advantage over the South Sea School. And despite one duel, they can declare the match void, citing rumors of dishonesty. The representative stated that he had no complaints and would not demand more, but would inform the Muroma Union of the situation. The scientist could no longer remain silent and, indignant, shouted loudly that this was unfair. Everyone heard his words and paid attention to him. He once again emphasized that it was dishonest, drawing a lot of attention to himself. This boy's cry echoed throughout the space. "This is impossible!" Everyone turned their attention to him and began to ask who this weirdo was who decided to speak here. He is not just a weirdo, but a scholar on Hyun who intends to defend his point of view. People were not too impressed with the fact that a scientist was present here, and asked why the world of Murim needed scientists at all. The Namgun guy looked at Un Hyung and noted that he was clearly not in the lab. How dare he interfere in such matters? But according to many, even a fool knows about pride and honor in the world of martial arts. How can they take themselves seriously when they say such words? Those words deeply affected the boy from Namgun. He even reached for his sword. The representative, noticing this, firmly ordered it to stop, saying that it should not be done. The Namgun boy looked angry, but the representative repeated that he shouldn't do that. He should have obeyed. With a look of displeasure on his face, the boy hid his dagger. The representative then approached Un Hyung, addressing him. He asked if the scientist could accept the formal hypothesis that the North Sea Ice Palace required. It sounded quite rude and alarmed everyone from the ice court. The lady who was leading this delegation said that of course not, but she was also interested in how a fair duel might not be counted just because of the words of an observer. The scientist's words reflected his opinion about the situation. "But isn't that just a coincidence?" she said. The situation changed. Now it was clear to everyone that the lady was ready to protect the scientist. If everyone is interested and they ask about the official verification, then it is worth conducting it properly. However, the lady clarified her point of view, stating that it was just curiosity. And to preserve her honor, she suggested not to go too far in this situation. In his thoughts, the scientist could not understand that nothing would change, because he was not even invited here. His appearance here was unofficial because he was not a participant in the competition. It turned out that he was nobody here, and although he felt sorry for his student, it didn't matter. The Namgun boy then vowed that the day he would step onto the Namgun family's land would come, and it would be his last day. It sounded very rude to the scientist, and if he says so, then it is an insult. Then the scientist replied that if he is so sure, let him act now, without waiting for the future. He declared that he was not afraid of the sword of a man without pride, and offered to act immediately. It was a harsh statement, and the Namgun boys simply sent him away and exploded with hatred. The scientist turned to the lady for support. He was grateful to her, but it was only a small thing for him as he had brought them here. It disgusted the lady to see someone who had lost a fight show such a desire to dominate. She suggested that since there was tension between everyone present, it is better for the scientist to leave this place for a while, to reduce the degree of conflict. As he started to leave, he felt an incredible anger inside him. His disciple, to whom he gave advice, "I was in deep despair because of this situation and very angry." At this point, the next match is announced as the tension has already subsided. And this time, this match was planned in advance. The young lady of the North Sea Ice Palace and Sanghyun Namgun enter the arena. This rascal from Namgun is laughing. He is very happy about this match. Lady warned in advance that another person will fight for her. But if this is the case, then the official result will not be counted. It's okay though, they don't belong to the Union of the Seas, but she wouldn't want anyone not being able to test her abilities. In the North Sea, drawing a sword is a sacred act. She believed that the last match was wrong due to a misunderstanding and would not want the same result to happen again. Lady would like to know exactly the standards by which the winner is determined. For example, in the North Sea, it is beheading. But in the Union of the Seas, this act is not considered permissible and unacceptable. So she believed, since the only way to win is to force the opponent to admit defeat, if the duel is held without the goal of killing. The lady turned to the Ice Ghost to find out how long the match would last. If her rival, the young master Namgun, does not admit defeat, she may have to kill him. Namgun was upset because how dare these people from the Ice Palace treat him so defiantly. Scoundrels! Soon his opponent appeared on the training ground. The look on his face showed that he was incredibly angry. It turned out that this was indeed his level. The lady was intrigued as to what answer they would prepare for them tomorrow. She remembered the conversation between the monk and the sword saint during the final days of the Dragon Conference. Many people will be looking forward to the official match between the martial artists, which will take place on the day they hit the streets in the early hours of the morning. Official sword matches for young martial artists draw crowds to see who will claim the title of conference winner. Everyone gathers early for the duel. But not everyone was equally interested in it. It so happened that the lady received a letter, which contained very important information. She turned to the Ice Ghost, who was impressed by the young mistress's order to prepare the Snow Shadow squad. They would proceed as planned, but she would not give the order until it was time for the final stage. Ice Ghost replied that he understood her instructions, but deep down he knew that the squad had been prepared in case the letter didn't arrive, and he couldn't see why. The lady sensed his doubts and seemed to know that he wanted to ask the reason. It seemed strange on her part, like she was reading his mind. When the young lady of the North Sea smiles like that, at least one person loses their life, and he understands that it is better to say that it is not a problem. The lady starts to laugh, but the laugh was fake. Approaching the window, she says that it is common for martial artists to clash with each other, but when it comes to youth, it is not surprising to see them draw their swords through various stupid conflicts and lose their stupid lives. And it does not scare if it happens to the members of the Phoenix Dragon Conference. But we have to understand whether she has changed her mind. The Snow Squad must be ready for an epic hard show. Since her time has come, she must prepare. This girl was not only incredibly beautiful, but she also possessed great strength, and she had a trump card up her sleeve. When he returned to his room, he asked himself what he should do next. He bought this wooden sword, and couldn't just throw it away even though it seemed useless. If it wasn't to be used, it was still better to keep it. The North Sea Development Palace decided to give up the duel. Even if victory was on his side, the young master would have no reason to stay. He had better find a hotel and start preparing for the exam. Suddenly, memories flashed through his mind of the sneaking dragon pavilion on the 6th day when the monk asked his name. The boy then introduced himself, although the monk had already asked him about it before. The monk said that in a few days, the Murema Union will select scholars to keep records. And why should he not take advantage of this opportunity? The monk believed that the boy could not live far from Murem. And indeed it was. He was here because of his interest in martial arts. And although he did not expect to work at the Murong residence after leaving the Forbidden City, everything depended on the results of the exam to understand what the job would be. Since the exam is coming up, if he passes it well, he will be able to show what he is capable of, and he will definitely be accepted. They won't hire people without an honest exam, so this is a good offer. He just hoped that the exam this time wouldn't be as difficult as last time. Suddenly he was disturbed. Someone knocked on the door, asking if Mr. Was there. The voice was very familiar to him. It was a young lady, but why did she come? She stared at him and turned to Scholar Un. It was harsh. He understood that she wanted something from him. And this was not just a random visit. He had seen her smile several times, but it had never been so bright. He didn't even want to look at her because she was so beautiful. The lady noticed that he was about to leave, but the scientist apologized for not warning her. She noted that the conference was already over, and she didn't seem to need him anymore. But why does he think so? She would like to ask one more thing. After the conference, there would be an informal meeting of the participants, and she hoped that the scientist could come with them. The offer sounded good, so he agreed, hoping it wouldn't be a difficult task. The girl thanked him in a strange way, and was incredibly smiling and beautiful. The scientist was shocked to the core, because he was not used to women and their beauty. She said she would wait for him, and they would see each other later. Probably if he is late, or if they are late. She asked him to find a place for them on the promenade on the northern shore of the western lake. It sounded a little strange, but he decided to agree. He locked the door. Then it will be in the northwest of the lake. Does she want him to come and look for her? Soon, at an informal meeting in the Great Hall, loud sounds of laughter and discussion could be heard, all bragging about their skill. The scientist felt insecure with such conversations. It was a familiar scene. Nothing had changed in the young people who would become Murom's future. But the young lady is really late. Why does she do that? Sitting nearby was Lady Murong, as well as a lady from the Namgun family. He looked at them all and noticed another important person. Han Park Jin was also there, and luckily he wasn't alone. Not everyone was as rude as expected, and the young lady and her entourage still haven't appeared. Maybe it's really worth going to look for them. And then the scientist goes down the stairs and goes to look for her. He reaches the lake and thinks about working in the Murom Union. Maybe it's not such a bad idea. He can enjoy the scenery of the western lake as much as he wants. But suddenly, an ice ghost appears behind him. He didn't expect to see him there. The ghost informs that a young lady wants to meet him. This was quite surprising, as the ice ghost was always polite. But now he rudely replies that the young lady is waiting for him on the north side of the western lake. So from the beginning, they wanted him to come to her there. And when he was going to this place, he saw a squad of soldiers. They were martial artists, and their presence made a strong impression. There were too many of them to say it was just a company of friends. Since even scientists do not pass here alone, perhaps they are school students. But why do these guys have such a strong aura? Soon these people burst into motion in the building and attract the attention of those present. They run inside and start pushing. After they pushed one guy, they started tying his hands. They are told that they should not behave like that, and they say that there are no free seats, so it is better for them to go eat outside. The man who was probably their leader did not understand the words about the lack of free seats. Looking around, they saw that there were actually enough free seats. But young people did not understand the situation. Do they know who these people are? But the leader of these robbers, it seems, is not obliged to know them at all. He punches this guy, knocking him to the side. The guy flies away to an incredible distance, as if from a powerful blow. These people will just go eat. They don't care about anything else. The students and representatives of this informal gathering of Murima do not understand what is happening. But the rudeness of these robbers clearly went beyond what was allowed. Someone could not stand it and turned to them, asking who they were. Then the leader of these robbers noticed this brave boy with a long tongue. It was quite rude and completely unacceptable for high-ranking members. But the leader began to approach this boy, and he warned everyone that if they continued to call them bastards, he would rip out their tongues. The Namgun family representative commented that this is very brave. Do they understand that they are talking to a student from the Hua school? But the leader didn't care if it was Hua's school or some kind of garbage in general. It didn't matter to him. Tall children could not bear such offensive words. Meanwhile, the young scientist was walking by the lake and did not see what was happening. At last, he found a lady standing on a hill. She looked incredibly beautiful, as if she was part of a beautiful painting. As he approached her, she turned to Scholar Un. She asked if he also thought the place was beautiful enough, though there was no doubt. But now, in her opinion, it is not necessary to meet, the lady noted. Her gaze focused on the scholar's mistress, as if enveloping him in her coldness. He could not hide his embarrassment, because her look made him more and more embarrassed. His nerves began to fail, and he lost his self-control as he felt sweat begin to pour down his body. And the girl, only slowly, almost inaudibly moving her lips, said, "Even if we go there now, we will only be disappointed, because only corpses remained in that place." This confused him, and not understanding her words, he asked again, "What?" At this point, the lady turns her back on the master scientist and says that he cheated on her, and it had to happen, because if it didn't happen, he would have continued to cheat on her until the very end. She added that only he could prevent the terrible outcome, but to do so he would have to overcome one important test. Snow Ice will stand in his way, and he will have to go through it. The scientist stood in front of Snow Ice and felt a familiar sensation. It turns out that the martial artists he had seen before were her subordinates. He didn't understand why they all kept him alive and were telling him this. But the lady did not expect that he would still pretend that he did not know anything. "Aren't you ashamed, as the owner of the setting sun, to say such a thing?" she added. The scientist realized that the descending sun was the sword he had seen in the Stalking Dragon's pavilion. He thought that there had been some misunderstanding because the scholar swore that he had returned that sword of the descending sun, but the lady said that only 2 people in this land can pronounce the name of this sword. Her words stunned him when he heard, the former owner was the Holy Sword, and he was the new owner. And today the North Sea will take away the sun that has set. It turns out that the guy who gave him the sword was the Holy Sword himself. And now everything fell into place. When he had impressed all the martial artists with just his aura from a long distance, and the reason why the sword was given to such a respected young lady, he thought about it, but the girl started to laugh, noting that in this situation he was no different from the scientist she once knew. He really surprised her. She also added that he never realized that he had cheated on her, and most of all, he didn't know anything. But that didn't change the fact that the life of the martial arts masters in the tavern now depended on him alone. The scientist was shocked by this turn of events. At that moment, the girl approaches him. The lady greets the wielder of the descending sun sword, accepting him as her rival. She admitted that she had been waiting for a fight against this legendary sword for a long time. The scientist was in despair because he does not have a sword and does not know how to fight. But he understands that if he cares about the lives of others, he will have to accept the challenge of Snow Ice. He wondered how he was going to face all of this and just stand by and not interfere. The wind of change blew over the field, as if hinting that a new phase in his life was beginning. The determined look of the girl showed that she was ready to carry out all the orders of the young lady. The scientist could not explain that they had misunderstood everything, and that the problem could be solved with words. He tossed the scroll from his shoulder and began to unfold the cloth, displaying his weapon. When the rag fell, everyone saw the brilliant aura emanating from the sword. The lady noted that the descending sun sword had changed a lot. The scientist kept repeating that he did not have this sword. He gave it up and was confident in his wooden weapon for battle. However, Snow Ice's incredible aura began to stir around him. The girl, Snowy Ice, was terribly angry. The lady barely noticed the storm of emotions, realizing that she was not joking. She informed him that the Snow Ice was a secret weapon that had been trained in the North Sea. And even if the scientist possessed the descending sun, he had better not disrespect it. At that moment, the scientist realized that it was not a mistake. Snow Ice is so strong that even the Ice Ghost is no match for her, and the girl told him that out of respect she would start first. She rushes into the fight, quickly starting to act. Her movements are so fast that she instantly moves around the perimeter around the young scientist. Her lightning attacks made the situation even more heated with every passing second. The boy realizes that he has no other choice but to defend himself to at least save his life. He expertly deflects an incredibly powerful blow from the Snow Ice side. The energy that fills the space clouds his mind, giving him no time to think. But Snow Ice continues to spin in the air without stopping his attacks. She stops at a distance of 2 meters from the young scientist, ready for new actions. Her movements indicate that she really is going to kill him, and the boy has no illusions about that. This wasn't just the sparring he was used to. This was a duel to the death, and him missing her previous move was a fatal mistake. Without a doubt, the lady can see that the scholar has the incredible potential of the owner of the descending sun, because he managed to block Snow Ice's attack with a wooden sword, something she could not even imagine. However, everyone is sure that the boy will not last long. Snow Ice is one of the 12 swordsmen of the North Sea, trained specifically for battles against the Holy Sword. The scientist thinks it's just crazy to train a young girl to fight with a holy sword. This is true madness, which in his head seems more and more incomprehensible.
The lady declares that now everything is clear. He deceived her, and now he will be punished, deprived of his life for this crime.
Snowy Ice, without hesitation, launches another attack. Realizing that he will not be able to escape, the boy pulls out his wooden sword and is ready to fight. Snow Ice covers the arena with its aura, hitting everything around. Her attacks continue to hit the boy's defenses, breaking his barriers. Something flew past her face, and she knew it was something unusual. Her doubts recede for a moment, but she still hasn't hit the nail on the head. Snow Ice, filled with demonic energy, wants to finish the fight as soon as possible and kill him. The scientist exhaled heavily, feeling a burden on his heart, because he still does not understand how to correct this misunderstanding. He understands that he may not be able to anymore, but he can say 2 things for sure. First of all, he never tried to deceive the young lady, and he never deceived anyone at all. And my friend, the girl who calls herself Snow Ice, not strong enough to match the holy sword, and now he turns his gaze to her. An incredible light of pure aura fills the space around them. The scientist realizes that although this girl is strong, she's actually just creating an imaginary sword, and doesn't control him completely, so he needs to buy time. The lady tensed up from such a statement, because she did not expect such a development of events. Snowy Ice, in turn, is going to finish this match. She bursts with lightning speed that could blind anyone who was not prepared. The young master fires the energy of his sword as he prepares to move just as fast. With a quick movement, he dodges a slashing blow and sweeps like the wind, deflecting all her attacks. Lady watches this and cannot believe what she sees. How could such a quiet scientist dodge attacks with a wooden sword so easily? She tensed up, seeing how flawlessly he handled each blow. It blocks all Snow Ice attacks with incredible speed and accuracy. His movements are endless like a river. His sword flows like water, repelling the Snow Ice sword. The lady had never seen such flawless swordsmanship. The young master realizes that Snow Ice's sword actually poses no threat to him. From the very beginning, this fight was not dangerous for him. He remains calm and in full control of the situation. Then a bright light emanating from his sword causes shock and fear in everyone present. How could such a simple wooden sword create such a strong aura and perform movements that seemed magical? And when the boy makes this incredible move, his energy changes. A red flame appears in his eyes, showing the true martial art of the White Tiger Sword Heavy Sword of the third technique. And the bloodshed is the witness. A fierce fight suddenly breaks out at the meeting. Blood begins to appear on the bodies of the highest disciples participating in the battle. An ice ghost rushes into battle, stops in front of one of the leaders, and shouts for everyone to stop. Some participants are only now noticing his presence. They knew exactly who he really was, but were surprised by his actions. A ghost approaches the opponents and asks what's going on here. They say that they came here right after they heard about his arrival at the Dragon Conference, and then they happened to meet their brothers to enjoy time together in the refectory. Rough opponents decided to fight at dawn, which caused a small conflict. Hearing this lie, the high-ranking sons began to shout indignantly that the little skirmish of the North Sea soldier could not be the reason for such a serious action, but they would take responsibility for it. Responsibility can mean different things to everyone, and the Ice Ghost has yet to figure out who is really to blame in this situation. He asks one of the leaders of the group, "Did you kill anyone? Could any of the warriors have left the conference members without arms, legs, or even eyes? Or maybe they lost their fingers?" Harsh words come out of his mouth. No one can understand. But the tension in the room grows. Nothing of the sort happened, so it was really just a minor skirmish, and it was time for him to go. The members of the conference try to stop him, warning of possible problems if he turns a blind eye to this incident. How could these barbarians afford such a thing? The Ice Ghost heard these words and realized that the members of the conference were real ruffians. He lets them do whatever they want. A warrior from the North Sea won't run or hide. If they want revenge, let them do it now. Best to end it here and now. If they have the courage. The tension between them reaches an incredible level. Every moment can become explosive. The girl jumped forward, stood in the middle, and began to calm everyone down to avoid further escalation. Before continuing, they should heal their wounds and not take the fight to an end. It's the right move, regardless of who's at fault. "It is better to calm down, if only for the sake of the young mistress from Manhua," said the young man from Dan's school. "The conference members give the scoundrels a chance to leave, but they will definitely take revenge for the humiliation." At this moment, the Ice Ghost can be seen smiling along with his warriors. As they exit and almost reach the exit of the valley, everyone expects the conflict to end peacefully. They go outside and the Ghost of Ice gives the command. The battle begins. All must return immediately. Those who stand in their way must be destroyed. The soldiers of this organization are happy to perform this task. For them it is real entertainment. The members of the conference are furious at this disrespect for them. The fact that they allowed this to happen does not give him peace. The man who before could not say a word to the scoundrels now behaves confidently, like a bull in the arena. One guy approaches the girl, thanking her for the wise decision she saved everyone from a bad situation. The girl looks confident, but from her behavior it is clear that she is looking for someone. She makes an important statement. She worries about someone who doesn't know martial arts and wants to find one. One of the young owners replies that everything will be fine with him because it is him. The boy smiles and adds, "Scholar Un would never hurt someone of his own free will." Meanwhile, our hero uses an incredibly powerful technique. An explosive roar is heard where his sword fell. The blizzard that arose from the impact begins to subside after a few moments. It is noticeable that the lady is starting to worry about her ward. The scientist surpasses her in martial arts and strength, which is alarming. The girl coughs after being hit, looking exhausted and weak. She kneels before the young master and admits her defeat. He points out that her swordsmanship is at a high level, but he wouldn't do it for real. The fight was great for her, though, and she starts coughing again. Her cough grows stronger, indicating severe injuries. The lady approaches the scientist, and he regretfully apologizes for the damage caused. She moves closer, not knowing how to start the conversation. Meanwhile, the boy does not leave the thought of helping his enemy. Lady can't stand it and asks him to stop. The The battle is over, and there is no point in talking about it anymore. She is ready to end the conflict. She wants the owner of the fallen sun to be reborn, completing this cycle. She believes that if Snow Ice dies at his hand, she will have no regrets. However, the young master has no intention of doing this and urges him to forget about it. He admits that he doesn't know what the previous owner wanted, but he is sure that he is not a murderer and does not possess the setting sun. But when he mentioned the divine monarch, an important detail surfaced. What did he mean? He thought, and the scientist understood everything. The thing the two were trying to convey to him was about war and how the setting sun was connected to the holy sword. The divine monk wanted him to solve the situation at hand, and only for that reason. He was framed, and the holy sword did not allow him to possess the setting sun, the lady thinks. He wonders why he doesn't answer the question, even though he gave the sword. But the boy returned it and seems to refuse to take it again. For the lady, the fact that he owns the setting sun remains unchanged. But there was no sword in the hands of the scientist, and he does not fully understand the situation, because the perception of this event changes. For the lady, it doesn't matter if he has a down sun. The main thing is that the holy sword recognized him as its owner, and the divine monk approved this decision. The boy recalls the same decisive dialogue, when the holy sword emphasized that he should receive this sword, and even if they recognized him, perhaps he himself did not recognize them. Now standing in front of Snow Ice, the lady watches her with only a wooden sword despite all her holy sword training. But the young master looked at his wooden sword and does not understand why she criticizes him. The lady informs him that the North Sea will keep a close eye on him, his martial arts, his character, and even his enemies and friends. After all, now he is the owner of the setting sun, she assures, and urges him to finish the fight quickly, like a true master of martial arts, the one who came to the North Sea 30 years ago. The scholar does not want to be a martial artist, in the sense that others see it. He likes the sword itself and believes that he can achieve the great Tao of the sword without killing. The woman does not fully understand him. He is very different from all the masters she knows. How can a person have such an unusual approach? He's not going to take Snow Ice's life, and he doesn't even want to hurt her. But then why would he do it all? Did he hear that they were suddenly surrounded by numerous people? However, the girl decides that if the guy made such a decision, she is grateful to him for it. The plan they had worked so hard to create proved useless, and at that moment, a multitude of warriors appeared from all sides. They surround the young master, and the question arises, what is really happening? And even the Ghost of Ice came to this important event. Come to think of it, they warned that the lives of the conference attendees were in danger if the Ice Ghost appeared here. So they stopped their plan, and are now waiting for the order for the next step. The ghost, realizing this, accepted the situation as it was. Suddenly, the soldiers began to disperse in different directions. The lady said that these people are here to ensure her safety. If something goes wrong, they will at least buy some time, even if they can't hurt you. But if the fight is over, it will lose its meaning. Fortunately, the young conference participants were saved. The Snow Lady, although defeated, understands that she should rise. She feels shame because of her defeat. If the boy gave her life and another chance, she thinks the North Sea should thank him. She takes his hand, comes closer, and looks into his eyes. Martial Emperor of the Dark Sky and ruler of the Azure Dragon, she says. Guy thinks, damn, what is this woman trying to tell me anyway? He does not understand what is happening at all. Only one question remained. How did she know these names? But the lady said that these two could turn out to be the same person, so the Marina Union should focus on those names. And only one person is behind all this. He is absolute. If a guy wants to know more about him, he has no choice but to come to the North Sea. The girl came very close to him, and suddenly she hugged him, which quite confused the young scientist. The strange gesture caused him real surprise, but the lady didn't do it just for hugs. She seemed to say some kind of spell. The scientist was stunned by what happened. After that, she sharply pushes away from him. She goes to her ward and tells important news. Since they didn't end the battle without taking this girl's life, it is considered unfinished. And when he arrives at the North Sea, Snow Ice will meet him. However, the fact is that the young scientist is not going to go there. He asks himself, why should he do this? The woman jumps up and starts flying with her assistant. She goes there and can't wait for them to meet again. At this point, she leaves the stage with Snow Ice, leaving many questions behind. The lady flew, holding Snow Ice in her arms, and watched her. She asked to stop because there was an important dialogue ahead. They stopped away from that young man and decided to talk. The lady wondered if Snow Ice knew about this and what she thought about it. In general, she did not recognize him as the owner of the setting sun, but he is one of those she would like to face in battle. She reported that from the moment they met and saw that sword, her thoughts began to change. It was shocking news for the lady, as well as for the entire North Sea, for he is the owner of the setting sun, but managed to defeat a man he did not even know. He perfectly resisted all his blows, made him kneel before her after the decisive blow. After that, the girl felt very ashamed. However, nothing bad happened, and it will be a good lesson for the southern faction, who have become too relaxed in their peace theories. Only one question remains. Whose side will the mistress end up on after her defeat? One of the 12 swordsmen of the North Sea. She follows orders only from the North Sea. The lady knew very well that she would say that, but now they face a new obstacle, the new owner of the setting sun. She did not expect to show such mercy, although she should have understood what could happen to him. The fight could end in peace, but we will not forget today's humiliation, said the girl, looking at the moon. We return to the young scientist, who, holding a sword in his hands, notices that even the ground where he fought has burned up. He exhales and inhales, not believing that he really defeated Snow Ice. Suddenly he feels sick, his body begins to tremble, and he falls. Falling to the ground, he felt cold and heaviness in his body. The long-forgotten feeling of pressure from the battle returned to him. First it was an ordinary stick, then a wooden sword, and now what? Nameless training sword is just ridiculous. And yet, all the days spent training were not in vain. North Sea St. Divine Monk and Murong Alliance. He thought he would appear as an ordinary person not connected to such things, but today he had to fight for his life. He cannot believe that now he has stopped putting the opinions of other people above his own vision of himself. These moments remind him of the Forbidden City, which was like a real pandemonium. He remembers the time when he was still called Henim and marvels at how quickly time flies. A few days later, he already sailed on a ship. He gazed at the beautiful wide river they were sailing on. It was the Yangtze River, which stretched straight through the mountains of the broad river of the Stebet Plateau area. It flows across continents, connecting east and west, creating a convenient route for many traders and travelers. However, even here there are significant risks of being attacked by an emperor on this river, one can only imagine. After the duel with Snow Ice, he couldn't sleep, so he left Hangzhou and hurried to Dongtung Lake without stopping. When he was about to go home, he suddenly felt something important in his hand. He was holding an object that looked like a sign. This sign belonged to his mentor, Il Jong-yun, whom he only remembered for this subject. But the mentor is long gone. From the moment he left this place, thoughts began to appear in his head about the position he could get in the Union of the Seas. To be honest, this kind of chance only comes once in a lifetime. The people on the ship, who were resting, looked at the young scientist rather strangely because he was constantly sighing deeply. They invited him to come and drink with them so that he would not be so thoughtful. When he asked if they wanted to have a drink together, they immediately said yes and invited him to join. They still had a long way to go, a lot of time to spend, so they decided that there was no reason not to have a drink together. The scientist was tempted by one cup, deciding that one wouldn't hurt. After being poured a large cup of alcohol, he immediately drank it in one gulp. The men pointed out that he was a heavy drinker and seemed to handle booze better than most. When asked if he came from the north, the boy did not understand why they asked this. He wondered why he was so concerned because this had happened to him several times before. This wasn't the last exam he could pass, and there was no reason to worry. One of the men told him that he had every chance of passing the exam, even if someone failed it several times. A man who failed the exams at the district and regional levels 3 times, and had been trying to pass them for 9 years, admitted that he himself understood. Not everyone can do it. He began to get angry when people mentioned his past failures, but the young scientist was not cheerful. It was difficult for him to explain that this was not the point. He did not consider himself in such a situation as some other scientists who failed. Then they gave him a small bowl. More alcohol was poured into her, and one of the men introduced himself, saying he was taking a diploma exam. They said that they all had experience in the imperial exams, and invited him to join so that he could relax as they were going through the same thing. At that moment, the young scientist looked aside and noticed an important detail. This detail turned out to be a girl who was surprisingly beautiful. "And what does a martial arts master do on this ship?" he asked. They noticed the boy's look and emphasized that he was surprised to see people from Murong on the ship. "Did the young scientist fall in love with the lady who laughed and was so beautiful?" they asked jokingly. To this, the scientist replied that not at all, but he was quickly reassured. "Everything is fine. She is extraordinary, although people like us do not even dare to speak to her. But we are allowed to observe, because she is really beautiful. However, he was advised to stop so that she would not take offense and present her weapon to his neck, stressing that one must be careful with such people. After that, a question was asked. What school are you from? One of the men said he was from the Nam family. If this is the Namgung family, then you should explain why people from that family are on this ship now, they asked. It was obvious that the boy had already had a little to drink, and his old habits were beginning to show. But nothing interesting seemed to be going on apart from gossip. The man began to tell that he had received news about a military clan he was working with, and everything had gone awry. He could count most of the news on the fingers of his hand. It all started with one very important letter. The boy immediately paid attention when he heard that it was about a letter. A few years ago, there was a union of river pirates who operated under the leadership of a gang from the village. Because of the small harbor, they could not attack large ships, so they could only rob smaller vessels. One day, a mysterious letter arrived in their harbor. But the leader of the gang could not read, so he asked a subordinate to read it. A subordinate, venal monk from the Shaolin Temple named Heartless, who had been hiding in the gang under the guise of a pirate captain to avoid persecution by the officials, immediately fled after reading the letter. After that, the whole crew was frightened, thinking that the letter warned of an attack on their base. So the pirates temporarily left it, but nothing happened. After 4 months, this monk returned and became a great martial artist. His blows were so strong that everyone flew away from one blow. In the end, he took over the pirate base and became its new leader, which no one expected. After that, they changed the name of the gang to the Heartless Gang and began to increase their power. They began to attack all ships, regardless of their size. And travelers said that these raids were so terrible that it is difficult to describe them in words. After this incident, everyone began to wonder how this fake monk became such a strong martial artist. One day, when he was drunk, he revealed a secret to an ally. The letter contained a long-lost martial arts secret. But who would send a martial arts secret to pirates anyway? Surely this person should feel ashamed. The scholar, hearing this story, was glad that it was not the letter he had sent, for his letter was not so significant as to cause such talk. The problem was that one of the ships that fell victim to the Heartless Gang belonged to Tigerstone traders. And if they guessed correctly, this ship did indeed belong to the Tigerstone merchants. Yes, this particular ship belonged to the Tigerstone merchants, and everyone knows that this merchant organization has ties to the Namgun family. No one forbade them to trade with other schools. Because of this, according to the family, the stone traders will have to deal with their problems on their own, and it looks like they are at risk of being involved in even worse cases, suffering heavy losses. The worst thing is that this pirate gang is not the only one along the river, and if it is true, then this route is really dangerous. All this happened because of a strange letter. The boy from the ship had heard that even the Murong family had received a similar letter. After finishing his cup, he felt that he had had enough, because the wine was beginning to spoil. If they continued this depressing dialogue on the ship, the mood would be completely spoiled. The guy who started this story apologized to everyone. He asked not to worry, because they are under the protection of the Murong Union, and no one will sit idly by while this river is under threat. As punishment for his depressed mood, he was tasked with feeding everyone dinner. The young master began to wonder about the letter he had sent to the Murong family, and whether it could have caused so much trouble. I remembered the lady's words about the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor and the Azure Dragon Swordmaster. No one knows who these people in Marema are, and they cannot be ignored. But there is only one person behind all of this absolute. The young lady's warning was not meant for him, but for Union Murong, and he has a bad feeling about the whole thing. He assumes that he should still inform the Murong Union about this. The ship sailed without portending any problems. The young scientist could not take his eyes off the people who practiced martial arts. One of the ship's commanders warned him to stay away from martial artists, as they were dangerous, even if they were beautiful. He did not notice that this guy was familiar with the Murong family, and wanted to know the reason for this. It all started when he failed the regional exam for the 3rd time, and, being in a depressed state, found a job that was related to the family. At that time, the Iron family was insignificant, and the head of the family worked with him until everything did not change in one day. After some time, the Murong family requested a rematch to rule the Iron family. The chairman happily agreed, but lost. After that, the head of the Iron family found himself in an awkward position, refusing to admit defeat. and even began to spread rumors that the Murong family had taken possession of the treasure. Using this as leverage, he gathered small and middle schools, hoping that even the family Murong will buckle under his pressure. However, he was wrong. The head of the Murong family remained steadfast, even when faced with opposition. The responsibility of foreign affairs passed to this girl, who managed to shut up anyone who tried to disparage her just because she was a girl. That was the day he realized Muriam's true nature and realized that he could never defeat this girl. After that, he packed up his things, quit his job, met his benefactor, and became a merchant. He sees no future for the Iron family and has lost all hope. However, the important question is that the Murong family received the letter, and now the entire fighting faction of Henan knows about this news, which surprised the young master. The man asked him not to take it too seriously, saying that it was just a common rumor, and even if the Murong family was no exception, it was nothing to worry about. He also told the young master not to be upset about failing the imperial exam. After all, he has already proven that he is quite capable, and it is better to open his own business than to pass all these exams again. And suddenly, the chief steward turned to the commander with the news that an unknown ship was standing in front of them. They sailed to Mount Stuchaska, and an unknown ship appeared opposite them. This caused quite a commotion, and everyone was frightened by the incident. To the question, "What is happening?" the deputy commander replied that by the screams, it was possible to understand that something unusual was approaching. Soon they noticed that the ships had come even closer, and something strange was happening on their sides. A large number of warriors could be seen on these ships, and it seemed that they were preparing for something. The worst part was that there were no identifying flags on the ships. Important conversations were taking place on board. The pirates wondered if this ship was really so strange, but the commander did not want to spoil his mood and asked, "What is strange here?" The problem was that martial artists had been spotted on the ship, and that was already bad news. The captain warned about them but decided to ignore this ship and sail past, but suddenly silenced his advisor. "They must take up arms, because there is no going back. You can't come back empty-handed." He joined the team with the intention of sending the traitors straight to hell. The situation looked bad, and everyone on the ship began to worry. It turned out that there were no members of the Namgun family on board. The ship's commander and benefactor could only pray that they would leave peacefully after the merchants paid for their protection. The young master held a sword in his hands and understood that he could use it, but did not dare. Suddenly, a nearby ship docked alongside them. The martial artists asked the pirates what they needed. The pirates inquired as to where this group of merchants was headed, though it was merely a formality to cause conflict. One of the masters said that this ship belonged to the stone merchants, and assured them that they were under protection. However, even the merchants themselves did not know under whose protection they were. The pirates said they probably knew the rules of the waterways and urged them to pay for protection. One of the craftsmen categorically replied that they would not be paid a single penny, because from this moment on, the stone merchants would no longer pay the pirates. This infuriated the pirate, because some scoundrel decided to spoil their plan. The martial artist asked indignantly who he had called a puppy, warning him to take back his words, or Min Namgun himself would not forgive him. However, the pirate began to mock him, calling him a puppy, and added that his fellow pirates would punish him. This infuriated the martial artist, especially when jokes about his masculinity began. The master entered into a true rage, believing that his dignity was greater than that of the pirate himself. And so they drew their swords, beginning a skirmish. Though the pirates were not daunted by this show of force, the pirate commander ordered to attack and show the puppies where they belong. However, the martial artists were ready and prepared to repel the attack. The leader of the ship, on which the young master was, decided to hide because he was already too old for such battles. The scientist tried to help him, but the old man was so drunk that he could not even get up. Soon the pirates surrounded their ship and began to approach them. The pirates shouted that it was better to give them all their things, and then they would stay alive. The young master understood that this was absurd, because his crew could not even stand straight. And these pirates wanted to kill them because of some treasures. He unrolls his paper sword and realizes that there are only two enemies in front of him. These scoundrels are nothing compared to Snow Ice, the previous enemy he defeated. The pirates, seeing the guy with the wooden sword, thought he was out of his mind. We return to the other side of the ship, where the pirates' blood begins to flood the sides. Martial arts masters demonstrated their sword skills. They did not give any chance to those who attacked them. Their main task was to watch the back and not allow anyone to enter from the back. They trusted each other because they were from the same family. The worst thing for them was that the blood of the pirates got on their clothes, and they thought they would have to throw them away now. The daughter of the leader of the Tigerstone merchants, Seo and Lee, told her colleagues that she became polluted because of the cursed pirates. The young master did not pay attention to this and saw how the scoundrel attacked him. He destroys the enemy with a masterful movement of his sword. The Namgun family ruthlessly destroyed the pirates on board, but despite their numbers, these pirates were no match for them. It was unfortunate that they lost some of the cargo, but getting rid of the Heartless gang was worth the loss. Suddenly, the leader of the pirates rushes into the battle, trying to attack the impudent young man. He was convinced that he could easily destroy this guy and continue to brag about his strength. The girl noticed that the pirates were losing their advantage. She turned her attention to the other side of the ship. There, one of the crew, a young scientist, stood with a wooden sword in front of two armed pirates. His actions were more like madness. He seriously believed that he could fight with a wooden sword. The girl couldn't let him die because she would have nightmares if she did. She decided to step in and show him where he belonged so he wouldn't lose his life in such a ridiculous situation. The scientist braced himself for battle, holding his wooden sword, and was ready for a duel. The pirates thought he was completely crazy because threatening them with a wooden sword is simply ridiculous. They wondered why he decided to order them anything at all, if he was nobody to them. They took it as superiority because he had an ordinary stick in his hands. The pirates better suggested that he disappear until they killed him, and then, unexpectedly, while they were still talking, the girl comes to the rescue and pierces one of the pirates, who feels incredible pain. The same fate befell the next pirate. Her fighting skills were impeccable. By this, she saved the young owner. She looked at him and smiled. She rejoiced at his courage, but at the same time hinted that one should not jump above one's own head. But he didn't have time to say anything as she quickly moved on. The young master understood what he was getting at, and perhaps she did not quite understand everything correctly. Soon the pirates suffered a crushing defeat and retreated. The Namgun family just watched as the pirates collected their wounded colleagues. They won, making the pirates feel the power of their swordsmanship. Now the pirates should not threaten them again, and after a while their ship departed. The scientist did not understand why the Namgun family was so proud of themselves, because there were many wounded. This is Marima's world. People who are so proud. The merchant ship did not arrive empty-handed in the harbor near Huya. They managed to take the prisoners with them, whom they tied and led on a rope. When asked what would happen to them, the answer was, most likely they will be handed over to the authorities and they will be severely punished for their crimes. But they were luckier than those who died and drowned in the river. It was a matter of luck or bad luck. A young lady intervened in the conversation and expressed her opinion. These pirates got what they deserved. She remembered that it was the same scientist she had seen earlier on the ship. He congratulated his savior because this woman had recently saved them. But the girl raised her head high and remembered that she had never once heard thanks from this scientist. He felt a little uncomfortable, but expressed great gratitude for her help. The young lady informed him that she was from the Tigerstone Trading Organization, and added that he should not worry, she was just joking. If that's the case, then she's not from the Namgun family. Although she has studied swordsmanship for several years, she is not yet a member of the family. She asked the scientist where he was going, to which he replied that he planned to stop by Dongtun Lake, even though his friends were here. Her words seemed a coincidence, because she was also going there and they would probably meet again. She left, leaving behind many questions. One of the men noted that the Chamber of Commerce had started at Dunton Lake, and that had sparked interest in its connection to the home. It was obvious that the young master knew nothing about the home head of the Tigerstone Company, one of the top 5. However, the daughter has a fiancé, so he does not advise the young master to even try to flirt with her. But the scientist had no intention of flirting, and the man decided to joke that they would buy him drinks to comfort his broken heart. It felt more like bullying than support. Next, we moved to Murong's residence. The young lady returned from the Dragon and Phoenix conference. The heads of the family greeted her joyfully, since the journey was far, and invited her to sit down. Her father asked her what her impression of the Murong Union was. The girl replied that she did not notice anything special, but this trip was wonderful. She gathered a lot of information about Murong and other schools. She had just finished her report and had it ready for discussion. The father opened the report and noticed that she had done well in the task, and asked if she had found a suitable groom. He wondered if anyone had caught her eye. The young lady began to go over in her head who could make a strong impression on her. However, Namgun's family, her relatives, seemed to her to be haughty and unpromising people. She remembered other people she had met. However, her father did not ask about any ordinary things. He heard that she liked one of the men. She was embarrassed by this phrase, and even blushed because in truth, she really liked someone. The girl felt uncomfortable with such words, but still dismissed any thoughts about candidates for her hand. Grandfather, stroking his beard and exhaling, said, "What a pity." However, suddenly one very interesting guy came to her mind. It was the owner Un, but why? Soon the grandfather announced that they had received good news. Jin has returned and is now heading towards them. This was great news, and the girl was happy about it. In fact, she was very happy to see him and thought that was the point. She congratulated her brother. Her brother explained that the responsibility had now shifted to her and he was ashamed of himself. From that moment, she decided to allocate him the Department of Foreign Affairs. However, he did not want any position. He was more interested in the art of swordsmanship. Therefore, he expressed a desire to be in charge of training. Soon someone entered the room and called out if the young miss had arrived yet. She ran into the room and started hugging her grandfather. Mrs. Sang behaved quite defiantly, but she became annoyed with her sister because she did not even come to see her after her return. It was because she wanted to give her a present. After understanding the situation, the girl was happy to receive any gift. Grandpa asked if she wondered why Jin had taken up the sword again. When her grandfather said that it was all because of that student, that man, she couldn't believe it. Although they weren't sure that it was him, but he got the sword technique through the explanation letter. When the little girl saw her brother, she could not say anything. It seemed to her that he was angry with her. Her brother often mentioned Mistress Un, but no one knew how they knew him. Grandfather also remembered how he left, and remembered who he was with at that moment. Everything changed very quickly, and when the man changed his appearance, it became obvious that they did not recognize him immediately. Even at first glance, they thought that he was just an ordinary scientist. Here the girl realized that no one in the room knew the real name of this man. The young lady guessed that his name was Unhen. And then the girl realized that it was about the person she met. She began to behave strangely, which even surprised the old man. The fact is that the girl met this Master Un at a conference. Her father started yelling that if she knew where he was, she needed to find him urgently. But after the conference, he could go to the South Sea School. Maybe Hampajin knows where this man went. Then one of them told grandfather to send someone to the South Sea School immediately to get information. But they did not know that they meant a completely different person. And the situation would have been different if that man had gone to the Murong Union. Everyone doubted this, because if a person wanted to enter Tianfu, why would he just hand over his martial arts and leave empty-handed? However, Murong believes that he could be forging connections and claims to be the unattainable wielder of the Azure Dragon Sword. In this case, it means that he is unattainable in heaven. It must be time for the Murong family to make a decision about their future. The girl suggested that it was time for the Murong family to think about their future. The wielder of the Azure Dragon Sword must first break out of isolation, as the fate of their family is decided in Tianhu, a place where gratitude and grudges prevail over all else. However, there was one very important but which they had to take into account. Everyone understood perfectly well what she was talking about. Many people willingly gather under the banner of the hostess. He can rally supporters whenever he wants, but when that moment comes, he will have to decide what to do now. But first of all, they have to become stronger. To achieve this, they have the right choice. They must stick together to move forward. The girl understood that he was indeed right. The strong can win, and this is Jiang Hu's iron rule. And yet, she thought about the boy her grandfather and brother had mentioned. It was the same naive young man she had met before. Soon after, the lady arranged a reception for one of the high-ranking officials from the Taoist school. He wanted to thank her and asked if she planned to visit their school. "We are just ascetics living a simple life," he explained. And they couldn't have given a better reception. She said not to worry. She was already grateful to him for visiting their land, and that was enough. However, her visit to the school had a purpose that remained unknown. Then she called her assistant, Snow Ice, and asked her to bring the box. There was a valuable item in the box, and when she opened it, everyone present was fascinated by the precious stones that lay inside. They cost huge sums and were rare. These goods were clearly not cheap. The head of the Taoist school did not understand why he was given this gift. But under the casket in a secret compartment was a blue emerald. The stone emitted an exquisite aroma and created a noticeable cooling effect emanating from this crystal. It was a real North Sea ice crystal. Even there, it can only be collected once every 100 years. The legendary ice essence of the North Sea is second only to the purple sky powder. But why does it give him such a valuable thing? She explained her act as a sign of greeting from the Ice Palace in honor of the heir to the Holy Sword. The head did not understand what was being said because he did not know who the heir was. He was sure that there was no such person among them, as far as he knew. The lady also did not understand what the matter was, as she assumed that the heir was a student of Udan school. But the head was confused because he did not know about the appearance of the holy sword and the heir. Although it could mean that someone talented broke the traditions of the school and took the student, the woman was sure that the heir the divine monk was talking about was a student of the Udan school. But she might have been wrong. The head could not understand what was being discussed and what exactly the monk was talking about the holy sword, because they were just talking about the heir who belongs to this school. She assumed that the person was studying at Wudan School, the best school in the world, but she seems to have jumped to such conclusions. She then apologized for her carelessness, but the head couldn't just ignore it. He remembered that one of the students had recently won first place in the Phoenix and Dragon tournament, and he began to wonder if he could be the heir. The head wanted to check this information and asked to wait a little to confirm it. However, the lady returned and said that the heir was too modest to tell the truth about himself. It sounded like a blow to the heart for the head of the school. However, if so, then the lady is no longer interested in this information. If he is not a student of the Dao school, then she will try her luck at the Hua school. The head of the school really wanted to get these precious things. Their main competitor was Mount Hua. Strike and Mount Hua are the two schools at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the past, when the news broke that the Holy Sword was training at the Hua school, that school's pride rose incredibly. At the time, the Holy Sword had not been officially accepted into the school, but if his student was somehow connected to the mountain, it would put the Taoists in an even worse situation. However, this is not the only problem that has arisen. The divine monk specifically pointed out that the Holy Sword heir was a very important person who would influence the entire Tianhua, and the head of the school needed to discuss this matter with the head of the school immediately. The ship sailed along the sacred Qianhu River for a long time. They soon reached Dongtun Lake. The boy was looking forward to getting off the ship. He was already sick and didn't want to look at the lake. In terms of beauty, he could not compare this lake with the western one, because it was so big that it could be confused with the sea. The girl approached him, trying to impress him with the view from the top of the Yuan Tower. It was something incredible, and many poets praised her. When she heard that he would stop at Dongtung Mountain, she thought he was a local, but she was wrong. However, the young master was not against visiting this place, and the girl emphasized that he must visit the Yuan Tower. This place is named after a famous poet and has a special history. The young master raised his wooden sword behind his back. The girl started to laugh when she saw his position with the wooden sword because it looked quite funny. Wiping away her tears of laughter, she couldn't help but see this pitiful trick. However, she didn't say anything sinister and only said that she loved Yuan Tower and came there often. They were due to arrive at the venue soon and she needed to pack. The young master did not understand what was wrong with this woman, but his friend suggested that maybe she was just mocking him. Maybe it's all because he looks like a wimp. We are moving to a house on the outskirts of Yuzan. The scholar arrived at this house of Ilan. He was holding a medallion that his previous teacher had given him. After leaving the Forbidden City, he met many people, but none of them were as dignified and honest as Ilhan. The young owner had been putting off this meeting with his family for a long time, but today it finally happened. The servant opened the door for him. They said that the lady would come soon. The scientist did not arrive empty-handed. He hadn't seen any good men yet, and this house looked old and a little run down. The house did not look like the residence of a former military official of Korea, like the home of a first nobleman, and the question arose as to how the government could treat Il-hyun. The hostess came, saw that it was once connected with her late husband. It was obvious that she began to tremble at the mere mention of him. Tears began to drip onto the table from her eyes. The guy apologized for not coming for so long. The woman apologized for crying in front of him and asked what connected him to her husband. The young master admitted that he was unworthy to call her husband his mentor. The woman may have understood that he was Scholar Unheng, but how did she know him? A few years ago, a man came to her who was passionate about the same business as her husband and was fired from his position. He told her about him. The scientist apologized for delaying the trip for so long, but the woman asked him not to be so polite and just sit down. She really appreciated that he took this step and came here from the capital. But to be honest, she guessed that maybe he was having a hard time right now after he left the palace and resigned. The guy denied that everything was wrong, and her daughter burst into the room. She had long told her mother not to let any strangers into the house. It was clear that her daughter was quite rude to strangers. She didn't show off and sharply asked who he was, since only a woman has the right to be here, and demanded that he leave immediately. Her mother explained that this gentleman was calling himself her late husband's brother, making him her uncle, and asked her daughter to behave. After these words, the girl was embarrassed. She introduced herself, saying her name was Il-Ayan. The scientist also introduced himself and apologized, noting that he was very sorry for coming without warning. However, the woman told him not to be so polite and asked her daughter to sit down as well. The girl fell silent and sat down. Then the mother asked what her late husband had left behind. The guy replied that it didn't seem like anything special, but there was one thing he got from him. He began to pull it out of his pocket. After showing the woman, she was amazed by the thing. Even the young lady paid attention to it. She didn't want to show disbelief, but she was embarrassed to ask. But she asked him to give her back the ring. The young owner apologized. It's the only gift he has left from her father, and he values it so much that he can't return it. Still, he thanked them for letting him stay the night. The girls were left alone to discuss all this. Then the mother turned to her daughter. She asked if she wanted to talk about something, but the girl refused. She didn't understand who this man was and why he came here with his father's ring, because this ring was supposed to be given to the man who would become her fiancé. And she knew that too. And of all people, there should be this man. But she didn't understand why her mother understood how she felt, but wasn't she judging him too soon? Besides, he hasn't proposed to her yet. But the girl stood up and told her mother that when this man wanted to marry her, she would immediately give her to him. She went on to ask if her father really felt the same way, and how could they ever let someone who had avoided them all these years decide her fate? She strongly disagreed with that. Moreover, her father is dead, and she no longer has to follow his orders. However, her mother would not allow her to say so, insisting that her father truly loved them. She said that one should think before speaking, but the girl was in pain. Sensing the fate of this moment, the girl turned and ran away. The mother was embarrassed by her daughter's behavior, but could not stop her. She ran outside, not understanding what was happening. That stupid scholar looked like he'd failed an imperial exam. Even worse, he was completely shameless, because he seemed to her to be too impudent a man. She thought it was all because of her father if it wasn't for him. She hadn't said anything terrible to her mother at the time, but now, returning to her room, she approached the casket. Paying no attention to anything, she climbed onto the chair. Rising, she looked at the same object in the casket. She reached out to open it. Placing it on the table, she began to carefully examine the contents. When she saw the object, nostalgic memories came back to her. There was a scroll containing a very valuable object for her. She was deep in thought and remembered what kind of object it was. Her father knew how happy she would be to receive this ring from him. She thought he would find her a good groom. She was young and naive then, eagerly awaiting his return. She tried to forget him to start a new life, but he left this world, and all because of what happened between them. The next day, in the same place, Mother realized that maybe Master Un didn't know the purpose of this ring, and what would Lady Yun do then? But she wasn't going to let this man decide her fate. She also asked her mother not to interfere in her personal life. She would figure it out herself. Mother only reacted silently to her statement. Soon the long-awaited host appeared. He apologized for being late and asked how they slept. Madame Yen immediately remarked to him that he was late and didn't even know the purpose of the ring. She asked if he was even ashamed to call himself a scholar if he couldn't even arrive on time. That was quite rude. He excused himself by saying that he overslept because he was very tired after the trip. He thought he would feel more energetic after his sword training. Then his mother invited him to sit down, which he was very grateful for. Soon they had dinner, and the young master went about his business. He pondered the whole situation as the lady followed him. She asked him if he was lost, as he looked like he couldn't find the kitchen as he looked around. The boy called her his niece, but the girl forbade him to call himself that. She did not believe that he was her uncle. The young master apologized, but thought that she might not be used to being called her niece by someone her own age. However, the girl started shouting at him again, not wanting him to call her even Nuna. But what should he call her now? The girl did not understand why he behaved so politely everywhere. Judging by his insistence, she was sure that he knew about the purpose of the ring. She turned away from him and simply asked to be called Miss, although it was better that he didn't speak to her at all, to which the scientist agreed. Everything that had to do with the scientist annoyed her, but she decided that she would last a few more days and asked where he was going. The young master just wanted to know if there was anything he could do to help them. The girl thought a little. She offered him to cut down the trees. It was a joke on her part, because she knew it was a pretty dirty job. She was sure that the scientist should not and could not do this. However, the young master, although he had never done this, was convinced that he would manage. The scientist promised to do his best and set out to do the work. The girl thought that the scientist was only capable of reading books, and he was unworthy of pruning trees and would not be able to do it, so she wanted to look at his suffering with pleasure. However, the scientist found her behavior cute and saw her as a younger sister. He changed clothes, took a sharp sword. An incredibly large garden opened before him, and it is not surprising that Miss Yen and her daughter-in-law did not cut trees. He started working. The first cut was easy. It looked like the job would be easier than expected, but the tip he cut off was quite dangerous, and he had to be careful with the protruding parts. Now he had to cut off part of the trunk. He swung with all his might to cut off the ends. Accidentally missing, he caught the gate with his sword and cut it in half. Looking at his sword, he realized that something was clearly wrong. However, as he held it in his hands, he realized that it was a real sword, and it couldn't just be waved around uncontrollably. The scholar focused all his strength on the sword, preparing for a serious blow. His aura activated, radiating incredible energy. With extreme precision and skill, he began to cut the branches, trying to control his strength. His movements were so fluid that it looked like a passing action, yet each strike was precise. But it was all too slow, and he had to concentrate on each cut, making the process take forever. Suddenly he heard laughter coming from somewhere in the bushes, and he realized that someone was watching him all this time. He did not look back, because he did not see anyone. It seemed to him that lately he had become much more sensitive to his surroundings. Then he turned his attention to the tree. Each branch was different from the others, and that meant he would have to cut them one at a time. However, just as there is an optimal way to drive a cart and distribute livestock, so there must be a way to prune trees. He needs to understand how to work not with one branch, but with all of them. Then he took up his sword again and began to work. He will have enough work now for a long time. The lady came to ask how the scientist was doing, and was shocked that he had been working from early morning until noon, and still had not had time to clean the garden. She ordered a servant to tell him to stop. In her thoughts, the girl believed that the scientist was a fool because even an experienced gardener would not take up this garden if he did not succeed in it. He should just give up. Why does he continue? If he gets injured, it will be very bad because he has never done hard work. Then it turns out that she will be guilty and will look like a thief. Soon the young master appeared on the horizon. The girl immediately expressed her complaints, saying that she asked him to come by noon, and he does not follow the time at all. He apologized to the missus, explaining that pruning trees turned out to be much more interesting than he thought, and the time flew by. But the boy looked exhausted, although the girl wasn't sure if he was really working or just sitting around. When she asked how much work was left, he said that maybe by lunchtime he would finish. He told her he thought he had another half-day of work left. But for some reason she got angry, because the boy spoke as if he had done nothing all this time. Soon the servant interrupted their conversation. He apologized for the delay, and the girl asked how much more time was needed to finish the work in the garden. Her advisor said that there was not much work left in the garden. Of course, it will still take a few days to remove all the cut branches, but the pruning of the trees was almost complete. The young miss decided to check out the garden for herself because she couldn't believe it. After seeing the results of the work, she could not imagine how much work had been invested, and he did all this in just a few hours. The branches were cut very neatly, and she couldn't believe that it was the work of a stupid scientist. She suggested that perhaps he was not an imperial scholar but a court gardener. Something was clearly fishy here, but they soon began their lunch. The young owner was so fascinated by tree trimming that he had no idea how interesting this activity had become for him. He felt as if he was using his white tiger sword art training skills. He also noticed a strange feeling as if he could feel the tiniest of differences when cutting the branches. His work reflected his emotional state, but that was not enough for him. Soon he was full and decided to leave. When asked by the young lady where he was going, he replied that, of course, to the garden, as there was still some work left. However, Mrs. Yi asked him to forget about the garden and offered to go for a walk with her. The young master did not object and agreed to go for a walk with her. They came out on a beautiful road and walked for a while in silence. The scientist felt that although the walk seemed peaceful, times had become dangerous, so he took a wooden sword with him. However, he tried to calm himself, thinking that he couldn't be so unlucky as to meet bandits on his way. Miss Yen looked very beautiful in her outfit, and there was something between them as if they were older brother and sister. He even began to feel that she was his real sister. He asked Miss Yen if she was tired, since they had been through quite a lot. He noted that they still had a long way to go and doubted that she wanted to soil her dress. He suggested that it would be better to go by carriage. She looked at him as if she saw a piece of meat in front of her. As expected, he lived in the palace and completely lost touch with the poorer sections of the population. "How can you spend money so thoughtlessly?" She did not shout at him, but simply moved forward. The scientist caught himself thinking that he was being too carefree, and realized that he should have thought about Miss Yen's financial situation. But even so, he wondered why the honest and faithful Heng family should go through hard times. Does justice exist? Stepping forward a little, she turned around and sarcastically asked why he was so slow. Maybe she could carry him in his arms. However, he replied that he would do just fine himself. They soon reached Yuan Tower. It was a beautiful and tall building. Its dimensions were impressive, and a wonderful view opened from the top to the deep lake Dongtun, whose horizons were divided, as if heaven and earth. It was a beautiful place, but the girl noticed her acquaintance. He waved her hand and called her to him. The young scientist asked who it was. The young lady replied that it was her future husband. The scientist was simply shocked by these words. The girl understood that it was very cruel, but she thought that it was necessary to put an end to this matter, and she thought that now the scientist would be disappointed. But no, he approached the boy and said that he was very happy to meet him, because he would be his son-in-law. But the boy did not understand who he was. The young master explained to him that he was Unhen, the named brother of the girl's father, and was also glad to meet him. Yenun was surprised and asked the girl why she did not say that such an important guest would come. The girl felt that there was a misunderstanding between them, but the scientist did not seem to see anything strange in this, and was surprised that they had come such a long way to meet by him. Mrs. Yen was shocked at what was happening. She understood that the mother was right. This guy really does not know the purpose of the ring. Meanwhile, Yenun asked to be less polite because it was starting to make him nervous, but they quickly found a common language. The girl began to doubt why the scientist behaved like a brat, knowing the purpose of the ring. She decided to say that it was time for them to go, but her lover wanted to stay and drink with the scientist. The scholar quipped that Miss Yen must be a little confused. Her lover explained that the scientist says that because he doesn't know her well yet, she looks fragile. But in reality, she is a very energetic woman. He added that he loved her very much, after which she walked away, offended, leaving them to do whatever they wanted. Both boys looked fascinated at her pouting face. Her lover suggested the scientist go to a beautiful restaurant nearby. Meanwhile, the girl, walking with an offended expression on her face, could not understand why the scientist, not knowing the real purpose of the ring, still refused it. Perhaps he considers her lover to be an ordinary man who is no match for the one her father chose. This worried her greatly, and she could not understand the scientist's actions. Moonlit night soon came. The young scientist walked along the beautiful stairs. The thought did not leave him. Why does Miss Yen look so anxious and unsure around him? During their meeting with her lover, he revealed that the girl was very proud and his family was quite wealthy. He wanted to help her, but she would probably leave him if he offered to help her. In a certain sense, the scientist understood that she felt her mother was the only one who took care of her after marriage, and the girl could not accept help from her lover, despite the fact that he wanted to help. Now the girl helps her family herself. She is an outstanding person. The young master was happy when he accepted her proposal of hand and heart. But the problem was that her family could not afford the dowry, so she asked him to wait. Although her lover wanted to marry her right away, she asked him to wait until she had saved enough money for the dowry. He felt helpless because he could not do anything. And because of this, he cried. The scientist wondered whether people can protect their loved ones if they have money and power. Is there any logic in this, if it makes people suffer so much? No matter how much he sighed, he could not get rid of the suffocating feeling. He approached the stairs and the tree. He could no longer restrain this sword. If he doesn't start swinging his sword, he will definitely explode with emotion. The daughter of one of the merchants came to the beautiful lake with her squad of guards. She had not seen such picturesque scenery with her guards for a long time. The whole serene atmosphere around the lake was just incredible, and she wished she could enjoy it a little more. After briefly enjoying the beauty of nature, the girl went back. Passing by the place where the path led down, the soldiers suddenly felt something. They heard the sound of a sword or something similar, which alarmed them. The warriors instantly took a fighting position, ready to protect the young lady. They didn't give a clear answer to her question about what they noticed. All they could say was that they saw a bright shock flash coming from the forest. The girl was a little embarrassed and realized that something was wrong here. She moved away from her guards and headed towards where the power was coming from, wanting to see it for herself. Although her warriors sensed danger, it did not mean that everything was so simple. If an enemy of this level wanted to kill them, they would all be dead by now. Despite this, the warriors continued to guard her, not allowing her to take such a risk. But she ordered them to shut their mouths, and she forbade them to follow her, declaring that this was not the kind of enemy they could deal with. The young master had been practicing with his sword. Now he was one with the weapon, as if he had merged with it. He couldn't remember how many times he had trained with this sword. Every time he swung his sword, he lost touch with reality. His worry and sadness faded away as he trained with the sword, giving him a sense of calm. The girl came to see it, and was amazed by the incredible power she saw. Every time the young master swung his sword, the ground beneath his feet seemed to disappear, giving way under the pressure of his power. He was the embodiment of a mythical beast that sought to devour this world, as if trying to extract all the sadness from it. He had no right to stay here, and she knew she had to go. If she is careless, his punches may accidentally land on her. Despite this, she decided to hide behind a tree and watch. She had never seen such powerful swordsmanship. Not even her Namgun family, famous for their sword techniques, could boast of such skills. The girl caught herself thinking that she had finally found the one. We are moving to the city of Changsha, Huan Province, the headquarters of the Tiger Stone Merchant Group. The girl enters Li Huam's office and addresses her father. As usual, he was busy and did not plan to spend his time on her, because he had many important things to do. But according to the girl, no decision could be more important than her. Her father asks her not to be so sure of herself, and asks what she wants from him and what happened. She replies that she blew a big pot. He congratulated her by asking how much she won. But she didn't know for sure as she was still young, but about as much as Liu Buwei won. Liu Buwei is a legendary merchant of the Warring States period, who in 235 BC helped a prince become king, and for this received the position of Chancellor of the Qin Kingdom. The girl hints that she has found a way to conquer the world, or is she sure of it? She replied that she was absolutely sure, although she had been deceived once, and now this idea was buried in someone else's garden. The father understands that if this thing is buried in someone else's garden, then you can simply buy this garden, or even the whole village where it is located. Thus, no one but them will be able to take possession of this prize. That's how investments work. The girl thanked her father for the wise advice, but she still did not reveal to him exactly what she meant. If her plan works and their company can dominate the market, the father even plans to buy an entire city to get hold of this trophy. Back to the scientist. He has about half of the money left over from his previous job in the Forbidden City. It is a large sum for him, but it probably won't be enough for Mrs. Yen's dowry. He thinks about pretending to be a fool and somehow sneaking into their coffers, because he doubts that the girl will accept the money. She won't even talk to him. Either way, he'll have to leave soon, and with her personality, she'll just reject any help. Maybe there's some way to get her to take that money. And suddenly the young master hears a knock on the door. He opens the door, but no one is there. He thought that someone was following him, but he did not notice anything suspicious. Then he heard some sounds from the side. Someone asked him to come closer. Perhaps it is some guest that he has not seen in this place before. Something incomprehensible is happening here. Ivan decided to approach those people who were calling him. Soon one of the men approaches the mother and says something about the savior. He wanted to know more and asked if she had read the letter from his master. This man was an important figure, as was his master, who was evidently quite an influential man. The woman opened the letter and read it for a long time. The letter said that her late husband had saved the life of that man's mistress, and this was the first time she had heard of it. But this young man is only a messenger. He does not know the details of his mistress. He just hopes that she will make the right decision. And everyone was interested in where exactly this Liu Xin lives. The servant replied that the master lived in the city of Changsha, at the headquarters of the trade organization Tiger Stone. If you just mention this organization, it turns out that this master is a relative of the head of Huam. He really wants to meet them, so they prepared a carriage for them. If they are ready, they can go. But the lady wondered why anyone would wait so long to pay their respects to her father. And what were the chances that this person was actually a relative? She decided not to let her mother go alone and go with her. The messenger paid attention to the scientist. It may seem rude to him, but he asked who he was. The lady explained that this is the named brother of her late husband. Hearing these words, the messenger apologized for not greeting him earlier, and also invited him to the master's residence. They got into the carriage and drove off together. Mistress thanked Un for going with them. She feels much calmer in his presence. The scientist did not answer, but in his mind, he understood that something was wrong here. The servant is behaving very strangely, and why did he not inquire if there were other guests in the house? He seemed to know that Un was the only guest. Un hoped that he was just screwing up, as he had often been nervous lately. Soon the horse's hooves clattered on the stone and the carriage arrived. The chariot stopped and they went out to meet them. An old man greeted them. The messenger said that he had brought the guests, as the host had requested. The lady asked what kind of invitation it was and what was going on, but the old man fell on his knees before them. The old man introduced himself as Uishin, said that he always wanted to thank his savior, but was still powerless. Now that he has met the family of his benefactor, he can die in peace. He was asked to stand up, but he refused, saying that if it weren't for his savior, he wouldn't even be able to kneel before them. The old man has just learned that there is a family of his savior, and he believes that he does not deserve their forgiveness. He prepared a sumptuous table full of various dishes. It looked regal, and nothing was spared for the guests. They were invited to sit down when a young man approached them. He introduced himself as Lee Home from the Tigerstone Trading Organization and explained that he had invited them here today. The young master noticed a familiar girl among those present. He had seen her once. Her name was Lisoyan, and she was also glad to meet them. They had already met before, and the girl was glad to see the scientist again. She would never have thought that their paths would cross here. Young master felt awkward but also happy to meet, while Mistress Yen looked at him suspiciously. The old man began to tell how he once met his savior. Then he was an ordinary merchant who led a caravan, and they met in an inn, unaware of the danger. They were attacked by bandits in the middle of the night. The guard consisted of only a few armed men, and they could not fight back. They were all destroyed. The woman's husband turned out to be saved by everyone. The merchant owes him his life and well-being, because that product became the key to his success. However, he is still tormented by the fact that then he never learned the name of his savior, and every day he regretted it more and more. But the woman asks, "Why are you not sure that it was her husband who was the savior, since many people bear this name?" The mother was touched by the story, but will be upset if it turns out they thanked the wrong person. The scientist observes the woman's reaction and is surprised. Instead of taking advantage of the situation, she insists on the truth, the behavior he expected from his brother's wife. Then the old man takes out an envelope from his pocket. He puts it on the table and hands it to the woman. It was the only thing that man left him. The letter she opened was irrefutable proof that her husband was indeed a savior. The handwriting was exactly the same as her husband's, and the mother couldn't help the tears from her eyes. The signature and handwriting were unmistakable, and tears one by one began to fall on the letter. The old man fell to his knees, begging the savior, thanking him for giving him a new life. After everything became clear, the atmosphere in the room became much friendlier. Li Wuxin offered to give half of his estate and possessions to Madame Il, but she flatly refused to accept such a large thank you, and they agreed that he would only repair the Il family's house. After learning that Unheng was the named brother of Ilchun, the woman began to treat the young scholar with the same warmth as her brother. As a result, Il Ayin found herself in an advantageous position, and Li Haum offered her a job at the Tigerstone Trade Association. She immediately agreed, her eyes shining with enthusiasm and joy. The carriage started back home. The same delegation traveled in it, and they were all satisfied with the result. Madame Il's condition was improving, but the young master did not contribute to this in any way. He did nothing to thank his brother for his kindness. He thought more and more. But the longer he thought, the more he hesitated. The next day, restoration work began to prove the power of the Tigerstone. Many skilled workers appeared, and all the materials were delivered quickly. Just yesterday, this house looked neglected and old, but today it is full of energy. Ilayen just started work and sent a message to her mother that she needs to work hard, and from now on she will be a permanent employee. Hyung watched Il's family being happy. And while he was happy for them, he also felt useless because he was only an observer from start to finish. Soon, the old house was completely restored. It was an incredible job. The scientist was amazed. The setting and design did not change, but the building seemed to come alive. The hostess did not know how to thank the merchant. They all owe him their well-being. The scientist, being present next to the lady, asked how she was doing. He caught himself thinking that he had accidentally called her Nuna, which he hadn't intended. She, in turn, replied that everything was fine and thanked him for his care and support. The young master noticed that she was no longer angry with him, and this brought him relief. Suddenly, the lunar yen appeared on the horizon, and the event became iconic. The young master greeted her, addressing her as Mrs. She was upset that he called her Mrs. because she used to call him brother, and wanted him to call her by her first name. The young housewife who watched this scene was shocked by the unexpected turn of events, especially when she walked into the garden. She couldn't help but notice how wonderful the house looked now. But why are the old bushes still here? Everyone began to wonder what kind of fool had been put in charge of renovating the garden. Someone tried to explain that everyone needed to calm down, especially Noonie, but the situation was getting more and more tense. She couldn't let someone working for Tigerstone do such a sloppy job, but actually, the workers were going to renovate the garden. But Madame Ile stopped them, as she had many memories of the place. Due to this, the bushes remained intact, and the trees that the scientist cut down also remained in their places. Mrs. Yan, or Nuna, was amazed that the scientist himself trimmed the trees. The daughter stood aside and could not tell her mother how important this garden was to her, because of the memories of her father. This place had a special meaning. She did not want the scientist's efforts to be in vain, and hoped that her mother would change her mind after all. She believed that her mother would be able to change her mind, but still she hesitated. Yen noticed that the garden was pleasing to the eye and began to wonder where the scientist got such experience in gardening. The flowers looked simply incredibly beautiful, but she was most surprised by the fact that the scientist was so successful in trimming trees. The daughter decided to go back and was not even going to wait for Mrs. Yen. Mrs. Yen asked Yu Chornoy to come closer and look carefully at the garden. She asked if he really cut the trees himself. In Black confirmed that it was his work. The lady drew her attention to one important detail. She asked why one of the flowers on the tree had faded. Mr. Wu admitted that he made a mistake while trimming the branches, which caused the tree to suffer. When she asked about the nature of the mistake, he explained that trees should grow better after pruning, but he had cut one of the branches incorrectly. This was his first attempt, and he had not yet fully understood how to properly prune trees. At this moment, Moon Yen made a strange face, as if trying to hide her emotions. He could see her expression, but he couldn't understand what she was feeling. The girl asked what he did with the cut branches, and he replied that he burned them. But it really upset her, and he couldn't understand why she reacted like that. She explained that it was no longer important and suggested that they go back. Soon, they returned to the house, where the mother was sitting among the guests. The merchant emphasized that her daughter was very talented, and the mother did not hide her joy from the praise. He also mentioned that he had heard that his daughter was getting married soon. After that, he asked who her fiancé was. The girl remained silent, looking into the eyes of the young master scientist, whose gaze was focused on her. Everyone understood that the scientist tried to help with the house from the bottom of his heart, but now he felt frustrated, although there was nothing he could do. Before she could say a word about her lover, Mistress Yen announced that it was young Master Li from the Yue Yang family. Everyone in the city already knew perfectly well about their love story. His reputation as a capable young man was widespread among the locals. Even the merchant was familiar with him. Therefore, he was sure that this young man would become a good husband and a wonderful son-in-law. The girl's mother did not react. They just sat in silence. The daughter did not yet dare to tell her mother about her relationship, and dragged it for a long time. And now it became known from someone else's mouth. Then the master merchant turned to Master Uno. He asked if Uno had any plans, and if not, he could ask him to help him with one thing. The young master, hearing this news, was stunned. Without waiting for the task, he decided to apologize. The merchant and his daughter exchanged glances. At this moment, Master Un announced that he was going to leave this house and go to Murom's court in Hangzhou. He asked if they were familiar with this association of Murom. They already offered him a job during his last visit, and he no longer wants to impose himself on Il's family. Although Madame explained that he does not interfere at all and they are pleased to see him. However, the scientist, although extremely grateful for the hospitality, was afraid that his presence would be misunderstood by others. Master Li reminded him that he came here to thank all the kindness and help the Il family had shown him over the years. It was because of this that he decided to come to Murom's union and accept their job offer. He felt that this way he would be able to pay tribute to all the years of support. Everyone understands his point of view, but the old man remarks, why doesn't he think again, since their organization also wants to hire him? However, the scientist made his decision after much thought. He will return here when he can earn enough and support himself independently. The merchant offers him an even higher wage, but if he doesn't want to be persuaded, they won't do it. Instead, he can go on a ship that will ensure his journey. The scientist was not against this proposal, but felt some discomfort. However, he knew that the merchant might be offended if he refused. Therefore, I decided that it would be better to accept this offer as a sign of gratitude. Soon the carriage was on its way, and the horses moved slowly forward. The old man, riding in the cart, noticed that not everything went as well as he expected. The girl expressed her fear that their investment might simply disappear and asked what they would do now. The merchant thoughtfully replied that they couldn't just let it go while they held it. He implied that the ship would never reach the Murong Union. Investments are like romance. They require a lot of patience and wise decisions. If we insist too much, the target will turn away from us. But on the other hand, endurance may prove stronger than iron chains. If they let Eunheng go, they will no longer be able to hide from his gaze. They decided to let Hyung go from here, but to keep him under constant surveillance so that he wouldn't be out of sight. The best way to keep him is to establish family ties that will ensure their influence over him. The lady is not against this idea. She is ready to agree, moreover. She even dreams of having a child from him, which would be the ideal result for her. After these words, for even the father was amazed, realizing that Eunheng is really an unusual person. Although he still has doubts if Eunhyung is really special, he doesn't doubt his daughter's feelings, which she has been through a lot. The girl asked her father a counter-argument. What, in his opinion, is the real strength of the Namgun family? He doesn't know for sure, but most people believe that the heads of the 4 great families rank below the heads of the Duan and Hua Mountain schools. However, they are actually equal in influence. In the end, one important question remained. What kind of power will they wield when their family becomes one of the 4 most powerful martial arts in the world? Within a decade, they would become a dominant war clan. And within 30 years, they would reach the level of one of the 3 largest trading companies in the world. After half a century, the Tiger Stone will be at the head of all war factions and trade organizations, conquering the peaks. The only question that remains is whether the girl is confident in Eunhen's power. However, she had no doubts about it. But his father still did not believe that his sword and abilities had reached such a level. Then, the daughter started talking about the fact that something important will happen with the first snows. Her father should see how the flowers bloom in the garden of that house. And only then will they understand the true meaning of Eunheng's living sword. 2 months later, a ship carrying an important person moored in Yun Harbor, the young master went on a journey to achieve his goal. A lady was following him, but her behavior was somehow strange, as if she was hiding something. The scientist approached the ship. Thinking that it was his ship, the girl asked if they had to get to Hongzhou, even though the route was across the Yangtze River. In addition, Ayan Nuna was also moving in the same direction, and he catches himself thinking that he unknowingly called her that again. The young lady understood that when Eunhen told her mother about her departure, she cried, and the girl felt guilty for not fulfilling her promise to her father. She did not agree to an arranged marriage because her heart had already chosen young Mr. Li, and she did not regret it, although the situation was ambiguous. But why is she so sad when this person leaves them? When the scientist decided to board the ship, he was addressed as a brother. It was Anne, the daughter of a merchant who had already gone through more than one difficult life path. The young master was glad to see her but could not understand why she was chasing him. His mentor's daughter looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he was still behaving so stupidly. Anne remarked that he was in too much of a hurry, but the scientist was intrigued and asked what brought her here. The girl explained that they had received an important shipment to be sent to Hangzhou, and it was amazing that they happened to come here together and were now leaving together. The mistress also joined the trip, climbing aboard the ship. The girl watched the daughter of Mr. Likov for a long time, although she works for him and his company. But she did not know anything about his family and did not understand what was going on in the head of this girl. Then the young master asked Miss Ayan to extend her hand. He placed something in her hand that he thought she would really like. It was the same ring his mentor had once given him. The guy was convinced that he should have returned it a long time ago, and sincerely apologized for his selfishness, because he had caused her a lot of pain. It was the only thing Ilyun had left him, and he didn't want to give it away, forgetting that this ring for her mother was just a memory of sadness and loss. It seemed strange to the girl why he was doing this now. Maybe he wants to say that he has no intention of getting married, or he didn't know about it at first. And everything worked out for the good of the family, done only by his own will. The scientist handed her an envelope that didn't contain much, but he wanted to congratulate her on her wedding. The girl carefully took out the envelope and opened it. Inside, she saw a bank check. The guy explained that he doesn't want her to misunderstand him. He doesn't feel sorry for her, because he knows that she can earn more. It's just his gift. He wanted to express his sincerity without having any other intentions. However, he decided to say goodbye to Miss Ayan and move on. She stopped him suddenly and was silent for a moment, embarrassed. She was about to say something, but another woman interrupted her, asking Brother Un to hurry up. The ship was already preparing to sail, counting the last minutes at the pier. The boy asked Ayan to take care of herself and wished her the best, hoping that her marriage to young Mr. Li would be blessed. The girl just watched him silently, as if everything was happening too fast for her. The ship's sails were filled with wind, which drove it forward. The ship slowly sailed away from the shores where they said goodbye. The girl looked at the departing ship, but in her gaze remained misunderstanding and mixed feelings. The guy waved her hand, despite all the difficulties, saying goodbye forever. Ian clutched the ring he gave her, knowing that it was their last goodbye. She suddenly realized that he was now sailing away and they would never see each other again, so she began to scream. Pain shot through her and she cried out, "Uncle Un, come to us again!" She begged that nothing should stop him from returning to them, but the boy no longer heard her words, and her scream dissolved in the air. Tears welled up in her eyes and she felt foolish because she realized that he had always been so naive and sincere. He always acted without any ulterior motives. He just wanted to do something nice for her and her mother. She was wrongly suspicious of him, when in fact she wanted to accept him, as she should have done in the first place. Meanwhile, in the South Sea, the Ice Ghost reported that Unheng had left Yueyang. As to where he was headed, no one could answer for sure. But it was suspected that he had gone to the Murima Union, or had finished his research on life in Yueyang. The ghost replied that the scholar had made a contract with Li Hao, the head of the Tigerstone Trading Company. Li Hao's daughter, Lysogen, was a distant relative of Li Wuxin, but where they stayed remained a mystery. No one knew why they needed to cooperate with the Tigerstone merchants. Ms. Lady was disappointed with her Snow Shadow squad that lost Unhen. He decided to play it safe, since she had warned him, but it was extremely difficult to get reliable information. The lady wondered if he had spotted a spy at least once. The ghost replied that something must have made him suspicious twice. Something seemed suspicious to him, and he turned sharply, trying to see the danger. The lady smiled, because she thought he was a good man, because he felt threatened twice. However, what is the situation in the Murong Union? There was a meeting about the heir to the sword. Representatives from all over Murong gathered to discuss the matter, but could not come to any conclusions. The divine monk was also there, but he did not participate in the discussion. Perhaps only the heir to the sword will be able to change the course of events. It won't be long before chaos engulfs everything around. By the way, what was the pirate group doing on the Yangtze River? Most likely they were preparing for some actions. However, it sounded rather strange to the lady. Even if the pirates act together, they are still weaker than the Murong Union, especially surrounded by enemies on all sides. It became more and more interesting when the Yangtze Confederation fell. Could it even be the Murima Union itself? She couldn't wait to see what happened next. She asked about the Emperor of the Dark Heavens, and Ghost searched for him for a long time but could not find him. It is unclear why he suddenly disappeared. It was a rather strange situation, and the lady drank a cup of tea as she watched the events unfold. She expressed her opinion that even one tea leaf can change the taste of water forever, and the world became extremely unpredictable with the appearance of this guy. At Hangzhou Harbor, they disembarked the ship, treading carefully on land after a long journey. The scientist and Nuna said goodbye, wishing each other to protect themselves on new paths. This was Un's first journey, and he wanted it to be over sooner than he had hoped. The fact that Nuna had treated him so well now made him feel guilty. Nuna was left with the question, was she necessary at all? Did the scientist find her attractive, or perhaps he simply ignored her? Why is it so hard to fall in love with someone? She knew that one day she would regret not having such skills, but she remembered the words of her father, who always said that a relationship is like an investment. It requires patience and wisdom. And following Un with a glance, it seemed to her that her father was right. At that time, the scientist went to the notice board and saw that the exam for the recruitment of secretaries would take place in 3 days. The secretary exam results were posted in front of the main gate of the Murima Union. He found his name in the list of successful candidates. An Sujai approached him and said that he did not see any other outcome. After all, it was the scientist who wrote a detailed report on the first question, and despite the lack of time for preparation, made every effort. Together with him came Pyo No Du and Zhou Du Sik. A few days ago, he had taken the secretary exam for the Murima Union, and although the fighting tournament was being held at the same time, there were a lot of participants, and he felt that he had almost no chance of success. But at least he was glad that all the friends who came to him also passed this exam. Murima's Union, the pavilion of the stealth dragon, where events raged. The monk opened his book and said, "This young man again?" He suspected that Un was smart, but he did not expect that he would be able to pass the exam so easily. At that moment, the monk raised his head and looked at the birds sitting on the branches. He asked them, "What will you eat today?" and then decided that he would feed them himself. Throwing seeds at them, he called them impatient, adding that they do not respect elders at all. The birds descended to the ground, eagerly pecking at the food. He enjoyed the moment and thought he was happy when he did it. As nature's cycle dictated, the seeds they were now eating would one day grow into new plants, and these thoughts reassured him. But at that moment a noise was heard outside the gate. The gate opened and 3 figures entered. He invited them in and said he would feed them whatever they liked, and then he turned his head to the left, where the notebook was lying. After some time, all the important figures gathered in the main hall of the Murima Union. The Taoist Chongjing addressed the disciples from Manhua, asking them if they really knew nothing. One of them replied that they were the same as him, but assumed that the Shaolin Temple understood something. Chongjin then turned to Reverend Ho and asked if the divine monk had announced who would be the successor to the Holy Sword. Venerable Ho, a representative of the Shaolin Temple, replied that even a humble monk did not know anything about it. The divine monk had always been the central figure of the Murong Union, and his role in Shaolin was even more important. Yongjin said it, and the girl added that one thing was known for sure. It was Seol Ryongtan who said that a successor existed, and what's more, he probably belonged to their orthodox faction. At this point, Mook intervened, stating that it was outrageous to make such important decisions without informing others, and how could they exclude non-standard schools from the discussion? He was asked to calm down, explaining that they were all Murim members here. The problem has nothing to do with orthodox or non-orthodox factions. Ryong Jaegal, a representative of the Jaegal family, asked why a divine monk should hide the identity of his successor. At first, Mook did not understand what he was getting at, and questioned him. But the answer was simple. The monk wants to reveal the fact of the existence of the successor, but not his personality, so that he does not fall under pressure. It was further explained that this meant, with a high probability, that he was not yet a member of the Murim Union. Sol added that most likely they had made some sort of deal. Ren agreed with Sol and noted that she had put it well. They came to the conclusion that the divine right successor monk does exist, all because anyone who tries to use it or influence it will be severely punished, undermining the stability of the Union. "And what will be his role?" asked Sol. It became clear that they had no choice but to give him whatever he asked for. After all, he is the successor of the Holy Sword, and the Murima Union, as the dominant power of Jianghu, cannot ignore his power. One of the young men added that he might even want to join the board of directors. "This is absurd," Peel said, expressing his displeasure at the decision. But he was told that his clan was not capable of defeating the Holy Sword. However, Peel countered that the successor of the Holy Sword was not the Holy Sword itself, and they would have to fight to find out who was stronger. Others only saw him as a fool who uttered such words. After that, they decided that they should invite the Holy Sword to join the Murong Union. At that moment, a messenger appeared, attracting their attention. Ryan ordered to let him in, realizing that perhaps the divine monk had finally given his answer. When asked how things had gone, the messenger explained that he had visited the Stalking Dragon Pavilion this morning, as instructed by the honorable representative of the board of directors. And fortunately, Venerable Poole, the divine monk, had not immediately refused him. In his hands, the messenger held a book that seemed to contain important information. At the same moment, he was bombarded with questions. Who is this? What school is he from? And where is he now? He explained that this successor was Wang Hyun. Originally from Hangzhou, Un passed the imperial examination and worked as a scholar in the palace for 10 years. Currently, he left his job and stayed in Hangzhou. He recently took the secretarial exam, which was held right here, within their walls. And, of course, he passed it with flying colors, explained the messenger, reading what the monk had given him. However, the others rose from their seats, exclaiming that the messenger thought they were fools. Mook turned to the messenger and said that he needed to go to the Sneaking Dragon Pavilion immediately to clarify this ridiculous situation with the divine monk. But the messenger insisted that Poole had made it clear that the successor to the Holy Sword was this very man, Un Hyun. He also explained that the divine monk had silently opened the report and pointed to this man, announcing to everyone that he was the one they were looking for. The messenger finished his speech as if tossing this fodder to the noisy crows, who continued to rage. The report also noted that Un received high marks for most questions, but most importantly, a perfect score for the first question. This task required an understanding of martial arts. Obviously, Un detailed the basic training and significance of the 18 martial arts, leaving the examiners in complete shock. They were left with a question. How is it possible that a scientist is so well versed in martial arts? Chan Donson noted that their clan did not specialize in theory, but he doubted that many scholars knew that much about martial arts. He even stated that it was actually impossible. Sol was curious as to why the successor to the Holy Sword would hide his identity and thus infiltrate the Union. She suggested a good idea to meet him in person to find out the truth since there was no other option. Yan considered in his head that this was the easiest way to solve the problem, but no one was brave enough to volunteer to be called in. However, one scapegoat would be enough to throw the Murong Union, or even all of Murong, into chaos. Graduates who successfully passed the secretarial exam joined the Murima Union. Some didn't like that everyone had their own duties, but it was so messy around them. It was as if they couldn't find at least one warrior to tidy up. Pio explained that it was not wise to spend money on hiring a warrior just to clean up. Everyone knew that people from famous martial arts schools take everything they want by force. Listening to this conversation, Un admitted that Pio was right when he said that, but then he asked to look at it from the other side. The warriors will take on all the battles, while their job is only to clean up after themselves. Besides, if no one does this work, the day will soon come when the world they know will come to an end. He added that they exist to make this world a better and wiser place. As they say, everyone has something to learn. There are many people in the world who deserve attention. This guy's words really impressed Un, and he listened to them carefully. Zhang Gongju had remarkable insight, Brother Anna had a strong sense of honor, and Brother Zhu showed talent in resolving conflicts between people. Thinking about this, Un stopped at the thought, what am I good at? I don't even have a clear goal, strong convictions, or a reason to live this way. At this moment, Zhou turned to Un, putting his hand on his shoulder, and asked him not to fly in the clouds. A question was raised. Is Yunhyun here? The meeting hall of the Murima Union was filled with tension. There are many dangerous people in the Murima Union, but don't worry, they don't bite, the man said with a slight smile. He explained that, as part of the hospitality department, their job is to be a bridge between people. In other words, they are experts in the art of teaching. He added that they should not show their fear or excitement, because one mistake could be fatal. Behind them, in front of the door, a guest was already standing. He asked the interlocutor to simply observe how Kwang Ji-boon dealt with people like the Saint Sword's successor. He just nodded his head in agreement. So the scientist entered this door. He stood in front of Boon, giving him a nod in return. It felt like sparks were flying from Boon's gaze. Un immediately felt the tension in the air. But suddenly Bun changed, became hospitable, and said, "Long time no see." Un even asked not to speak to him so politely, since he is just an ordinary secretary. After that, there was an offer to drink a cup of tea, to which Un responded with a grateful thank you. Boon demonstrated a real master class in communication with the successor of the Holy Sword. The boy thought that if Boon was acting like this, no wonder he didn't have any worries. Because of this, they wanted to know if the Murima Union had approached you as the heir to the Holy Sword. Boon said it with due respect. He also added that he apologized for calling him here. "Thank you for your concern," the scientist replied, but noted that he was, in fact, an ordinary scientist and had never accepted the title of Holy Sword Heir. He added that in any case, you should not address him in any particular way. Un asked also not to call him Mr., but simply Secretary Un. Boon was afraid of this, thinking that who would dare to address the heir to the Holy Sword as an ordinary secretary? It seemed to him that the scientist was only complicating the situation, and told himself that this boy was as eccentric as the other great Murong experts. Boon, together with his student, unanimously called him Secretary Un. The disciple then turned to Un, trying to explain that when the Holy Sword appointed him as its heir, he also became the greatest swordsman of the next generation. He asked to stop insisting that he is only an ordinary scientist, because it should be remembered how dangerous and problematic it will be for the ordinary people if the one who will become one of Murong's pillars continues to call himself an ordinary scientist. After these words, Boon almost fell through the ground, thinking that they had come to an end because this fool had recklessly come out and started talking bad things. He kept in his mind that all martial arts masters were people with great pride, so the Holy Sword heir could not be an exception. Un calmly said that he understood their words. However, he added that he had no desire to interfere in Marim's affairs. Everyone thinks I'm stubborn and unreasonable, but this decision was made after much thought, he said. I will not allow my opinion to be arbitrarily ignored, added Un. Maybe the Holy Sword praised me, but only because he thinks I have potential, not because I'm strong. I know my place and I'm happy with it. Moreover, why should I live as others dictate? It's definitely not for me, he concluded. These words fully reflected his attitude to the situation. He added that he would only embarrass himself if he tried to take on too much responsibility. After a while, Boone and his student ran together, discussing the conversation and arguing. Boone scolded him. If you want to die, go and do it yourself. Why are you dragging me to the bottom with you? Soon Boone was standing and reporting the information. Of course, she surprised them a lot. It was said that Mr. Un said that he was satisfied with the position of ordinary secretary. Muck could not stand it, and decided that he was just joking with them. So he declared that he would find him himself. Saul said curiously, "And what do you plan to do next? Do you want to defeat him in a duel and banish Murim from the Union, or bring him here and invite him to join us?" she asked. Realizing that neither option was realistic, she explained to him that he should take control of his emotions and look at the situation more soberly. "And what's wrong with the current situation?" asked another. He explained that he had been offered any position and had chosen to be a secretary, so why not give him what he wanted? The Taoist asked, how can they allow the Holy Sword heir to be a mere secretary? Yan asked him another question. Isn't it bad to hire the best who passed the secretarial exam for this position? He reiterated that they had no choice but to give him what he asked for. Sol tried to understand more, asking, why is the Holy Sword heir satisfied with the position of secretary? Maybe he wants to create a noble image? Ryan noted that their original goal was to lure him into the Murim Union, and since that was successful, he could be allowed to do as he pleased by offering to watch over him. He added that they would not allow him to escape from them, no matter the circumstances. After that, he ordered the hospitality department to keep a close eye on him and keep an eye on him. After these words, the meeting ended and everyone left. Boone finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, "Phew, it's finally over." The more he thought about it, the more impressive Mr. Un seemed to him. With just one statement, he rendered a group of these dangerous people powerless. Boone also thought that he must have witnessed the birth of the world's most powerful scientist, Murima Union Canteen. The secretaries left full after the meal, but thought it was not as tasty without the wine. However, someone was secretly watching them. Un coughed, and attention was immediately drawn to him. When asked what happened, he said maybe something stuck in his throat, said he was going to get a drink of water, and asked them to go on without him. In fact, Un understood that he needed to be left alone. Someone was already waiting for him. "How are you feeling?" asked Unni. It was an appeal to the divine monk who stood before him and answered, "In general, it's great. Why don't you become an elder?" It was actually sarcasm, as there was no place left in the monk's body that didn't hurt. The monk asked if Un liked being a secretary. He couldn't say that he felt better, but he was glad that he had recently met good people. He was glad that in this position he would be able to use his skills for the benefit of others. The monk laughed loudly and said that now he also wants to become a secretary, then asked if this meant Un would no longer visit the Stalking Dragon pavilion. Un replied that he was satisfied with his life and that it was the path he chose for himself. However, the monk reminded him that if it weren't for him, Un would not be here at all, and would not be drawn into the affairs of the North Sea, added the monk. "Well, I survived, and now I'm fine," Un replied, noting that not only did the monk help him, but he learned an important lesson as a result. "But all this is in the past, and we must move on," Un calmly added. The monk raised his voice and asked, as a man who knows a woman's innermost secret, doesn't he think he should take responsibility? Immediately, the memory of the moment she fell on him flashed before Un's eyes. From Un's reaction, the monk realized that she had indeed told him her secret. And again the monk smiled slyly. He laughed as he said, "If you're so good with girls, you have a chance to marry the most beautiful woman in the North Sea. But if you fail, you'll probably be torn to pieces." Then the monk continued to joke, adding, "If you want to go to the North Sea, then just say." But Un was more interested in a place where he could train early in the morning. The monk offered him an arena. After that, Un thanked the monk for agreeing to look for even more secluded places. The monk was surprised that Un thanked him, as if the training ground had made him happier than the beauty of the North Sea. He then reminded Un that he was late and could be penalized. Un instantly turned and ran. From this conversation, the monk concluded that Un was now more inspired and seemed to be ahead of his life's path. This decision was a decisive step for integration into the new reality. However, not everything went according to plan. If he doesn't want to be absorbed by a monster called the Murima family, he should proceed with caution. Murima Union, Majestic Pavilion. Sol was sitting at the table, looking out of the window. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. John entered her, taking a few steps forward. She asked him what he wanted since it was the first time he had spoken to her. "What's so strange about a man admiring a beautiful snowflower from the Tang family?" he asked, turning on his charm. He then ordered himself the same tea that Miss Tang was drinking, and offered to pour her a cup. She wondered if he was just in a good mood or if something had happened. "A small change can cause big changes in the world," he said. She thought he was in love, and said it was good because it was a lot quieter now without him. "Love? Maybe you're right, but this time the object of my affection is a man," he replied, to which she replied that she should congratulate him even more. "Thanks to this, the poor women will now be able to sleep peacefully," she added with a smile. He laughed and said he didn't want to disappoint her, but that's okay. He still likes pretty girls. However, he still wanted to ask her something, but she was the first to ask the question, "Why aren't you interested in him?" Now he was waiting for her answer. She hinted that she was still interested. However, she couldn't help but hate this man. The conversation looked a little different to him now. Her perspective changed. She didn't care if he was an heir or an ordinary scholar, because the truth was that he was being sought after as the heir of a divine monk. "In other words, he is the future head of the Murima Union," she said. Their current consolation was that, if they thought about it, they were the true heirs of the Union, and not he. After all, the divine monk had been like a father to them, whom they had listened to and respected for a long time. But one day, he brought a stranger and declared him his heir. Even so, John thought she was going too far. However, the current Murim alliance is divided into two camps, one following the divine monk and the other opposing him. She was interested to know which side John was on, but he asked in response, "What about you?" "First, I need to make sure that this person has enough courage to take the place of both a holy sword and a divine monk," she replied. Because of this, she prepared the perfect man to test him. A thought crossed Jonah's mind as to who the man might be. At this point, she offered to end the conversation, as she got too deep into the atmosphere and said a lot of unnecessary things. She thanked him for deciding to open up, even if he didn't really like the person he was talking to. "Isn't it rude to order a drink and still not take a sip?" she asked. "Truthfully, I don't really like drinking it, especially what was prepared by the Tang family," he replied. "But it's a different matter if it was a poison prepared by you personally," Jan added with a smile. However, she said that would never happen. After that, she left him alone with his thoughts. He pondered her mention of the perfect candidate, as the only people capable of handling a holy sword and a divine monk were the other 5 respected. A month passes, the main hall of the Murima Union. Everyone took their place, and they discussed the plan they had developed. When there were no objections, it was decided to expand the Murima Union by building a new branch. Sol raised her hand with a suggestion of her own. She suggested banishing the heir to the Holy Sword. She even called him the illegitimate heir to the Holy Sword and suggested that he be expelled from the Murim Union. When everyone left, Sul remained in the hall. But she was not alone. John was also with her. They returned to the same conversation as before about the expulsion of the scientist Murim from the Union. John questioned whether her purpose was to provoke the divine monk. She asked him how he really felt about the idea. John replied that it was too early to do anything, and most of the other ambassadors agreed with him. But she noted that this time the divine monk would not sit idly by. Although it was not easy to shake, Sul was sure that this was the thing that could do it. She emphasized that this would help them neutralize the Holy Sword heir's power. They hoped that they could get rid of him with a light movement. They decided to wait, and Ion noticed that the heir would fall in love with anyone. If such a banality could bring him back, Jan couldn't wait for it to take effect, he thought. Sol assured him that she would not disappoint, probably because one of her greatest joys in life was destroying other people's precious toys. Her words made him smile. Union of Murima, office of the Jagel family. Ryan sat at the table, recalling Sol's words. She talked about avoiding an heir, and that there was no place for an illegitimate Holy Sword heir in the Murim Union. He thought that they should leave things as they were because creating problems was an unnecessary maneuver now. Be it Divine Monk Pul, who has supported the Murim alliance for decades, or the young heir Un, who has gained the approval of both the Divine Monk and the Holy Sword. But in any case, it won't be easy to cut them out of the big picture even if she succeeds. So what is the Tang family planning? Ryan stopped at the thought that if she just wanted to undermine his power, then it was nonsense. He reached for the book where all of Secretary Yoon-hyun's personal information was written. Ryan began to read about his past, which seemed unusual to him. After that, he found a transcript of his essay. The answers were good, and he obviously knows how to handle words. The best way to test his strength is to have him fight someone. But if they had a public duel, it would attract the attention of the entire Murong Union, Ryan understood. If one of the members lost, his reputation would be ruined. However, even so, Un's answers did not seem firm enough to him. Of course, with a master's skills and powerful strength, he can easily destroy most techniques with just the basics. It sounds good in words, but in reality there aren't that many basic moves. And no matter how well the Holy Sword Heir combines basic moves, he has never fought with high-class techniques. This will certainly show his strength, but will not improve his technique. At that moment, Ryan remembered hearing the air train every morning outside the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. Was he looking down on the Murong Union? There aren't many people around this place, but their numbers are not zero. The heir doesn't mind other schools watching his fighting skills. During these thoughts, a guard entered the room. Ryong asked him to call one of the servants to make another cup of tea, and then get Secretary Un's documents from the administration department. He emphasized that he wanted to see the original of the examination form, not a copy. The day is over, and here comes the next morning training session. The older brother was angry with the younger because he looked sleepless. Mook, a representative of the Mafia Society, pointed out to them that they were moving too slowly, and because of this they could not catch up with him, which made him even angrier. They tried to explain that it was he who woke them up. Later it became clear that he was going to sneak into the pavilion. Behind his back, they began to discuss whether there were any beauties living there, and why he wanted to go there. He turned and asked them to be quiet, and they replied that they would shut up if he explained why he was heading to the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. "To try our luck?" he replied, adding that they would understand everything when they got there. And he himself thought about whether those rascals from Orthodox schools were really busy with intrigues, considering themselves true masters of martial arts, while he believed in the power of his sword. He was convinced that true knowledge about someone can only be gained in a sword fight. At that moment, his younger brother asked him if he was going to fight anyone. He didn't know what to say, because if he said he wanted to fight one of the new secretaries, he would be considered crazy. Moreover, the fact that he was the heir Holy Sword kept secret, so he decided to remain silent. They noticed strange behavior on his part and did not understand why he suddenly stopped. After a while, they were already standing on the lawn behind the Prowling Dragon Pavilion. The younger brother was here for the first time, as he did not even suspect the existence of this place. An ordinary person like him would never come near this place, because this is the Stalking Dragon Pavilion. Even Mook admitted that he had never been here. At that moment, the younger brother told the older brother to wait, remembering the strange rumors that had recently reached him. It was rumored that the son of a divine monk had joined the Murong Union after becoming a monk. Some even said that he was the true son of the Saint Sword. The younger brother added that he had heard of a man who wandered here in the pre-dawn hours in hopes of meeting a divine monk. Mook noted that some of the information had leaked out, but the fact that this person had started behaving suspiciously in the Murong Union didn't seem like anything serious to Mook, and he decided to move on. He thought that if this man trained in a public place in the Union, he would respect him. But on the contrary, he was hiding, exposing his past through rumors, and so they came to the place where Un did his training. He didn't have a sword in his hands, but he executed the movements expertly. Surprised, the younger brother said to the older one, "Wow, there really is someone here?" The elder immediately ordered him to shut up. They stood watching Un, waiting. The elder believed that if it turned out that Un was not strong enough to become the heir to the Holy Sword, then he would ignore the advice and finish him off himself. "This is fencing," the younger brother immediately remarked. He watched this incredible skill, which fascinated him. They also noticed that Un doesn't apply force. His technique seems very soft. Mook asked the younger, "Do you understand what exactly you see?" "Isn't it obvious?" replied the younger. "Besides, it's slow and pretty simple." He assumed they were a newbie, but Mook explained to him that if you only focus on what you see, you'll never get better. If in a fight everything is determined by technique, and you do not understand its meaning, then no matter how good your sword is, the result will be completely different. You will not be able to penetrate through the technique and avoid blows, added Mook. However, if you grasp its meaning, you will be invincible. He advised both of them not to rely only on their eyes, because you can become a real master of martial arts only when you begin to understand gestures. Mook continued to watch and noticed that while Un's movements were soft, they were unyielding. silent and slow but continuous, like a great river flow, the depth and weight of which cannot be reached in a day or two. Although Un still didn't like Mook, he now thought that he hadn't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, the original examination form was brought to Ryan. It seemed that he spent the whole night in the vault to find it, because the exam was held a month ago and the form was hidden deep among other documents. Ryan poured himself some tea to slowly study the form. First, he decided to check whether the original and the copy were identical. Although he couldn't be called a calligraphy master, Yoon's handwriting was on a decent level. Based on his years of experience reading books and writing texts, Ryan could confidently say that Un really deserved to get the top score in the secretarial exam. It was somewhat of a surprise for him. However, he could not understand why he was still haunted by a bad feeling. I decided to go out for some fresh air. He suggested that maybe it was because he had been overwhelmed with work lately. During the inspection, it was not confirmed that he was under pressure from the outside. But all the same, he constantly felt anxious, as if something important were slipping out of control. Ryan asked himself again and again why he couldn't quell the growing anxiety. It can't go on like this, he decided, and took the original form again. He sat down at the table and began to carefully read the text. He rotated the form in different positions, carefully examining it from all sides. But, as he assumed, he did not find anything suspicious there. Obviously, there was nothing strange in the form. However, the feeling of anxiety did not disappear. On the contrary, it even increased. This was exhausting him, so he reached for the cup of tea to take a few sips. Sip after sip, he tried to... But suddenly he noticed something strange. He put the cup down so sharply that the tea almost spilled out of it. It dawned on him. "My God, it's a sword print," he said aloud. Meanwhile, the brothers continued to watch. They stood for a long time, while it was already dawning on the street. The younger brother couldn't understand why Mook had decided to come here and doubted that he had come just to watch this sword dance. He wondered when the elder was going to return. But at that moment, Mook's reaction began to surprise the younger brother. He began to tremble. "What happened, big brother?" he asked. He just gritted his teeth and stared angrily, angered by the fact that even though Un was not holding a sword, one could clearly feel the tension of his movements and even predict the next move. However, he understood that if this imaginary sword was aimed at him, he would not be able to block it. The problem was not the content of the text on the first page. At first, the handwriting was even and neat, but the closer to the last page, it became less neat and more lively. Ryan was unable to find the imprint of the martial artist's sword in this handwriting. However, his hands were shaking as he looked at these records. It was just a mark left by a pen. Now it became clear why he felt anxious when reading this form. And why didn't the feeling of danger leave him? As if from an unreachable place, this man's sword was watching him and everyone from above. They gradually solved this mystery, although it stressed them a lot. The sun had already begun to appear outside, and the birds were waking up. At this moment, Un was just about to finish his training. Again, he didn't notice how quickly time passed. Closing his eyes, he asked himself, "What should I do?" Because during the training, he realized that Master Mook and the warriors of the Mafia Society were here. Now that the training was over, he didn't know how to behave. He was promised a place where no one goes, and there were as many as 3 people. At first he thought they were animals, but then he realized that at least one person was watching him. In any case, all relations should begin with a polite greeting. So he turned and bowed to them. Mook immediately responded with a bow, which greatly surprised the younger brother. After that, Mook asked his brother to bow down as well, and so the 3 of them bowed before Un. Un had heard that the hot-tempered swordsman Mook was impatient and had a difficult character. But at that moment, he thought that he must be a good person. There was an awkward pause between them. Un didn't understand if he could just leave and why they had come at all. It didn't seem like a normal conversation. Un saw no point in being polite to people who didn't even have a basic understanding of politeness. He bowed to them once more. But this time it was a farewell bow. 10 days after the official approval of the expansion of units at the Murong Union Council, the organization became the strongest, rising above all factions and schools. The mere thought of the boundless riches, glory, and power that the Union could gain kindled an insatiable greed in the hearts of the council members. Ryan, feeling the tension in the hall, decided to change the topic and suggested moving on to the next question of the discussion. Ryan voiced an unexpected proposal to the Tang clan. Expel the Holy Sword heir from the Union. Before she took the floor, Ryan asked if anyone wanted to speak. Sol confidently raised her hand to speak, and all eyes turned to her. She noted that this person has been in the Union for several days, but no one knows about his actions after arrival. She continued by implying that he had not really done anything or benefited the Union in any way. Ryan thought that her argument was unconvincing, but unfortunately he couldn't refute her words as the Holy Sword heir had to show himself. She added that today their Marima Union has officially become the strongest organization, so it's time to get rid of the useless, and old people. The young man listening to her understood that she aimed not only at the divine monk and his heir, but also at himself. Sol continued, expressing her sincere hope that all the representatives present would make the right decision. The faces of those present showed that they were hesitating, not knowing what decision to make in this situation. Sol noticed this, and it pleased her because she believed that in this case she had a chance. She didn't care if her proposal was accepted, and she didn't care about the fate of the Holy Sword heir. She only wanted to sow doubts about the divine monk, because if they grow, even the strongest column can fall. She wondered what results they all really expected from this situation. Suddenly, one of the council members raised his hand, drawing attention to himself. Mook asked why they should be the first to provoke the Holy Sword heir. Judging by the expression on Sol's face, she did not expect such a question at all. Mook continued by stating that there is nothing wrong with their current decision, and should stick with it as decided at the last meeting. Sol was sure that Mook was her biggest supporter, and couldn't understand why he was acting so erratically. At this point, Ryan supported Mook's argument, agreeing with him. Sol couldn't understand why even Ryan would stand in her way of achieving her goal. Ryan continued, noting that time was of the essence for them, and they shouldn't cause more trouble, so they should keep the heir at a distance, not too close, but not too far. He really didn't want to let the Holy Sword heir leave the Murong Union. If they get rid of him now, they will not only lose the authority of the divine monk, but also let uncontrolled power into their tended garden, causing the balance of power in Marima to be disturbed. However, Sol couldn't read Ryan's mind and didn't understand what was going on between the two men. It seemed to her that Chigal was also aware of the danger posed by the heir to the Holy Sword. Finally, Ryan announced that if the two heirs rejected the Tang clan's offer, then it would be rejected. Sol sat in silence, thinking that this was not the end and she still had a chance. After that, it was announced that the meeting was adjourned and everyone was wished a good day. Sol was tormented by numerous questions about what made them make such a decision. Although she wasn't happy with the result, it didn't matter because everything else was going according to her plan, and soon the scientist would face her test. At that moment, the scientist was outside, completely immersed in his training. He trained, giving his all and not being distracted by anything else. Breathing in the air to his full chest, he felt the power of nature around him. But suddenly he felt a flow of energy behind him. It was the energy of the stranger standing behind him. Who is this? He thought, realizing that it wasn't Mook or Yahello, because the energy was completely different. The stranger asked, "Why did you stop?" and offered to continue training. The scientist reflected that although this person is smiling, nothing good is hidden behind his smile. He also noted that he knew the faces and names of everyone in the Murong Union, but this man was not among them. The stranger turned to him again. "What is it? You don't want to continue?" "I'm afraid it's not what you think," the scientist replied, explaining that he simply didn't want to show disrespect by showing his lack of talent. The stranger laughed and asked why the scientist addressed him in such a respectful tone. The scientist explained that he felt a powerful energy in him. The stranger only laughed even louder when he heard the words about unusual energy. Un's face showed that he was not funny at all, especially after this man asked, "How dare someone like you judge me?" And then he added, "Aren't you afraid that you might die right now?" Un calmly replied, "Even the heavens do not punish people for minor sins such as predicting the weather. So why should I be afraid?" These words made the stranger think. In addition, it could be seen that the energy around him suddenly disappeared. "Not only is your tongue well hung, but you do not lack courage," said the man, looking at Una carefully. Then he asked, "Won't you join me?" Un replied that he had unfinished business so he could not go. But the man was convinced that no one had the right to refuse him, and added, "If you come with me, you will have nothing to fear." Un replied, "Trust is built on promises made to each other. Therefore, I cannot break my promise even if no one blames me for it." "Is that the only reason for your refusal?" the man asked. With a confident voice, Un answered that no matter what was offered to him, he was not going to leave this place. At that moment, the man felt that Un was looking down on him, and energy began to rise around him. But Un was not about to budge from his position, remaining confident in his words. The man could not understand who was in front of him and asked, "How dare you treat me like this?" And then with some doubt in his voice, he asked, "Are you Un-hyun?" Then the man realized that the heir to the holy sword was standing before him. Un calmly replied that his name was that, but he was not the heir to the holy sword. The stranger asked him to stop joking, and again offered him to go with him. And if not, he added, "I'll kill you right here." And the energy that surged around his body was amazing. His attack speed was also extremely high, adding even more fear to his terrifying aura. But Un understood that he was not going to kill him, although outwardly everything indicated the opposite. Besides, Un didn't even have a wooden sword with him. In this situation, he understood that he had no choice but to hope for help. Suddenly, the attack stopped short of reaching Un's body. It seemed as if the hurricane had blown her right in front of him, preventing him from touching her. A bright light shone all around, and a cloud of dust rose in the air. The man whispered in surprise, "Is that 100 steps of Spirit Fist?" At that moment, a familiar laugh rang out. A monk appeared and cheerfully said that he was wondering who had been making noise near his house since dawn. Then he turned to the stranger and said that he did not expect to see him here. To be more precise, he did not expect that this particular person would appear in such a place. The man seemed to be getting nervous and unnoticed. He also noticed that the monk's technique had become even sharper. His 100-step Spirit Fist looked impressive. However, the monk said that this technique was no match for his pair of poison blades. The man replied, "If you think so, then let's compete," preparing for battle. His appearance indicated that he was ready to test his words in a duel. Un noticed that his attacks had become much stronger than the ones he had used against him before. The monk dodged the blows, watching his outbursts of anger. The smile never left the monk's face, and he asked the man if he really hadn't changed at all. After that, the monk extended his hand forward, showing only the index finger. One finger was enough to deflect all the attacks directed at him. The man jumped high up, preparing the next blow. The monk calmly responded to his previous words, bearing in mind his stubbornness, and made a sharp move. The man, holding whips in his hands, swung them sharply, as if delivering a blow. "Is this a red snake trap?" thought the monk, and then admitted that his snake whips were incredible. Meanwhile, powerful energy began to gather on the monk's body. It was a breathtaking sight. The man used the red enhanced technique, which increased his immobility and concentration. However, the monk stood as calmly as if nothing had happened, unmoved by the attack. Yun was amazed to see that the man had only taken one step, but he was out of sight so quickly that it was impossible to follow him. Suddenly, the man reappeared in front of the monk, whip in hand, ready for another attack. "You look very angry today," the monk said, and asked what had made him so angry. Continuing to deflect his attacks with one finger, the energy around the man suddenly disappeared and he landed softly on the ground. "We haven't seen each other for a long time," said the monk, and added that he didn't even say hello. The man replied that he was not going to greet someone who broke the treaty with MANHUA. The monk disagreed and asked, "Has the poisonous god finally died after eating so many poisonous herbs?" To which the man objected. The monk continued to ask if everyone else was alive, and if so, how could he break the contract with MANHUA? The monk, still not understanding, asked, "Does this mean he will die soon?" The man then pointed his finger at Un, indicating that he meant him. "How much longer will you continue to spread rumors that he is the heir to the holy sword?" the man asked with annoyance. Confused, the monk turned to Un and asked, "Who is the heir to the holy sword?" The man replied, "Didn't you call him the heir to the holy sword?" The monk, even more surprised, said, "No." The monk added, "People can make up anything, but why do you care so much?" The man replied, "That means I can no longer trust your words." "Do you believe rumors so easily?" asked the monk without losing his composure. The man's name was Yum, and he stated that he did not trust anyone. The monk replied, "You don't have any proof that I broke the contract with MANHUA." At this point, Un intervened, offering an unexpected idea. He suggested asking the holy sword about it. Un explained, "Although I don't really understand the situation, I am sure that the Saint Sword will not lie. So if you want to know the truth, you'd better ask him personally." But Yom insisted and told Un that he would go with him. He explained that he would not be able to interrogate the holy sword without evidence, so he would take it with him to the meeting. Unlike this, and he didn't know what to say in this situation, the monk intervened and explained that this would be problematic. He pointed to the young man behind him and said, "This boy is mine." "What do you mean?" Yom asked in surprise. The monk explained that Un had successfully passed the secretarial recruitment exam and had just completed his training. He belongs to the Murong Union, and thus also belongs to the Union. If Yom forces him to go with him, he will break the treaty with Manhua, the monk added. Yom just gritted his teeth, not knowing what to say. Finally, he asked Unu a question. Are you the secretary of the Murong Union? Un silently nodded his head in agreement. Yom then said that, in principle, he did not expect anything in particular, because this information came from the Tang family. He turned and started to walk away, not even accepting the monk's offer to drink a cup of tea. However, before he left, he turned to Un again. We'll see each other again, he said with a menacing undertone. After that, Yom pushed off the ground and quickly left them, disappearing into the distance. Un was intrigued and asked himself who the man really was. The monk explained that it was Yom, the Iron Blood King of Death, one of the most cruel and cold-blooded men to ever exist. He is a man who can take the lives of others without hesitation and hates when things don't go according to his plan. He always seeks recognition. In addition, Yom hates and despises Li Com Hak because he believes that he stole all the glory from him. He belongs to those who never give up, having unwavering perseverance. The monk warned Un that if he ever came face to face with Yom, he would have to be very careful. However, remembering, the monk said that Yom had promised to come and check whether the words of the venerable monk were true. Un tried to recall the details, but scratching his head, he realized that his memory was failing him. This made Un suspect that the monk had done something that he did not yet know. The monk only sighed and said that these persecutors were very annoying and that he had already explained everything to them. He also couldn't figure out what else needed to be done to put an end to the Saint Sword Heir rumors that were spreading out of nowhere. Because of these rumors, Murom's union began to panic, and he was questioned about the identity of the culprit. Did I do something wrong by telling everything? Asked the monk. It was then that Ung realized that this rumor had spread throughout Jianghu. Un asked the monk if that was why he said that Un was the heir to the Holy Sword. But he replied that he didn't say that. But you didn't deny those rumors? Un remarked, asking another question. The monk did not understand why it was Unu and said that in fact he was not lying. It was very nice to see how these arrogant brats tried to do something in a panic, added the monk, recalling those moments. Un didn't like it very much, but he understood that he couldn't come to everyone individually and explain. Then who is the person who started this rumor? Asked Un. The monk replied, if something does not suit you, you can go and check on the North Sea. Then Un clearly remembered the silhouettes of those people and thought, didn't the owner of the ice palace call him the master of the setting sun? The monk began to remind Una, I told you that women always create problems. Even the Buddha would not be able to solve the conflicts between women and men. Un had no idea how to get out of this situation. The monk offered to speak to the representatives again and tell them that he was not the heir to the Holy Sword. Un thanked the monk for this suggestion because he understood that if he did not intervene, things would get worse. But if you don't want to, you don't have to, said the monk, and he seemed to behave like a child. Un noticed that the monk seemed to want to say something else and asked him about it. Well, since you ask, I'll answer you. After all, I'm partly responsible for this, said the monk. He asked Un if he had ever heard of the 5 divine rulers. 1 saint, 1 monk, 1 king, 1 god, and 1 hidden one. During the Great War between justice and evil, 5 of the best martial artists appeared in Jianghu. Although none of these men could have predicted the outcome of the war, their actions determined the fates of many soldiers. They did not even directly participate in the battles on the battlefield. But somehow, they were drawn into the war, and it was then that a monk offered them a way to avoid global destruction. Un understood that it was the same contract with MANHUA. First, the 5 rulers and the factions subordinate to them cannot fight each other. Secondly, they are strictly forbidden to raise their heirs. Third, the party that violates this contract will be punished immediately. This meant that everyone should go their own way without disturbing others. The ban on raising heirs existed so that none of the rulers could oppose the other 4. But if someone acquires an heir, the situation can change dramatically. This system worked, explained the monk. And then the monk added that there is one loophole in this contract. During the Great War, 5 rulers renounced all ties to their factions. The poison god of the Tang family passed the post of head to his descendant and left the family. The monk announced that he would not return to the Shaolin Temple. But, at a meeting of the 5 rulers on Mount Hua, the creation of the Murong Union was announced in his name. The great war between justice and evil has ended, and it has been decided that all schools must join the Murong Union. If someone refused, sanctions were applied to them. In other words, the monk explained that any faction that did not belong to the Murong Union automatically became his enemy. And as the monk pointed out, None of the other 4 rulers are currently involved in the affairs of their schools, and the Marima Union has a rule that any school that doesn't belong to the Union is its enemy. Then Un understood everything. If one of the 5 rulers interferes in the affairs of his school and does not belong to the Murim Union, then he immediately becomes an enemy of the Union of Murim and the divine monk Pul Yon, and as a result breaks the treaty with Manhua. Yes, it was a small loophole, if I may say so. For the monk, it was a game on the edge. This was how the monk forced everyone to agree to the treaty with Manhua, and because of this, the other 4 rulers were unable to stay in Jianghu. Did they know about this trick and not do anything about it? Asked Un. They knew, but their pride did not allow them to take back their words, and 2 against 3 could not win, replied the monk. It wasn't forced, it's just the way Murim's world works, he added. The monk sought to end the great war between them, and after that, he left the Stalking Dragon Pavilion and left as they did. Un understood many things now, but the fact that the Iron Blood King had been tricked remained the same. It was not difficult for the Murim Union to end the great war between justice and evil. The 4 rulers retreated, the balance was upset, and everyone was tired of the long war. However, the Union shed a lot of blood to achieve its goal. The monk added that although the Great War had ended thanks to the Murim Union, Yom had changed a lot, and said that he himself did not have much left to live. That was why he tried to get Un's support, but he couldn't understand why young people like Un were pointing fingers at the old. Have you read many books and none of them taught you the rules of propriety? He asked. And this sword? Why didn't you accept it from the infirm old man? Added the monk. He noted that everyone is working for Un's benefit, and Un is only complaining about rumors. But the monk was not an infirm old man, and the sword was not a simple gift. Then the monk told Un that he did not want anything from him, and also never asked him for anything. He raised his head to the sky, looking at the endless blue. I just wanted you to understand how things are arranged here, said the monk. The monk said that he would not demand anything from Un, and added, if you want to stay here, stay. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time, and no one will stop you. In short, he gave Un complete freedom to do what he saw fit. Then, can I return to my native province, open a school there, and cut all ties with Murim? Asked Un. The monk laughed, realizing that if Un opened a school, Li Hawk would come to visit him, and all the factions would not sit idly by. Probably, the representatives of the Ice Palace from the North Sea will be the first to appear. Probably Unu should start his own faction and call it, let's say, School Faction. Even if neither the monk nor Li Hawk intervened, it would not be possible to break ties with Murim just like that. Why did you come to Murima Union in the first place? Why didn't you return to your home province? Why did you become secretary? The monk asked, looking at Un. Un explained that he wanted to do something, so he accepted the offer of the trade organization Tigerstone. But he could just open a school in his native province. Now Un does not understand why he decided to join the Murim Union. The monk pointed a finger at his chest. You have deep in your blood a passionate longing for the sword, said the monk. He then added that Un looks a lot like Li Hawk. Both of them aspire to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and yearn to fight a worthy opponent. The monk pointed out the only difference between them. Li knows exactly what he wants, and Un doesn't. So I already belong to Murim? Asked Un. The monk answered this question not quite clearly, leaving him without final clarity. However, he said Un is moving in the right direction. The monk asked him to listen carefully and explained that man is between heaven and earth. He urged not to follow the false advice of others, and to think about what Un really wants. If you pay attention to other people's words, you can later understand that you did not live the life you wanted. That is why, the monk emphasized, you need to listen to your heart. Do not follow another's path, choose your own path, the monk added. After that, he asked Un if he shouldn't carry a sword with him and offered to give him the sword. Un understood that all his problems started because of this sword, so he replied that he did not want to take it. The monk wished him luck and suggested that he at least wear a wooden sword. After that, the monk said goodbye to him. Un felt a familiar sense of resentment because the divine monk had simply left without solving any of his problems. He began to ask himself the question of how to live life correctly from a human point of view. However, Un later realized that the monk did not ask him direct questions. He wanted Un to find out for himself what kind of person he wanted to be. Meanwhile, it was officially decided to expand the branches of the Murima Union, which made all the members of the organization very busy. Building new ones, expanding the old ones, appointing new leaders, secretaries, and soldiers. Fortunately, Un-hyun, Ansu, Jo-do-sik, and Pyong-o-do remained in Hangzhou continuing their work. They talked among themselves, raising various topics, discussing current affairs and news. There were plenty of topics for conversation, and everyone contributed their thoughts. Wong overheard the two of them talking about the Namgun family recently having a run-in with pirates. He asked in surprise about this, explaining his surprise by the fact that he was not aware of these events. However, he didn't remember ever meeting them when he was traveling down the river. In the conversation, they came to the conclusion that the trade group Tiger Stone has something to do with it. Long story short, the ship of the trade organization Tiger Stone was attacked by ruthless pirates, and the Nam Gong family fought them off. Although this family just beat up a few pirates, if they stepped up, other schools that receive income from this river will not sit idly by either. For one of the participants in the conversation, it was obvious. He remarked that if the Namgung family destroyed the pirates on the river, their status would rise, and the other schools would find out and probably try to take control of the family. Others immediately wondered how this guy knew so much. He replied, "Do not all men in power behave in the same way?" Meanwhile, in the camp of the captain of ruthless pirates, the captain, whose name was Yi Mushim, got up from his chair and looked back. One of his men approached him, bowed low, and announced that they had prepared an ambush. However, he had one more question that he was preparing to ask. An aide named Zhang Sam-che asked if they should definitely follow this plan considering the situation. The captain laughed and assured him not to worry. He pointed to a narrow road that narrowed and said it was probably the best place for an ambush. However, Zhang, nicknamed Scar, pointed out that they were no ordinary annual pirates. The captain reassured him by explaining that the other senior aides would be in charge of the ambush, and his job would be to attack the Namgun family members and stay back at the right moment. Thoughts swirled in Scar's mind that he might be on his way to his death, and he asked if those in ambush would be able to block the Namgong family's retreat. The captain replied that not only he would be on the battlefield but also Yi Mu-shim himself, the master of ruthless merit. In addition, the main force of the Namgong family will be occupied by the Imperial Heaven Squad, and all they have to do is buy time. Recently, Mushim has changed a lot, developing a new strategy after receiving a strange letter from the Imperial Heavenly Palace. Sitting in front of the captain, Scar pondered whether he should escape tonight. However, one thought did not leave him, which did not give him peace. He asked himself, "Suddenly we will win?" After some time, they set off on their horses. They were representatives of the Namgun family. Their captain turned to one of them and asked if he was following him. Nam Gong Sang-min was at a loss, not knowing what to say to the captain's question. Then, nevertheless, he expressed his doubts that this path seemed suspicious to him. He believed that there might well be an ambush at the point where the road narrows. However, the captain did not believe that the enemy could move here so unceremoniously. "And what to do if we are driven into a trap?" Sang-min asked. The captain turned and pointed at his army. 25 outstanding soldiers and 100 people from other schools could not be cornered. Anyway, he asked Sang-min what he planned to do. Sun replied that he wanted to do some reconnaissance. The captain gave him permission and asked him to inspect the area. Sang-min put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly. Several horsemen followed him. Enthusiastically, San jumped forward to survey the gorge. The captain observed the young man's fervor and mused that the young people of the Namgong family certainly had zeal. He also thought that the weather today was very favorable for bloodshed. The pirates had already seen the people approaching. Scar realized that the captain had not lied to him when he said that the Namgun family would be passing through today. Scar ordered everyone to be ready and not to go into battle alone, since, as discussed earlier, their job was only to delay the enemy. He also ordered everyone to avoid death. Looking closely, Scar noticed that there were only 6 enemies. And where are the rest of the troops, he thought, and was informed that they were riding behind. Scar realized that if these 6 were scouting, then the main army was somewhere behind. But he didn't know what to do next. If they stand still, they can cut off their retreat. Sang-min and his men drove slowly by. Scar ordered his men to prepare, noticing that the Nam Gong family's warriors had a complete lack of sense of danger and focus. The archers had already taken aim, drawing their bows. At this point, Scar pointed his finger at the enemies and ordered the attack to begin. There was the sound of arrows flying quickly through the leaves. Sang-min only had time to turn his head and saw the arrowheads hurtling straight at him. The arrows hit San-min and his companions, as well as their horses, knocking them off their feet. When the horses fell, the pirates rushed out of their shelters on the slopes, armed to the teeth, and charged. The captain heard various sounds, creating a loud noise right in front of him in the narrow gorge. He gritted his teeth as the sound sounded damn familiar. The sound of swords clanging. He ordered his army behind to pick up speed and catch up with San-min. This was their main task, and after a while they were already in the gorge itself, where the battle was unfolding. The captain reached for his sword on his back, cursing at the enemies, whom he called fucking bastards. Suddenly, he was thrown from his horse as if by a lightning strike. A moment later, he was already standing over San's body, scattering all the enemies nearby. Sang-min shouted his name loudly, trying to get his attention. But at that moment, he was hit in the face and flew to the side. The captain carefully watched the situation, but suddenly a stronger opponent appeared in front of him. It was Scar, who was also an accomplished swordsman and had excellent fighting skills. A fierce battle ensued between them where blood flew in different directions. Each blow was deadly and the battle grew fiercer until both enemies were filled with rage and determination. Scar already had a plan for what to do next as he contemplated his retreat. He turned to his pirates who were behind and ordered them all to retreat. Quan, the captain of the Namgong family, could not understand where he was going and rushed forward only to be met with arrows. He had to fend off the arrows with his sword to protect himself. These arrows delayed him and allowed the pirates to run in different directions. Scar grabbed his horse and ran away from his pursuers. Captain Quan ordered his troops to capture them and prevent the pirates from escaping. "Are you okay?" he asked one of the running soldiers, and he confirmed that it was. After that, they approached San-min and began to examine him, finding that his life was not in danger, but the wound was deep and required immediate treatment. San was very indignant because he thought he had shown himself from the worst side. Quan was also incredibly angry. In anger, he vowed that he would definitely catch these scumbags and bastards who dared to contact Namgong's family. After that, he left the wounded and quickly jumped on his horse. Commanding his horse to gallop faster, he rushed forward, not wanting to let his enemies go. Quan was well aware that they had a numerical advantage and was not going to forgive the pirates for their attack. The captain of the punitive squad of the Namgun family, enraged by the wounding of his younger brother, rushed in pursuit of the enemy. There, 200 enemies were already waiting for him, who surrounded his squad from all sides in a narrow valley. At first, the surprise attack seemed successful, but the efforts of the enemy were no match for Quan's bravery and courage. In addition, the coordinated work of the school's students only strengthened their offensive. During the fierce battle, brandishing his sword, Quan shouted at his enemies, "How dare you come against our family!" Gradually the battle subsided and both sides faced each other. Now, there were as many enemies left as there were representatives of the Namgong family, who had initially had a numerical advantage. The ambush was effective, but not against their family. It was an excellent moment to order the troops to attack. But suddenly, as if from nowhere, an insidious arrow flew out. Quan barely had time to place the sword under the hilt and knock her away. During the repulse, he felt the incredible power of this flying arrow. The archer who released her was on a horse, and you could tell from his clothes where he was from. It was the Imperial Sky Squad that pleased the other pirates with their appearance, but there were only 30 of them. At this point, Quan ordered all of his men to take a step back and get into battle formation. He met the Imperial Squad captain's eyes, and the tension between them was palpable. "Who are you, and why are you interfering in the affairs of the Namgun family?" Quan asked, addressing them. At first there was only silence, and then they coldly answered him. "You talk too much, and if someone talks a lot, it means he's afraid," they added with a sneer. They laughed, claiming that Quan was scared. But here the sunbeam reflected from Quan's sword, directed at the opponents. "You will pay for this rudeness with your lives," he promised them. The answer was, "Try if you can." And so to the clatter of hooves, they charged, swords in hand. Dust rose around them from the furious speed of the horses charging forward. Quan had already identified his target, who he wanted to kill, and was ready to act at any cost. He was determined to finish off the enemy, but it was difficult to tell from the strained smile on the opponent's face that he was ready to die. After some time, the young hostess was sitting by the window, warming her hands with a cup of warm tea. Her thoughts were busy with various topics, she thought deeply. The Ice Ghost told her that news had arrived about the events on the Yangtze River. "How did everything go?" she asked. "Namgong's squad has been destroyed," Ice Ghost reported. "This is the handiwork of the Imperial Sky Squad," added the Ice Ghost. "And how many were there?" asked the girl. "About 30 people. They helped the heartless pirates in battle." This surprised her because she did not expect this squad to appear so quickly. She noted that she did not have any offers yet. However, she asked the Ice Ghost to check if this was really King Moon's strategy. "Any news yet on the Marima Union?" she asked. "They seem to be focusing on expanding their branches. Nothing much has happened except for the appearance of the Iron Blood King of Death, Yom Jong-bu." Ghost replied. "What about him?" she asked, referring to Yom. "He remains as before, does nothing unusual." Then the young lady said that everything was clear to her. The ice ghost asked if it was okay to stop monitoring the Namgong family, as it was no longer necessary. She allowed it, adding that Yom's intentions needed to be ascertained. She understood that much would change due to the actions of the new owner of the setting sun. The residence of the Namgong family was in Hefei City, Anhui Province. The Namgong family was ranked as the 18th strongest faction and one of the 4 great families in the Murima Alliance. Its influence extended to the entire province of Anhui and the Yangtze River. Despite the rivalry with the Gongsong family in Gansu Province, their reputation in the river trade was not harmed in any way. The name of the Namgong family and its wealth increased many times, which attracted people and goods to them. But today the news spread across the river that the Namgung family had been dealt a heavy blow. Menacing Sword Zhong, the head of the Namgong family, slammed his hand on the table angrily. The head's advisor reported that out of 25 students in the unit, 8 were killed, 14 were seriously injured, and 3 had minor injuries. If we take the entire squad as a whole, 34 people died, 74 were seriously wounded, and 13 were seriously injured. Another terrible news was that the captain of the punishment squad had been killed in action. The chief, enraged, asked who had done it. The advisor explained that the 30 warriors who called themselves the Imperial Sky Squad were each at the level of a first-class disciple in strength. Those who survived confirmed this information. Considering these losses, this information becomes very important. It became obvious that someone was supporting them. One of the advisors told the head that this problem has an impact on the whole of Jianghu, and the next move must be thought out very carefully. However, the head could not understand how it could be left unanswered when their family members were killed. He rose from his seat and addressed all the Sword Kings. If there is a mountain in our way, we will cut it down. If there is a sea, we will split it in half. He addressed them as the elders of the Namgung family and said that things cannot be resolved through ordinary conversation. Whoever is our enemy, he will pay with his blood for what he has done. He then ordered the advisor to assemble a new punishment squad, keeping the same number of warriors. But this time the squad should be made up exclusively of the best students. The advisor warned the head that if they sent out so many disciples at once, neither the Gonsan family nor the Wudan faction would sit idly by. Another advisor added that the advisor is right. It could end badly and lead to conflict. But the head interjected. Our reputation is already in tatters. He firmly declared that he would not retreat until he covered the graves of his brothers with the blood of his enemies. Hangzhou Murima Union Guest Room. Yoon entered and greeted those present. He was greeted with a smile, clearly already waiting for his appearance. Un understood why one of the men was so embarrassed to talk to him. Probably it was due to the fact that the husband had his first day of work. He said, "How can I be the first to introduce myself to the elder?" And as a result, they decided to communicate as equals. Un opened the notebook to see who was today's guest. It was 5 people from the Namgun family. Un remembered the Namgung family from the Dragon and Phoenix conference, how they fought against Han. Their swordsmanship did not disappoint. It was expected of members of this family. The Dragon and Phoenix conference was held not long ago, but it seemed like a long time ago. It's probably because of the many changes in Un's life since then. After being fired from his previous job, he continued to worry about his uncertain future. But when he found stability again, he began to miss his freedom. One of the men brought 5 people and told them to wait in the guest room while he brought the host Namgun. Un looked at them and wondered who they were. One of the boys came closer and said, "I did not think that I would meet such a brave scientist here." He added that he was glad to see him. He explained to his friend that he had seen Un at the last Dragon and Phoenix conference. After that, he approached Un and said, "It is quite expected that the book lover has become the secretary of the Murong Union." Then he asked him where the haughty princess of the North Sea had gone. Un understood that he should not argue, even though he tried to provoke him. Another man asked him to stop, explaining that they didn't come here to play games. When the preparations for the retreat were complete, he asked to spend it. He explained his departure by saying that he was not feeling well. He was told he could do whatever he wanted. He turned his head and thanked them. He approached Un, bent over his table and asked to see him. The teacher started shouting at him, but the student calmly asked the teacher not to worry. He said he was not going to point his sword at a mere scholar. "With the slightest drop of poison, this weakling will drop dead in an instant," he added, pointing at Un. Another man approached and offered to lead him, but he replied that he did not ask for it. Turning his head, he asked again, "Didn't you hear me?" The man began to tremble with fear and could not even utter a word. At that moment, Un got up from his chair. In a cold voice, looking directly into the student's eyes, he said, "I will guide you." A moment later, they were on their way to his room. Un opened the door and asked him to enter. When he saw the student off, Un said he was leaving, but the student asked him to wait. "I remembered I left my luggage in the guest room. Could you fetch it for me?" Un replied that he would ask others to carry the luggage, but the student coldly repeated his question, implying that it was Un who should do it. "Should I repeat?" Of course, Un replied that he would do anything, and he himself began to wonder who this young man looked so much like. His behavior resembled one of the 5 divine rulers, the Iron Blood King of Death. But at the same time, he behaved in a childish way, which seemed very strange. After a while, the secretary stood with things in his hands. He turned to the young man with the words, "I brought you what you asked for."
Ha! You did as you were told! And if I order you to eat the sword, will you do it too?
Said the young man mockingly. It looked completely stupid, almost absurd. The secretary fell on his knees and asked for forgiveness for everything. The young man said he would meet his Hyung and asked the secretary to show him around. He was told that Mr. Nam Gun-hyun had already gone to the office. Then the young man asked the secretary to take him directly to the office. The servant offered to conduct it himself, but the expression on this young man's face said it all. Refusal was unacceptable, so Un got up and said again that he would do everything. He also asked to take away what was prepared for Hyung, as that thing is in the luggage. Is that right? The servant thought, watching their interaction. They both looked like they were about to burst like an overripe watermelon. After a while, they walked down the street, and the secretary was carrying things in his hands, following the young man. Other secretaries met him on the way. Un greeted them with a smile, but suddenly he felt a sword stuck in the ground near his leg. He wasn't looking down, so he didn't see the sword. This made him stumble and think, "What a joke from the man in yellow." The other secretaries, seeing this, warned him that he was about to fall. Un barely managed to stay on his feet and turned to the boy. He wanted to tell him everything he was thinking, but held back. "You're lucky that you didn't embarrass yourself in front of everyone," said the young man mockingly. "Besides, it would be incredibly rude to hit a warrior's sword. You could lose your head because of it," he added with a cheeky grin. Un took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and remained silent. The young man just stood there and waited for Un to say something in response. Then another servant asked permission and took the luggage from Un's hands. "How can you behave so unceremoniously?" he said impudently, turning to the servant. But he ignored his words and reached for things. "I appeal to you," repeated the insolence, and began to attack the servant. Un saw it, because everything was happening right in front of his eyes. Nakaba received a powerful blow directly to the stomach. The blow was so strong that he was thrown back. Un hit him with his hand and held it in the enemy's direction, pretending to have a sword in it. Nahaba did not understand what it was, because he only saw the movement of the hand. He knew the secretary was unarmed, and in another situation that might have been an excuse to kill them both if he had struck himself. But looking at his hand, he could tell that Un had not only stopped his attack instantly, but had also pushed him back. "What does this mean?" Un asked him. He raised his voice, asking how he could treat an innocent person like that, and then call himself a warrior. Nakaba just clenched his teeth, angry, and did not know what to answer. The secretary continued, "You don't represent anything. How can someone like you be a student at a prestigious school?" The disciple drew his sword and asked the secretary to repeat what he had just said. He demanded to repeat exactly what had been said about him. The other secretaries, standing behind Un, asked him why he was doing this and why he was provoking. Un calmly pointed out to the apprentice that he knew how to use a sword, but did not understand when to draw it, and that he was still behaving like an inexperienced apprentice. He also added that the student is not aware of his actions and mocks those who are lower than him in status and power. "Only a worthless person is capable of such a thing," concluded Un. The disciple raised his sword and said angrily, "This worthless man will die now." Others present were nervous for Un, fearing for his safety. However, Un easily dodged the blow, forcing the sword to pass. This only angered the student even more. They shouted at him from behind to stop. At that moment, Hyun appeared and jumped right in front of him. Hyun shouted at the student, asking what he was doing here, and ordered the sword to be removed immediately. He pointed out that this was the Murima Union, not a place to swing a sword. The student, enraged, replied that Un had insulted their Namgun family. After that, the student felt the full force of the teacher's slap on his face. He only asked the teacher, "Why did you hit me?" The teacher explained that this was a punishment for disobedience because the student did not obey his order. He ordered the disciple to leave immediately and repent for his deed. Nakaba could not answer the teacher, hid his sword, and quietly left. Hyun then approached Un and apologized for his student, promising that this would not happen again. Wong also apologized to Hyun, admitting that he had gone too far. The student stood behind his teacher and could not understand why he was apologizing to the regular secretary. Namgong's family are proud sword kings. But he bowed his head to a mere scholar, the student thought, wondering who this secretary really was. The teacher understood that his student now does not understand the reasons for such an act. But he was sure that one day the apprentice would realize who he was really swinging his sword at. This unassuming secretary is a holy sword adopter who has yet to show his true power. After that, they said goodbye. And the teacher said it was time to go. He ordered his disciple to follow him. The student, turning his head, once again looked at the secretary. Un's comrades asked if he was all right. They began to panic that they might have angered Namgun's family and expressed their concern, saying that he was incredibly lucky that Master Namgun Hyun showed up. The other came up with a laugh and noted that he thought Un was very quiet, but this time he exceeded all his expectations. Un tried to figure out if Namgun Hyun would have reacted the same way if another secretary had been in his place. Forget about it and move on, another secretary suggested. Ryan watched all of this and thought that according to his imagination, Un's blood should have been spilled then. At the very least, he should have been charged with a misdemeanor. But it certainly wasn't supposed to end like that. A few days passed, and at a meeting of representatives of the Marima Union, the situation was discussed. One of the representatives stated that it was completely wrong that the Hyun pirates were only the Namgun family's problem, and said that he would not allow other factions to interfere. A representative of the Udan faction noted that heartless pirates operate in their faction's territory, and because of this, it is no longer just their problem. However, Hyun replied that there was no need to ask permission from anyone to avenge the murdered students. There was a loud thump of a fist on the table. Does this mean that the Namgong family will leave the Murima Union and go it alone? Chan Donson, representative of the Donson family, asked them. The energy of the conflict flared up between them, and each insisted on his position. They were asked to calm down, understanding their arguments. Ryan emphasized that this matter concerns the entire Murim Union. Hyun replied that the Namgun family respects the Murim Union's decision. However, the lives of heartless pirates belong only to them, and no one else. He explained that if they only got a guarantee against the heartless pirates, then they would be able to negotiate with the Tiger Stone merchants, which was a more important source of income for the Namgong family than they even thought. In addition to revenge, they protect the interests of merchants. It was decided to take a short break before continuing the discussion. Yeonho pointed out that there was obviously someone supporting the heartless pirates, and that someone might be responsible for those mysterious letters. He was told that it could only be rumors. Saul added that the Plum Sword seems to take a lot of interest in the rumors. And it's sad that they can't make the Azure Dragon Sword owner's letters the main topic. This time it's not just a rumor, she insisted. Haven't there been worthy people who call themselves the Imperial Sky Squad? John asked. Namgun replied that they did show up and their family would be of great help in catching the main culprit, accepting any help, but the heartless pirates would only be there for them. He seemed willing to make significant concessions by accepting the supervision of the Murim Union, implying his confidence that they would accept his offer. Ryan was ready to include the suggestion in the discussion, but Jan said he still had something to add. He meant that when an investigative team was formed to find the person behind the mysterious letters, he should become its leader. So he asked if there would be any objection if he himself selected the people for this group. The first question that arose in Ryan's mind was why exactly he would select people and who he wanted to select. The second question was voiced. I'm afraid I'm not smart enough, so I want to take a smart man, said Jan with a hint. He was referring to the top scorer in this year's secretarial exam. John told the audience that this particular person should go with him. He also added that he didn't want to leave him alone while they watched over the heartless pirates. Thinking it over, Ryan admitted that Jan was right, as they couldn't leave the Divine Monk and Holy Sword Adopter alone in the Murima Alliance. Sol interjected, and said that she also wanted to join the investigative team that would be looking for whoever was behind the mysterious letters. Do you mind? She asked Jonah, looking straight into his eyes. John was a little confused, but of course he couldn't say that he was against it. After a while, he was already looking out the window of the carriage. Sol sat directly across from him. She wondered what he was thinking about. Sol explained what she meant, which was that all the other 18 factions of the Murima Union were focused on keeping an eye on the Namgun family, and she asked why he insisted on creating an investigative team at such an important time, and also why he took Yoon Hyun in particular. Well, why did you join us? Yeon asked with a counter question, thinking that she could be doing other things. She replied that only fools deal with the affairs of the Yangtze River, as she saw no point in fighting for the sake of fighting. For John, the investigation was much more interesting and important. You are an unwelcome guest, but why do I think you support him? Is it your personal attitude or the position of Manhwa School? She asked, referring to the secretary. In response, John just threw up his hands and said that he had bewitched him. He even forgot if he had said it before, but he admitted that Un was interested in him. Let it be so, said the girl, holding her hand to her forehead. But she had one more question. Why is our first point of arrival the Shaolin Temple? Because I'm interested in him, John answered shortly. But this only strengthened her suspicion that he did not want to reveal the truth to her. Saul folded her arms and said he could do whatever he wanted, but added that she couldn't keep her secrets forever. She tried to guess if his plan had something to do with the divine monk, and if that was why he included the holy sword receiver in the group. At that moment, the receptionist was riding in a separate carriage, reading a book. He noticed that while the carriage was not luxurious, it was guarded, with 2 faction representatives accompanying him, demonstrating the power of the Murong Union. He wondered if these people were really great masters. Of course, they are not stronger than a divine monk or a holy sword, but still quite powerful. He also asked himself why he was included in the investigation team, without explaining exactly what was being investigated. Of all places, they head to the Shaolin Temple. What was the divine monk up to this time? After all, the Shaolin Temple is one of the most important organizations in Murong, which is said to be the birthplace of all the world's most famous martial arts. The host thought it was worth taking this opportunity to see the martial arts of this temple while looking at his sword. At this moment, it was already known elsewhere that the receiver of the Holy Sword was on his way to the Shaolin Temple. The Namgong family had concentrated all their forces on the Yangtze River, and King Moon was currently the center of attention. But the story was cut short, as the chief interrupted, declaring that he would go to Shaolin himself. The masked girl told him that King Moon had already asked him to accompany him. However, he believed that he could deal with all the affairs on the river himself. The girl reminded him that the merchants had also asked him for help. He then asked how the investigation was progressing on the owner of the Azure Dragon sword, which still had no results. But at that moment, he received information that the lone guest, Doc Koran, had reappeared. A few years ago, after the supposed owner of the Azure Dragon sword became known, it disappeared without a trace. However, he was recently seen in Shandong province, where he challenged the leader of the Great Void School to a duel. And what happened next? He asked the one who brought the information. The leader of the school was felled by the lone guest with 1 blow. After that, word began to spread that lone guest Doc had reached an outstanding level in the martial arts. It seems that they were related to the owner of the Azure Dragon sword. After hearing this, he gave permission to go. B approached the martial arts emperor and addressed him. He told her that he would carry out what was agreed with the merchants. But right now the owner of the Azure Dragon sword was more important than the affairs of the river. Everyone knows that one person is powerless against the world flow, but sometimes someone appears who knows how to change it. At that moment, a strong energy began to emanate from the emperor, and he said, "The most terrifying thing in the world is the power of one person. Come to think of it, what is the importance of those merchants when both the Murima Union and the imperial family are afraid of the sender of the letters? They are nothing compared to him because they don't even know his true identity." Having said this, he turned and left. B shouted after him that the person she would worry about first and foremost would always be him. He was always that person. Tigre came in Trade Group office. Li Home, head of the Tiger Stone Trading Group, was faced with a difficult decision. His daughter, Li Soyan, decided that she should go. However, he wasn't sure how dangerous it would be. "Until you see for yourself, you won't know anything. This time we have to see for ourselves how our relationship with the Namgun family is going," she explained. She asked him not to worry and promised that he would definitely not get into trouble. He insisted that she take the guards, but she thought they would be useless. "At least a minimum guarantee is needed," he insisted. Coming up behind him as he sat on a chair, she hugged him and thanked him. He didn't think it was worth reminding her to be careful, and he said that if there is no profit, just let him apologize. With a smile, the girl said that he had better not worry about her, but about her brothers, because if you leave them for a long time, they may start to realize their strange desires. She bowed to him and said she would see him later. Her father looked at her, realizing that without risk, he would not get anything significant. However, he also knew that there was a difference between recklessness and a well-considered risk. Leaning back in his chair, he told himself that he must be getting very old if he started thinking about such things. The chariot arrived directly at the home of the Murong family. John and Sewell got out of it, They were greeted with the understanding that the road was long and they must be tired. The head of the Murong family informed them that the head of the family was waiting for them and asked them to go inside. They smiled and moved forward. The manager furtively glanced back. He looked at thinking that he had not been here for a long time. Thought too, thinking of Murong-jin, Miss Murong, and Murong-san, and wanted to see them as soon as possible. He didn't think he would find himself back in the place where he once sent a letter, as part of an investigative team to investigate mysterious messages. Understood that the manager probably recognized him, but he did not worry since no one would know that it was he who sent the letter, because it was without a signature. However, he knew that he should keep his mouth shut. First Sword Tangjong, the head of the Murong family, was already listening to their conversation about the mysterious letter. John and Sol were having a discussion with him. Sol explained that they wanted to check some details. In particular, does the letter they receive have anything to do with the Heartless Pirates? The chief understood everything, but said that they were insulting the Murong family by associating them with pirates. Of course they understood this, but they asked his permission to read the letter, promising to finish the investigation after that. The head of the Murong family knew that neither the Murima Union nor the Tang family had the authority to investigate the personal letters of the noble families. He warned them that if the Tang family did not back down, his family would not be able to stay away. Standing behind them, was amazed at their incredible energy. Yan interjected, assuring them that they were not going to interfere in their family's affairs in any way, and the cooperation of the chapter would be enough to clear all suspicions of the Murima Union. "What exactly do you want to know?" asked the head. "The identities of the recipient and the sender of the letter, as well as any meaningful evidence of hostility towards the Murim Union, or an attempt to create a new faction," Sol explained. The chief scratched his beard and said that nothing like that was mentioned in the letter. Sol asked him to swear on behalf of his family that there was no such information in the letter, and if he does, the Murima Union will believe his words. "I swear by the name of my family that nothing like that was mentioned in the letter," the head said solemnly. The tension in their conversation grew more and more. Sol stood up and said, "Okay." After listening to his words, she decided to believe him. The head thanked her for this trust. Continued to watch them from behind. Tried to remember exactly what he had written in that letter. Everything he remembered had to do with swords, and now he was worried that this had led to misunderstandings. Meanwhile, in Murong Tangjong's bedroom, the head of the family was thinking about He couldn't find him even after sending people to the South Sea, and now appeared with the investigation team. "Is this a trust check?" thought the head. If he could, he would immediately meet the disciple of the Azure Dragon Sword owner, and spend the whole night discussing the sword art with him. But was now the secretary of the Murima Union, and the chief could not act rashly until he understood their relationship with the union representatives. At that moment, turned his head and saw the girls he missed so much. They also noticed him, and one of them ran up, jokingly hitting him on the shoulder, offended that he had not appeared for so long. "I missed you so much," she exclaimed. Happily apologized to her for his delay. Genuinely looking forward to meeting her, she still decided to forgive him, although she was angry when he left. But now that he was back, her anger melted away. Extending her hand, she asked if he had brought her a present, and not knowing what to say, just looked around. She distributed honey dates, one for grandfather, one for and one for uncle, the manager. A little later, they were all sitting at the table, and her sister was apologizing for the way San-Ah had been behaving, as she was usually more obedient. Was embarrassed when they addressed him as Sir, and asked to be called simply Secretary However, the girl objected, saying that she could not do that. "During a difficult time for our family, the help of the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword was incredibly valuable. It is a debt that we will never be able to fully repay," she added. She explained that she knew of his connection to the owner of the sword, and therefore could not treat him without due respect. Had no idea that his letter would support them so much. The time spent in the Azure Dragon Pavilion on Yadinka was not in vain. The girl bowed to him again, hoping that he would convey her gratitude to the sender of the letter, and thanked him again. She also asked him to definitely do it. Smiling, he assured that he would definitely convey these words. A smile never left her gentle face. A little girl was also in the room, watching their conversation. The scientist realized that he should have told them the truth right away, but now he had to first check whether the letter contained any problematic content, and only then tell everything. He turned to the girl and asked if she had any other questions. Coughing, he said he was related to the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword, as she may have already noticed. She understood that if he had no relation to him, he would not be able to recreate the art of swordsmanship. She also said that she already knew about his help to the young master from the South Sea School. Did that smile mean that day? Flashed through Un's head, and he decided that he would tell more about himself during the next meeting. The girl became interested in what connected them, and she asked him to tell. They had two options. He was either a student or just an acquaintance. But the truth was different. It was neither the first nor the second. It was completely unexpected for the girl. Un said he wanted to tell everything, but he couldn't right now, and promised he would definitely do so when the time came. She agreed to wait as long as it took for him to tell. The girl added that on that day, their Murong family would do everything to repay the debt. However, she assured that they would never ask for anything in return for their help. Un explained it to her and could confidently vouch for his words. Good thing Un revealed his identity last time. He didn't want to look like a shameless man charging for kindness. Then he asked her if there was any place where he could practice quietly at dawn. She realized that Un came to the grounds every morning during the Phoenix Dragon Conference, not to spy on the training, but to train himself. She said that there is a place where no one will disturb him. Only the head of the family and his direct relatives can use it. The girl also noted that there he might meet someone who is waiting for him. Un grinned widely, intrigued by who it could be. The little girl was willing to give her consent to this place if it was for Un. 7 days after arriving at the Murong family home, Sol and Yeon were talking about the rumors about Doc Ran's lonely guest. He was said to possess a very valuable martial arts manual. Rumor has it that this guide is actually a letter. Yeon hoped it was about the correspondence they were investigating and wanted to enjoy the Murong family's hospitality. But when I saw her look, I realized that it's time to confess. You can't run away from work. He asked Sol to tell everything from the beginning, but in the most concise form. She explained that rumors about Doc Ran's lonesome had spread because of his unique martial arts guidance. Because of this, he was attacked by numerous villains, and he shed a lot of blood. Perhaps these rumors have more weight because they arose against the background of their long stay here and the investigation of the letter. The investigation team of the Murima Union has been visiting Murong's house for 7 days. It seems that people have started to believe more in the authenticity of the rumors about the letter thanks to the investigative team. Namgun's family also went to the river after Yeon's investigation was over, and Seol asked him if he should report back on the work done. The Impact faction had weakened considerably, and Yong hadn't even expected them to compromise with the Namgong family so quickly. This is because the head of the Namgun family personally leads the punishment squad of 125 soldiers. Namgunyung's Thunder Sword made its move, and Yeon then asked her if maybe instead of disbanding the investigation team, it would be better to go to the river. However, Sol replied that the river was a very bad option. What she meant was that they should go to Shandong province to investigate Doc Ran's solitary guest, and it should be done immediately. The next day, in the office of the head of the Murong family, the chief reported to his men that the investigative team was on its way. His granddaughter expressed her desire to join the investigative team. She personally saw the letter and expected that they would accept it. What's more, she said she wanted to check on something that wasn't so much about the investigative team as it was about scientist Un. Then her brother declared that he also wanted to leave. "We have no right to underestimate the people from the investigation team, especially Tang Sol, who is secretly following Master Un," he said. As a brother, he cared for his sister and informed the chief that this was one of the reasons why he had to go as well. The chief allowed them to go together and support Un. "We will do so," they answered in unison. At the same time, their chariot continued moving in which John and Sul were sitting. Sol kept telling John that he was keeping too many secrets from her. He couldn't refuse the pretty girl's request, and finally admitted to her that they were going to the temple to check the situation. But he also added that he has secrets just like she does, including why she decided to join his group. "Everyone has their secrets," he said, and tried to change the subject by noting that this carriage was uncomfortable. She looked at everyone suspiciously, not understanding what they were thinking. But most of all her thoughts were focused on Una. Mi and her brother rode behind them on horses. They exchanged glances with Un. Un waved to them with a smile. The boy just nodded in response. "Where are we going?" he asked his sister, to which she replied that to Shandong province, where the lone guest Doc Ran was last seen. Mai said that she also heard how he disappeared without a trace a few years ago and recently challenged the Great Void School. There are many rumors that among the schools on Mount Taishan, one school holds the lead. They call themselves the rulers of Shandong, although they have lost influence in the entire Taishan mountain region. Most likely, the lone guest chose them as his first victim to announce his return to Jianghu. "Did you hear that he now possesses a unique martial arts mastery?" her brother asked. She doubted that the head of the School of the Great Void would say anything, because the lonely guest had defeated him in one blow, and because of this, he would definitely not reveal the truth. Eavesdropped on their conversation. The brother agreed that it was very interesting to defeat such a strong man with one blow. Mi understood that the lone guest was in a difficult situation now, and even a strong wolf alone would not be able to easily deal with a pack of wild dogs blinded by greed. So where could he be now? Asked Jean. She assumed they would meet him at the top of Iron Mountain. She also doubted that the letter currently in the lone guest's possession was sent by the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword. The Murima Union does not seem to know that these letters have different authors. After all, she herself had read the original from the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword, and knew for sure that his only concern was the sword. He is definitely not the kind of person who would send a letter to the pirates to cause chaos in the Murima Union and plunge Jianghu into chaos, and sat in the chariot lost in his thoughts. Looking at him, Mi could tell by his shining eyes that he had definitely heard their conversation. Senior brother and scholar now reminded her a lot of San-Ah. Unusually intelligent, but at the same time bright and simple, like children who do not know how to hide their feelings. Shandong Province, the entrance to the top of Iron Mountain. Their chariot had already arrived. John continued to talk about how he didn't even want to walk, followed by Sul, who said that the lone guest was last seen yesterday. If they want to meet him, they must hurry. She turned to the security captain. She said to go to the nearest reinforcements and be ready to act at any moment in case of an emergency. She ordered the secretary to go with them, but behind them were Jin and Mai, who declared that they were also walking together. Do whatever you want, but no one will be responsible for your safety, Sul told them. Behind them, raised his hand and asked what would happen to him. John repeated that he was coming with them. You don't want to? Sul asked menacingly, and he explained that this was not the case. Actually, the problem was that he didn't know anything about Qinggong. This raised certain questions in John and Sul's minds. Then, in an already irritated voice, she asked again, What did you just say? She started to get annoyed that John's secretary didn't know or know anything, and she didn't want to be involved in his childish mischief, so she asked him to do what he wanted. Was under his charge, and she magically jumped off, leaving them behind. Fire lit up in Un's eyes, for it was a master's Qinggong that he had never seen before. What will you do? Yon asked, to which replied that he was waiting for someone to help him. John wondered who could help him. I'm afraid you'll prefer the breasts of a beautiful girl instead of me, said John jokingly. Everyone was silent, and was already waiting for an answer from them. Turned his head and looked into Mi's eyes, who also didn't know what to say. Then John said he could help them. His help was that he would just leave them. And so, pushing off the ground, he instantly disappeared from their sight. But instead of ending up in the girl's arms, ended up in Jin's arms. While in the man's arms, cried out loudly. They pushed off the ground and jumped up, heading forward. What is Jin thinking about? Asked himself, being in his arms. Mai flew behind them, realizing that it would be strange if the secretary knew Qinggong, so maybe he was hiding his abilities. However, his emotions looked so natural. In general, the girl carefully followed his every move. Flying closer to Jin, she asked, Where's my state? Jin didn't have a clear understanding. He only guessed that she might have walked forward to Yoon, who was ahead of them. Yon told them that Snowflower from the Tang Sol family probably had other things to do. His foot landed on a stone. From this place they will have to walk. He warned everyone to be careful and look around. Sol at that moment was standing in front of an incredibly beautiful waterfall. Another figure approached Sul. He was an old grandfather with a long gray beard that reached his chest. He approached her and called her by name. Turning to him, her face lit up with a smile. She was his granddaughter, and during their separation, he said, she had become even more beautiful. Grandfather was known as the god of medicine, and she immediately threw herself into his arms. What kind of behavior is this for a grown girl? He jokingly asked her. After that, he asked if she brought him here. Yes, he is on this mountain now, she replied. You say that this person is the successor of the Holy Sword, but I do not believe that. Li Kom Hak could not choose a disciple or a successor, said the god of medicine. However, he knew for sure that Huck and Pool were interested in him. He could say this based on his assumptions, because even Yom had not achieved anything. The god of medicine did not understand how he could not show interest in him. So what then? Asked the granddaughter, looking at him. He replied that he would do as she suggested. The warrior's blood splattered in the air as his body was cut by the sword. Dako Ran left no chance and already called the next fighter. There were 3 others standing in front of him who didn't know what to do. Dako Ran was also called the Lonely Guest, and he would ask these warriors if they were scared. After seeing their reaction, he contemptuously called them dogs that could only bark. But then another one appeared, who had the courage to call him a bastard. He asked the lonely guest how he dared to treat them so disrespectfully. These three were Shandong's heroes, and they threatened to execute him for all his brutal crimes. But Dr. Ran only asked them to be quiet. In general, he did not care how many people died that night. The bearded man held the weapon in his hands and thought, "What kind of fool is this bastard?" Ran continued to invite them to come closer, threatening to kill them all. There was silence between the warriors. They were just preparing their weapons as they stood in front of him. They were sure they could take away his martial arts leadership. The confidence he exuded was visible in his eyes. Sol, Yeon, and me were watching all of this from the bushes. John remembered the first time he heard about him. It seemed to him that he was looking at his own past, because he was once the same. Mai was a little surprised because being like the lonely guest was quite impressive. Of course, Yeon was much more handsome. But just like now, he had a penetrating aura. Telling his story, he noted that he once wanted to fight the whole world for his own interests. It was a stupid but beautiful period when he was not interested in the opinion of others. Then he laughed and added, "In a way, I've stayed the same." Mi couldn't help but agree that he really didn't care about public opinion. After that, Mi glanced at her brother and Un. What should she have expected? They both kept their eyes on the lone guest. Un wanted to avoid attention, as he was surrounded by the investigative team. But he was also interested in how far his sword art had progressed, and he really wanted to see it, even if he was accused of writing the letter. "Looks like it's starting," John said. On the battlefield, the attack on the lonely guest began. He was attacked from all sides, using various weapons. Immediately, 3 fighters rushed at him like mad dogs, and he stood in the very center. They clearly intended to keep their distance, hoping that sooner or later he would open up. One of them was about to strike him with a sword, but the lone guest didn't care. He deflected every attack as easily as if it were child's play. In this hurricane of deadly weapons, he remained perfectly calm. When he had to move, he did so with incredible speed that his enemies barely had time to follow. But all attempts to hit him with a sword ended in failure. Failure meant the end of life for each of the attackers. The lone guest did not spare anyone who stood in his way. Those who tried to kill him remained dead. Their commander stared at the lone guest, trembling. But then he found the strength to stand in a combat stance. But he couldn't hide the fear on his face, which continued to betray his anxiety. It was quite understandable, because in front of him stood a real monster, Dr. Ran, whose energy was amazing. However, at this moment, the word was heard. "Enough!" From the side. 8 armed fighters appeared around the lonely guest. They called him a true barbarian, and introduced themselves as masters from the school of the Great Void, saying that they would not forgive him for his actions. Despite the threat, he only smiled wider. "Well, come on, you cowardly pups from the school of the Great Void. Show what you're capable of," he scoffed. Observing this, uneasily concluded that his opponent was incredibly strong and his swordsmanship was exquisite. They called the lone guest a barbarian, but his sword technique was far from barbaric. Rather, it was precise and multifaceted. Each blow was strong and completely under his control, and Un knew he was capable of this. Un also understood that this was his reply to the letter he had sent him. "Ah, devil," thought the scientist, feeling how this situation took his breath away. He held the sword tightly in his hands, wanting to strike with it as well. Mai was worried if he would be okay. But Jan reassured her by saying that if it was a big guest, then yes, he would be okay. Even if the masters from the School of the Great Void cannot defeat him. However, Jan noted that the lone guest was targeted by many more people than just the masters. However, all these people are only pawns, and they will not be able to defeat the lonely guest, he added. Even John himself was not sure that he would be able to overcome such an opponent. After his words, Mi insisted that they should intervene. Because if the Murima Union did something now, many casualties could be avoided. "The Murima Union doesn't interfere in such matters. They don't care how many people die," replied Jan coldly. He explained that the Union acts only in its own interests. That is, its approach. All they needed was the correspondence found in the lonely guest. But even so, they had no reason to interfere now. All that is required is to collect the letter from whoever remains alive after the fight. Then Mi understood what he meant. A lone guest will not be able to avoid his death today. At this moment, the enemies of the lone guest were fully prepared for battle. They called Ran an assassin who dared to use mean tricks against the headmaster of the Great Void School, seriously injuring him. Because of this, everyone was commanded to demonstrate what justice is. The people hiding in the bushes debated among themselves whether they should intervene and reveal themselves just for the sake of the School of the Great Void. The person who contacted them said that their school wanted to punish this horrible criminal, and if they helped, they would get trophies. But no one was going to trust this person. He swore by the name of the head of the school of the Great Void and the Seven Masters. Those who were sitting in the bushes understood from his words that whoever takes the leadership first will get it. After that, they rose, revealing their presence. This gave the fighters more confidence in their eyes. However, the problem was that they probably showed themselves for nothing. The armed swordsmen charged. Jumping out of cover, the others also announced that they were starting a fight. And now, like mad, everyone ran straight to the lone guest, who was standing in the center of the clearing. Jin stood up, thinking a chaotic battle was about to begin and wanted to intervene, but Un stopped him by holding his arm. "It's still early," explained Un. He noticed the look with which the lone guest was looking. This look indicated that he had a plan. He hinted that he had a hidden trump card. And now this hidden trump card has already appeared in his hand. Jin was very surprised to see this energy sword in his hand. Power shone around the sword, enveloping it in a red glow and also covering the entire body of the lone guest. Thanks to this sword, he moved even faster, striking his enemies. He didn't seem to care how many enemies were against him. This sword was not only unshakable, but also merciless. Mi watched these thoughts go through her mind. She couldn't look away. The difference was only in the degree of strength, but this was Zhang Hu's true face. Cutting through the bushes, the 3 blades flew straight towards the lonely guest. Despite lightning speed, he was able to turn around and deflect blows. However, one blade left a scratch on his shoulder, and judging by the way he looked at his enemies, it clearly pissed him off. The enemies immediately noticed the wound and began to point at it with their fingers. "He looks tired, he can hardly stand," were their words. And then it was announced that the first person to remove his head would receive martial arts instruction. The lone guest began to breathe calmly and focused all his energy into the sword. Another attack began on him again. It was necessary to get rid of each of the opponents, and the blade flew in his direction again. It was like unexpected gifts from the bushes that had to be dodged. A lone visitor drove a sword through the neck of one of them. After that, he ducked and did a backflip in the air, dodging the 3 blades. The flying blades could open his wounds even more, and he knew that. He also understood that he needed to find the hidden killers immediately. But first, you need to deal with those who stood right in front of him. In principle, he was engaged in this, and he did it quite skillfully. Of course, not without effort, because it was difficult to fight for a long time. But after some time, corpses lay behind him. Only one of them remained on his feet. The lone guest ordered him to put down his sword and leave Murong, not wanting what did not belong to him. The man, gritting his teeth, listened to these words. But another figure appeared behind him and confirmed. "He is right. There is no place for cowards in Marima, and you can't wish for something that doesn't belong to you," she said. "Treasure owners always have their own methods," they said. John didn't expect these people to show up here. Mi did not know who it was and asked. He didn't know either, but he could only guess. Among them was a woman, but they were all dressed in ninja costumes, their faces hidden by masks. However, John recognized the female figure without any problems. He suddenly realized that there was nothing they could do if the letter reached them. These people do not obey the authority of the Murama Union, and it was obvious. Uninterrupted their conversation and said that the aura of these people seemed familiar to him. He wasn't sure he knew them. Yon then asked Yoon to pretend he didn't know them. The fact that these people were cornered by the lone guest was a serious problem, and the Marima Union could use this situation to force them to make concessions. Because of this, Yon hoped that Un would not reveal their true intentions. Un realized what Yon was planning and asked him to help the lonely guest. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Yon said. But Un had another important task. Besides, he was confident that John Plumblossom's sword would be able to solve this problem without using violence. John couldn't refuse his request. Although he did not like to interfere for the sake of other men, there was no choice. Jin got up and decided to go with him. The fact that there were 2 of them was considered a good sign. However, Mi could not leave the 2 of them, and declared that she would also go with them. Although she could not offer much help, she was responsible for the Murong family's foreign policy. Realizing this, Un began to rise as well, telling her that he would begin to act himself. Of course, he wished her to protect herself. However, he went the other way, leaving me wondering, wasn't he going to help the lonely guest? Un asked her to help them, adding, "Please." He himself noted that he had other matters to attend to. Un went in a completely different direction. He didn't explain anything and just left. Mai wasn't sure what it was, but she knew he must have a reason for it, and she had to help her older brother. Then the boys went to the battlefield, and to the question, "Who are you?" They replied that even if they introduced themselves, it would not tell them anything. The masked people looked at each other, realizing that it was true. Mai stepped forward, introduced herself as the person in charge of foreign policy for the Murong family, gave her name, and asked who they were and why they were threatening the lone guest. "This matter does not concern the Murong family," they replied, but Mi thought it did. She explained that their family is currently cooperating with the investigation team led by Master Yan to investigate the case of the lonely guest Doc Koran, but she was only told that she was taking on too much just because they represented the Murong Union. "We will not interfere if you prove that you are acquaintances of the lone guest," they said. Of course, for this one had to reveal their personalities first. "Is there a reason why you can't do that?" "I see. Perhaps your actions are illegal?" Mi asked them. They looked at each other again, exchanging glances, and silently resolved everything between themselves. They decided to continue, demanding that Mi and her companions leave the place. Of course, they could just walk away and be done with it, but first they wanted to say something. Jin took out his sword, introduced himself, and declared that if the enemy intended to harm his family, he must first fight him. The masked people immediately recognized this energy sword. Even his sister was amazed at how quickly he did it. However, he was told that he should not be too proud of himself because of such achievements, because there are people stronger than him. Jin understood this very well, and challenged them to prove that they were among such people, and he was ready to accept their challenge with joy. The masked man exhaled and said that he would be happy to do so, but unfortunately now is not the time. However, she promised not to forget Jin's words. It sounded, of course, like a cliched phrase, but Ion wanted to say something else. He said, "Miss, I had fun last time." She turned around and suddenly realized who it was. However, without even saying a word, she turned her head back and followed the others. This left many questions on the battlefield. One of the lone guest's enemies turned to her, begging her not to go, but blood spurted from his cheek. She threw her kunai at him, and he knew for sure that if she had wanted to, she wouldn't have missed. She warned him to watch what he said, because the School of the Great Void could be destroyed at any moment. These words sounded extremely serious from her. They themselves needed to understand that it was time to leave this place, and now only a group of investigators and the lone guest himself remained. Jin asked him if he was okay, but the lone guest was not so friendly, and said it was none of their business. He didn't need help. He also stated that he had no desire to assist them in the investigation, even if they were the Murima Union. Jin noticed his murderous look, despite the fact that he was about to collapse from exhaustion. Then Mi spoke to him and said that he did not know many things. "We also received a letter," she explained to him. "A letter from the wielder of the Azure Dragon Sword beyond the heavens." At that moment, he understood that the conversation would be serious. Because of this, she asked him to believe that they were not his enemies. Ran carefully looked at everyone present. There were no signs of threat on the faces of these people. They looked completely innocent. However, the appearance of Ran himself could not be better. He was exhausted. There was a certain relief in his soul that he had finally found something, but at the same moment his legs could not withstand the tension, and he fell. Jin jumped up and picked him up. After that, they carefully placed him on the ground. He had to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible, because it seemed that he could die at any moment. It could be done right now, but Yoon didn't understand where Secretary Un had gone. At that moment, Mi told him that Secretary Un had left. As he was leaving, he said he had to do something, without explaining what exactly. Too many people have their own business these days, thought John. First it was Mr. Tan, now Secretary Un. Mi wondered why the Murong Union representatives were so polite to Mr. Un, since they don't usually treat secretaries with much respect. And what important task arose in Un that he had to leave the lonely guest. They then decided to leave, and John asked to keep an eye on the situation. At this time, Un was already moving towards his goal, and so Un was already standing right behind the god of medicine. He said his name and asked if the old man called him. The old man slowly turned his head and said, "Yes." But his appearance was extremely frightening, and he asked the young man if he was not afraid of him. Un, with incomprehension in his eyes, saw no reason to be afraid. Now the old man understood why Pool and Huck were interested in him. Suddenly, the grass began to scatter from under his feet. Scholar Yoon clearly sensed this as he felt the energy surging around the old man. Energy began to gather quickly and fade just as quickly. The old man explained that in his power are both life and death. Saving life is medicine, killing is poison, he said. But these are two sides of the same coin, the old man continued and introduced himself. "I am the god of medicine and poison." This person was one of the 5 divine rulers, the poison god of the Tang family that the divine monk had spoken of. Un realized that all the cards had been opened before him. "Who am I to you, poison or medicine?" the old man asked Un. He asked him what he meant. The old man explained that the most important thing for Pul Yan right now is the Murong Union. Nothing bothers him anymore. As for Huck, he is obsessed with reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship and is willing to risk his life for it. But since he has not yet reached this peak, he can only strive for it. As Old Un explained, he felt as if the whole world was pressing in on him from all sides. The old man said of himself that he was obsessed with his Tang family. Incredibly, the old man didn't even use poison. He simply released such a powerful energy that the grass around him began to die. "If you swear to make the Tang family the strongest, I will give you this world," said the old man. At first, Un didn't know what to say. He then said that the old man must be confusing him with someone else since he was never the best, and doesn't even have the ability to do that. First step, second step, third step. The old man began to approach Un. He approached with the words that he would check it himself. He will check if Un is telling the truth or possibly lying. An energy figure began to form in his hand, and later, from this energy, he created a blue butterfly. "What kind of butterfly is this?" Un asked himself as he watched this. At that moment, the butterfly began to fly directly in his direction. But one could faint from the shock of seeing how quickly this butterfly grew, spreading its huge wings right above Un. At the same time, the blue sword in his soul began to awaken. Feeling alarmed, Un began to draw his sword. One movement was enough to understand the sophistication of his actions. His stand was unique. An incredibly powerful energy was hidden behind his soul, which began to emit light in different directions. The power of this energy was so unlimited that it flew far around. At that moment, a huge wave of wind almost swept Un off his feet. The god of medicine and poison watched the boy carefully. After that, Un himself turned his head back and saw 2 tracks. But, raising his head a little higher, he saw how the trees had been cut down, and the earth turned upside down behind him. "As Pul has knowledge, so I, like Huck, have insight," said the old man. He meant that in the past 30 years, there had not been a single person capable of defending against his heavenly spirit butterfly. But Un continued to stand his ground, assuring that the god of medicine was wrong with the choice. And all because Un did not seek power over the world. He began to remember the moments when he too once thought that the whole world was in his hands. But it was only an illusion. However, it was a good time. Because he met people dear to him and found his own way. Un wanted to own the whole world, he wanted to be one with it. This story seemed stupid to the old man. Even if you want to be one with the world, people will still fear your power, glorify you, and hate you, he said. There is no man who can give up a sea full of money and silver. If you do not get power, there will be others who will try to influence you. And after that, to say that you want to be one with the world is nonsense. But Un continued to insist, saying that one man cannot own the whole world, and he was sure of it. The answer still seemed silly to the old man, but he also admitted that Un might be different. After that, he raised his head, looked at the sky, covered with stars. In silence, he turned his head and began to walk in the other direction. After expressing the hope that Un would take responsibility for his words, the old man disappeared into the distance. Only a light breeze touched Un's body. Questions swirled in his head. What is responsibility, and what exactly did the god of medicine mean? He began to understand that he had once again become involved in something unpleasant. Or, to be more precise, he had been involved. A new day dawned and the merciless battle continued. The river carried the bodies of the dead. Laid here after the battle, the pirates fought against the Namgung family. Scar, first mate of the Heartless Pirates, shouted to his men to not retreat and continue the attack as it was necessary to hold on. He believed that it was necessary to hold out just a little, and everything would work out. They only had to hold out a little longer, and victory would be theirs. But at this moment, he met in battle with the girl. She was extremely strong and appeared to be from the elite unit of the Nam Gun family. When he met her in battle, he realized that it was no longer possible to fight here. Leaving her on the battlefield, he turned and started running in the other direction. Is he running away after urging his subordinates to continue the fight? The girl could not let him escape so easily. Therefore, scattering everyone in her path, she rushed after him. But at that moment, 3 men armed with swords appeared in front of her. Feeling the breath of the wind on her body, she made a spin with her sword. After that, she jumped up, flipping in the air and doing a backflip. Landing behind the enemy, she pierced him with her sword, leaving wounds on his body. She finished him off with one more move, and now the other 2 were charging at her. It wasn't difficult for her to deal with these 2 with her swordsmanship. She understood that her enemy was just wasting time, because the Imperial Sky Squad could appear at any moment and attack when everyone was exhausted. The pirates' fighting style has changed noticeably. Now they resembled an organized army. And the Namgong family, on the contrary, acted directly. attacking head-on, which meant that the pirates were confident in their strength. But don't they think too simply? She thought. She tried to calm her thoughts, realizing that she had gone too far in her analyses. Her brother appeared before her, asking if she was tired or disappointed that her opponent had escaped. The boy's name was Yoon, and he was a disciple of the Namgong family. He considered her special and did not hide it, and also asked her not to expose herself to unnecessary danger. She explained to him that being a disciple of the Namgun family was a privilege that came with great responsibility. He joked that she should tell the heads of the Namgun family, but she preferred to leave things as they were. He agreed with her, thinking that it would be better if other people were not too interested in her. But if he wanted to get her attention, she could give him his next target. Yes, she was referring to the leader standing in front of them. For the sake of So Young-so of Tigerstone, he said, happily agreeing. And despite the fighters standing in front of the leader, he jumped over them. Lee So Young-so of Tigerstone clutched her sword in her hands. She decided to go directly behind enemy lines while Yoon lingered on the others. And in a moment she was right behind the head. She had no problem swinging her sword and cutting his throat. One day I won't be Lee So-yeon of Tigerstone, but Tigerstone Lee So-yeon, she muttered to herself. The enemies, or rather the pirates, began to assemble their weapons. The enemies are retreating, Yoon observed, and guessed that she must have killed their commander. The enemy army was lined up on the other side of the river, but Namgong's family didn't chase after them, and So noticed that, realizing that they were probably preparing for a battle with the real enemy, the Imperial Sky Squad. The rest of the responsibility fell on the students of the first squad, and she considered herself not strong enough for the further battle. Ren and his men stood on the slope. He knew that the river pirates had reformed the alliance. Based on the number of pirates, there were not only the Heartless, but also at least 5 to 6 other pirate groups. It has been 30 years since the Murima Union defeated them. What made these people act again after so many years? They probably think they have regained their power. This power's enough to stop fearing the Murima Union. The monk, listening to their conversation, said that it was still too early to draw conclusions. It would soon become clear whether they had really regained their strength or were simply blinded by greed. Anyway, it's a nasty comeback, Mook said. They watched what was happening from the slope. Suddenly Peel was the first to notice that they had come. The Imperial Sky Squad was approaching, carrying bows and baskets full of arrows on their backs. Everyone was ordered to focus, as the true strength of the Namgun family was about to be revealed now. The main thing is to remember that a lot can change in the Murima Union, depending on how the head of the Namgun family manifests itself in battle. Then the head ordered his son to give the disciples the order to retreat. The son handed it to another to inform the students about the retreat. And there was a flag waving at the top, which was waved by the representative of the Namgun family. The head asked him to stay put. He believed that he could handle it himself, and should take this matter upon himself. He understood and had nothing else to say. Another troop was ordered to guard the head as a precaution, and so he went forward, and the horsemen galloped behind him. Against the background of a beautiful yellow-hot sunset, he was sitting on his horse. In front of him was the Imperial Sky Squad. The head was well aware that they were outnumbered, and given that the students were already tired, it was hard to tell if they would be victorious. The Imperial Sky Squad ordered their troops to take aim. Chief Namgong galloped towards them. Then the Imperial Squad drew their bows and fired their arrows. The arrows flew forward, cutting through the air in their path. Head Namgong, not paying attention to the speed of the arrows, cut them with his sword. At the same time, he released his energy and channeled it into his sword. It was exactly the kind of energy sword that impressed everyone who saw it. The arrows flew apart like thin sticks of wood under the pressure of his sword. Everyone who fell under his blows fell from their feet. At some point, he decided that the horse was no longer needed, and jumped from it right into the very center of the enemies. Landing, ignoring the enemy's attempts to dodge, he struck down several at once, then a few more and more. The enemies flew in different directions from his blows. But soon, he decided that running on foot was not effective, and jumped back on his horse. Are ascending sword martial arts that strong? Thought the monk, and admitted that the head was stronger than him. If the Namgong family is this strong, then the other families are not inferior either. It looks like the Murima Union is in for some tough times. The head continued to move steadily forward. His pressure became stronger and more unstoppable. Those who stood in his way had no chance. If this continues, it will be a great victory for the Namgun family. But suddenly he had to stop. The purple energy emanating from the person standing behind the Heavenly Squad fighters made him pause. A powerful figure with long purple hair appeared in front of him, wearing a purple outfit, holding a purple sword. It was Mu Shim, the captain of the Heartless Pirates. The change in the fighter's reaction was obvious to those watching from the sidelines. His appearance was impressive. His strength and energy were especially impressive. "You don't look like someone who would deal with pirates," Chief Namgun told him. "And you don't look like a member of a mean family from Murong," the captain replied. The chief laughed and said that they should have met somewhere else. After that, he dismounted from his horse, standing next to the captain. He patted the horse in gratitude for carrying him into the thick of the battle. Then he slapped the horse's sides, implying that his mission was over. The horse rushed forward, kicking up the ground with its hooves, leaving the chief and the captain face to face. The head looked at the horse with a smile on his face. After that, he turned to the captain, introducing himself. "I am Namgong Jinjong, head of the Namgong family, also known as Ascending Sword." The captain introduced himself as the man standing under the dark sky. "Dark Heaven Battle Emperor," he added. He also noted that it was an honor for him to meet the Ascending Sword in battle. With these words, he held his sword forward, readying it for battle. The energy radiating from his sword was no less than that of Namgong's head. It won't be easy, the head understood. But then there is a point in this fight. The chief had no interest in beating the weak. Namgun, known by the nickname Thunder Sword, was the first to rush at the pirate captain. Their swords met with a loud clang. The powerful energy that radiated from them caused all the warriors around to disperse. These peaks of martial arts converged in battle as one. The sound of their weapons made others cover their ears. The wave that emanated from them on the battlefield could only be fully seen from above on the mountainside. The monk who watched it from the mountain thought it was beyond imagination. Every time their energy swords collided, the entire valley shuddered. Seo Yeon could only whisper, "Oh my God." She felt something similar when her brother Un danced with a sword at Dunting Lake. But if Brother Un's dance was graceful and like the smooth flow of a river, then their confrontation looked much more violent and destructive. And what will happen if this confrontation drags on? Ascending Sword Namgun Young might lose. Who is the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor? This question was swirling in So-Yun's mind. Meanwhile, someone else, sitting on the throne, was also carefully watching this battle. But he was incredibly bored, and he was just waiting for them to finish. Then he turned to his servant Biryong. "Please give your order, your highness," she said, getting down on one knee. He asked her, "Do you think the Ascending Sword can win?" "The Emperor of Heaven knows no defeat," the girl answered. He just smiled at her words. And then he said, "Today, Ascending Sword is destined to die." "That's what the Emperor of Heaven decided," said the girl. "Didn't the merchant give the order to rule the world?" the king asked her. "And don't you know that only he knows about it, so he doesn't worry about it? No matter how high-minded this man is, he wouldn't dare disobey an order." She answered these words with silence. The king only continued, "The Ascending Sword must die here." That's what the merchant said. At this time, the battle between them was gaining even greater momentum. Moon tightened his grip on his sword, filled with energy. But as he swung it, he saw Namgung disappear right before his eyes. He decided to use the air above him and jump up to dodge the blow. After that, taking the distance under control, he found himself behind Shim, standing a few meters behind. "You truly live up to your Ascending Sword name in battle," Shim said. Namgung only asked not to praise him. Shim admitted that he had finally met the Namgun family's true sword today, and made no secret of it. He also noted that if they had met earlier, they would not have been able to have such an acquaintance. Namgong wasn't going to deny his words. "And you called yourself the Battle Emperor of the Dark Heavens?" he asked Shim. After that, he added that it was a great honor for him to participate in this sword competition. Shim also admitted that it was an honor for him. Both fighters were preparing for the next round of the battle that they had chosen for themselves. Again their energy spread around. But this time, the echo and the wind were even stronger than last time. The fire in Chief Namgong's gaze did not subside, and the same, but different color. Fire burned in Shim's eyes, supporting this confrontation. And here again, Namgun attacks first. Almost cutting through the space, Namgong swung his sword, light as air, like fluff falling from a poplar tree. His hand stretched along the trajectory, feeling his sword as if it were a feather. Shim felt the same movement, and at that moment there was an incredible explosion that lit up everything around. Riders could barely hold their horses on which they were sitting. A fog of dust enveloped everything around. Shim was on his feet, and behind him, on his knees, was Head Namgun. Everyone who watched this began to shout loudly that this was incredible. Seo Yeon felt as if the ground had fallen out from under her feet when she realized that the head of the Namgun family had lost. Shim sheathed his sword back. Namgun tried to remember what had happened a few seconds ago when the enemy's weapon suddenly flashed. Before the sword touched the opponent, his blade suddenly appeared directly in front of him. But he was not saddened by the defeat in front of the one who surpasses him. He just looked at Shim, conveying his gratitude with a look. Shim expressed his respect by saying, "You are a great fighter." "You too," Namgun said proudly. Shim asked Namgun to seal it for 3 years, and promised to wait for him for another meeting after those 3 years. Leaning on his sword, Namgong nodded back at him. But then he got up and said that there would be no next meeting. "Our battle is not over yet," said Shim after him. Namgong thanked him and expressed his gratitude as a warrior, for he was very happy for this battle. But as the head of the family, no. He then summoned Iron Sword Namgun Byok. He dismounted from his horse and knelt before the head. Kneeling down, he waited for an order from the head of the family. The first thing the head wanted to tell him was to never forget today's humiliation. Second, from this day he is appointed deputy head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The third is not to take any action before building strength. And from that moment on, he becomes the head of the Namgun family. Iron Sword Gun Byok. Gunbyuk couldn't believe it at first. Of course, the head asked him for forgiveness for putting such a heavy burden on his shoulders. Gun Byok almost cried. His hands began to shake and tears almost fell from his eyes. Defeat might have resulted in the loss of the title of head of the family. But even if his reputation was ruined, it would not affect the Namgong family, and they would not have to endure the humiliation of being imprisoned for 3 years. He had only one last responsibility left as the former head of the family. Turning back to Shim, he said, "I'm glad that a strong person like you would take my life." "Don't talk nonsense," Shim asked him. "I'm sorry. I know you don't want to kill me, but I have no choice," Namgun said. He then grabbed his sword and lunged at Shim, driving the blade straight into his chest. It was an all-too-obvious back-and-forth attack. But suddenly Shim noticed something else. They were arrows flying in his direction, and at first he parried them. "What are you doing?" He turned to the king, who was standing a few meters away from him at the entrance to the cave. The king's archers kept their bows aimed at Shim. The king had a smile on his face, and he fanned himself with the fan he held in his hands. A few more arrows flew towards Shim, and at this moment he had a chance to show his speed. He took full advantage of this opportunity. This technique was familiar to him. It was Birion's technique called flowing arrow. At that moment, one of the arrows pierced the body of the already former head Namgun. Shim found himself in an incomprehensible situation. He was incredibly tense and looked around. His gaze fell on the crossbow he held in his hand. Chairman Namgun, who was dying, realized that Shim was not a free man either, and even being so strong, he could not achieve freedom. In response, Shim said that they are exactly the same. Namgun coughed and didn't deny his words. The last thing he said as he fell to the ground was, "This is very funny." And right in front of Shim, on the battlefield, his body moved, pierced through. Shim himself thanked him for this fair fight. The army all around shouted loudly, raising their weapons in the air, celebrating the victory. Iron Sword was on his knees before the death of a person so close to him. This was watched from above by representatives of Murong. "The ascending sword is dead," said Mook. Suddenly, a horse appeared behind them. The man dismounted from this horse and greeted them. He congratulated the Murima Union representatives. The monk looked at him carefully, trying to understand who he was. Judging by his clothes, he was not from the Heavenly Imperial Squad, but considering his gaze, aura, and voice, it was obvious that he possessed considerable power. He reached for the document he had on his belt. "This is a message to the Murim Union from the Pirate Alliance," he explained. Murim's representatives looked at each other. After that, they approached and took the message from him. "Be calm." The man wished them and approached his horse. "Be calm because there will be no more battles today." This meant that they were going to let the Namgun family's elite squad go. But that was still a question. Then they asked him to wait. "Who is he?" Ryan asked. He only replied that he only had a number. He mounted his horse and galloped back. This left Murim representatives with many questions. But one thing was clear. This was probably just the beginning. The appearance of a new powerful man under the name of the Dark Heaven Battle Emperor and the Pirate Alliance was without a doubt a challenge to the Murima Union that had ruled for decades. Meanwhile, the king applauded, marking a well shot from the crossbow. For this liquid arrow, which does not obey any rules, and was really not just a technique. The king was amazed that she managed to pierce such a force with a short arrow. But she only carried out His Majesty's imperial order with precision. Then the king looked at the other man. He immediately knelt before him and said that he was listening to him. The king ordered him to stand up and slap that girl, pointing the fan at Bi Ryong. The man did not know how to act in such a situation. However, he got up and began to approach her. Waving his hand, the man hit the girl hard on the cheek, which was covered by a mask, with the back. The blow was so strong that blood began to flow from under the mask directly from her lip. "It is not for her to judge whether my order is carried out or not," said the king. He was outraged by her defiant expression. But suddenly, a swordsman appeared right in front of him. It was Shim, serious. The king saluted Shim and ordered the servants who were behind him to bow not to do so, as he was the hero who had killed the ascending sword. Shim was indignant because he understood that it was the king's order to kill the head of the Namgun family. "Fear is the best way to rule, fool," said the king. But Shim asked again, "Did you give the order to kill the head of the Namgun family?" The king said with a cold smile that if Shim was so eager to know, he could ask the merchants himself. This answer made him feel bad, but he held back his emotions. Shim turned decisively, walking away from the throne, ready to leave the hall. Suddenly, the king unexpectedly added that Shim had a very faithful and capable servant. He slowly turned his head and looked at her, understanding the implication of these words. Pausing between words, the king continued, "A servant who does work for his master. That's respectable, isn't it?" Shim continued walking without stopping, but the king's words remained in his mind. Step by step, he was getting closer to the exit, but his thoughts were becoming more and more difficult. Finally, Shim quietly turned to B, asking her to follow him. B silently obeyed and began to follow him, her gaze impenetrable. The king mockingly threw in her direction that her master did not appreciate her sincerity at all. With these words, she dissolved into the air, disappearing like a shadow. When they left the throne room, the king looked anxiously at his hand, which began to tremble with inexplicable fear. His heart was filled with annoyance, for he felt that he was being looked down upon. The bodies of the dead warriors were carried on litters made of rough wood, and the sight was a grim reminder of the losses. The iron sword trembled in his hands, barely restraining the pain that pierced his chest like a burning fire. All the members of the Namgong family watched with tears in their eyes as the tragedy consumed their hearts. It was an unspeakable loss that struck everyone, leaving an insurmountable burden in the chest. This pain overwhelmed their souls, not allowing them to forget that terrible day. One battle changed everything. These thoughts flashed through her mind as she stared at the boundless mountains in front of her. A slight shiver still ran through her body. She only had to remember the battle between the Dark Heaven Emperor and the Ascending Sword. Every memory of that battle brought a tremor to her heart again, as if it had happened just a moment ago. They seemed so far away, as if in a parallel world where only they existed and nothing else. And that's when she thought about using Yoon Hyun, but she wasn't sure if she could reach the world she longed for. In the end, after thinking it all over, she decided that the time was not yet right. The shocking news of the Ascending Sword's defeat on the battlefield under Magun Jin Chong spread quickly. The defeat of the Namgong family and the death of their head at the hands of the Dark Heaven Emperor caused the entire Jianghu to tremble. The atmosphere around the river changed. Merchant caravans began to voluntarily pay the River Pirates Alliance for the right of passage. The alliance decided to raise its name, and even the small factions in the area adjusted to the new order. Although the Alliance of Year Pirates did not show their selfish intentions, no one knew how much longer such a shaky balance would last. On the longest river crossing the mainland, times of chaos have come that no one could have predicted. Unbowed his head as he watched the training, feeling the weight of the upcoming decisions on his shoulders. The strongest faction was quietly considering the situation, thinking deeply about the future. She wondered if the Poison God would back off because of the Horhua Treaty and how that might change their position. He already had to contend with the Northern Sea ice gates just because the Saint Sword decided to hand over his artifact. Also, the Murim Union's special treatment of him began to raise suspicions as the Divine Monk declared him as his successor. He would not want this situation with the Poison God to gain publicity, but he was glad that the lone guest was safe and sound after the battle. The lone guest recovered 3 days after receiving serious injuries, and everyone was surprised by his extraordinary endurance. Even the doctor could not believe his survival. Although it is not known that the sender of the letter is Un Hyun, once the lonely guest recovers, the Murima Union will begin an investigation, and the question will be, should I confess now? Perhaps it would be better to immediately tell honestly what exactly he wrote and sent that ill-fated letter? At this time, the training continued, and no one noticed his inner thoughts. He couldn't help but be envious of those who were currently training, as he hadn't had a chance to train at all in the past few days. At that moment, a small girl ran up to him, fresh and energetic with a happy smile on her face. He couldn't hide his joy at meeting San. Her presence added warmth to his day. She quickly asked, "Are you back? Do you like it here?" There was curiosity in her voice. He wondered why she was not with her older brother, Appa. She explained that her brother was busy with business in the trade group, so she had to stay here. She cheekily added, "If you like me, you need to be more assertive. I like confident and assertive people. Un just laughed back, nodding. I like those too. Suddenly, she asked, and whose side are you on? Although this question did not seem to particularly concern her. She added, it must be hard for you. Though he really meant something else. She was much more interested in seeing him show off his swordsmanship skills again, and she almost couldn't wait. Therefore, she strongly asked not to delay and to show it right now. But he had a certain but that she didn't notice. He was bothered by the fighters' training in the arena, though she could only guess about it. She quickly explained, don't worry. Jin taught them a good lesson, so they won't dare judge you. Un thought about her words and decided that it might be worth a shot. He stood up and agreed with her, promising to show his swordsmanship. Slowly, he began to approach the arena where they were training. There were wooden swords nearby that caught his attention. He reached for one of them, feeling its weight and balance. As soon as he picked up the sword, it instantly became like an extension of his hand. He liked this feeling so much that he could barely hold back a smile. Mala could not contain her excitement, expecting that he was about to show her his skills. As soon as he picked up the sword, a smile of confidence instantly appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled all the air from his lungs, preparing for his next move. Closing his eyes, Un plunged into a state of absolute concentration, feeling only the power of the sword in his hands. All the torment, suffering, and anxieties dissipated, leaving only pure clarity. At that moment, only he and the sword existed. Everything else disappeared from his consciousness. There was nothing in his heart but a sword. The world seemed empty to him except for this one truth. The sounds of training continued to echo around him, but they lost all meaning to him. However, when the fighters spotted the scientist with the sword in hand, they all stopped suddenly, watching him with interest. The question began to echo in their circle. Why did everyone stop? But one of them whispered, look the other way. He turned, not understanding what to look at, but as soon as he saw it, everything became clear. Blue energy slowly radiated from the sword, spreading around Un. In the hands of this man dressed as a rider, the crude wooden sword moved so smoothly that it seemed to be part of the mist, leaving behind a visible trajectory in the air. His movements cut through space as if it were water, smoothly and effortlessly, as if nature itself obeyed his will. They couldn't quite understand what they were looking at, but one thing was clear. The man dressed as a rider was actually a superior martial artist. His composure reflected all the power he effortlessly controlled, and his eyes, full of confidence, told everyone, for him, it is no more difficult than breathing. Un, in turn, was glad that this time he managed not to break the wooden sword. Although the training session was brief, he turned his head, sensing that something had changed around him. He noticed that all the warriors who were training nearby were now looking at him intently, holding their breath. But when they noticed his look, they immediately turned around, pretending that nothing had happened and that they did not admire him. Un was glad that no one was making fun of him this time, as had happened before. After that, he went over and carefully put the sword back in its place. Mala ran up to him, not holding back her excitement and wanting to say something. She threw her hands up and, with all her heart, exclaimed that he was the best. She was so curious and couldn't understand why he hadn't done this before. Un explained that the sword could not be drawn at any moment. That was why he held back. For the fact that he took out a sword especially for her, she hugged his hand tightly and thanked him sincerely. Under the surprised gaze of all the students, she cheerfully took him to buy him candy, as if it was their little secret. The students watching this scene could not hide the storm of mixed emotions, not understanding what exactly they had just seen. The weather was beautiful on the streets of the city, and the tea house looked cozy in the midst of this landscape. Inside, John sat quietly at the table enjoying the fragrant tea. The steam rising from the cup carried with it a delicate, pleasant aroma, which he inhaled with pleasure. On the table in front of him was a notebook from which he had just read some rather interesting news. He wondered if this news would probably make Miss Tang worry again, something he was trying to avoid. Therefore, without hesitation, he decided to burn this notebook so as not to cause her unnecessary worries. But just as he finished that thought, another idea suddenly popped into his head. However, at that very moment, the door to his room suddenly opened. Miss Tang Sol entered, whom he greeted with a joke. The ladies here are so beautiful that even the door can't stop their beauty. Knowing that she didn't come just to meet him, he asked, "What brings you here?" She entered to share the news she had managed to hear. He already guessed what it was about. If it was news related to the Yangtze River, then he already knew about it. She said with a slight smile, "What a pity that the blooming plum swordmaster's time of rest is coming to an end," the girl said with a hint of irony in her voice. She was even more surprised when she realized from his calm reaction that Yan had no intention of returning to the Union. Just don't give me that scary look, he asked her, explaining that he didn't think now was the best time to come back. The girl insisted on the importance of this message, which, according to her, determines the future. She was incredibly annoyed by his indifferent reaction that John showed in return. She tried to explain. Understand me correctly, since the Murema Union was founded 30 years ago. But she didn't have time to finish, as Yong interrupted her, stating that Murem never decided Jianghu's future. He emphasized that Jianghu always chooses his own path, and the Murema Union has always acted in the interests of the 18 major schools. John's arguments seemed very strange to her, but at the same time caused a smile. He explained that not everyone is winning now, and that the Union is no longer in control of the situation. If I come back now, I'll be able to watch the Union representatives fail to find a place, Yon added with a smile. She asked in surprise, Is this your own judgment, or the opinion of the representative of MANHUA? You know that I'm drunk at all meetings, except for those where I actively participate in the conversation, he answered frankly, and his words said everything that was needed. She was embarrassed by such frankness, but she decided not to argue. After listening to him, she silently left the room without even trying to answer anything. However, she seemed to understand what Yon meant. John perfectly understood that she already knows everything and foresees the result, and she does not need to act like that at all. Of course, everything could change if the divine monk decided to intervene in this situation. But Yon also planned to make his move if things played out like this. The next day, Un walked down the street, thinking about the fact that he had been doing nothing for the 5th day. At first, he was supposed to act as a secretary in the investigation, but the lonely guest stubbornly refused to cooperate, leaving him without a task. Although Un was glad to have escaped such an uncomfortable position, he now did not know what to do with his time. Because of this, he decided to visit the training ground again. As soon as he appeared, all eyes were on him. His presence caused some discomfort and tension among those present. One of the students decided to get down from the arena and approach Un. He introduced himself as Guojin Chol, a junior disciple of the Murong family. Un also gave his name and asked why he decided to come down to him. Guojin Chol apologized, explaining that they didn't recognize him last time and made a big mistake. After that, all the students, as one, unanimously apologized to Un. Are they doing this because of Jin's request? Un thought, feeling that something was wrong. He then told the disciples that he forgave them and asked them to stop bowing before him. He reminded them that they were not some street thugs, but disciples of the Murong family, and should do what they thought was right, not act under pressure. Several students lowered their heads, understanding his words. Undecided to go on, but one of the students questioned him. Did you come to practice? The disciple timidly asked if Un would mind if they watched his training. And suddenly a little girl appeared, who picked up on his request, and also asked Un to demonstrate her skills. She was so cute that it was simply impossible to refuse her. Un thought for a while, weighing his options, and decided that he could come up with something. Finally, he proposed a solution. He turned to Chol with an idea. Since I showed you my swordsmanship yesterday, why don't you show me yours today? He asked with a smile on his face. Chol was immediately confused, not understanding why this was necessary. However, after a short pause, he agreed to Un's proposal. Turning around, he went to the other students, and at that moment, Un bent over to the little girl. He whispered something in her ear, making her laugh. Okay, Appa, I'll ask, the girl answered cheerfully. Then she turned and ran in the other direction, fulfilling his request. Un focused his gaze on the students who were already preparing for training. Chiol approached the group and explained to them that he didn't understand why Un wanted to see their fencing, but offered to start. First, he suggested trying to do a formation exercise to show synchronicity. Chiol couldn't see if Un wanted to use this to expose their mistakes. After that, he waved his hand decisively and announced that it was time to begin the Dragon Sword exercise. The first stage was the performance of the main exercise, the Heavenly Sword of Rapture. The disciples raised their swords in unison, letting out loud shouts to prepare for battle. Un watched their every move intently, carefully assessing their technique. They continued to swing their swords, performing the exercise with amazing synchronicity, demonstrating their coordination. At this point, the students exhaled and sheathed their swords, completing the exercise. Chiol slowly opened one eye, sneaking a glance at Un, trying to understand his reaction. Un was looking at them silently, showing no emotion and not saying any words yet. Chiol began to worry if things were so bad that Un didn't even voice his opinion. Sol A suddenly ran up to Un, waving her arms to the sides as if she wanted to convey something urgently. When she ran up, Un calmly asked her, "What did they tell you?" "No problem," she replied, "but Appa, you must do it too." She asked if he was not busy to do it right now. Un patted her head and thanked her for her help. After that, he resolutely began to climb the arena, ready for action. Turning to Chol, Un asked him to repeat the exercise once more. The other students wondered if he was exaggerating, but if the younger miss gave her consent, then obviously the better student supported the decision. Chol ordered the dragon chess sword exercise to begin again. The first exercise, Heavenly Sword Rapture. As they exhale, they raise their right hand with the sword up, standing on only their right leg. Just as Chol started to say the next exercise, Un suddenly asked him to stop at that stage. He approached one of the students, adjusted his hand position, and indicated where it should be for correct technique. Un then went over to another student and tweaked his hand a bit, paying close attention to the details. Approaching the third student, he remarked, "You have a completely different position of the end of the sword. It's wrong." Chol began to suspect that Un was making the remark on purpose, and wondered what the man was thinking. Then Un explained to the students that now their swords were in a slightly different position than before. He asked, before or now, which of these styles is the true Rapture Heavenly Sword? The students did not know how to answer this question, and only nervously swallowed their saliva. "What does that mean?" continued Un thoughtfully. "You say your position is different from what it was before." He decided to answer his own question in his own way, and turned to the little girl who was standing nearby with a sword in her hands. She understood his request, and raised the sword to Unu, holding it out respectfully. After returning the sword, the girl quietly began to leave the training arena, not wanting to disturb. Undrew his real sword and began to step forward, never taking his eyes off the arena. He made a powerful swing with his sword, this time a real one, not a wooden one, and swung it to the side. The movement was so precise that only a few millimeters from the tip of the sword cut through the arena fence, leaving a deep mark. This raised many questions among those present who could not believe what had just happened. And a powerful aura began to gather around him, which gradually formed a blue glowing layer around his body, making everyone stop and hold their breath. The movement was so fast that it seemed as if Un moved from one place to another in an instant, swinging his sword horizontally. Only the sound of the sword hitting the wooden fence echoed in the air, and San-A watched with bated breath on the bench. The students in the arena didn't take their eyes off either, stunned by what they saw. The aura around Un became stronger and stronger. He literally burned with a blue glow. After completing his move, Un turned to the students and asked, "How many times did I swing my sword?" 12 times. The student standing behind raised his hand and answered, "And how many traces did I leave?" The next question that Un asked made them think. Chol thought he saw 12 strikes, but only one continuous line remained in the air. Un explained to them that the reason why only one line formed and not 12 was because of one smooth motion. "If you stop the sword on every trajectory," he continued, "can you call that movement smooth?" Chol had absolutely no idea why Un was showing this to them or what he was trying to convey. Of course it's good to be precise, but is that precision so important? Chol thought. Un paused, considering how best to explain it, and asked Chol to aim his sword at him. He reassured him, saying, "It will be all right. This distance is too short to touch me. You need not fear any responsibility." Chol hesitantly raised his sword, not understanding exactly what Un was going to do, but sensing that it might change his perception of the fight. Chol raised his sword up, agreeing with Un's words, though not fully understanding the meaning of his teaching. He thought it would be easy and felt confident in his abilities. Unsheathing his sword, Chol tried to understand why a great martial artist would teach them such things. He made a sharp swing with his sword, aiming the blow straight at Un. Sparks flew in different directions as Un parried the attack by setting up his sword, but his defense was so precise that only the tip of the sword touched the tip of Chol's sword. "Try again," Un asked calmly, not showing any tension. Chol exhaled and promised himself that he would be more serious this time. He struck even faster, hoping for success. But the clang of swords rang out again, and their tips clashed with incredible precision. What kind of old man? How is that possible? Thought Chol, not believing his eyes. Un seemed to be waving his sword in the air at all, just playing with it. Chol began to release all his strength in an attempt to overcome this incredible defense. But the same thing happened again. He couldn't get around Un's block, only to feel his own sword stop moments before the target. Just 1 centimeter. Un blocked his attack with perfect precision. In this confrontation with a warrior, life can be decided by just 1 centimeter. And now the students understood why Un had shown them this, to make them realize the importance of absolute precision in battle. Swinging his sword to the left, Un completely parried Chol's attack with ease, leaving him no chance. The sword in Chol's hands was shaking, as he couldn't understand what was happening and how Un was able to stop him so skillfully. The reason why they did not understand the importance of this moment was not because they lacked knowledge, but because they had not yet reached the necessary level. They only studied the shape of the sword, not its essence. Form without content cannot be considered a true martial art. But if their own way of the sword becomes a way of life, will they then be able to say that what has been done along the way does not matter? Anna's words opened the students' eyes, making them realize how important it is to understand the essence of martial arts. Image of life. These words settled in the depths of consciousness of each of them for a long time, and affected their souls. Being serious and measured, An continued his explanation, adding weight to each word. But suddenly his seriousness disappeared, and with a light smile he suggested that they continue their training. It was already deep night outside, and darkness enveloped everything around. They had been training until now, and each of them was already exhausted. The thought of having to train like this every day made them break out in a cold sweat. But at the same time, each of them believed that they should overcome their limits, change their habits, and rise to a new level. And at that moment, they remembered how Un treated it as a part of his life. They perfectly understood that in the eyes of the master, they looked like complete beginners, but this only motivated them more. Chol was determined that one day he would be able to face off against the martial arts master. However, others, hearing his decision, jokingly said that in such a situation it would be better to run away without looking back. In any case, they were given two options: continue training as before or ask Un to train tomorrow. "I choose the second option," Chol said firmly, determined not to lose the opportunity to learn from the master. He understood that the chance to train under the guidance of such a master was rare, so he decided not to delay. As soon as he said that, the second student also announced that he would join the training. He was followed by the third, fourth, and so all the students decided to take advantage of this unique opportunity. There was determination in their eyes, and in Chol's eyes, there was even a certain admiration for the opportunity to work hard. His smile indicated that this suffering would only bring him more strength and wisdom. This day became for them a new page in the book of their life and martial arts. And so the next day came, full of new challenges and training. It became a habit for them to go to Un's training ground, where new lessons awaited them. But this time, in front of the playground, Un noticed a boy standing in front of him. It was the lonely guest. Un greeted him, happy to meet Master Koren, and for a few seconds there was a silent pause of mutual understanding between them. Ran then bowed his head and said that he was glad to see Un again. At this point, Ran informed Un that he knew everything from Murong, including that Un was familiar with the Sword Lord. If Murong had already told about it, there was no point in denying it. Wung didn't want to lie to Koren, who was serious about this conversation. Raising his head proudly, Un confirmed, "Yes, that's true." Everything became clear to Ranu now, and he breathed a small sigh of relief. There was a short pause between them again, lasting several seconds. These few seconds turned into a whole minute of silence, saturated with inexpressible thoughts. Finally, Un broke the silence, saying that he had to go, but suddenly Ran stopped him with a phrase. "I used to think that I was all alone. It seemed to me that there was no one in this world who could understand me or my sword," Ran continued. "However, not only do you know my sword better than I do, but I also noticed details that I didn't even know about. You've proven that you understand me better than anyone else. You understand me better than I understand myself. Besides, you're the only one who helped me without asking for anything in return. Because of that, I consider you my teacher, even though we've never met in person. Even if you say you've done nothing for me, I'm still sure I have to repay you for your favor." Ran finished with firm conviction. After saying these words, Ran bowed before Un, expressing his respect and gratitude. After finishing the conversation, he walked in the opposite direction, leaving Un deep in thought. If Un had known that everything would lead to this development, he would have signed those letters with his real name. Late in the evening, the head of the Murong family discussed current affairs in the office. The talk was that the work in Runan County has been successfully organized, and the operation in Henan Province has been completed. The head thanked everyone for a job well done. The old man who brought up the topic noted that the Murong family had now officially become the ruler of Henan Province, and he congratulated the family head on this achievement. This old man was the governor of the province. He asked the Murong chief if they planned to extend their influence to other provinces. However, the head replied that the family was not yet strong enough for such a step. First, they need to put their internal affairs in order, because nothing will change at will. For now, they have to wait. Then the head turned to the girl with a question about her opinion about the situation on the river. The girl expressed doubt that the Murama Union would do anything in the near future. She soberly assessed the situation, as the defeat of the Namgun family was shocking. But The identity of whoever is behind the Year Pirate Alliance and their intentions remain a mystery. In addition, they have not yet achieved the unification of the forces of the largest schools. The head agreed with her assessment, but noted that such a situation would not last forever. In the near future, no doubt, chaos will begin. Amid the chaos, new opportunities will open up, and you need to be ready to take advantage of them. The head then asked how Mistress Un was doing, to which Jin replied that he had decided to train the students. Yesterday, Sana came to Jin with a message from Un, saying that he needed Jin's permission to teach the students. And of course, Jean accepted his proposal without hesitation. The head of the Murong family considered it a blessing sent from heaven. However, he added that when Yoon left with the investigation team, the teaching duties would fall on Jin himself. The head's granddaughter wondered if it was possible to become significantly stronger in just a few days. She believed that the students of the so-called prestigious schools and ordinary schools were as different as heaven and earth, because the traditions and power of prestigious families had accumulated over generations. However, the head explained that this is not quite the case, because prestigious students have a much broader outlook. They often see their masters go through difficult trials and achieve greatness, overcoming many difficulties. In addition, they have a more stable psyche, they do not doubt their potential, and do not settle for less. In fact, those who are an example for others become great, concluded the head. Then the chief approached Jin once more and patted him on the shoulder, reminding him of the responsibility that would fall upon him after Un's departure. After listening to this, the girl realized that Grandpa was right. The students who became more modest after seeing Un's swordsmanship might not improve their skills in a short time, but their worldview would be greatly expanded. However, she still doubted whether 7 days was really enough to make a significant difference. That remained the question. After finishing the conversation, she went outside and saw her brother in front of her, whom she asked, "Are you waiting for me?" The brother apologized, as he felt he should have told her earlier that Master Un was teaching the disciples. He noticed her face change, and that change continued whenever the conversation turned to Un. He wasn't sure if he should say it, but he still decided, "If you want to say something to Mistress Un, you'd better hurry." He explained that Un would soon be leaving them with Marima's union investigation team, and there was no telling when he would be seen again. Mi didn't answer him, just listened in silence, but it was not necessary because he already understood her without words. Then he added, "He's on the training ground now," wished her luck, and moved on, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She stood lost in thought, not even realizing how quickly time had passed. She never thought that she felt anything special for Un, but for some reason, the thought of not knowing when she would see him again made her afraid. Breathing in the fresh night air, she asked herself again, "Why?" But there was no answer. She continued to walk around the yard in a long dress. Her gait was calm, but thoughts of Un left her. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to the training ground, where the silence of the night had been for a long time. There, of course, she saw Un, but she was surprised that the disciples and him were still there at such a late hour. More interestingly, they didn't seem to be training, but just standing there discussing something. All the students, except one, were standing at a distance from Master Un, and he was seriously explaining something to them, holding a pen and paper in his hands. Chol was the first to notice her approach as she stood next to the training arena. The students unanimously congratulated her. Congratulations to the head of the foreign department. It was amazing to her to watch them achieve such discipline under Un's guidance. "I see you're busy," she said, stepping closer to Un, trying not to disturb the order. One of the students explained that Master Un gives them a lot of valuable advice. Un modestly noted that only a little, although the letters in his hands were completely filled. If you look closely, some students have already received written advice, while others have been patiently waiting for their turn. Then Un, after politely apologizing to her, asked her to step back a little so as not to disturb the proceedings. He explained that even though she was the head of the foreign department, the sword warrior's pride would not allow him to be distracted, and he would like to finish the class. The girl had no choice but to walk away, and she did so, knowing that Un would finish soon. She smiled faintly as she watched how seriously he worked, though she couldn't help but notice his efforts. Looking at the face of one of the students, she noticed that he looked as if he had found a true guide to martial arts. She remembered how Master Un had tried the same way during his encounter with Han at the Phoenix Dragon tournament. He was strikingly different from the selfish and prudent people from famous schools, although he sometimes seemed a little naive. She knew that he was always ready to stand up for others. She also mentioned that she had heard from various sources about how the divine monk had named Un as the receiver of the Holy Sword. Master Un was known as a great martial artist and receiver of the Holy Sword. In addition, he was mysteriously related to the owner of the Azure Dragon sword, and every time she thought about it, she became nervous and blushed, not understanding what was happening to her. In the training arena, meanwhile, was finalizing his advice, summarizing the students' strengths and weaknesses and outlining the direction of their future training. He told them to continue training as they had been doing today, and they would see improvement even without his constant guidance. However, also revealed that he will most likely have to leave tomorrow and will not be able to continue his studies. The other students who were standing nearby also heard this, and the news caused them mixed feelings. They understood that Mr. Was a busy man and thanked him for a wonderful few days of teaching. They were sorry that it was only 3 days, but they had a great experience. One famous scientist once said that in 3 days a person can change beyond recognition. During these 3 days, they worked diligently, and during this time, they became many times stronger as martial arts masters. If they don't surrender now, no one will be able to look down on them anymore. After Un's words, one of the students offered to organize a farewell for him, but Un is at work and cannot drink alcohol. He was much more interested in having the students show him their swordsmanship once again, even though it was already late. But for these students, time did not matter at all. They were ready for anything. The head disciple ordered everyone to line up and show Master Un their latest training session. Mai was surprised that the training was being held at such a late hour, but it was still exciting. She wondered how much the students had changed in those few days. The first exercise is the main heavenly sword of rapture. As soon as these words sounded, all the students began to move in rhythm, synchronously and harmoniously. It looked incredible from the outside, and Mi couldn't take her eyes off watching them. Their synchronized movements were a vivid proof of what a great teacher Un was. She could clearly see it with her eyes, admiring their every move. The aura that gathered around them was bright blue and seemed almost tangible. She, although not as skilled as her brother, had also practiced this art for a long time, so she understood very well that this intensity did not depend on their strength or experience, but on perfectly synchronized movements. After the training was over, Un praised the students and ordered them to take their swords. They took another step towards fully learning the Murong family's swordsmanship. Un urged them to value their friends and comrades because they are more important than they think they are now. Proud of his students, Un said these words and realized that it was time to say goodbye. Descending from the arena, he approached Mi, who was waiting nearby. He apologized for keeping her waiting, but she didn't mind at all. The students went in the other direction, and Un and Mi were left alone and decided to talk on the way. She immediately admitted that what she saw struck her. She was impressed by the new student's fencing and asked what exactly he had taught them. Un thought for a moment, unsure of how to properly answer her question. Then she said again that he exceeded all her expectations. Un replied that he only showed the students what he had learned. And after these words, the girl assumed that he must have a great teacher. Remembering his brother, Un said softly that this man was truly incredible. Mi remembered that he had said earlier that he would not be able to see his teacher again, and in Un's head a picture appeared, how he was sitting in front of the castle where his brother was imprisoned. Always stay true to yourself and be master of both your heart and your sword. These words of his mentor warmed his soul, even now as he thought about the past. The girl wanted to ask more about his teacher, but noticed that he became sad and decided to change the subject. She brought up the topic of when he was going to leave them, thanked them for their hospitality, and noted that San-Ah would miss him. Then she quietly added, "And I too," blushing barely perceptibly. This expression immediately caught his attention, and he began to look at her with interest. Un himself did not know how to react to the situation, and felt uncomfortable. A few seconds of awkward silence only added to their embarrassment, both growing increasingly awkward. They continued walking, but suddenly the girl stopped abruptly as if trying to collect her thoughts. By her gestures, one could understand that she was shy and did not know how to continue the conversation. "If you have nowhere else to go, please come back here. The Murong family will always be happy to have you," the girl said with warmth in her voice. Those sincere words made Un smile. "Of course I'll be back," he answered her, admiring the incredible atmosphere of the place. Soon after, Yoon Hyun found himself in his room. He may have already been there with a different expression on his face, lost in his own thoughts. In front of him stood Yeon, who emphasized that his reaction earlier was not the best. John said, "Girls will hate you for being so indifferent." Yeon then placed a hand on Yoon's shoulder, trying to cheer him up. "Besides, it's a secret to Miss Seoul that you're going to the Shaolin Temple by yourself. She really doesn't like being lied to," Yoon added, warning of the possible consequences. At this point, Yeon bluntly told Un that he should go to the Shaolin Temple himself. Now it became clear why Un had reacted the way he did to his words. "It's not polite to make others repeat themselves," Yeon added with a smile. When Yoon put his hand on Yoon's shoulder, he already clearly realized that he was walking alone. And this hideous face of John, as usual, caused him mixed feelings. John warned him, "If Seoul finds out about this, you'll have to use a silver spoon at every tea party." Yun had never been to the Shaolin Temple before, but an opportunity like this doesn't come around every day, thought Yoon, as Yoon handed him the letter and asked him to take it. Destiny, Un thought as he looked at the letter. Yan once again told Un that he should leave as soon as possible, preferably tonight. Smiling, he added, "If you survive, we'll meet again." After that, Yon walked out, leaving Yoon alone in the room. Un began to think about how to organize everything and how to complete this task on his own. The next morning, when a new day had already begun, the head of the Murong family walked beside Yeon. Yon apologized for bothering him, but the head said not to worry about it. He promised that during the next meeting in the union, they would definitely thank John for his kindness. They were approached by Mi and Jin, ready for the trip. Salt was also standing by the chariot, already ready to leave. He asked everyone if they were ready, and everyone confirmed except for himself. The sun was already at its zenith, and if he hadn't been late, they would have already left. He understood that Sol wanted to check the situation on the river as soon as possible, but he asked her to take her time. This might be the last time they could enjoy the Murong family's hospitality. He asked her if she knew if the Murong family would soon send a representative to the Murong Union, but she replied that it was impossible since only 18 factions could send representatives. Entering the carriage, Sol looked around without seeing Secretary Un. Yon pretended not to know anything and didn't show any concern. He said they couldn't wait for him forever and suggested they just go without him. "We still can't force him. If he wants to leave, let him go. If he wants to come back, let him come back," John added. Sol wondered why this happened, because Un didn't look like a person who acted on his own desires. What surprised her even more was that her grandfather disappeared right after telling Unu to be more responsible. Yon asked the charioteer to go faster, which surprised Sol even more, as Yon seemed oblivious to the disappearance of the Saint's sword receiver. She could feel that John was up to something, because his smile didn't disappear from his face, as if he was playing some game of his own. They departed from the Murong family, who warmly welcomed them into their abode. Jin kept looking around, trying to find Master Un, but he never saw him. Sol explained to him that Un left at night, saying he was going to the Shaolin Temple on Murong Union business. Gina wondered how she knew about it, to which Sol replied that he had come to her last night asking for help. She also conveyed his apologies and that he would definitely visit them again. Jin, trying to find out more, asked if that was all, but Sol asked not to think anything strange, since they only met briefly on the training ground. However, there was something else that she remembered. Master Doc Koran went with Un. Jin smacked his head with his hand, thinking that if he wasn't busy with his family's business, he would be happy to go with them. Sol asked Jin why he liked Mr. Un so much, because she knew he liked knights and heroes. "And why do you like Mr. Un?" Jin replied with a counter-question. She replied that she considered him the savior of their family. In addition, he also saved Jin, because of which he also respected him. Jin looked at her thoughtfully, realizing that she was blushing from her thoughts about Un. I wonder if she herself realizes that she's blushing, Jin thought as he watched her. After a while, Un and Ran stood in front of the majestic gate. Above the gate hung a sign that read, Shaolin Temple. It was the place where martial arts were born, the legendary Shaolin Temple. The gate opened, and the monk standing at the entrance asked what business they had come on. Un said his name and handed him a card. The monk came closer, opened the leaflet, and began to read. After reading it, he asked them to wait a little. Un looked around, wondering why it was so quiet. He had always thought that he would see many monks actively practicing martial arts. He was also interested in how long the lonely guest planned to follow him. Un couldn't just ask him to leave him alone since he didn't even ask permission. You can't refuse either, because although a trip together is better than a trip alone, the lonely guest could still take care of himself. After some time, the monk came out to them again. He invited them to follow him, pointing with his hand to the entrance to the temple. Once inside, they approached a monk with a gray beard who was sitting in front of a Buddha statue, holding the same card in his hands. After reading the leaflet, he realized that they had come from the Murong Union. Then the monk asked Un, "Have you read this writing?" Of course, Un had not read the letter, and he began to wonder why the old man was looking at him so strangely. The monk also asked who the person who came with him was, pointing to Rana, who was standing behind him. "I am his servant," Ran introduced himself, interjecting before Un could respond. Un explained that this was not the case, and that Ran was an acquaintance of his who was just worried about him, so he decided to go with him because the world was dangerous. The monk held his head and exhaled heavily, as if thinking about the situation. Un wanted more and more to know what was written in this mysterious letter. The old monk called out to another monk who was waiting outside. When he entered, the old man asked Un and Ran to accompany him. They were asked to accompany them to a Zen Buddhist master, more precisely to the former rector of the temple. They set off, climbing the stairs up to the mountain where this master was. Un continued to wonder why Ran had suddenly called himself his servant, and decided that he would talk to him about it later. On the way up, the monk asked Un what his position was in the Murong Union. Un answered that he was a secretary, which surprised the monk even more, but it was not so much surprising as disappointing, as the expression on the monk's face was changing. Finally, they reached the house of the former abbot. As soon as he got closer, Un was startled. It looked like an old, battered hut that did not meet his expectations at all. The monk went to the door, pointed to it with his hand, and said, "The reclining Buddha lives here." The door of the hut really looked quite shabby, as if it had not been repaired in a long time. The monk, like Un, was slightly disappointed by the appearance of this building. Opening the door, they introduced themselves, saying that they had come on the orders of the head teacher of the Shaolin Temple. Un understood who the high-ranking monk was, the head teacher of the Shaolin Temple. Now it became clear why he had such unusual energy. "The light of truth greets the former great researcher," said the monk as he greeted the old man who came out of the hut. It was an old monk that Un couldn't sense any energy from. He was a past grand scholar of Shaolin. Folding their hands in front of them, they showed him respect. However, the old man had several questions, including why they were called the Light of Truth. He asked the bald monk who these visitors were, and he replied that they were emissaries from the Murong Union. The old man only clenched his teeth tighter when he heard the name of the Murima Union. After that, the bald monk handed him a letter. The old monk immediately opened the letter and began to read it. After bowing to the old man, the bald monk announced that he had to go and quickly left. His sudden escape gave Un a strange feeling, and he watched him in surprise. The old man then turned to Un, asking him if he was the same secretary Un Yun. Answering in the affirmative, Un heard the old man remark, "For a thief, you look very decent." The old man explained that for someone who appeared out of nowhere and demanded a large pill, Un looked suspicious. The Great Pill of the Shaolin Temple is a legendary medicine that can cure a person on the verge of death and give a warrior incredible strength. Its value cannot be measured. Un scratched his head and didn't know what to say, because he had no idea what the letter was about. Now it was clear why the Shaolin Temple teacher's face looked so alarmed while reading the letter. He realized that the situation was bad because there could be nothing good about someone wanting to take the big pill. The old man said that Un reminds him of a cheeky student who is always taking things for himself, and even if he is noticed, he will still keep the thing. That student was Pool, which surprised Un greatly. Un was stunned to learn that this old man was his teacher's teacher. The old man was a divine monk's teacher, yet Un sensed not a single bit of unique energy from him. Pointing his finger in the direction, the old man said that first they needed to talk to the master, and they needed to stay in the room for a while. It became clear that it would not be possible to get the big pill just like that. According to the old man, it will take more time. He explained that all processes have to follow the rules, and it will take no more than a year, so there is no need to worry. By the way, he noted that the description, "bloody sword," fits Master Co very well. The sky was beginning to take on a red hue, marking the coming of evening. Already in the room, Un addressed the lonely guest, asking him not to call himself his servant anymore. He even threatened that if Ran was called that again, he would no longer be his companion. "I understand, my master," Ran said, bowing his head. Then Un asked him not to call him master anymore, but rather to call each other brothers. Ran couldn't understand how he could call his master brother. There was some misunderstanding between them. Ran was very stubborn in his beliefs. Un could no longer make concessions to him. However, Ran still said that he would follow his words in any case. He had been stubborn, but now he suddenly declared that he would obey Una. "But I'm glad to meet you, younger brother Co," Un said with warmth in his voice. These words were very pleasant to Ran, and he began to feel real respect. The owner of the Azure Dragon Sword himself called him his brother. This made Co excited. He even began to shake a little with nerves. But then Co smiled brightly and replied that he was happy too. At that moment, they decided who they were for each other. From that moment, they began to call each other brothers. A sudden voice woke Un. It was the question of whether he was still asleep that made him wake up. A voice told him to come out, since he had already woken up. After quickly dressing, Un stepped out the door and into the street. Ran and the monk were already waiting for him there. After greeting, Un folded his hands in front of the old monk, to which the old monk replied only with a short, "Ah." The old man immediately gave them a task. first to clean up a little, and then go down to the city and buy tea. After cleaning up, Unhun and Dako went to Danfeng County to buy tea. The morning mountain trail had its own charm, and Un enjoyed a slow walk for the first time in a long time. However, when they brought the tea, the monk became indignant because it was not Longjing tea. The old man was very angry, saying that such tea was not suitable for him. Un tried to somehow justify himself to him. He laid his head on the pillow and said that he blames even an old man who, after 1,000 days of starvation, just wants to enjoy a cup of tea before his quick death. The old man insisted on pity, and Un had to agree to go buy another tea. "Just wait a bit," Un asked, and immediately rushed towards the door, ready to leave again. Then the old monk opened his eyes and said in a calm voice, "Where you can buy the tea you need." Un thanked him for that, but couldn't resist saying that the old man could have pointed it out last time as well. Un wondered if the old monk looked too healthy for someone who had supposedly starved for 1,000 days, and if it was even possible to go that long without food. Despite his doubts, Un had already said that he would complete the task, and now he had to keep his word. Meanwhile, a meeting was held in the Murma Union office. One of the monks was indignant when it came to compromise with the enemy. He was asked to remain calm and not to go beyond the limits. Sol told him that the Shaolin Temple had never set rules for the Jianghu way. She added that if the temple did establish such norms, she would ask them to tell others about them. In general, she emphasized that this is the Murima Union, and if someone wants to act in his own way, then he should listen to the opinion of the rest. The monk agreed with her words, although he still believed that compromise was not the only correct solution. He emphasized that prestigious families and factions, in his opinion, cannot live under the same sky as the enemy. Sol asked ironically when the Shaolin Temple started to worry about them so much. Mac, who also expressed his interest, intervened in the conversation. He asked if the Shaolin Temple could not live under the same sky with anyone other than factions. Rentang was shocked that the Shaolin Temple would suddenly show such attention to her. She did not expect this interest. Their visit was not accidental. They came not only to see each other, but also had important questions for her. According to rumors, the Shaolin Temple cannot coexist under the same sky with others, except its own factions. Hearing these words, the monk became worried and began to behave insecurely. Ascetic Chongjing, a representative of the Wudan school, remarked that this was not the main thing. The most important question is how they will solve the problem of pirates on the Yangtze River. They can't just let the pirates go, however. Hekren Pil has stated that he does not agree with the complete extermination of the pirates as proposed by the Shaolin Temple. When asked why they think so, Hekren replied that they do not have sufficient grounds for this decision. For them, it is only a conflict between factions, and today, they no longer intend to fight. One of them expressed doubts about the threat from the pirates, noting that they have not yet posed a serious threat to the Muram Union, but that could change, as the pirates can easily deceive. The young warrior continued to argue that now was not the best time for battle, as the pirates of the Year Alliance were scattered throughout the area. If the war breaks out suddenly, it will lead to heavy losses that they will not be able to avoid. These words caused tension among those present, but everyone wanted to know what other reason this young master would express. The third reason was that they still did not know the true motives of the pirates and their goals. Until now, it was not clear whether the Dark Heaven Emperor was involved, and in such a situation, attempting total destruction might be too risky. The monk believed that the Hekren family representative's words were just an attempt to take advantage of this situation. After all, it was this family that would benefit the most from an attack on the Nagum family, since the Pirate Alliance did not offer significant resistance to Muram's alliance. They could expand their influence. On the part of the monk, these statements seemed very presumptuous towards his family. However, he continued to insist that if these major factions disregarded their moral standards in pursuit of profit, then they could no longer be considered one of the 18 great powers. These words made everyone fall silent and think. One of the attendees remarked that the issue is too complicated, and it is better to discuss it later, leaving the decision for later. Sipping the fragrant tea, Master Moon watched the commotion outside the city, taking a break from the hustle and bustle. Mistress Rentang came to him and asked what he was doing here, clearly surprised by his presence. In response, he asked her the same question with a smile, already assuming that she appeared at the most inappropriate moment. Their meeting was quick, and Rentang had a question for him. If he answered her question, she would answer his. Moon accepted the challenge, and the girl went on to say that she knew the Shaolin Temple's offer was impossible. She asked what he thought about the faction's decision in this situation. It was quite an interesting option for him, which he did not consider bad. After decades of peace and tranquility, Many young heroes got the opportunity to prove themselves. Rentang was shocked by his stance, clearly not expecting such a view of the situation. When Moon mentioned that the Marima Union would be holding the Heavenly Martial Arts Tournament, it surprised her even more. This tournament could only mean one thing. The biggest event in Jianghu. Its very name already made people's hearts beat faster, and even river pirates would be happy about it. One of the members, Jin Ho, was a smart strategist, and that's what they wanted to get. After hearing his answer, Rentang couldn't bear it, gathered herself and left, ignoring Moon's question. Moon had no doubts about her. She had always been selfish and rude in her actions. However, thanks to the tournament, he will be able to see the skill of the Tang family and other schools. At this moment, Moon thought about Master Secretary Un, who is working hard, and his work will definitely bring results. Not far from the place where Aromater Hydia is located, something interesting happened. Mr. Lun decided to visit there. He was greeted with joy because he was a welcome guest. Moon apologized for coming, but the boy quickly gave him the Longjing tea he needed. The last time he visited this place, he was refused, told that there was no tea available. But as soon as the young owner left, the tea was delivered. Although he was happy to receive such a gift, the tea was not enough, and he hoped that more Lunsen would be brought next time. However, the situation was not easy, because Lunsing is a high-quality tea that is in low demand and difficult to sell, so the owner did not want to risk his business. The young hostess needed 600 grams of this tea, and was willing to pay a good price. But because of the rarity and premium nature of the tea, everything was more difficult than it seemed. The guy understood this. But the owner of the establishment was not particularly in the mood for a conversation. As he walked out and left this facility, thoughts overwhelmed him. The owner waited until he finally disappeared from sight. And I thought that this boy is a real lucky guy, because others would have to run all the way to the nearest city. As for this rare tea, the owner usually drinks it in the morning, and has hidden some for himself. Scholar Un walked out of the institution, sat down and sighed heavily, thinking that he was used to such a life, because he had never lived in abundance before, and now he would have to adjust. All his life, he woke up in the morning, cleaned, and everything seemed normal. But after he entered the Buddhist temple, he had more free time. This free time made his life boring, and he couldn't wait to take that pill, because he mainly sought to find happiness through reading. He thought about the fact that he needed to train, but he couldn't do it in front of the recumbent, who was watching him closely. The lying man caught him and asked what skills he had. After all, one day he will have to learn to earn a living, and knowledge alone will not help in this matter. The question sounded rather strange, but the Buddha reminded him that he was not a secretary. In his opinion, it was just a job, not a skill, and he wondered what a secretary actually did. The guy explained that he can write, understands poetry and drawing, but it seemed completely uninteresting to the owner, because there is nothing unique about a person who can simply write or read. Un also liked to discuss historical events and scientific topics, even fencing, but he did not make a special impression on his interlocutor. Master Buddha took note of his passion for swordsmanship, and if it's his hobby, he must be one of those scholars who looks cool despite looking down on martial artists. These words sounded quite insulting, they say. If you don't swing a sword for fun, then why are you fencing at all? If this is true, then the Buddha was never seen to pick up his sword or use it even once. The Buddha always allowed him to fence, but the boy believed that this was not his home, so he saw no point in swinging the sword. If it's not just a hobby, but something he's really passionate about, why is he stopping? If a guy really wants to do fencing, let him do it with all his heart. There is nothing to delay. It is time to act and do what he really loves. The Buddha assured him that there were no prying eyes, so he could practice freely. It was an official endorsement for which the young master thanked the Buddha and let him quickly start fencing right now, and not wait until his death. If he is not afraid and does not hide anything, let him proceed, because if he demonstrates his skills, he will be treated better. The scientist felt some awkwardness, but decided that it was time to show himself. Everyone was looking forward to this spectacle. The guy found himself in the middle of training camp, ready for action. He stared straight ahead, fully focused on his task. The monk only seemed important when he was drinking tea, which was a bit of a distraction. But the boy understood that the teacher imparts knowledge to the students, and now his time has come. The young master concentrated all his feelings. He felt incredible energy flowing through his hands. His wooden sword began to glow with an incredible aura. It seemed that he was not holding a sword, but a ray of the sun. His brilliant movements sparkled with dazzling energy. This was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. The monk looked at his skill and said, "You are like a lost wolf howling into the void." He seemed to possess 1,000 techniques and moved with incredible grace, demonstrating mastery. When he stopped accumulating chi energy, his concentration disappeared for a moment. He heard a sharp, harsh cry from the monk, which disturbed his peace. The monk asked if the spectacle was over. The scientist had not trained properly for a long time, although he really wanted to continue. Behind him stood one of the monk's students, carefully observing the situation. When the disciple saw Un's skill, he was not enchanted, but on the contrary, he remained indifferent. Although Un was glad that Karan wasn't infatuated with his skill, something about his reaction felt wrong. The apprentice silenced the young master, preventing him from continuing. He called him a moon-singing wolf, mocking his efforts. These words sounded like complete nonsense and had no deep meaning. Then the monk began to explain what he meant. The boy was making futile efforts without achieving true cultivation. Let him train for another 100 days and try to reach the top. These words were said quite categorically and were not subject to discussion. For the young scientist, reaching the top remained only a dream. The monk continued that he wasn't counting on luck or trickery to make it to this day. But 100 days might not be enough, as Un was just now starting to perfect his moves and he needed it. But definitely not today. It was obvious that Un was training just for his own pleasure, while looking like an inexperienced fool who couldn't find true love because of his narcissism. If he does not continue to train, he will remain the same loser for the rest of his life. To the question of what the boy should do, the monk answered with a counter-question. Does he want to see the top before he dies? The next words of the monk sounded like a riddle, causing even more misunderstanding. Mr. Un simply could not stand such riddles and wanted to know only one thing, what he should do next. But the fact was that the tea was over and the conversation stopped. The monk ran out of tea, and the boy trained so long that the monk managed to drink it all, and now he has nothing to drink at dawn. This meant that the monk was not going to answer just like that, so the young mistress would have to run and come back quickly. Garrick approached the monk, clearly dissatisfied with something. The monk asked him why he was looking at him so intently. His eyes showed a desire to achieve much more than he currently had. This desire was reminiscent of the boy the monk had seen recently, who was just as ambitious. That boy was no longer able to return to his origins. Because of this, it is necessary to adjust it further, because it is already a matter of life and death. The monk silently looked into his empty glass, forgetting that he had already drunk the tea. Enraged, he turned to Gar and asked why Gar wasn't still following him. Garrick, however, was not going to listen to the old grumbler. He turned sharply and went on his way, ignoring the monk. The monk only hoped that tea would be brought to him quickly. However, he hid his true thoughts, trying not to betray himself. He perfectly understood what the boy had just done and what he really wanted. Despite his appearance, the monk was a master swordsman. Master Un quickly returned with the tea and started shouting, demanding that the monk tell him what to do next. Un begged him to just tell him what to do because he had already completed the task and bought enough lunsen. The monk calmly repeated that there was no need to try anymore, but the monk also stressed that it was his duty not to help those who had already gone astray, and instead he would only confuse the young master. He returned to the monk and noticed that he seemed determined to teach him, but the boy's stern look did not give peace to the monk. He was not going to back down from his words. They looked straight into each other's eyes, the tension between them growing, and yet the monk gave up, deciding to tell the story. When the boy asked if it was true, the monk joked with a smile that he would tell when the red snow fell. The monk's jokes were always sharp and witty, although the boy did not appreciate it. The scientist wondered, where should he find red snow? The monk began to tell the legend of Bodhidharma, who founded the martial art of Shaolin. The most famous story concerns how he spent 9 years in meditation. One winter day, when Bodhidharma was meditating in the Shaolin temple, a man came to him and stood in the snow for 3 days, waiting. The master asked this traveler what he was looking for, and he replied that he was looking for peace of mind. Bodhidharma then said that he would accept him as a disciple only when the red snow fell, which effectively meant a refusal. Without hesitation, the traveler cut off his left hand, and the snow turned red. When the monk saw this, he accepted the boy as his disciple. This traveler was the second patriarch of Shaolin, Huikei. For the young master, this story sounded like a hint that he should cut off his hand. But he could not do this, because the reclining Buddha is not Bodhidharma, and he is not Huikei, and besides, it is not winter, and the snow will not help him. However, the boy decided that if he retreated due to the impossibility of fulfilling the conditions, he would no longer be able to call himself a man. The monk felt that the young man took on a difficult task, which only amused him. His mischievous grin suggested that he was finding some amusement in this situation. The next day, Unhyun became very busy. He put aside all his work at home and went to the mountains and fields every day. In the evening, he returned with what he managed to get during the day and spent the whole night at work. even when he was injured and felt tired. After 3 days, he was finally ready for the next step. He knew that the reclining Buddha was no longer supposed to sleep, and perhaps it would be worth buying him more tea. But the main thing was to implement his plan. The reclining Buddha smelled the scent and left the house, intrigued. A young master was standing in front of him, and something unusual was lying below him. The Buddha looked around but did not understand what the essence of this situation was. When asked if Un had been standing here since dawn, the boy replied that he wanted to learn from him. The reclining Buddha remarked that the red snow never fell, and joked that Un must have hit his head. But the young master was not so simple. He held something in his hand, ready for action. Suddenly, when he pulled the string, red petals began to fall from the sky. Although it was hard to call it snow, the effect was similar. He opened a bag filled with red petals that slowly fell, creating a spectacle. This gesture meant that he had passed the test, because even though it wasn't real snow, Un was able to make the red something fall from the sky. It looked quite strange to the monk, and he stared in wonder at this miracle, watching the petals with wide-open eyes. Un only smiled, hinting at his red snow. He calmly waited for the monk to pay attention to the petals. The boy, with a slight smile, only raised the mood with his unexpected appearance. The old monk, who had not laughed for a long time, finally couldn't stand it. He began to laugh, loudly and sincerely, releasing the tension of the moment. The monk understood that although it was not snow, but rain made of petals, the boy had created something incredible. Red rain instead of snowfall. Un was sure that although it looked different, both snowflakes and raindrops were still made of water. Looking at these beautiful rose petals, the monk realized that this is so. The most important thing is that snow and rain always live in the heart. The monk decided to teach Un, but before doing so he noted that he had never seen swordsmanship like his. His movements were like a dragon slicing through the sky, although the monk could only see traces. But it was impossible to grasp the true meaning. He couldn't even imagine that such a swordsmanship technique even existed. Hearing these words, the young master thought to himself that if the monk said so, then his white tiger training sword was truly impressive. The monk added to his monologue by noting that he knew what Un's problem was. He focuses too much on the details and loses sight of the big picture, and his rigid training method is not suitable for sword training. When asked why it is bad to focus on details, the master replied that there is nothing good about it. In fact, he hugs the princess, not noticing the knife flying in the back. In simple words, he looks too far, and this affects his judgment and perception. And that's not all. He is tormented by an unbridled desire to achieve the ideal, like a beauty who dreams of becoming the most beautiful of all. The metaphor was quite frank, but there was a grain of truth in it. And now, the young master is faced with the question of what to do next. The master couldn't say for sure, but his teacher had taught him very well in the past. Like any parent who wouldn't throw their child into the sea without teaching them how to swim. This method wasn't suitable for sword technique, but this kind of training might be the best option at the time. And it was hard to disagree with that since his teacher had always said to move gradually and continue to practice the art of the sword. His mentor was a man of genius who led young Un only forward, not allowing him to stop. The monk also noticed that someone else's clothes were better than nothing, but they didn't fit Un. He emphasized that the physical form of the young owner is a problem. This was definitely correct. He could not train because he tired quickly and neglected his health. The monk ordered him to take a wooden sword. The boy did not fully understand what the master meant. It was obvious that the master was up to something, but what exactly remained a mystery. The monk started yelling at him, asking why he was expecting anything. Realizing that the master would not leave him alone, Un began to focus his power on the sword. The sword ignited with a flame of ki energy. Holding it before his eyes, he concentrated all his strength on the wooden sword. The sword seemed to become stronger than anything in the world, emitting an incredible aura. The monk was watching his student with interest, and even though he was yelling at him, it was clear that the monk was taking the situation seriously. He wondered how many other people could manifest sword energy like this using only a piece of wood. The monk repeated to him that wearing other people's clothes was the wrong way, and if he continued like this, he would reach his limit. It was obvious that the clothes were not his, and it was already beginning to affect him negatively. The boy remembered his mentor's words that he should always stay true to himself. Then he would be able to control his heart and his sword. Perhaps this was the true meaning of his teacher's last words. He asked the master how he should choose the best path. This thought made the brain strain, because most monks practice meditation for 10 years before they understand their path. In his mind, the young master understood that 10 years was a very long time. especially if he had to meditate for as long as he had spent in the imperial palace. As the reclining Buddha said, he has no choice. If he wants to achieve his goal, he must follow this path, especially since it was his teacher's last wish. A common solution is to ask him to be taught meditation. When asked if he would shave his head and become a Buddhist monk, the boy categorically answered that he would not, because the master only said that he should meditate for 10 years. However, the monk remarked that only monks practice meditation for 10 years, and it was obvious that he was not a monk. The question of what he should do put the boy in a dead end because he, due to his inexperience, did not understand it at first. All this time, as he trained to perfect his sword technique, he had to keep practicing in order to transform someone else's clothes into his own. The scholar thought and realized that the monk was saying the same thing as at the beginning. However, there was one problem. The monk began to raise his voice. The boy asked if this was the answer from the beginning. Why did the monk make him go through all this? These words made the monk angry, and he clenched his fingers. Then he sharply hit the young master. The monk warned that if anyone else called him a liar, he would receive an even stronger blow. He ordered the boy to choose his words carefully, because he himself always chooses them carefully, not to mislead anyone, except in some cases. And the boy began to think that if this old man was not a liar, then all the people in the world must be honest. However, it seemed to him that several moments were strange. Why did the monk hit him? The boy did not even see that the monk's finger touched him. Then, coughing into his hand, the monk replied that there were several things that needed to be done. The first thing is to train as much as you want, and the second is to train your mind. And when he has mastered the art, he will be able to train closer to his room. Hyun's life changed completely after he started studying the art of mental imagery. Although he had to clean the temple at dawn and run errands, he devoted the rest of the day to training. The monk instructed him that it didn't matter whether he was sitting, lying down, or standing, but sitting cross-legged was the best posture for meditation. He told the boy to close his eyes and think about the sword he was holding. He then had to perform his sword technique as usual, but only in his head. It was not an easy task. When the boy imagined it, he received a light blow on the head from a monk. The monk explained that he should not just think and repeat what he did before. The task was not to reproduce, but to feel. It must be the invisible thought that controls all actions, not just the movements of the arms and legs in reality. He must act within his imagination. The boy said that he did not quite understand the point, for which he received another blow on the head. The monk didn't like the boy trying to correct him, but already had a headache. In theory, he should have trained by thinking about his actions. He used to focus on being as accurate as possible and not straying from the right path. Now all he had to do was feel. That was the main goal. He just floated with the flow of a big river. It was this idea that the monk tried to put in his head, and now the boy understood what to do. This meant that he had to go deeper into himself. But this is not the same as completely emptying his consciousness, because if he does that, he may go insane. He needs to understand what is happening. After that, the monk shared all his knowledge with him. He remarked that he could see the boy's face, and added that he should not think that old people get emotional over little things. Even when he gets old, he will react like this too, even if he is prepared. There was no time left. Finally, the moment came for real training. The boy standing opposite realized that the monk seemed to be reading the thoughts of the young master, as if a demon had taken possession of him. Soon, they were off to night training, and the boy was to stop only when the monk would let him. Then the monk turned to another boy standing behind and asked, "Who else is the old demon here?" It became clear that the monk really reads minds. The training became more and more difficult, and the blows to the head from the monk became more and more frequent. They practiced every time, and every time got the same result. The boy noticed that he had already adapted to the monk's blows, and now he was not in so much pain. He became interested in how a monk does it. The monk did not understand what he was talking about, but the boy pointed his finger at his forehead and emphasized that he could see how the boy was going to hit him, but he could not dodge. The monk laughed and sipped his tea and said that if he told, would not be able to learn it. He gives him everything he has learned about this skill. Although you cannot call him a monk now, in the past there was no master who could compare with him. Unthought that these were typical stories of old people exaggerating their abilities. The young master only thought about it, but the monk, as it turned out, read his thoughts and became angry. Although he is a reclining Buddha, he also could not reveal all his secrets. The young master understood that the monk had a very difficult character, and often throws unpredictable phrases. But what the young master knew for sure was that the monk was Puyen's teacher, and again received a blow on the forehead. The monk did not like the words about his student, because he believed that comparing a teacher and a student is not true. Of course, he was his teacher. But it is obvious that a monk should be stronger than his student. Although Puyen had become famous through the Shaolin temple technique, he still could not breathe normally in the presence of his teacher. Un looked at the monk and didn't understand what he was talking about, because he didn't have any aura coming out of him, and he looked more like an ordinary old man than a martial artist. But the old monk told him what had happened. His dantian had broken. Dantian is the field where life force accumulates, which can also be described as the source of all internal energy. When the dantian is broken, the body loses all internal strength, and this can lead to serious injury and life-threatening injuries. Then the boy asked the monk how it happened. The monk continued that there is an expression. Step forward, standing on the end of a bamboo branch. This meant that by facing fear one could achieve true enlightenment, and the monk decided to take this step but lost his inner strength. And of course he achieved enlightenment, but other words should not be expected from him. He believed in what he said. However, as a result, the monk did not achieve true enlightenment. But the question remains, why does the reclining Buddha speak so calmly about the fact that he has lost an important part of himself? The monk noticed that his disciple was upset about the loss of his dantian and assured him that everything was fine. Only warriors need inner strength, and as a monk, he has nothing to worry about. He doesn't even care about martial arts, and doesn't depend on dantian or inner strength. He lost nothing except that he attained enlightenment and was able to see the world from another side. This greatly interested Un, but he did not fully understand the monk's words. It was obvious that the boy did not know anything, and perhaps it was better for him not to know about it. The monk advised not to bother with nonsense, and to start all over again. As always, training ended in the same way. The boy took a broom and finished sweeping the area. Sweeping after a morning workout brought order to his soul and lifted his spirits. He also adapted to the mental image training, and received fewer kicks from the reclining Buddha as a result. Soon his friend approached him. He warned that one of the monks was walking ahead. It was an old monk who appeared out of nowhere. He acknowledged their hard work, and emphasized that their efforts are highly appreciated. The reclining Buddha came out of his house and noticed that a great researcher had come. He asked the researcher if there were any talents among his students. The researcher replied that he thought they were all just waiting for his death, but in his old age a revelation came to him. The old man wants to do something important for Shaolin, so he brings a talented child who will be a real gift to the temple. He added that if something is missing, this child will be able to inherit everything. But the old man began to get angry, saying that no one was worthy to succeed him, and it was necessary for those damned monks. The researcher apologized and said he was leaving and would only return when he could. His words angered the old man, but he restrained himself. Then the reclining Buddha stopped him. He approached his disciple and asked, "When did Shaolin become a place that did not appreciate its benefactors?" It sounded quite strange to both the researcher and the young Master An. The monk continued that if this boy had not shown him his sword art, he would not have been able to achieve the enlightenment that had come to him. If this guy is not a benefactor of the Shaolin Temple, then there are simply no others. The young master was disturbed by the look of the researcher and began to worry about his reaction. Then the reclining Buddha addressed him. "Why don't you know what gratitude is?" The monk replied that he was blessing the benefactor of the Shaolin Temple. And now that he has done it, he is free to go. The fact is that this young man will bring a great gift to the researcher, and although it looks unusual, the monk thought, "Isn't he an exceptional writer?" At the moment when the monk thought, the reclining Buddha told him that if he was going to stay here, he should leave here quickly. After that, the researcher left the residence. The reclining Buddha continued that this man had recently become a master teacher and had no experience at all. From his point of view, a capable person wouldn't come here, so he definitely wasn't going to talk to him politely. But even so, it was not easy to get this position, and at least he has the right to brag about it. After that, Un emphasized, "You said benefactor," and the monk continued, "Yes, I was explaining that." Reclining Buddha remarked that the young master's training sword was impressive. He even thought that no new technology could match his skill. And although he would like to keep these skills to himself, he owes a great deal to Shaolin. This means that even if Un prepared red snow for him, he would still not refuse his request to become a disciple. But why ask this? Does he understand how much time young Master Un has spent to create the flower rain or the light-bearing snow? All this was good, of course, but it was time to focus on the concentration of energy. The boy began to meditate and cultivate his aura, realizing that there was only room for a sword inside him. The feeling of spiritual wind was barely noticeable. The clouds seemed to leave fragments of memories from the distant past. Starting with her steps, the beautiful girl does not want to show her face, and moving to the third style, she begins to whisper eloquent words. In the fifth style, she shows her dazzling smile, and by the seventh style, she speaks as confidently as a clear stream. The luxurious style of the ninth impresses with its beautiful aroma. And in the 12th style, she fully reveals herself and her style. These thoughts inspired the boy with incredible emotions. Concentrating on this, the boy finally saw something incredible. It was without purpose and without intention. Just his energy, a formless flow. The monk acknowledged that his student had done a good job, and the boy, realizing all this, could not hold back tears. However, the Buddha warned him that it was too early to rejoice. He had only just learned how to control his consciousness, and the difficulties were just beginning. It was still too early to rejoice, because he had just learned how to control his consciousness. The real trouble starts right now. His partner, who was standing next to him, heard these words and couldn't believe it was just a mind control method. Because what he just saw looked different. He seemed to be observing the truth of the Taoists, and he would never have thought that a warrior was capable of rising to such a level. The next day, the dawn was early and quiet. The boy lit a fire to heat tea for the monk. At that moment, the old monk came out of his tomb. He bowed to him as a sign of respect, but the reclining Buddha did not say anything to him. He simply remained silent. His face was unclear. His expression showed no emotion. It was noticeable that he had put on better clothes than usual. His mood was completely different. Was he going to go somewhere? Sitting opposite the young master, the monk asked how the training of the mental image went. Un replied that nothing stood in his way. His sword moved as he planned, and drew energy into it as if it were alive. He didn't even know how to thank the master, and wanted to continue training. Master, of course, was not going to stop training, but he asked for a cup of tea. The best tea was brewed and its aroma was impeccable. The old monk spent his mornings like this for a long time. But today the reclining Buddha looked serious, like a real majestic monk. This image suited him, and he spoke confidently and naturally. The old monk emphasized that the boy had tried well to please the capricious old man. He placed an envelope in front of him along with a small pouch. When Un opened it, he saw that the monk asks to hand over the letter and wallet to Puen, and he must hurry, for it depends on whether he will take control of his consciousness, or whether his consciousness will take him over. Now he can go home. At that moment, the door closed in front of him. His partner said he would collect the young master's belongings and come later. The answer was quite cold, which was an excuse to send him back. He understood it himself. After that, the things of the young master were collected. It was time to leave, but the young master's face was not at all the same as usual. Suddenly he fell to his knees, and he began to worship in front of the door of the lying monk. He promised that he would definitely return, and asked that the monk live a long life. Sorrow overtook him, and he said nothing more, except that he took his things on his shoulder and set off. He only occasionally looked back at that door, without thinking, trying to suppress his thoughts. All that remained was to go forward, no matter what. At that moment, their story in this place ended. We returned to the headquarters of the young mistress, the third princess, who opened the dossier. Pin Hong bowed before her as he had a request for her. He reported that the squad that had been watching the Shaolin Guard had retreated. The answer to the question why this happened was, Baron appeared, and it was like she is the double of the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor, and appeared in Shaolin. This girl has a stealth technique, and if their squad could see her, that would mean she allowed herself to be revealed. This was a warning to them, and the question remained, what to do now? Her purpose is unknown, but when the squad last saw her, she had not yet left the Shaolin Temple. This meant that the Emperor had no reason to interfere in Shaolin affairs, so that boy could be the target. Unfortunately, in this situation, they did not know what to do. There was no way he could be contacted, but he had to concentrate on tracking to be sure. However, this requires people with high stealth skills, who should be trained and honed. The girl was disturbed by the actions of the Ice Palace, and it was necessary to act immediately, because there was a chance that they might be discovered. Ping Hong understood that if the lady said that, then the matter was really serious, and something was happening in the government. The bottom line was that King Moon had begun to take his measures. Going back to the story, before Un Hyun left the house of the reclining Buddha, he did not forget to say goodbye to the head teacher. He was afraid that the conversation would turn to the big pill, but fortunately, this did not happen, and the head teacher formally said goodbye to him. They went outside the Shaolin Temple early in the morning, and the boy remembered passing this road several times in hopes of buying a longjing. Suddenly the wind changed, and his partner grabbed his sword. It was not just the wind, but someone's aura that made it clear that there was no way back, only forward. He had felt something like this before. That man's foot stepped on this territory, and he immediately felt an incredible power emanating from the boy. Looking at him, it was clear that this boy exceeded all his expectations. Stood staring in awe at his blue sword, as if admiring its power and beauty. Suddenly, Mook appeared next to him, who could not resist praising his skill. He by no means expected to meet anyone here, let alone a stranger. And suddenly Ran also jumped out of the bushes. He was overcome with fear because he couldn't move, and it wasn't just the powerful aura of the man in front of him. He also felt the presence of another man standing behind him, threateningly holding a knife to his neck. The stranger introduced himself as the man standing under the dark sky, the martial emperor of the heavens, and stated that he knew of Un's connection with the holy sword. Un, without losing his temper, replied that he was only the secretary of the Morima Union. Hearing this, Mook was momentarily surprised, but the pause was short-lived. He immediately started laughing loudly at the fact that Un called himself secretary. Un, looking at him with a smile, asked in surprise what made him laugh so much. Mook raised his hand, asking Un to not get confused, noting that calling himself a secretary was really original. After all, it is very strange that such a strong person does not have freedom. He added that he even felt sorry for himself because of this circumstance. Those words startled Un, and he began to wonder if he was okay. Mook then brought up the subject of the search, hinting that it seemed like good fun. And at that moment his eyes opened, acquiring a completely different, mysterious color. Red energy spread around like a powerful wave of blood flooding the space. Frightened, but full of faith in his own strength, Un resolutely aimed his sword at the man, but his opponent seemed to be washed away by a powerful wave, and he suddenly disappeared. Ran, having a long sword, considered it his duty to protect his master. He resolutely rushed to the bushes, preparing to deliver a powerful blow there. But a sudden wind blowing the leaves around made him raise his sword in defense. Un was already facing Mook, their swords pointed at each other. Un calmly asked Ran not to worry about him, but to just save himself by running away. Mook himself also turned to his maid Birion, ordering her not to interfere. The atmosphere was tense to the limit. Ran, turning his head, silently clenched his teeth. And so they both watched in silence as the epic battle unfolded before them. Suddenly Birion began to seem to dissolve in the air and gradually disappear. Two different energies met in battle, and Mook felt pleasure in this meeting. He rejoiced, because he believed that this meeting was destined for him. Un, too, did not hold back his smile, although he well understood the seriousness of the situation in which he found himself. Suddenly they swung their swords, but did not strike a single blow. Only sparks flew in all directions. At this point, Mook offered to share stories, promising to tell his own at the right time. Un was ready to answer, but his tone sounded more like sarcasm. After these words, the enemy rushed at him with a sword. Un had a wooden sword, and Mook had an iron one. However, despite the different strength of the weapons, Un continued to deftly parry his blows. The force that was raging around was so incredible that the leaves flew in all directions. Each of them was confident of their victory and devoted themselves fully to the battle, putting all their strength into their swords. Un braced his sword for the blows, putting all his strength into it, and he managed to hold back these powerful attacks. Everything around them was crumbling from their power, but they continued to stand against each other, firmly on their feet. The number of blows became so great that their speed was almost impossible to discern. Under the onslaught of their power, the stones flew in different directions. Their power was incredible. Ordinary internal strength would not match that which was put into this wooden sword. However, even with a wooden sword, Mook could not predict the outcome of this fight. All he could say was that he was glad to meet such a worthy opponent. Despite his confident look, his heart was pounding so hard that he could barely control his breathing. He had to concentrate completely to resist the attacks of this wooden sword. Suddenly, Mook's expression changed dramatically, becoming surprisingly tense, all due to the fact that their swords were deflected to the side, leaving the line of attack. Immediately after that, there was a loud explosion, and everything around was covered with a thick layer of dust. Impressively, he swung his sword not by technique, but by pure, incomparable force. Un understood this perfectly. As the dust began to settle to the ground, they continued to stand facing each other, ready for further conversation. Mook recognized his strength, for with one swing of his sword, Un made him retreat 2 steps back. All the inner strength that he had accumulated all his life was not enough, although he was told that it would be enough. But it was not, and now he told himself that he should have trained even harder. Maybe then he would have avoided defeat. Mook continued to shower Un with compliments, exhilarated as he hadn't been this excited in a fight in a long time. At the same time, He wondered what kind of sword the opponent had. Perhaps it was some kind of trade rarity, but decided to remain silent. It seemed that this sword was truly sent from heaven. Un also started talking about the sword, noting that it resembled the ancient style of Chinese calligraphy called zhuangshu. This style, rough and wooden, devoid of softness, perfectly conveyed the character of the sword, as if it itself had been sent from the heavens and was able to ascend to the heavens. It was because of this that Un held the sword pointed at the sky. Muk was impressed by this story and the secretary's story, and only now did he realize his deep desire because Un's precise words helped him understand it. The sword standing under the dark sky and striving to reach it turned out to be his own sword. Mook once again expressed his respect for Un. However, Un was aware that this respect could not be too deep, and that is why Mook declared that he would put all his strength into this sword, and at the same moment, the sword began to turn red, along with the sheath of his body. He raised his sword up once more, preparing for the next round of combat. To him, this sword was like a lady, and he happily spoke these words to him. However, faced with a sword emitting such a terrifying, shiver-inducing aura, he was left with only one choice. Holding the sword, he understood that he would not be able to avoid the blow, and in order not to lose, he would have to use all his strength. Mook warned that he was about to attack, and looked at his opponent with a confident look. At the same moment, he rushed forward and, like lightning, was directly above Un, holding his sword above his head. The movements of Un's hand were slow, like the flow of a river, and he lowered his wooden sword down. Unamuk saw this calm, rhythmic flow of hands with his own eyes. A wind of change began in Una's soul, which seemed to raise him to a new level. He forgot his position. The inner strength that Hyun gave him, which was more important than life to him, faded away, and along with it, emotions and desires. The opponent was surprised, because Un simply did not defend himself. Is he ready to face death? He stood with his eyes closed, feeling the gentle touch of a hand touching his hair. It was the girl who came down to hug him and give him that sense of lightness. In his subconscious, he found himself in a beautiful place where flowers were just blooming and their petals were swirling in the air. Mook, looking at the defenseless opponent, was convinced that victory was already in his hands. But when he swung his sword, he only hit the void. The scientist remained standing in the same place, only a few steps away, as if he had moved. There were even more questions in Mook's mind, for he was certain that he could not have moved so quickly that it would not have been noticed. But where did he suddenly disappear? And finally, he saw him. It was the same ordinary wooden sword. But how could he have so much inner energy that such power could flow from him? It seemed impossible. It was a real feeling of depressing hopelessness. Suddenly, he remembered the words that Un had said earlier. This sword is directed directly to the sky. That's why he couldn't just leave everything and continue to resist. He decided to continue the battle, despite the hopelessness. At the same moment, the wooden sword in Un's hand snapped in half. Neither of them expected such a result, and both were surprised. Un was now at an extreme disadvantage as his opponent continued to attack mercilessly. The blast was so powerful that Ran, who was watching from the side, raised his head to see the full force of the energy. His heart beat faster, and anxiety for his master grew, just like the girl who came with the Emperor, because she too felt every blow of this battle. The dust hung so thick on their battlefield that it was almost impossible to see them in the darkness. There was not much strength left to easily rise to his feet. In the hands of the combatant remained a sword broken in half, only sharp fragments of wood. Ran to his master, seeing that he was about to fall. Running closer, he managed to catch him so that he did not fall to the ground. At that moment, the girl cried out to her emperor, but he raised his hand, signaling her not to interfere. Although his body was also exhausted, he stood on his feet, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. After exhaling, his legs weakened even more. He placed the sword beside him, and gathering his strength, carefully placed it back into the sheath. Un looked away from his sword. It couldn't even be called a wooden sword now. Too bad, Mook said, standing with his back to Un. He meant what would have happened if that wooden sword hadn't broken. He honestly admitted that if he didn't have a wooden sword in his hands, he would hardly be able to hold off his opponent. The Emperor understood that without this sword, he would simply fall before the power of despair. And he himself thought in advance what would happen if everything turned out differently. And what if the martial emperor had not held back at the last moment? In that case, he would not be able to avoid death. Both of them realized that today was not the day when their fate should be decided. That is why Mook was looking forward to the next meeting. They both paid their respects to each other, but Yoon wanted to ask something. He turned to the emperor with a request. Muk guessed exactly what Un wanted to know, and immediately replied that the sword had come to him from the merchant. He also admitted that he could have dialogue with him for a few more days. However, turning his head, he noticed that there were problems. Armed men were approaching them. Considering that Un had become another meaning of his life, the Emperor asked him to be careful, and turning to the girl with whom he came, he told her to go with him. They disappeared so fast they couldn't be seen, leaving Un and Ran alone. Un thought about the words that the Emperor had just said to them, and thought that he would like to hear those words from the beautiful lady. The Emperor's gaze was horrifying, and this battle took all of Un's strength. He slowly turned to face Ran. His legs buckled and he started to fall, but Ran barely managed to catch him. Lying in Ran's arms, Un asked him if he was wrong in his assumption that even more serious problems awaited him now, to which Ran could not deny. However, he called him master again, and Un asked in a tired voice not to call him that again. As Un's eyes closed, he passed out completely and Ran held him close. Ran couldn't stop thinking about how he would have cried out in his heart as he thought about his duty to protect him. At that moment, the warriors with spears in their hands were getting closer and closer to them. Meanwhile, the man and the girl who was looking left and right were walking along a path that was incomprehensible to her. He reassured her, telling her not to worry. He added that it was a short way, and she shouldn't worry when her older brother was around. He repeated these words once more, but she only looked ahead, feeling anxious. She didn't understand when this road would end. And what made her even more confused was that the road seemed very unstable, and there were obstacles in front of them. She felt that this road was extremely unstable, which sounded very unusual. He decided to joke and suggested what she should call this path. He called it a scary road, and added that she must have been very busy learning to play the pipa, a Chinese four-stringed lute-like musical instrument. Taking her by the hand, he asked her to come closer to her elder brother, that is, to himself. The girl quickly pulled out her hand, asked him not to make her laugh, and almost called him a fool, but stopped in time. She put her hand to her mouth, realizing that she almost said it out loud. Instead, she went ahead and called him a pretender. As if excusing herself, she noted that his words were so funny that they almost brought her to tears. And after laughing, he said, "I'm sure now you'll want to feel the pleasure that a man and a woman give each other." Here she realized what a scoundrel he was, and that his words about their journey from the beginning had been a lie. However, he came closer, put her hand on his shoulder, and explained that it was not a lie. He just wanted her to have some fun with her big brother, while licking his lips unpleasantly with his tongue. But suddenly, his hand was covered with 3 cuts, from which blood began to flow. He jumped back, his hand clenched and writhing in pain. That was her response to his mocking look. Then he called her a slut, because he was tired of babysitting her. However, she denied that he had ever babysat her, and also said an offensive word. She put her hand forward and jabbed a finger at him, showing sharp metal claws. An argument broke out between them, and he lunged at her again, holding out his hand. But the same cut as on his hand appeared on the bridge of his nose. Then he screamed even louder and grabbed his nose with his hands. Blood ran down his hands and his eyes reflected deep pain. His patience giving way, he decided to draw his sword to make her regret making him so angry. But the girl at that moment began to remove the cloth from her instrument. She played the instrument while singing the words to a song that hinted that she already regretted following someone like him. It became unclear to him why she got the pipe. Does she have a hidden sword? Listening to these sounds, he asked her what she was going to do. But in a few seconds, he realized that this tool could cause pain as he held his ear with his left hand in excruciating pain. The 12-year-old princess showed him what she could do with her instrument. She explained that he had no idea who he contacted. Now she was playing a musical instrument, putting her strength into it, and it was this that caused such incredible pain to the man. He begged her to stop and immediately pounced on her. However, she had to hit the strings a few times before he fell face down in the mud right in front of her. Gritting his teeth, he began to realize what kind of power it was. This melodious sound pierced his ears until he trembled, and after them, his whole body. The girl continued to play, and he heard nothing, as if the world had fallen silent around him. It was necessary for her to sing a few words, as his body seemed to be transported to another dimension. And suddenly he found himself back in reality, pressed to the ground by his beard. Suddenly, everything around took on a purple hue. His arms and legs did not move, and his body began to dissolve, leaving only the sword in front of him. The princess once again reminded him that everything was over with him. She explained that he was now deaf. Now, she was ready to move on to the next step in her fight against this pervert. The 12-year-old princess did to his body what he himself would probably like to do, but clearly not in this form. She was enjoying the moment because he hadn't even heard her screams and would now be forced to live in squalor. He just rolled over from his stomach to his back and again to his stomach, hitting his head on the ground in pain. In the end, she got tired of having fun with him, because now everything was settled with him. She might have wanted to kill him, but decided that was impossible now that they weren't in the North Sea. She took out the cloth again and wrapped it around her curious instrument. Eventually, it was time to turn back as this road was unfamiliar to her, so she simply walked in the opposite direction. It was already night outside, and this day was finally coming to an end. Outside the door lay Un, recuperating from this difficult battle. Ran kept his eyes on him, worrying if everything was okay with him, because even yesterday he did not understand where they were. Ran then explained that they were now at the Orchid Scent Tea House, as it was the only place he knew, so he brought Un here. He also said that it had been 3 days since Un passed out. Ran didn't take his eyes off him all these 3 days, but at this moment, a natural flow of inner strength, given to him by Honey, now seemed something that belonged to himself from the beginning. Perhaps this is the point of making something your own. This process happened because of that moment during the battle with the Battle Emperor. That's when the girl came down on his shoulders and transported him to a completely different world. It was interesting to see what the Shaolin monks did, or perhaps the venerable monk Poktian. Ron explained that he tried to take him to the temple but was refused, and it was not possible to talk to Pool at all. After listening to Rana, the scientist understood the situation with the monk. It seemed to be a way for the recumbent Buddha to avoid relationships with other people. They decided to rest for one more day and then set out, although Ran was still worried that the scientist was not fully recovered. The scientist reassured him, noting that it was Reyna who should get more rest, as he looked as if he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He explained this and reiterated that he would be leaving tomorrow, so he asked Ran to make sure to rest. At that moment, there was still no sign of fatigue on his face. Throwing his hands behind his head and smiling widely, the scientist rejoiced that everyone remained alive and well. However, there was one detail concerning the Emperor and his last words. "I look forward to our next meeting." These words did not sound like a farewell at all. It was a hint that the Emperor would find him at any moment. He also remembered his wooden sword that broke at the last second due to a lack of internal energy, realizing that he was still unable to defeat the martial Emperor. In addition, the Emperor noted that their battle had not yet been finalized that day. The scholar believed that although the battle ended in defeat, if the Emperor had not restrained his sword, he would not have survived. Ran just stood by the bed in silence as he pondered, and Un didn't even pay attention to him, repeating over and over again in his mind that this cannot be allowed anymore. The next day, Un-hyun and Doc Karan left Defeng City after thanking the owner of the Orchid Fragrance Tea House and paying for the Longjing for the Buddha. In order to deliver the Great Pill safely, he chose the safest route to the Morima Union in Hangzhou. They moved only on the main roads and stopped in large cities. However, upon arriving in Anhui, Un learned some shocking news. The narrator was surprised that Un still didn't know anything about it. Nam Gung's family lost to the common pirates, and its head was dead, killed by the Emperor of the Dark Heavens. Just a few days ago, Un himself fought against this emperor. The man went on to say that it was a complete humiliation for Nam Gun's family, and they even claimed to bury the door. To bury the door meant to isolate oneself from the rest of the world. Un didn't want to listen any further, and thanked the man as he continued to speak. Turning, he walked out, leaving the place behind. But the Emperor's face couldn't leave his thoughts. He could only think that he could really kill the head of the Namgong family. He also assumed that since the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor was headed for the Shaolin Temple, that meant the monastery was his next target. Ran thought too, but he didn't believe that even a martial emperor would be able to capture the Shaolin Temple with only a small group of people. His real goal was not the Shaolin Temple, but the scholar Un himself. Suddenly they heard a loud scream from a little girl, stopped in place and turned their heads to the right. It was a 12-year-old princess who was proving to her husband that she had already paid. Watching her back, Un noticed a musical instrument. A pipa. He had not seen this instrument for a long time, and it indicated that its owner had come from a faraway land. The argument between her and her husband continued because he refused to put her in the cart. However, she was sure that she had the right to ride in the cart just because she had arrived in Hangzhou. Un intervened in their conversation, walking up and apologizing to both of them. He introduced himself as the secretary of the Morima Union. Addressing the owner of the cart, Un tried to explain to him that it was just a small misunderstanding. He wanted to solve this problem, and asked the girl if she came from the North Sea. In fact, he guessed from her clothes, as he had seen the color before. Trying to make sense of the situation, Un realized that the argument seemed to have arisen because the girl did not understand the local language. He asked her if she remembered exactly where she had given the money. The girl had a wonderful memory, so of course she remembered everything well. In addition, she had a very cute face, which pleasantly impressed Un. Eventually, they came to an agreement and managed to get the cart. After getting into the cart, they moved forward, carrying on a casual conversation. Un listened to her words of thanks, but asked not to worry because, according to him, he had not done anything special. It turned out that it was just a misunderstanding. The girl paid the driver, who went to another place. The problem was quickly solved when he returned her money, because he had to look for his missing client in the surrounding area. However, the girl decided that since he helped her, she should thank him. She handed him some interesting thing and asked him to hold it. Talking to her and noticing her attempt to retaliate, Un immediately remembered the princess of the North Sea. She was just as sincere, and at that point Un explained that she shouldn't pay the person who helped her. He added that unlike the North Sea, sincere thanks are enough here. However, the girl could not remember that sincerity was required here. After that, she asked if he was on his way to Hangzhou, but he asked her not to call him uncle, but simply to call him by his first name, Un. The girl was scared for a moment, surprised that it is allowed to address people by name here. Right after that, she asked if Un knew if her older sister, the princess of the North Sea, was here, as she said she had come for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Hearing that it was her older sister was a real surprise for Un. From the conversation, he learned that the girl had come here, having traveled a long way to meet her. Un was overwhelmed with emotion, because the world really had turned out to be so cramped. However, he explained to her that he did not know where her sister was now. He also told her a bit about his job, noting that secretaries weren't generally thought of as very important people, which he attributed to her curiosity. This raised many questions for her. Is work important, but generally not important? Yoon went on to say that he doesn't consider himself a very important person. This conversation annoyed Ran a little, because the girl brought up the topic that if Un was really important, he would have a whole team of bodyguards, not just one. Un tried to correct her by calling her Miss, but she corrected him by saying she was a princess. This was already the second surprise of the day, and Un expected neither to hear this nor to see this. It turns out that she is the 12th princess of the North Sea Ice Palace, and her older sister is the 3rd princess. However, she allowed him to call her just princess. Un was a little confused that there were so many princesses in the North Sea. But why was she traveling alone? She could not answer this question. She was only ashamed and lowered her eyes. She explained that there is nothing wrong with this, but there is something special. But she cannot name this something. She only said that she can be considered just a peepa. Is she saying she can't name her peeps? This seemed a little strange to Un. She also said that her sister also plays this instrument, and her playing is the best. The whole thing is that this is her pipa, and she left it to the 12th princess before leaving here. That is why she needs to meet her sister at any cost. It was enough to look at her to see the seriousness of her intentions. As a sign of gratitude, she offered to play a song for him. She began to remove the towel that covered the instrument, exposing the strings. She put 3 iron claws on her fingers. A melodious sound rang out from the instrument, which gently touched the soul. It was so pleasant to listen that it seemed as if everything around began to blossom. Pure, melodious, and beautiful melody touched the very heart. Even on the street, the driver heard this amazing sound. But suddenly everyone froze when the cart began to shake violently. The horses jumped, stood on their hind hooves, and let out a loud neigh. Ran looked out the window to see what had happened and why. Taking a closer look, he determined that they seemed to have a problem. The problem, damn it, he thought. The horses stopped not at all because of the sound of the pipe, but because of the gang of robbers who stood before them. "What the hell are the robbers?" asked Un worriedly. Did it happen again? He immediately looked at the princess, who did not understand at all why her gaze was under his crosshairs. This was characteristic of his imagination, because whenever he found himself near the people of the North Sea, robbers appeared on the way. He explained his view of her by the fact that he regretted not being able to listen to her play to the end. But the princess asked not to worry and promised to play again. However, this did not reduce the number of robbers in front of the carriage. The master in charge of escorting the carriage turned to the bandit leader, asking who they were. He, without answering the question, ordered one of his men to search everyone. They only threatened the master with their swords, but they warned that if he tries to prevent it, he will simply die. The robbers approached the carriage, intending to open the door. One of them cracked open the carriage door and peered inside. There sat a woman with her husband and child, cowering in a corner and begging for help. The robber was so frightened by their volleys that he almost pierced them all with his sword. When he got out, he reported that he had not found anything valuable in the first carriage. Ran and the secretary looked out the window, trying to make out something, only to notice that the robbers were gathering around, preparing to attack. Clearly they had come here with a purpose. Are they hunting the big pill? Thought Un. Although the probability was small, he understood that it could turn into big problems for him. Ran, of course, could easily handle a gang of robbers, but there were too many of them, and there could be casualties. Perhaps better to hide, he thought, looking out the window. Suddenly, climbing on Rana's shoulders, the princess looked out of the window and asked at the top of her voice who these people were. Were they robbers? It was very dangerous. She had to climb down. However, her scream attracted the attention of the robbers, who informed their leader that they had found a target. The robbers' views immediately changed. Un immediately noticed this change in mood as he watched them. "Girl, don't move!" shouted the robbers, and they began to approach their carriage. The princess seemed offended by the very word girl. She did not like being addressed in a rude tone. She kicked the door of the carriage with a loud kick. She boldly went outside, straight to them. The secretary tried to stop her. However, she already had a musical instrument in her hands. It was not at all clear what she planned to do with him. Her fingers began to skillfully move along the strings. The sound that began to sound was radically different from the one they heard in the carriage. The sound was so powerful that each of the robbers was thrown back. After playing only a few notes, she scattered the scum that stood before her. The leader could not help but notice this and fell into a rage. He ordered his fools not to be afraid and to advance, sure that the sorcery of this girl would not impress everyone. The girl began to get nervous, as there were more than 9 enemies in front of her, and she doubted that she would be able to handle them. Un turned to Ran and said a few words to him. Suddenly, a bright red glow appeared behind the carriage, which made each of the robbers tremble. Even the bandit leader himself was frightened, not understanding where this insane desire to kill came from. The princess also did not expect to see such a personality in Ranov. The guard again tried to give a hint to his boss, but he, like last time, brushed it off, claiming that he knew everything. However, the leader himself had already begun to tremble, because he was told that there would be no one here, and here suddenly, a real monster. Looking at this opponent, he relied on his intuition, which had helped him more than once in robberies, and now it told him that if he went against this monster with a sword, they would all die. But he needs to survive. Even Un himself did not expect such a sight, and for a moment froze in a stupor. The scoundrel turned to his men again, trying to rally them. But splashes of blood were already flying around in different directions. Some of the robbers only had time to cover themselves with their hands, so as not to be splashed. He ordered the ice spirit to stop, and knew what would happen if he continued now. The girl only listened to these words. At this moment, the bandit leader was already lying bleeding. Ran charged into battle using his sword. He faced the ice spirit directly. When he was face to face with him, he began to realize something. He managed to see the true nature of the ice spirit. He shouted that the princess was with them, and then he repeated his words once more. "Stop! It's a princess!" An incredibly beautiful girl in a snow-white dress got out of the carriage. The 12th princess beamed with joy when she saw her before her. Standing before her was her older sister, the 3rd princess. But princess was the only title that sounded appropriate here. The 12th princess rejoiced and ran straight to her in her arms. Hugging her tightly, she thought, "Does the 3rd princess know how to smile like that? Now she doesn't look at all like the princess that Un used to know. It's like she's a completely different person." They started talking to each other about how much they missed each other. But the 3rd princess was still worried that the 12th had come here all alone. The robbers began to run in different directions. At that moment, the ice ghost was waiting for a command from the 3rd princess. She did not have to wait long. She ordered him to retreat. He still had a strong desire to fight, but obeyed. Both put down their weapons, ending this intense battle. Un and the 3rd princess met their eyes. She let out a breath, realizing who he really was. At this point, the 12th princess began to tell her about the great problem that had arisen. And it only took 2 words to send the 3rd princess into a stupor. They were the words Dad and Mom. After the conversation, they continued their journey, now in another carriage. Un had not sat here for a long time, but this carriage was much more comfortable than the previous one, although it was a bit cramped inside due to the large number of people, despite its size. The sisters were very happy to see each other, and the little one was smiling like a cat. 12th princess is still a child, Un thought as he looked at her. The 3rd princess thanked him for helping the princess of the North Sea. Instead, the secretary felt that he had not done anything special, but on the contrary, he should thank her for the opportunity to enjoy the wonderful playing of the instrument. "Did she play a tune with a note of surprise?" asked the 3rd princess. Meanwhile, the 12th had already fallen asleep on her shoulder, and what was strange was that she acted as if they still didn't know each other. Maybe it's due to caution in a foreign land, never hurts. But why is the princess looking at him so intently? He couldn't stand it and asked if she wanted to tell him something. No, I don't want to, she answered in a completely calm voice. However, she looked at him as if she wanted to burn him through with her gaze. He averted his eyes and head, occasionally coughing, because he was already feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It would be faster to arrive at the next destination, thought the scientist. And finally, after some time, they arrived. The tension wasn't just between him and the third princess. Ghost and Ran couldn't see eye to eye either. There was such a spark of tension between them that it seemed you could feed the whole place with this energy. "See you soon again," said the third princess. The secretary again did not know what to answer to this. However, the princess just slammed the carriage door and that was it. Only the 12th princess sincerely and joyfully waved to them from the window, wishing to see them again. The carriage drove off, leaving the scientist and his bodyguard Ran alone. "See you soon." These words left him with a bad feeling. After a while, and Ran arrived at the place that was waiting for them, and left for the Marima Union. But only after opening the gate and going inside. He did not understand what was happening. Each of the secretaries was so busy. His comrades did not even come to say hello. Only the secretaries seemed to be busy. Nevertheless, had to deliver the great pill to Mistress John. John himself went out to meet him, having heard the news of his return. He looked around, making sure that there was no one around. Stepping closer, he quietly whispered to Una that the big pill was fine. As he said this, he touched his lips to his ear, causing John to almost draw his sword. Yoon also looked around anxiously to make sure no one was around and asked Yoon not to speak so loudly. Whispering quietly, he clarified that it was precisely the pill that John allegedly asked to bring. The problem was that this was the first time John heard about it, and he couldn't remember when exactly he asked for the pill. A moment of awkwardness filled both of them. To explain the situation, decided to show pill, saying that it was given to him by the reclining Buddha. Taking the pill out of the bag, he put it on his hand and handed it to Jonah. John sniffed the pill and determined that it didn't seem like anything bad, but it wasn't quite the big pill either. "Welcome back," Yang said, and asked to contact Miss Tang Ren, who could give a more accurate assessment. He also knew that had received a letter with Piluleya, and asked him to give it to the divine monk. After that, John turned around and whistling went in the other direction. "Here, Grandpa, he's shifting the responsibility to others again," thought Since it is not the big pill, what to do with it next? Throwing it back into the bag, he decided to ask the divine monk about it. Shaking the bag in his hand, he heard a slight crunch. It seems that there is a note inside. Opening it, he read, "I'll give you a life lesson. Don't believe what others say." The moment understood the contents of the note, he felt as if he had been hit on the head. It finally became clear. He realized that only the reclining Buddha mentioned the big pill. Meanwhile, the third princess turned to Duhald. He stood behind her, listening carefully to what she had to say. She ordered him to stay here with Snow Shadow's squad. She emphasized that this is a very important task. After all, if the entire squad leaves, King Moon will do whatever he wants. She herself decided to go to the Ice Palace. Her younger sister fearlessly traveled hundreds of kilometers to find her. She could not refuse the baby, and this is what led her to such a decision. Besides, it was the will of the most intelligent man in the North Sea. The Ice Spirit also warned her that if she returned alone, Bin's soul would not be able to help her. Without him and the Snow Shadow squad, but the third princess interrupted him, assuring him that everything would be fine. She also asked Sul to take one person with her to guard her. The Spirit of Ice understood who it was about. She explained that the attack on the 12th princess was no accident, and she was sure that King Moon was already cooperating with the bandits. So she asked Spirit to find out the exact information. She recalled that last time she had sent several people from the Snow Shadow squad to the North Sea. The fate of the North Sea was now in their hands, and she knew it well. Meanwhile, was shocked by the news of the conference in the Marima Union, which shook him to the core. Because of this, all the other secretaries were extremely overworked, flooded with applications for participation from various factions, and the letters continued to arrive. From large and small factions, Morim families, martial arts schools, hidden masters, and even foreign groups, the secretaries had not closed their eyes for several days. Understood now why everyone was running around like that when he first entered. It was explained to him that the conference was postponed a month earlier due to unforeseen circumstances and numerous protests. Moreover, the conference became much more popular than the Marima Union expected. This work exhausted them to the very bones, and they could barely hold their writing brushes in their hands. During the conversation, the man mentioned that a letter had arrived for Roan's secretary. Unu became curious as to who had sent this letter. and he asked him to wait a little while. He went to look for it. A moment later, he found the letter and handed it right into Unu's hands. Un took the letter and immediately noticed the beautiful handwriting with which it was signed. On the signature was the name of an equally beautiful girl, Ayeon. However, the very thought of what might be in this letter scared him a little. I also forgot to add that the letter is of a love nature. After reading a few lines, he warned the other that he should take certain steps. Then he remembered that he would deliver the letter to the divine monk, and disappeared. The two who were lying on the table from exhaustion gave an envious glance, but continued to do their work. The secretary, standing under the tree, held the letter and read it. Noticing that it seemed to be all right, Yeon received an important position in the Tiger Stone trading group, and the daughter-in-law began to smile more often. As he read on, he felt sadness for the garden he had put in order, and for the young master. He missed his daughter-in-law and Ion the most. Reading further, he decided that on his first vacation he would definitely visit the Tiger Stone trade group, because it was going through difficulties, just like Namgun's family. In particular, the Namgong family accompanied the trading group to Dongting Lake. After a duel with the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor, she was forced to close her door, likely dealing with the aftermath. At that moment, he gripped the letter tighter in his hands. After all, before, the incident with Namgong's family and his duel with the Martial Emperor were not connected with each other. However, they influenced even Ion, although not directly. Now he could no longer pretend that he knew nothing. He immediately headed to the Stalking Dragon Pavilion where the monk was staying. He was busy feeding the birds by hand. The expression on the monk's face suggested that he had already been waiting for his arrival. This became clear from his question when, turning back, he said, "And you came? It is strange why the atmosphere between teacher and student seems so similar." He explained that he had brought a letter from the reclining Buddha and handed it to the monk. The monk was really interested in whether he was living well, and took the letter in his hands. He also asked if he would like to visit him at least once, because, to tell the truth, he had few days left. Poole was sure that the monk would outlive him. He considered him a self-centered old man who, even after death, would live an active life, tormenting others. Un could not deny it, because he was really capable of such a thing. However, the fact that Yoon was still here started to confuse the monk a little, so he assumed that there was something else he wanted to talk about. Un immediately spoke about the events on the river and that there was a merchant behind the Dark Heaven Battle Emperor. He came to this conclusion from what the Emperor himself admitted. His sword was a gift from a merchant, and also from the third princess, who said that behind all this is a man named Merchant. And to find out more, you should go to the North Sea. It was because of this that Un grasped the mystery of the North Sea. He told the monk that this news really surprised him. It was unexpected, and by coincidence, it was necessary to send one of the secretaries there. And who else but Un should go there? When Un tried to refuse, the monk began to complain about his body, saying that it could not withstand such a journey at his age. At this moment, he looked very much like the reclining Buddha. But Una reassured him a little, saying that he would provide a sword, a carriage, enough money, and also a chance to get close to a beautiful young lady from the North Sea. After all, according to him, a man should get married in order to find peace and feel responsible. Isn't this a great opportunity? Un again clarified whether this was indeed an official order. The monk called it a request at the level of an order, interestingly expressing himself in this spirit. Un then found out that the Princess of the North Sea had something to do with it. Here he remembered her words. "We will meet again." Then he had a bad feeling, and it did not disappoint. The only thing that remained interesting was whether it was somehow related to his acquaintance with the reclining Buddha, a monk who lived alone in a small, remote hut where there was no one to even talk to. He must be very lonely. Un asked for some time to think. The monk, answering, asked what was troubling him, while at the same time throwing food to the birds. Una did not let go of the Emperor's words that he was ready to put everything he had into one sword. The monk assumed that the sword could not be associated with a woman. Un explained it as some difficulties. Again and again he scrolled before his eyes the image of the Emperor and his words. "So he became a big obstacle for you?" asked the monk after listening to the secretary. Only after hearing the beginning of the story did the monk guess the outcome of his battle with the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor. But then the secretary explained that this was not the case. He again imagined the image of the Emperor and his words about the next meeting. And after that, a broken wooden sword. Un bluntly told the monk that he could not go on like this any longer. Looking at the secretary, Poole saw not a broken, depressed man, but, on the contrary, much more enthusiastic than before. The monk agreed, asking only not to make him wait too long, because a woman's heart is like a reed in the wind, and smiled quietly. In the end, the monk agreed to his request to wait, and he was about to leave. Before leaving, Un wanted to ask one more thing, holding a pouch in his hand. "Isn't this a big pill?" The monk looked at him with an interesting expression, and then he laughed so loudly, realizing how the reclining Buddha had framed Un. Un realized his mistake and decided it was better to get back to work. After a while in the guest hall, the boy ran up to Un, who was carrying several documents in his hands, indignantly asking what he was doing. He wanted to take the matter upon himself, believing that there were more important tasks for the secretary, even though Un saw it as his job. But Un explained that he had to prepare for Murom's conference, so let him not worry, exercise, meditate, rest. He will do whatever he wants. However, the boy saw everyone so busy that it seemed inconvenient for him to go to rest. At that moment, the mustachioed man coughed, winking at him with one eye. Then the boy realized that he would only get in the way and agreed to their offer. He, of course, thanked and agreed to leave. And in a moment, he was leaving the secretary's hall, thinking, "Everyone is so busy that there is no one to even talk to. Maybe you should visit Dokko Ran." If things were going as they were before, he could train the thought image, but now he couldn't even do that. Although he only saw the maximum level of the opponent during the fight. Since that day, the memories have not let him go in any training. Thoughts of the last moment when his wooden sword cracked haunted him. It was then that he was filled with disappointment. The thought that he might lose again in the same way depressed him. He was afraid that something bad might happen if he forced himself to train, so he stopped training. The problem is neither the emperor nor the sword. If the cause was a wooden sword, it would have broken long ago. At that moment, either his inner strength or energy took control of the sword, and he sent it into the stream. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't handle it, and the question, "What am I missing?" did not leave his head. How to overcome this incredibly strong current? He wished that at least someone could give him an answer. And suddenly, behind him, he heard a girl address him. It was the beautiful Seo Yeon, who looked especially charming that day. She expected him to return to Murima's alliance, so she came here to meet him. He was confused and only uttered, "Well, how are you here?" To which she replied that she came by ship, although he meant something completely different. After these words, a smile shone on her gentle face, and then she offered to change this place to a more pleasant one. And so they went to where there was a quiet atmosphere, and the three of them sat down, she, he, and Ran. She introduced him as her younger brother. Ran, as usual, sat with an unmoved expression on his face. But when Un mentioned his name, she was very surprised. "Is this the same lonely guest, Doc Ran?" She began to remember how he had been waiting for Un at the main gate of Murom's union. To her, he was a famous master of the highest level who had manifested the power of the sword on Iron Mountain. Her reaction let him know that she knew him, and at the same moment she got up, saying that she was glad to meet him, and that it was a great honor for her to see the lonely guest, introducing herself to him. And then she asked him to take care of her older brother. She also heard that Un recently went somewhere far away. He told a story about how he went to the Shaolin Temple and met a wonderful person there. He also managed to learn many sword techniques from him. Just the memory of it brought a smile to his face. This time was very significant for him. That's how he explained everything to the girl. But she wondered why he didn't look happy looking at his face. Since she is always on his side, she asked him to tell her everything. He coughed several times, covering his face with his hand, and decided to tell the truth. The Murom Union offered him to go to the North Sea, that's why he wasn't smiling. What she heard caused her several questions, because Murom Jianghu had suggested that he go to the North Sea when everything was in full swing there. She wondered what they were up to and what circumstances made them do this. Is there a specific reason why he is being sent there? At the same time, she recognized that this is a good opportunity to gain new experience. And perhaps there it is, even recognized at such a level as in the North Sea. But when he mentioned that he had other things to do, she said that she might as well not go because it was not appropriate to leave her job now. She said this because she was always on his side and was ready to support him in everything he did. She was so perceptive. She also noticed that he was worried about more than just the North Sea. He again began to turn his head in different directions. It seemed that everything was written on his face. He continued and told that he had met with the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor. Then he added that he had lost without trying to hide it from the girl. The kindness that shone in her eyes disappeared somewhere, and she questioned what he had said. However, Ran intervened in their conversation, declaring that the master had not lost. He explained that it was just not the right time. It was a broken wooden sword, but that was all he said as he continued to calmly sip his tea. These words were still not enough to change Un's mind. The next topic Un brought up was whether or not it was because of the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor that the Tiger Stone Company was experiencing difficulties, for he wasn't sure, but he suspected a connection to the North Sea. Perhaps the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor is connected to the Northern Sea. She was very interested to hear this and thought about it for a few minutes. She remembered the battle in which Namgong's family had been defeated. At that time, all the major merchants were desperately searching for information about the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor. The Tiger Stone Company was also not left out, because control over the river could change its fate. Since this was still unconfirmed information, she decided to just keep it in mind. So will he go to the North Sea? He had many things that bothered him much more than this trip. That's exactly how he explained it to her, answering her question. She also had her own affairs in Marima's union, so she decided to go. In parting, she told him that he should stay here a little longer, because this tea is wonderful. She also admitted that she was glad to meet the lonely guest, without hiding her feelings. Waving her hand, she said goodbye until the next meeting. Un shouted after her to pass on the greetings to Yeon. Of course, I'll pass it on, she answered, turning around. That was the end of their conversation in this place. Ran stared at her intently as if something was wrong. Un noticed his look and asked what the matter was. However, Ran just shook his head and didn't answer. Sometimes he behaves not at all, as befits a person called the lonely guest, and the girl has already moved on. She got into a luxurious carriage, which sped off a moment later. A question popped into her mind. Woon-hyun, who are you? She used the power and connections of the Tiger Stone to investigate, but she was able to find out only one thing. There was no one in the Moorish Union who could say anything about Un-hyun, and he did not tell her what he would do next. With that much power, he only answered, I don't know, and she expected a better answer from him. She knew that he didn't really need the recognition of a martial emperor, and that he has no desire to possess this power. But between the two of them, he is within her reach. Therefore, she believed that he should try, otherwise it could end in an unpleasant incident. Near the main gate of the Murima Union, the mustachioed man was nervously pacing back and forth, biting his nails and feeling very anxious. Suddenly, he saw Secretary Un walking up to the entrance. Un looked at him, and there was something very strange in that look. As he got closer, he asked what was going on, meaning, why are you making such a fuss? He only asked him to go to the Sneaking Dragon Pavilion as soon as possible, because the Holy Sword was currently there. And this Holy Sword was very much waiting for him, especially Secretary Un. He immediately headed there, entering the room where Pool was sitting with the Holy Sword, enjoying his tea. Un immediately asked Holy Sword if he was looking for him, but suddenly, such powerful energy gushed out from the Holy Sword. In principle, it was expected. The energy of the Holy Sword is so powerful that it even eclipses the power of the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor. But why did he release her without warning? Un decided not to resist this energy, standing like a rock that would not be shaken even by a powerful water flow. The Holy Sword could not fail to notice this stubbornness, and after a moment the energy simply disappeared, and everything around became familiar. Excellent, the Sword Saint praised him. And then he added, very good. Pool asked him to stop because it looked a bit strange from the outside. Otherwise, if he continues like this, he will destroy the whole house down to the last millimeter. Pool asked to do this after his death, but his conversation with Un was more important. Is there anything you're afraid of? Holy Sword asked him. Then Un told how he met the warrior emperor, fought with him but could not win. So you're afraid of him? Or his sword? Asked the Holy Sword, but both questions were inappropriate. Un knew only that the emperor would return one day and show no mercy, but that did not scare him at all. His only concern was whether his own sword was good enough to stand up to the emperor's sword. The Holy Sword immediately understood the point. He admitted that he also had this fear, for all who wield a sword fear what fate brings them. However, there is only one thing to really fear, not being able to see the end of your sword, and that alone. And if Un has already realized that the emperor will come to him one day, then there is no need to be afraid. Un thanked him for those words, but the Holy Sword asked where his sword was now. Pool explained for Un that his sword had broken, splitting into small pieces, and now he had a new one. He added that the new sword was also made of wood. For some reason, Un tends to constantly break wooden swords and buy new ones. Holy Sword wondered if there was any particular reason for this. Un explained that no, he just didn't particularly need a good sword. Pointing to his sword, the Holy Sword explained that the weapon was very important. Sometimes it becomes a warrior's only friend, and without the cold shine of his own steel, he would not be here today. Of course, there are fools who blindly rely on their weapons, leading to mistakes, but the Sword Saint didn't believe Un would be one of those. That is why he may have to rely on his weapons one day. Pool had a solution to this question of a good sword. He had one. He took out an incredibly beautiful sword with an exquisite form and a mysterious origin. A real deadly blade. The secretary waved his hands, sure that this was a great sword for Und. The Holy Sword joined in and explained that this sword was called Setting Sun, and that many things had changed with it. He asked Un to take it, because perhaps this sword was destined for him and would help him reveal himself. No one knows what may happen in the future, but this sword may come in handy in the north. The Sword Saint suggested that Un might be able to unlock the secret of the setting sun that he himself had been unable to solve. Intrigued, Un lowered his eyes to the sword and looked at it carefully once more. The monk added fuel to the fire with jokes, hinting that Un could become better than Gomhak. But it was still unknown whether it would be possible to completely deal with this sword or not. Poole promised him that if he revealed the secret of the sword, he would give him everything he wanted without hesitation. This meant that Un agreed to take the setting sun. When the conversation was over, the Holy Sword got up, deciding to go to the Tian Shan Mountains. This was due to the fact that they would not be able to see each other for a certain time. Patting the secretary on the shoulder, he said he was looking forward to their next meeting. Glancing at him, Un answered the same. It was a short but pleasant meeting, but like everything in this world, it ended. Approaching Un, the monk noticed that this boy could be shy. He also noted that this was a great opportunity for Un, because he would not be going to sea for a day or two, and would be able to use the opportunity to practice with his new sword. Unu wondered when he had agreed to go to the North Sea. The monk spoke as if everything had already been decided. He only pointed out the importance of congratulating them and putting them in their place. The monk said that the North Sea was about to come here, and that Un had to stop it. This was Un's interpretation of the monk's words, to which he replied, "I'm glad you're getting the point quickly." He hinted that if Un could not, no one could, and asked not to worry because now he has the setting sun. He also added that the most important person in the North Sea does not want anything bad to happen to him. Poole seems to be referring to the most intelligent person in the North Sea that Un had heard of before, the princess's mother. However, the monk asked him to be careful. The seventh son of the Ice Emperor and the daughter of the chief man of the North Sea will accompany him. Take responsibility for everything you do with her. Well, she is beautiful, so trust fate, hinted the monk. He emphasized that this is a good opportunity that should not be missed. Marima Union, Zagal family office. The genius of the family held out a letter, a message from the head of the family. He handed it over to the representative of the Yan family, who thanked him for coming and asked about the affairs of the family recently. Genius waved his hands, calling things not very comforting, but because of their wisdom, they would probably figure it all out. He talked a lot, but the most important question was, "How should I do this if you are going to the North Sea tomorrow?" Mustache asked not to play these games with him. He emphasized that each case has its own circumstances. The genius scratched the back of his head, understanding him, and was not surprised that he had placed such a great responsibility on him. A little more quietly, he asked, "And who is he?" Referring to a certain person. Everyone understood that he would go with Secretary A. At the border, they were to meet the party accompanying the Princess of the North Sea. They said that the princess had extraordinary beauty. At the same time, the mustache insisted that he visit their family before leaving for the North Sea. There was only one condition. At any cost, he must take the secretary with him. However, the mustachioed man's tone alarmed the genius. He could not listen, but at the same time he was consumed by curiosity. Who is this secretary? Mustache warned that anything he would say now must be forgotten immediately, and it was not allowed to know about it. Secretary is a follower of the Holy Sword who can also become a disciple of a divine monk. His name is Morim Unhyun, and he has no title or surname, known only by his first name. The atmosphere was tense in the banquet hall of the Yangtze River Pirates Alliance. In front of the leader of the Red Blood Demons, the head of the alliance was kneeling, a sword glinting menacingly at his neck. It all started because of a quarrel. The head called him uncultured, and this became the cause of the conflict. The blood-red demon leader swung his blade, but Mushim had to stop him. The moment their swords collided, the leader's blade broke. Such a display of sword energy, which is the symbol of a martial artist at the peak of his skill, was an insult to him. Shim then swung his sword and struck directly at his opponent's chest. After that, he finished the attack by pushing his body back with a kick. Shim stated that he got his current position unfairly, because he got it by killing the previous leader. He explained that the leader of the Blood-Red Demons had been punished for many horrible deeds that made him unfit for this position. Turning to the crowd, Shim asked if anyone had any objections. Everyone present just shook their heads. Meanwhile, a high-ranking man, King Moon, sat on the throne, calmly savoring an apple. He carefully watched what was happening. Shim reported that the head of the alliance died under unforeseen circumstances. His position is important and cannot remain vacant, so he offered to elect a new leader. Before that, he asked the same question to the people. As expected, the crowd unanimously elected Shim as the new head of the alliance, deposing the brutal tyrant. Shim called the murder of the former leader by his own hands an unforeseen circumstance. In conspiracy with him was a representative of heartless pirates named Ban. Obviously, this was their joint plan. Another in the crowd chimed in, expressing support for Shim. Everything turned into chaos, and eventually the crowd unanimously elected Mu Shim as the new leader of the alliance. Shim even pretended not to expect such a decision, and glanced at King Moon, who was watching everything from the throne. Under pressure from his brothers, Shim picked up his sword and agreed to accept their decision, calling it a deal. So that day, the Yangtze River Pirate Alliance celebrated the appointment of a new leader. And Mu Shim, the leader of the regular pirate group, was given the title of Iron Mu Shim. On the day of his departure to the North Sea, Secretary Un held the legendary sword called Setting Sun. Although he didn't know much about it, this sword was considered a real treasure and was admired. Looking at the weapon, Un wondered if this sword could really help him break through, and what secret it might be hiding. He even felt sorry to wrap such a valuable sword in ordinary coarse cloth. Having completed all the preparations, Un set out on the road. On his way, he met 3 people who were walking towards him on the road. It turned out to be the secretaries who waved at him and asked him to come over, which was a little strange because it was not clear why they were there. When they approached, they explained that they had learned about his new journey and had come to see him on his way. One of them asked why Un was leaving for the North Sea so soon after returning from his previous trip, while the other added that they should all follow orders without objection. In their conversation, they concluded that since Un was given such an important position in the North Sea delegation, his abilities were highly valued. This was especially emphasized by the mustache. They also noted that the young master Chegal Kiho is closely watching the people around Un and considers him a worthy person with a positive mindset, which should help him cope with the task. Un was truly grateful to them for coming at such an early hour, despite his own tiredness. He thanked all 3 for their support from the bottom of his heart. However, after saying goodbye, they quickly left, because they only wanted to see him off. The secretaries could not stay long as they had a lot of work to do. He looked at them and said quietly under his breath, "I'll see you again." A crowd gathered at the main gate of the Murima Union. 2 carriages stood ready. A lone guest attracted attention. The man immediately understood. His energy was exactly what he imagined. The powerful aura around the guest made many feel pressure and respect at the same time. Jiggle was only distracted from his thoughts when he was introduced to Secretary Yoon Hyun standing in front of him. The secretary greeted him politely and gave his name, Jagal Ki-ho. Evaluating Un, Jagal wondered, "Is this the same man who is called the Saint Sword Follower? His appearance does not befit such a title at all." At the same time, they were introduced to the bodyguard who accompanied Una. This guard was Master Lone Gestok Ran. Ran was a renowned martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of his skill and could manifest sword energy. But his role as an ordinary bodyguard seemed strange. The secretary was given a box containing letters and gifts from the Murong Union, which he was to deliver to the North Sea. Jagal unexpectedly grabbed the casket and declared that he would take care of it himself. The ambassador was supposed to handle it. But Un hesitated to hand everything over to Jagal, because the time for departure had already arrived. Jagal's behavior seemed extremely strange, which made Un wonder if he was more strange than kind. Un even began to worry that the representative would continue to behave like this during the trip. The delegation left without any obstacles. Ran sat in the driver's seat, intently surveying the surroundings. Fortunately, the road remained calm. Un-hyun and Jagal Ho barely spoke on the road. Stopping at an inn, they rested, and the next morning continued their journey. On the 3rd day of the journey, lonely guest Ho treated Un with respect as his master. However, he still doubted whether Un was really a follower of the Holy Sword. After observing him for 3 days, he didn't see any energy in him that matched this status, even compared to his own. At the same time, Ho knew that those who reach the heights of martial arts become indistinguishable from ordinary people, and perhaps this is the reason for such invisibility. Deciding not to hesitate any longer, Ho turned to Un. He asked to stay at his family's house for a short time. Ho assured that this would not be a problem and would not delay their journey. The words about the family evoked warm emotions in Un, because it was about Jagal's family. Un immediately asked to go with Ho, and Ho agreed without hesitation. Ho, beaming with a bright smile, thanked Un for this. His smile was so charming that it was impossible not to pay attention to it. Un noticed that even though Ho did not belong to the Murong Union, he was clearly interested in the world of Jianghu. Ho admitted to himself that he had been racking his brain in vain on how to attract Un. He felt like a fool now because of all the excuses he had made. It was actually Ho's plan to find out more about Un, his personality and motivations, by inviting him to his home. He hoped that the head of the benevolent sword family would be able to reveal the secretary's true nature. 4 days had passed before the carriage finally pulled up to the huge gate. The coachman was delighted to see Jianyan in front of him and shouted so loudly that even the workers in the fields turned their attention to the carriage. Everyone around stopped and looked at the travelers with interest. Inside the carriage, Ho and Un watched the scenery through the window in silence. Jinan is a city in Shandong through which many goods and people pass through every year. This place has always prospered and will become even more so in the future. As they crossed the city, Un noticed the grand buildings, but wondered why they were stopping in the center, since usually the estates of the great families were located on the outskirts. Un asked Ho, "Does your family live in the very center of the city?" Ho said that things were different at first, but it is believed that wherever the Jiggle family settled, the place would surely become prosperous. Thus, their estate turned into the center of the city. But suddenly the horses began to behave restlessly, rise on their heels, and almost break the harness. Un wondered why they had suddenly stopped. The reason for the stop was obvious. The way was blocked by a crowd of people. This happened because the coachman forgot to place the flag of the Zagal family on the carriage, which marks their influence. After some time, he climbed onto the roof of the carriage and finally set up this sign. People immediately understood that this was the carriage of an influential family, and began to disperse. The road was cleared, and they were able to continue moving. This clearly showed that the Zhegel family has great authority in these parts. But suddenly one of the crowd shouted, demanding that the carriage stop. The carriage was stopped, and the man began to approach. He apologized, but Ho stared at him intently, not understanding who it could be. Getting closer, it turned out to be a girl named Bion from the Namgun family. Behind her was a sword. Un recognized her immediately as the same girl who fought against Pa Han of the South Sea War faction. She was addressing Ho, who maintained a mask of indifference, even after she announced that she was the representative of the Namgun family. However, Bion had a very important matter for the head of the Jagel family. The problem was that security wouldn't let her through. Un tried to put all the pieces of this puzzle together in his head, wondering what was going on. Un mused that the Jagel family could not be unaware of the difficult situation of the Namgong family. Perhaps the girl came to ask for help, but she was not even allowed to enter. This raised the question, why is she treated so disrespectfully? Bion only asked Ho to deliver a message on behalf of the two families. Her goal was simple, to convey that they had come here with an important business. Ho, not without irony, asked her to look around at the people around her, noting that each of them also had their own important things to do, but had to wait their turn. He explained that breaking in without permission is simply unacceptable. In the end, Ho agreed to hand over her request to the guards, but warned that as the heiress of a large family, she must not set a bad example for others. After that, he ordered to move on, and the carriage continued its movement. The girl remained standing, feeling an unpleasant sentiment from this situation. On the way, Ho struck up a conversation with the secretary, trying to present himself in a better light. He brought up the topic of how many ungrateful people there are in the world and noted that it is important to have wisdom and discernment in choosing whom to really help. At the same time, he was pleased to note that Namgung's family bowed down to them, as it gave the secretary a glimpse of the Jigel family's strength. Un answered intelligently, stressing that one should be considerate of others, because it is very easy to hurt people in trouble by word or deed. His words had the opposite effect on Ho. Instead of the expected approval, it made him think. Later, Ho began to agree with the secretary, and at that moment they were already entering the majestic gate. Stopping in front of the family head's office, Ho politely asked permission to enter. The head of the Jigel family, known as the Sword of Virtue Mayong, received Un in his office. Un handed him a letter from his older brother. Holding it out with due respect, the head slowly unfolded the letter and began to carefully read each line. After reading it, he decided that he should invite Un to the banquet that evening. However, the head informed Ho that he would not be attending the event himself, and asked him not to talk about it with anyone. Ho agreed, realizing that the head wanted to personally evaluate the secretary. "And you let the daughter of the Namgong family in?" suddenly asked the head. Ho replied that he did it because Secretary Un showed interest in her. The head remarked that the situation could be much more interesting than he thought, since the daughter of a broken family and a follower of the Holy Sword who calls himself a secretary are under the same roof. The evening came, and the banquet hall of the Jagel family was filled with guests. Un, entering inside, was surprised. He was told that it would be just an ordinary dinner with relatives, but everything looked very different. No one would have thought that such a large number of people would gather here. However, Un was haunted by the feeling that he should not have come here. One of the girls invited him to sit at one of the low tables generously covered with food. The head of the family had not yet appeared, but Un noticed a familiar girl on his left. It was the same girl from the Namgun family they had met on the way. Un greeted the girl, making her pay attention to him. He understood that she might not recognize him, so he tried to remind her of their previous meeting. Un remembered that they had seen each other at the Dragon and Phoenix conference. The girl immediately remembered that he was with the princess of the Ice Palace of the North Sea and was sincerely glad to meet her. She still remembered how strong and impressive he had been back then. The word impressive made the secretary think, and he asked what she meant. The girl explained that she said this because he had stepped in to help young Master Han of the South Sea War faction. If we recall that incident, then Khan's opponent was a man from the Zhigel family. The girl wanted to take the opportunity to apologize for her older brother's actions. She remembered her brother's threat, saying that the day the secretary stepped foot on the Namgun family's land would be his last. Un replied that it didn't bother him and advised her not to worry about it either. In fact, everything was already decided. The brother tried to humiliate the secretary, but received a blow in the face from his own older brother. Maybe she didn't know about this incident yet. Looking around, everyone seemed to be having a good time. Not long ago, the girl herself was in the center of attention. But now the situation has changed, and everything looked completely different. Right now, no one except Secretary Un Young even wanted to talk to her, and she had to admit it. After hearing her words, Un shared that he once experienced the same thing. "I was like a wolf howling at the moon, completely helpless," he said, recalling how the monk described him. "I thought I had reached the highest point, but the next moment, I was trampled in the dirt. Only then did I realize that I had never even been high." However, this experience allowed him to reveal himself. He also met people who became important to him. "It seems I'm finally ready to go my own way," said Un. At that moment, a memory flashed before his eyes. The face of the Emperor, who spoke of their future meeting. Un tried to reassure the girl, saying that something good would definitely happen to her. He asked her not to wallow in sadness, but she replied that she wasn't sad at all, just a little sentimental. The girl thanked him for the story, and for the support he expressed in his own words. After a brief conversation with her, Un got the impression that she was more confident and stronger than he had imagined. Of course, she wouldn't have come to this house if it weren't for the events that befell her family. She herself did not expect that she would be invited at all, because outsiders are rarely invited to family banquets. She couldn't understand why she had been invited, but without a doubt, it was a great opportunity for her. At that moment, it was announced that the head of the family had arrived. A man with a long gray and well-groomed beard entered the room. He looked like a wise old scholar, but his powerful energy showed his unusualness. He thanked the guests for coming. He paid special attention to the representative of the Namgun family and the secretary of the union, Murong. He thanked them individually for the honor they had done by visiting their home. However, it was strange that the head never once mentioned Mistress Rana. The head announced the beginning of the banquet. A few dozen well-dressed girls entered the hall with trays filled with delicious dishes. They brought even more food, filling the tables with delicious treats. Un was impressed with the dishes he was offered. Compared to what he tasted before, these delicacies could compete with the Emperor's receptions. Other guests also discussed these sumptuous snacks that are only seen at banquets of the very wealthy. However, the same guests were washing the bones of the girl from the Namgun family, mocking her for her family's defeat and humiliation at the hands of a mere pirate. The girl heard all these words, and the mockery hurt her. From another table, new discussions about her situation began. Un expected such behavior from members of this respectable society. One of those present offered to give the girl an opportunity to express herself personally. At this moment, she could not choose a single word. The language seemed to be stuck in her throat. But gathering her thoughts, she got up and spoke. "I am Nam Gunbi Yeon from the Namgun family," she began firmly. But when she mentioned the big family, some of the audience laughed sarcastically. Despite the ridicule, she continued the story about the incident that happened to her family. She spoke of being humiliated by a lack of strength. However, she emphasized that the Namgong family had not yet lost their pride, and urged not to take the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor, who posed a real threat, lightly. She warned that if the four big families didn't unite to stop him, it could be a disaster in the future. But her words were taken scornfully. Many saw this as just an excuse for her family's weakness. The girl couldn't believe that they despised Namgung's family so much because of this fight. No matter what she said, everything seemed like an excuse to them. Suddenly, one of the guests remarked that he had heard about her argument with the guard at the main gate. How can a person from a prestigious family argue with a servant? This is simply unacceptable, he exclaimed. No matter how far you've fallen, you've got to keep an ounce of self-respect, he added scornfully. The guy continued to emphasize her shamelessness in the fact that she came here at all. Couldn't take it anymore. He intervened in the conversation, calling for an end to such mockery. Everyone has his duties, and a noble man will never make fun of someone who is in trouble, he firmly stated. He asked everyone to stop it immediately, stressing that it would be the best solution in the situation. His words made the audience fall silent for a few seconds. But suddenly one of the boys stood up and turned to Un. Who are you to interfere? Un hesitated to introduce himself. When he said he was a secretary, it caused real outrage. Some secretary dares to interfere in our conversation? Sounded sarcastically. Un replied, Quiet water is deep. You look down on a person because of his status and mock him because of his problems. If that doesn't show your own worthlessness, what does? These words angered the boy even more. However, the head of the family intervened, asking him to sit down and not touch his sword. The head echoed Un's words and explained that everyone should stop immediately to avoid further conflict. Of course, this caused misunderstanding among those present, because they considered themselves too important to listen to the remarks. However, the head's authoritative words silenced them. At that time, Ran could barely contain himself as he watched these bold people. Un knew what could happen if Ran lost his temper, so he sincerely thanked him for his restraint. At this moment, B also expressed her gratitude to Un. There is nothing more important than helping in difficult times, she said, thanking her sincerely. Her gratitude was heartfelt and it showed. The girl's smile was much more pleasant than her serious expression, and this did not go unnoticed. But suddenly there was an awkward pause in the hall. One of the men laughed and added that this banquet lacked entertainment. His son offered to show a sword dance, and the man turned to the chief, who agreed. The father looked at his son, giving the sign to start. The boy stepped into the middle of the carpet with a sword in his hands. With a slight clang, he unsheathed his sword, displaying the weapon. Bowing to the head of the family, he introduced himself. I am Jegelchi. Although I lack skill, let me show you my sword dance. But these words shocked Un, as if everything turned upside down. The expression on this guy's face was devious and cunning, which did not go unnoticed by Un. Un could not understand why Chi was looking at him with such anger, as if he was preparing not to dance but to fight. Music played, the melody of which gently fell on the ears, creating an atmosphere. Chi began to move with the sword, displaying incredibly graceful and beautiful movements. His movements turned into real art, which was a pleasure to watch. Although it was a simple dance, it showed the Jagel family's swordsmanship. Despite the quality of his technique, he showed himself quite well. However, Un remained indifferent to the performance. The dance did not impress him, and if the reclining Buddha had heard Un's thoughts, he would hardly have objected. On the contrary, perhaps he would have said something like, This is expected for the Jagal family. Their sword is sharp and smooth. At the end of the performance, Chi began to gradually approach Un. His actions seemed unpredictable but too demonstrative. At one point, he seemed to be hinting at something, pointing his sword directly at the secretary. The sword came so close that there were only a few centimeters between its point and Un's nose. Chi spun around several times, continuing to bring his sword dangerously close to Un. Un held out a hand to restrain Ran, who was already ready to act. Probably, if Ran had not restrained himself, there would not have been a trace of the dancer. This sly scumbag, a true scoundrel, began to swing his sword dangerously near Miss Namgong's family. Why does he allow himself such a risky move at the banquet? Probably only this self-righteous scoundrel knows that. At this moment, the guests began to make fun of the girl, as if she was afraid of Chi's dance. Their behavior was so ridiculous that the girl simply did not know how to react and where to put herself. Un looked at her and hinted that this dancer probably had something bad planned against them. Un liked this, so he offered to try to thwart his plans. But how to do it, the girl still did not understand. First, Un asked her to memorize his movement pattern. Then he visually demonstrated these movements with his fingers, explaining what needed to be done. The girl seemed to like the way his fingers moved more than the dance itself. However, everything became clear to her. Even though Un was not very familiar with the sword technique of this family, it would not be difficult to repeat the rough movements of the dancer. To Un, it seemed like a simple task. Then he looked up and looked directly at the head of the family. The head at this moment looked at him attentively and intently as if evaluating his actions. The music continued to play, creating a pleasant atmosphere, although the situation was becoming more and more tense. Chi's dance moves seemed increasingly repetitive and monotonous. However, these movements were incredibly close past the faces of the girl and the secretary, emphasizing the threat. He came closer and closer, causing great discomfort in those present. His cunning face was by no means as beautiful as the sword he wielded. This only amused the other guests, and they could barely hold back their laughter as they watched Chi behaving defiantly again. In Un's eyes, these people all seemed the same as Jaegel Chi, greedy for spectacle and heartless. They wanted to see how Un and the girl from the Namgun family would end up in a dead end. However, as he swung his sword even closer to their faces, Chi began to get annoyed. Neither Un nor the girl even blinked. "How dare they look down on me like that?" he thought, feeling furious. "I didn't want to go this far. But now I'm going to make this young miss from the fallen Namgun family remember me forever." He planned to humiliate her by cutting her clothes and leave a scar on the body of the secretary of the Murong Union, which will serve as a lifelong reminder for him. Chai believed that he could do whatever he wanted and there would be no consequences for him. But suddenly the girl got up and turned to the head of the family, saying that the dance looks best only when two people perform it. She asked permission to join the young host in the dance. At that time, Chi clearly understood that the girl and the secretary had discussed something before, and this made him wary. Chai was sure that the idea of a joint dance belonged to the secretary who suggested it to her girlfriend. He even praised this idea, addressing the head of the family and calling the girl a wonderful partner for the dance. The head watched what was happening with some caution, and the other guests had a premonition. They wanted to see how Chi would break the sword of a girl from the Namgun family, which calls itself the Kings of Swords. The head nevertheless gave permission, agreeing to their request. The girl, holding her sword in her hands, confidently stepped onto the carpet straight to Chi. She drew her sword so fast that sparks even flew from the scabbard. Standing in front of the head, she bowed her head to him. She then turned to Chi. "Although I lack skill, I will try my best." Chi replied that he would try as well, but he was already planning in his mind how he would take advantage of the situation, because he thought her intentions were wrong. He decided to attack immediately, using all his strength. First, he wanted to knock out her sword, then do what he had planned to do, tear off her clothes, exposing her body, and humiliate her in front of everyone. After that, he planned to accidentally injure the secretary, shifting the responsibility to him because he allegedly could not avoid the blow. The girl, without hesitation, touched the strings of the instrument, setting the sound, a sign to begin. Hearing the signal, Chi instantly pushed off the ground, launching his attack. Sword Chi flew straight at the girl's head, ready to strike. However, she pre-calculated his actions, realizing that the impatient Chi would try to attack from the start. Is this man really prone to such hasty and reckless actions? Un showed her in advance exactly how Chi would swing the sword, and when it would happen. He also explained to her how to respond with movement to neutralize his attack. The girl exactly repeated the movements shown to her by Un. This infuriated Chi as his plan began to fall apart. The girl saw in front of her only those movements that Un showed her with his fingers, and followed them with maximum accuracy. She repeated everything to the smallest detail, leaving him no chance. Over time, her movements became even more precise and refined, going beyond the limits of ordinary skill. It looked incredibly beautiful and harmonious, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. The tension of Chi had reached its limit, especially when the situation was already coming to an end. In desperation, he decided to resort to extreme measures and use a dangerous technique to rid her of the sword, this annoying companion. But to his surprise, the girl suddenly disappeared from sight. In a moment, he realized that she was right behind him. Standing behind him, the girl remembered the words Un had told her about the last movements. They should be smooth, and the sword should be turned exactly as he indicated with his fingers. She wondered what would happen next. Un explained in advance what to do. Get the matter to the end, and then leave this hall and really rest, getting rid of this insolent opponent. She did as the secretary said and brought the sword to Chi's neck. Everything was going according to plan, but her hand suddenly started shaking. The girl was scared for a moment, because she did not understand why this happened. After all, she was only following Un's advice. She felt possessed by the moment and couldn't believe that Chi himself had put his neck under her sword. Suddenly loud applause rang out in the hall. 1, 2, 3. It was the head of the Jaegel family who started applauding, attracting everyone's attention. He applauded the girl, acknowledging her skill and confidence. The head of the family threw in a few words. It was not bad, and the two of you made this banquet more interesting. However, members of the Jaegel family, including Chi's father, were tense. For them, it was perceived as a defeat for their family. The head suddenly rose from his seat and announced that he was leaving the hall. asking everyone to enjoy the banquet. His decision was unexpected for everyone present. Why did he suddenly leave? Is it because of the sword dance? Flashed through the minds of many. The girl, with a characteristic sound, sheathed her sword. And Cheese Boy remained sitting on his knees, looking humiliated for the rest of his life. She held the sword in front of her face, bowed and thanked those present, while Chi remained in the same position without raising his head. He didn't even get up at her words. The girl no longer wanted to talk to others and went straight to the secretary. Was already standing, calmly pointing with his hand to the exit. Her mind filled with the memory of his words. We can leave this hall and finally rest. Everything became reality, and the girl even blushed a little. For her at that moment, the secretary seemed mysterious and incomprehensible, which only increased her curiosity. Ran interjected, stating that if the secretary had entrusted him with the position, there would be no difficulty. The secretary didn't argue, but deep down he doubted whether it would be the right decision. He explained that he could not pit his precious named younger brother against such an opponent. These words pierced Ran to the very depths of his soul. Although he didn't treat Miss Namgun badly, the situation developed as it did. He and the girl decided to leave the banquet. The three of them, Ran, and the girl, left the hall through a separate exit. The next morning, at dawn, stood in the middle of a green forest on a scenic path. A few meters in front of him was a bridge under which blue water flowed. Both the trail and the garden were manicured to perfection. One look at them gave a feeling of peace and tranquility. However, also understood that this place was not suitable for training or deep thought. At that moment, he exhaled, drawing the attention of a man nearby. He asked, "What upset you so much?" Turned and was surprised. He had not expected to see this particular person. It was the head of the family who, coming closer, asked if he slept well. Thanked him and replied that he had a wonderful rest thanks to his hospitality. The head, with sadness in his voice, apologized for his son's stupidity, which was due to his inexperience. As the head of the family, he took responsibility. The head promised that he would raise his son more strictly in the future, and asked to not think badly of their family. However, he came with a completely different question. Have you ever seen our Zegel family's sword technique before? Replied that the first time he observed her was at the Dragon and Phoenix conference, and the second time was just yesterday. This puzzled the chapter. How did manage to destroy their family's sword after only seeing its technique twice? If the child who perfected our sword technique is so inexperienced, are there any in the world who are skilled enough? Thought the head. After thinking for a moment, the head admitted that he may have worried more than necessary. However, he also admitted that he was worried that would perceive his son's sword as a symbol of their extended Jahal family. The words sounded sharp and made wonder what they could mean. Even more surprising was the gesture of the head when he raised his hand. A powerful energy began to concentrate around his hand, filling the space. As unexpected, this meant that the head was going to show him the true art of the sword. Was looking forward to this, but the head turned to those standing behind and asked them not to worry. There stood Ran, already clutching his sword, ready to defend the secretary. The chief reassured him, explaining that he had no intention of harming Only then did Ran relax a little. However, the energy released by the head was so powerful and impressive that it was almost unbelievable to be near him. Stood with a steadfast expression on his face, carefully watching the chief's actions. Ran, on the other hand, became even more excited, grabbing his sword again. But one gesture from a raised hand that seemed to say, "Wait," reassured him. Then shook his head in different directions, giving a sign not to interfere. The chief stopped the demonstration and turned to Yun, asking his opinion. "It's really impressive, but I can't say for sure without seeing the full finish," replied The chapter did not seem to expect such a response, as hinted that the demonstration was cut off in the middle, leaving room for development. This intrigued everyone, including the head himself, who wondered how exactly he could end the show. After that, the head became even more interested in and even said that he would like to spend the whole day talking with him. Smiled and admitted that he wouldn't mind either. But the head jokingly added that a charming young miss from the Namgun family would be more suitable for conversation. Raised his hands, quickly protesting, "There is no relationship between us! I'd rather talk to you!" The head thanked, although he hinted that these could only be formal words. But for they carried weight. The head suddenly reached for his sleeve as if he had something else for He took out a sign that allowed to come to the Jeagle family manor at any time. "If you show this plaque to anyone in our family, you will always be respected," the head assured, handing it to took the tablet in his hands and began to examine it carefully. It was an extremely valuable item that the head would not hand over without a good reason. The reason was his desire to continue the conversation with Un. The chapter began the topic of Un's trip to the North Sea, noting that the journey would be long. He wished him a safe journey, and even offered the help of his family, who are always ready to support him at any moment. That was the end of the conversation, and the chief wished Un well on his journey. Ran kept a close eye on the head even as it passed him by. The head thought as he walked, Ran seemed to him to be sufficiently perceptive and self-confident. Even under his precise and deep gaze, he did not show the slightest anxiety. The head understood that it is not only about knowledge, but also about the achieved level. Ran looked as if he could already see beyond what others could. At first, the head became interested in Un, because the Holy Sword recognized him as his successor. This allowed the chapter to understand at least a little the difference between himself and the Holy Sword. Until this moment, he thought he had reached the top. But now he realized that it was far from over. A soft laugh escaped his lips, and he said to himself, "They say deep water is silent." Some time passed, and Un approached the giant gate. He greeted Ho, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Ho greeted him warmly, inquiring whether Un had caused himself any inconvenience. They still had a long way to go, so they had to hurry. But a woman's voice made the secretary turn his head. It was Miss Namgoon who ran up to him, asking if he was going to leave yet. The girl fell silent for a while, lost in a moment of awkwardness, not knowing how to choose the right words. But in the end, she said she came to thank Un. If not for his help, everything could have ended very differently. She added that the situation was resolved even better than she expected, although she could not share all the details. Un smiled back and was genuinely happy for her. But that was not all. She lowered her eyes as if she was going to say something important. Then the girl took out her family nameplate and asked him to take it. She explained that thanks to his intervention, she received help from the Jiggle family. Since she didn't have a chance to thank him right now, she invited him to come to the Namgun family's home anytime. Un, however, did not consider this a credit to his help. He saw the situation as if all this had happened thanks to her own efforts. However, she emphasized that the attitude towards her changed only thanks to his support, and now all troubles are behind. She was perfectly aware that even if Un just tipped her off during the dance, his power was enough to destroy the Jiggle family sword. She reminded him once again that Namgung's family would never forget his kindness. If Un shows this sign to her family members, no one will dare to disrespect him. She insisted that he visit her home at any time. Her tone was warm and sincere, which Un immediately sensed. Un promised that he would definitely find time to visit her. But the girl once again insisted that he must do it, and handed the sign directly into his hand. At this moment, her hands were warm, and she easily handed over the tablet, placing it directly into Un's palm. Un wanted to take the sign at first, but he had to, because behind his back, Ho was already reminding him that it was time to leave. After saying goodbye, they wished each other goodbye, because it was really time to go. The girl remained standing by the carriage while Un got into her. Ran took his usual place in the front seat, ready to hit the road. Un, waving his hand to the girl through the window, signaled to depart. The girl stood still, waving after them as the carriage drove away. Un breathed out, finally relaxing, but his thoughts drifted back to the moment she suddenly took his hands. Now he felt a little strange as he looked at the tablet he was holding. He reasoned, how strange that one tablet like the Jiggle family tablet can attract death threats, while another can be given with great respect. So now he had two tablets, and he began to consider what to do with them. When he pulled them out to take a look, Ho, sitting in front of him, nearly passed out at what he saw. These were not just signs. They were extraordinary invitations. Un wondered where to keep them. Put them in the luggage or find a safer place. What if I lose them and come without them? He thought. I can just be kicked out. Ho was confused because he knew that the head of the Jahal family was interested in Un. Did he really give him the plaque? The plan of the chapter was obvious. Everyone who possessed this tablet was to be received with great respect and hospitality. Will everyone now always have to treat the secretary with courtesy and respect? Thought Ho. Looking at the secretary, Ho almost cried at the thought of all these complications. He was looking at Un a little strangely, deep in thought. When he asked, "Do you want to say something?" But Ho just waved his hands, excusing himself. "I was just thinking about the road to the North Sea." Phew, it seems to have flown, thought Ho, but immediately gave the verdict, "It must be my fate." Meanwhile, the people on the street, each with their own thoughts, stayed behind, and the carriage went on its long journey. At this time, King Moon was sitting in his palace. He interrogated his subordinates, wondering if the bandits of the Green Forest were acting according to plan. His subordinate only nodded his head and stuttering answered, "Yes, your majesty." Either way, Whether it's the green forest or the river, they can't be trusted. Especially after what happened last time, the king said. He held that point of view, but he wondered what the man before him was thinking. He immediately threw himself on his knees, explaining that someone like him cannot even express his own opinion. The king sighed, holding a luxurious fan in his hands. At that moment, fresh fruits were served to him to savor their taste. The king asked where the hired thugs were now. Stuttering again, the man replied, River Castle, Winter Castle, and the main district. When asked about their number, he said, barely restraining his voice, 300 men. Then the king inquired about the price of their transfer, listening carefully to the answer. In the same stammering voice, the man replied, 700, no, 500. His behavior was as strange as possible. He laughed at moments where it was completely inappropriate. Because of this laughter, the king became angry, deciding that he looked like a fool in the eyes of this man. The man fell to the ground several times, rose to his knees, and fell again. Finally, the king ordered him to get away. The man turned like a bullet, bowed low once more, almost fell, and hurriedly left. Reaching for the grape, the king seethed with rage at having to pay money to such a senseless fool. Unable to bear it, he ordered the soldier behind him to simply kill the man. For those around, it was completely unexpected, causing silence and tension in the hall. The girl serving the fruit tray nearly dropped it in shock. In the king's plans, the first priority was the capture of his goal, and he was even more indignant that his father was giving him so much unnecessary trouble. After the first servant left, another came up to the king and immediately asked if there was news from the North Sea. The king also inquired about the situation with the princess's group. How serious was the damage caused by the bandits? He received answers to each question and concluded that the princess had not yet crossed the border. It wasn't because of the impossibility, but rather her reluctance to do so now. Crossing his legs, he said quietly, Let's see how things go this time. She probably thinks she can cross the border whenever she wants. About 2 weeks passed. In a guest house near the state border, Un and his companions were sitting at the table, enjoying delicious tea. They wondered how far it was to the meeting point with the North Sea group. Ho explained that they should arrive by tomorrow. A waiter came to their table and asked what to order. Ho asked to bring 6 of the best dishes and some alcohol. It was obvious that he would eat half of the dishes himself anyway. In addition, Ho decided to ask the waiter what was going on, because the atmosphere in the village seemed tense. He gave him some coins for tea and asked him to share if anything was dangerous, because they needed to know. The waiter turned back, making sure that no one was standing behind him. Then he leaned closer and quietly whispered, Thieves have been flocking to this village for several days now, but the strangest thing is that they no longer rob locals or attack merchants. Most likely they came here by carriage. The waiter said that the carriage was snow white, like snow, and filled not only with treasures, but also with beautiful girls. However, there were many cases when people died even trying to get close to her. Ho beamed with delight upon hearing about the beauty, while Un was deep in thought upon recalling the description of the snow-white carriage. The waiter continued, Despite the rumors, the officials do nothing. They live on public money and allow thieves to operate openly. Looking around, the waiter asked permission to leave, visibly nervous. Taking a tray of empty cups, he quickly disappeared down the stairs. Ho, with a relaxed smile, remarked that it was always so on the frontier, and added that if such a carriage really existed, he would like to see these incredible beauties. Un pondered and turned to Ho. Young Master Jagol, don't you think there are many martial artists here in the guest house? Ho turned, carefully surveying the room. It was indeed so, but he replied that he did not see anything unusual in it and considered that it did not concern them. Un continued, Perhaps there are people in the carriage that the waiter mentioned that we need to meet. At first, Ho didn't understand what it was about, but he listened carefully. Un explained, The white carriage means that it is the carriage of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. At this moment, Ho finally understood. If the rumors about the carriage were bait for martial arts masters, then you can't relax. It's time to leave immediately. But just at that moment, their attention was drawn by a loud sound coming from behind. The man burst into the room, opening the door with a bang, and barely got the word out. Bila! He then shouted, letting everyone know that the snow-white treasure carriage had just arrived. It seems that the carriage was even given a special name, which emphasized its uniqueness. All the martial artists immediately stood up, grabbing their swords, and asked, Where is she? Suddenly, the curtain began to slowly move away with a gentle female hand, behind which appeared a luxurious dress that emphasized her elegance. The attention of everyone in the hall was instantly fixed on that side, but it was not the girl who came out first. It was the ice ghost, a mysterious figure that caused even more intrigue. It was expected for Un, but Ran looked at him with disdain as if he didn't understand something. It became obvious who would come in next. More precisely, it was not a who, but a what. The third princess who followed the ice ghost, being under his reliable protection. It seems that imaginary hearts lit up in the heads of all the men around, and the guest house was filled with excitement. The incredible beauty immediately captured the hearts of all present, enchanting even those who considered themselves not subject to such feelings. Even Un was a little embarrassed because he hadn't seen her in a long time. She seemed even more beautiful than before. She confidently walked on, spreading around her a delicate and pleasant aroma that added even more charm to her. The princess and her guard began to climb the stairs straight to the second floor where Un was sitting with his company. "Where are you?" she said, seeing the secretary with a hint of warmth in her voice. Without further ado, she asked him to leave immediately, explaining that time was short. Un stood up, thinking that the princess had not changed at all. As usual, she went straight to business without even saying hello. Therefore, he himself decided to say hello first. However, she remained silent, leaving only a serious look that seemed to pierce through him. Her face showed a slight disappointment, and it looked unusual. Un decided not to ask too many questions, but turned to Jegal, asking him to get ready to leave. However, Jiggle pointed his head down, hinting at a problem that might complicate their departure. On the first floor, the martial arts masters cast unfriendly glances at them, full of distrust. Their facial expressions clearly showed that they were ready to draw their swords and attack at any moment. On the stairs between the floors stood the ghost of ice, as if guarding the entrance. The princess gave a short order to the ghost. "We need to get rid of them." At that moment, the martial artists felt a surge of murderous energy emanate from the ghost. The tension in the air rose sharply. The energy was so strong that Un was forced to stand in front of Ghost, covering his team. Ran also intervened, releasing his battle energy to protect the host. His reaction was caused by the ice ghost channeling its devastating energy right next to Un. As a result, their fighting energies began to fight against each other, which looked almost comical due to the tense situation. Who could feel his legs shaking as he found himself in the very epicenter of this burning energy. In his eyes, Un and the ice ghost looked like two ferocious beasts competing with each other. He couldn't even breathe properly from the tension. "Didn't you say we didn't have time?" Un interjected, addressing them. The princess sighed and agreed with his words, admitting that it was indeed true. For all wizards and thieves, just seeing this energy was enough to understand its destructive power. Their salvation came in the form of Un, who ordered them to stop. For them, it was already a real salvation. At that moment, they no longer needed the riches or the beauties from the carriage. Everyone was relieved to be alive. The secretary offered to go further, because the problem had already been solved. The princess, still slightly upset, was the first to go down, followed by the ice ghost. Un and Ran followed them down, and Ho closed the procession. However, Ho was delaying something, causing the others to ask him to hurry. He still hadn't recovered from the moment he held his breath from the murderous energy that unfolded between Un and the ice ghost. He couldn't understand how the secretary could remain so calm after everything that had happened. In the end, it became another confirmation for him. Secretary Un is an unusual person, and there was no doubt about it. Seeing the snow-white carriage, Ho opened his mouth in surprise. The third princess invited them to get into the carriage, although they had their own. However, she believed that their carriage would only be a burden and asked to be sent back. Ho, in his style, proposed an interesting idea, to use their carriage to distract the pursuers. But the question was different. Should we give up fast and strong horses in favor of less durable ones? For the princess, the pursuers were not the main problem. Her answer aroused everyone's interest. What did she mean? Without explaining further, the princess silently entered her carriage, where two persons were already seated. One of them was a little princess about 12 years old, and Sul was sitting next to her. Ho finally understood why the carriage was considered full of beauties. The women of the North Sea were indeed incredibly beautiful. When Sul invited them to sit down, Ho seemed to be immersed in a fairy tale world. In his imagination, flower petals swirled in the air. Unbridled with joy, he rushed to the carriage, asking only to wait a little. It became interesting. Where was Ho in such a hurry? He rushed to the carriage so quickly that it was difficult to make out his intentions. Suddenly, Ran warned the owner. He pointed to a girl named Sol, warning that she was very dangerous. Un whispered into Rana's ear that he had already defeated Sol in the past. Ran just sighed because it was expected. However, Sol's very presence spoke louder than any words. He remembered the moment when the girl held the sword in her hands, and then, unable to match the divine sword, she fell to her knees. This memory clearly still annoyed her. The third princess also looked tense because of the atmosphere in the carriage. Un wanted to say something, but it was not easy because the tension was growing. Ran found his place as a coachman, as always. Now he was sitting next to the ice ghost, which was quite interesting, because before they couldn't even be next to each other. Un stood by the carriage and could not dare to go inside, but after standing for a while, he still entered, and the carriage moved. It turned out that one of their companions, the driver of the old coach, had been left behind. Although perhaps he only thought that he had been forgotten. Actually, he wasn't needed, because someone had to stay behind to take the old carriage back. Inside the white luxury carriage, Ho was uncomfortable with its beauty and atmosphere. The carriage traveled extremely fast, flying through the area called the Rat. Because of this, it was constantly shaking inside, and passengers sometimes bumped into each other by accident. The 12th princess accidentally bumped into the secretary, causing a bit of chaos. In the next moment, she realized that she had suddenly smiled very widely at him, although her older sister had repeatedly told her to restrain such facial expressions. One noticed how her expression quickly changed and guessed that she must have heard a lot of remarks from her older sister. But after his next question, she smiled widely again, forgetting all prohibitions. She relaxed and started talking about life, how they themselves are doing, and other interesting little things. However, now something else became clear to her. She realized that Secretary Un was an important man who deserved respect. The third princess listened silently to their conversation, but at some point, she asked them to shut up. The 12th princess was upset, lowered her head and frowned. The third princess apologized to Un, noting that she failed to show proper etiquette in front of the dignitaries of the Murong Union. Ho did not see any problem in this, and understood that it was not easy for them because of the persecution of thieves. He wanted to ask what exactly had happened, but the third princess repeated that the thieves were not the main problem. Hearing this, Ho just smiled broadly, as if he had guessed it a long time ago. Ho smiled, realizing that the pursuers were already behind. He looked out the window to see what was going on. About 50 horsemen with weapons in their hands appeared in his field of vision, chasing after the carriage. They were galloping, trying to catch up with this magnificent snow-white carriage. Wow, they even brought dangerous weapons with them, Ho said, still looking out of the window. Ran, sitting in the driver's seat, warned that there were also problems ahead. There stood men with shields, sharp spears and swords blocking the way. Among them, Ho recognized the commander, the head of the Northern Tigers gang, Chun. Behind Chun was his advisor, the same one who had previously convinced him to be more careful and find a better way than mindlessly pursuing. This time, the leader of the bandits was sure of his plan. We will definitely stop them. The advisor, however, suggested that the martial artists were already gathering after hearing about the carriage. The counselor also pointed out that delaying would only cause them more problems in the future, but Chun told him to shut up. However, another problem was bothering the bandits. The Fateful Fury and Great Island gangs each received 200 liang, while their gang only had 170 liang, even though they had the most difficult task. One of the bandits noticed that the carriage was about to stop. The head ordered everyone to gather, stressing that this carriage must be stopped at any cost. In the carriage, Ho was becoming visibly nervous, muttering that he didn't know what to do in such a situation. The third princess perfectly understood that the only option for solving the problem was to break through by force. Ho offered his help, drawing the attention of everyone in the carriage. "If this is help from the young master of the Jegal family," the princess began. She happily agreed to accept his offer. Ho got up from his seat, holding the bag behind his back, and went to the door. His strange gait caused mild surprise in all who watched him. Un couldn't even finish, carefully trying to understand his intentions, because Ho looked like he was ready to jump out on the fly. And suddenly, with the speed of lightning, Ho was already sitting on the roof of the carriage, cheerfully asking, "What did you say there?" To which Un only replied, "Nothing special." The 12th princess's curiosity got the better of her, and she went to the door to see what was going on there. But instead of just watching, she jumped onto the roof of the carriage to Ho. The third princess and Sul froze, speechless, and focused their gazes on Una. The secretary, sensing their tense gazes, decided to join in as well to assess the situation. Opening the door, he saw Ran already waiting for him, holding out his hand to help. Their brotherly handshake was short but symbolic. Despite the shaking of the carriage, Ran helped him safely to the roof. At that moment, the enemies in front had their shields and spears ready. It was a familiar scene for Ho. He immediately realized that their barrier was not thick enough to block the road completely. Ho remarked why they used spears against horsemen. It was effective. But the best against spears is the bow, which was already in Ho's hands in a moment. I was hoping for a smooth ride, and now I have to draw the string, Ho grumbled as he took out his bow. At that moment, the 12th princess began to pick up his arrows. Ho asked in surprise why she had them, to which she put them back in embarrassment. But there was no time for thinking anymore. The time had come to act. He drew his bow, aiming carefully, trying not to miss. His skill did not fail. The arrow flew quickly and accurately. The leader of the bandits only felt the splash of blood hit his back. The arrow hit one of his men straight through the heart, which they had not expected at all. "Hey, a little off," Ho commented, smiling, and jokingly remarked to the princess, "Missed a bit, but still good." "The main thing is that I got someone," Ho continued, finding a positive even in this. However, the princess thought that he was wrong because he did not hit the leader in the head. Ho only replied, "It is not so important. The arrow has hit the mark, young mistress. Leave the arrows and sit quietly." Her sweet, slightly awkward laugh and jokes about Ho were priceless, adding lightness to a tense situation. The laughter continued, but Un, standing on the ground, turned to the princess. He hinted to Ho to be a little gentler with her. After listening to the secretary, Ho agreed and jokingly gave her the arrow. "Well, it's not like that, and it's already expensive. If you want, you can take more." The enemies were clearly in the wrong place and at the wrong time, falling under the hot hand. Ho fired arrows one after another, although some of them missed. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits was angry that he had not been warned about the archer, and the advisor explained, "It seems that he is from the second group." It was very difficult to stop the carriage now, but suddenly one of the bandits noticed someone from the side. "We need to stop them now, or we won't be in trouble," sounded another valuable advice from the advisor. He explained that if another group joined them, then the enemies had already achieved their goal. If they are not stopped here, they will cross the border. The leader of the bandits imagined King Moon's angry face in front of him and realized that if he failed, he would surely die at the hands of the king. Wasting no time, he ordered his soldiers to advance immediately, pointing his sword in the direction of the carriage. On the other side, Un and Ho, sitting on the roof, also noticed that the enemies had started to move. Ho continued to consult with the 12th princess, explaining, "If our goal is to simply destroy a group of enemies, it may cause more trouble. It's better to reduce their numbers, scare them, and make them flee." "So, what are you going to do?" she asked. But unfortunately, even Ho didn't have a definite answer. He leaned down to ask the ice ghost what to do. He answered briefly, "Break through." "And how to do it if they stand with shields in the middle of the road?" Ho continued to ask. "A battering ram," was an even shorter answer. Ho was already overcome with fear, for he was afraid that the carriage would be blown to pieces. But the ghost of ice remained silent, adding even more tension. Ho continued to sit on the roof of the carriage and shout that if they collided, they would capsize and all might die. He begged the ice ghost to hide inside if he was afraid, but received a cold reply. "Inside or outside, it doesn't matter. Everyone will die." Ho grabbed any chance to avoid the tragedy and pleaded with Un to stop it. But the secretary was confident that everything would be fine. Even though Un had no fast travel technique, he relied on Ron to protect Sol and the younger princess while Bin Hong took care of the 12th. As for Ho, he believed that he too would manage somehow. But the young Master Jaggle, sitting on the roof, already saw death in front of him and panicked. Deciding that there was nothing more he could do, he declared, "Hard times call for desperate measures," and began to implement his plan. Ho decided to reveal his secret weapon without much thought. He tied explosives to 2 arrows, connecting them together. The ice ghost turned its head to see what this madman was up to. Seeing the sparks in Ho's hands, he knew that he was going to do something grand. Ho managed to light the wick and was preparing for action. He held the arrow in his teeth to free his hands for convenient aiming. In a moment, he loaded 2 arrows into his bow at once, directing them towards the enemies. It looked almost unbelievable. The first arrow flew away, leaving the second still in his teeth. After only a moment, he fired a second arrow, sending it directly into the shields held by the thugs. The wick continued to burn, and the eyes of the bandits followed in horror as the arrow raced straight for their shields. Screams rang out. The bandits finally realized what a trap they had fallen into. Some did not even have time to shout, "Save!" as an explosive arrow knocked the shield out of their hands, depriving them of their weapons, and some, their lives. Those who survived were left with severe wounds, especially their eyes. The leader of the bandits miraculously escaped death and loudly ordered his men not to run away, but to stand still. But the horse-drawn carriage was already behind him, too close for him to do anything. A miracle could save him only if he instantly jumped to the side, but that was unlikely. A carriage wheel hitting the shield, which one of the bandits missed, created a new threat. The head ended up on the ground, sitting right on his ass, in a situation that could definitely be called full ass. However, he continued to call out to his subordinates, ordering them to stop the carriage. Most of his people were just crawling on their knees, coughing and choking in the dust. Others, seriously injured, did not see anything at all. This catastrophic decision of the leader of the bandits and the absurdity of the situation could lead them to one end. They would all die. The 12th princess was so enthralled by Ho's explosive charge that she immediately began peppering him with questions. "How did you do that?" Ho explained that it was just a fake that made noise and smoke, but was very effective in extreme cases. Impressed by his ingenuity, the 12th princess complimented him, noting that he did a great job. At the same time, with curiosity, she began rummaging in his bag. At this time, Un was wondering where these bandits had come from. It is unlikely that they just coincided with the noise. Meanwhile, on the roof of the carriage, Ho pleaded with the 12th princess to stop looking in his bag, assuring him that there was nothing interesting there. The coach stopped at a guest house near the border after a while, and everyone was ready to rest. At the table, the hands of one of them leisurely reached for the chopsticks, but the food could barely fit after a hearty meal. The 12th princess looked at Ho in surprise, noticing how his belly had become larger than usual, and opened her eyes wide. To this, Ho replied with a smile, "A big man has a big stomach." However, he was still curious about what those thugs wanted, and he began questioning the 3rd princess. "Obviously, they weren't after our heads, our beauties, or our money. And please don't get me wrong. I wasn't implying that you weren't beautiful," he quickly added. The 3rd princess asked with interest, "Why do you think they didn't hunt us?" "If I were a hired killer, I wouldn't send ordinary thugs," Ho explained. His words made Un think even more carefully about the situation, listening to his logic. Ho continued, "Perhaps their real intention was not to kill us, but simply to prevent us from continuing our journey." There was a problem, and the 12th princess suddenly realized what it all meant. The 3rd princess just wanted to get to the North Sea as soon as possible. But there is one but. Everything started immediately after they crossed the border. "What do you mean?" Un asked as her words sounded cryptic. The princess explained, "Perhaps the officials have already been bribed." Un could not understand how it was possible that their country's officials could do such a thing. At that moment, she looked at him as if he was no different from other simpletons. Ho agreed with her assumption. Officials and soldiers at the borders are often bribed. At the same time, he carefully looked around, advising everyone to be as inconspicuous as possible, and asked the princess, "Have you perhaps prepared something for this occasion?" The 3rd princess turned to Bin Sol, asking her for something. Bin Sol handed her a small box, which the princess opened right in front of Ho. In the box was an incredibly beautiful object that looked like a spherical stone in the colors of the galaxy. Ho instantly jumped up from his seat. "You're not serious? You don't want us all killed!" he exclaimed. But it seemed to be enough to make the security chief change his mind. However, he hinted that it would be perfect if you had something else, which the princess took as greed. However, the boss did not mean another precious stone, but the opportunity to discuss additional conditions, for example, to get an assistant. His idea was to find someone who could cover the rear and take responsibility for possible future problems. He thought about using the Jegal family name, which could be the perfect solution. Using their name ensured that no border official could ignore the order. And it really could happen. The Jegal family had an influence even greater than the imperial law. The law is far, but the sword is close. At dawn the next day, the carriage drove up to the gates of the fortress. Guards with weapons in their hands stood at the gates, and the gates themselves began to open little by little. Ho noticed that the moment had come when they were almost ready to depart, but suddenly another carriage rushed past them, breaking the line. This caused indignation because the order of the queue was clearly not observed. Other people began to complain, calling the place corrupt and rotten. "Here, if you don't have money, you won't even be allowed in," Ho heard from those discussing the situation. Ho asked the people about the details and was told that a new captain had recently appeared, although the previous one was even worse. It all seemed frivolous but amazing at the same time. How could people just put up with the fact that officials are so corrupt? Seeing this, the secretary felt bitter in his soul. At that moment, the spirit of ice, sitting on the chariot, calmly said that it was time to move on. "Stop! Where are you going?" The guard approached the carriage, stopping them and warning them. Ho, not confused, politely thanked them for their service. He explained that they were from the Murima Union and asked if there was any problem. Hearing the words Soyuz Murima, the guard armedly asked them to wait a little. "That's how it works," Ho muttered under his breath as he observed the situation. The guard approached his senior to clarify what to do with the white carriage. The elder approached and asked for evidence. Ho handed him the document without any problems. The guard unfolded the paper and began to read carefully. After reading it, he strangely turned around and said that further verification was needed, asking them to follow him. This angered Ho, and he asked if there was any problem with the documents. The security guard replied that the inspection was necessary for this purpose, but Ho was not satisfied and demanded to call the person in charge. The security guard took this as arrogance on Ho's part. Without pausing, Ho explained, "Not only are we from the Murong Union, but we are also related to the Jagal family. Unreasonable scrutiny is unacceptable." Hearing about the Jagal family, the guard suddenly changed his tone, albeit with some sarcasm. "So what of it, boy?" he asked, clearly provoking. Then, coming closer, the guard began to shout directly in Ho's face, "I'm not going to bow at your feet, and you're not worth a penny!" After that, the guard ordered his men to detain these brutes. Trying to calm the situation, asked the guard to wait. He initially apologized, noting that they had inadvertently disrupted their work. The guard replied coldly, "No need to apologize, just follow me." However, did not back down and emphasized, "If you read the letter again, you should have noticed the seal on it." He explained that the warbands of the Imperial Army must be recognized by the local government, and the Murong Union received this recognition through a large monetary donation. This was officially certified by the seal of a high-ranking official of the Zhejiang local government. Also expressed surprise that such documents are not trusted by security. Looking at the ice ghost, he silently hoped that he would not use force. However, the guard was already shouting, accusing them of trying to force their way in. He pointed his weapon at them and ordered them to stand still. The guard then ordered them to immediately drop their weapons on the ground and follow him. At that moment, another man appeared and asked what was going on. The senior guard began to explain. These people refused to be checked and threatened violence. This man seemed to be a captain. Ho was already thinking of handing over the box to him, but asked him to wait a bit, trying to resolve the situation diplomatically. Asked to wait because he knew this man very well. Memories of him evoked nostalgia, awakening warm feelings. "This is a person who cannot be bribed," explained with a slight smile on his face. However, the expression on his face was a little strange, as if he was hiding something more. As the captain got closer, he started talking, relaying what the senior guards had told him. Then he said, "Long time no see." "What does he mean, long time no see?" thought surprised. The captain looked closely at the scribe's face, trying to recognize him. "Is that him? Is that the guy who trained here as a kid?" His thoughts were raging. These memories sent goosebumps through his skin. The picture of the past, when he stood next to his master, came to life in his head. A master about whom it was not customary to speak openly. Speaking quietly, the captain asked again, "Are you Scholar He remembered the words of the man who once asked if he planned to come to training. But he also remembered how everyone present laughed at him that day. That man then said that everyone knew that he was the one who last saw Captain Il Chun-hyun and received his belongings after his death. He warned, if he continues to demonstrate this attitude, the ridicule will not stop. He called him a weak-willed student whom Captain Il had left behind. Such was their last unpleasant conversation. And now he was standing in front of Captain Kwan-hoon himself. Couldn't believe it. The former captain of the Royal Guard was here. Kwan seems to have been demoted. Hong, embarrassed, blushed a little, and even invited to come inside. Secretary immediately spoke more seriously, asking if there was an order to detain them. His serious tone caused a slight surprise in those present. Hun ordered everyone to move back and hide their weapons. The guard immediately obeyed his order. Hun explained that there was no official order to detain the criminals. But unofficially, he asked to go with him, because they were not going to speak politely to his companions. Explained that they had been constantly disturbed by a group of thugs for the past few days. After hearing this, Hong understood. The rumors about the white carriage were not unfounded. Somehow they spread rumors about a white coach to detain them, and it seems they even bribed the border guards. Hong wondered if they were satisfied that they had been detained for a few days. Knowing that the group can't go any further, the thugs may plan something more dangerous, even an attack. After hearing this, Captain Hong said that they were allowed to pass. But wanted to make sure everything was really going to be okay. Then Hun told something interesting. At dawn, the supposed masters of Morim entered the city. He explained that an unofficial order had been received, not to punish them regardless of their actions. As Hong had heard, they were asking about the white carriage, so action must be taken immediately, without any delay. The captain's voice sounded sad when he said this. He used to be the confident leader of the royal guard, but now his expression was full of emptiness. Suddenly, the third princess looked out the window and turned to Bing Hong. She ordered him to temporarily separate from them to attend to the pursuers. The ice spirit immediately obeyed her order, instantly jumping from the carriage. Meanwhile, the one who was supposed to drive the carriage was visibly worried. He looked out the window and saw that Ran was now driving the carriage. The princess asked Secretary Un to get into the carriage as soon as possible because he was delayed, talking to Hun for a long time. The last thing Hun said to Un was, "You haven't changed at all." He also warned the order to detain them was issued by someone of a very high position. But who is behind it, and why is Hong so mysterious? If Un had known the seriousness of the situation earlier, they would not have found themselves in such a trap. When Hong decided to say goodbye, the secretary suddenly stopped him. Un approached young Master Hu and asked him for the same casket. He handed it to Captain Hun as a gift. Opening the casket, the captain saw a glow that illuminated his face. However, he was indignant, saying that he would not have taken her if he had known that he would get something in return. But Un insisted, putting the casket in his hand and asking him to take it. "Take care of yourself with this," he said. Hong realized that Un cared for him, so he gave him the stone so he could find his way. Meanwhile, Un was being called from the carriage, interrupting their conversation. When everyone was finally ready, Ran yanked the turrets and ordered the horses to move forward. Hun said goodbye to them, wishing them a good trip. But he also added that after returning, they must come to Beijing. Shouted after him, "Visit the palace!" Even when they were already leaving, he continued to insist that they must come there. He also shouted after him, "Be sure to take care of yourself." Meanwhile, King Moon asked his subordinate, "Have they left yet?" He reported that they were being chased, but the chances of catching them seemed slim. King Moon remarked that the princess was not stupid, and wondered what the bandits of the Green Forest were capable of. After listening to the report, he came to the conclusion that they are useless creatures who should be buried alive. When asked what happened to the guards who let the princess across the border, the subordinate replied that he had appealed to higher management, but there was no answer yet. "Any news from the North Sea?" asked the king. In response, he was informed that the situation remained unchanged. Despite this, the king remained confident that any ruler, even the Ice Emperor, would not be able to hold out for long. People grow old and die. 3 days have passed since crossing the border. They stopped and were stunned by the sight that opened before them. It was incredibly beautiful. They always knew that the world was big, but they had no idea how big. Now the third princess became their guide. Sul went to Ran to pick up the turrets. Sitting in the coachman's seat, she began to lead the horses. Ho, looking out the window, was amazed. With what speed and skill she drove. It seemed incredible that they were running so rapidly through the steppe. Un was also of the same opinion. Her skill was admirable. Then the 12th princess declared that she also knew how to drive horses. She even added that it was easier than walking with her own 2 feet, although Ho didn't believe her at all. The 3rd princess, noticing her sister's distrust, confirmed her words. Although there were doubts about the 12th princess, they believed the words of the young princess. All of a sudden, the 3rd princess also announced that she was also very good at driving horses. It seemed that she was even a little jealous, although she tried to remain indifferent. Can a princess really be like that? Ho immediately plunged into his imagination. He imagined the princess riding a white horse. It was an amazing picture, a majestic horse, and she was elegant and graceful. The 12th princess remarked that she too looked very beautiful when she was on a horse. However, no one answered her, and she indignantly said that it was impolite to pretend not to have heard. A few days passed, and they reached a halting place. Having lit a fire, everyone sat down around it. The road was difficult. Endless fields were replaced by an endless wasteland. The 3rd princess explained that they had no idea how serious this place could be. She added that she is making every effort to get to her destination as quickly as possible, because there is a special route that traders take. Few people know about this path because, in reality, there are routes everywhere, but only the chosen ones are able to see them. These things are called fate, she added. Hearing this, Ho thought about the meaning of the word destiny. It was already late, and the girls decided to return to the carriage, wishing everyone a good night. The 3rd princess, the 12th princess, and Sol went to the carriage, while the boys remained sitting by the fire. It was a moment to talk about the charming voice of the beautiful princess, which added freshness even in such a difficult journey. It would be great to hear her say she loves me, thought Ho. But the beauty of a flower does not lose its charm because it is silent. Un understood that this flower had sharp thorns. He added that although the 12th princess looks a little naive, she is very sweet and charming, and the maid's silence leaves a strong impression. He probably did not expect that anyone could hear his words. After bidding each other good night, Ho fell asleep almost instantly as soon as he closed his eyes. The secretary also lay down on his side, preparing for sleep, while Ran remained sitting by the fire, guarding them. The dawn of a new day has come. The carriage was out of sight, and the secretary moved a little further so as not to disturb their sleep. He found a scenic spot that was perfect for training. But as soon as he climbed the mountain, his eyes widened at what he saw. An endless plain spread out in front of him, bathed in the bright blue light of the morning sun. At that moment, he felt very small. Under the high sky and in front of wide spaces, he felt like a grain of sand in a huge world. He picked up a sword called Setting Sun, an incredible work of art. The first impression of this sword was almost cosmic. Even if it was a world-class treasure, when swung, the sword was no different than a simple air-splitting stick. The secretary dismissed thoughts of swordsmanship and freed himself from the burden of further persecution. But he asked himself, is there a meaning in his life? It seems to be just a speck of dust that silently follows a certain path. At that moment, Wang Hyun could not understand the nature of the unfamiliar energy that always filled his wooden sword. This energy had nothing to do with the mysterious sword Setting Sun. Meanwhile, the others had already woken up and prepared a delicious breakfast. The head chef, of course, was the secretary of the university. It was strange, but none of them knew how to cook except Un. Only he had at least some experience in this matter. The first taster was the 12th princess, who tasted a spoonful and enthusiastically praised the taste. The other girls also tried the dish, and their focus on the food showed how much they enjoyed it. Ho, for his part, made an unfortunate compliment. The taste is good, but objectively speaking, something is missing in the composition. He added, there are primary, secondary, and complementary ingredients. It's important that their combination creates harmony. However, in the eyes of others, he looked just impudent. As a result, cooking fell on Yoonhyun's shoulders again. A few days later, Un again stood away from the carriage, thinking. He tried to make out the Setting Sun sword under the flickering rays of the sun. He had been carefully examining the sword and scabbard for several days in a row, but all he could find out was that the sword was extraordinary. He tried to tap his finger on the blade to hear a ringing sound. It was clear from the sound. The sword was not made of iron or bronze. He wondered, are there materials that do not store energy? Maybe it's lapis lazuli. He could not solve the riddle. Sometimes it seemed that the blade took on a bluish tint, similar to the color of dark water. During the training, he even heard a soft sound, similar to the sound of a wind chime somewhere in the mountains. It may have seemed so, but the feeling was vague and unstable. He began to comfort himself, chalking it up to fatigue and lack of progress. That's all kinds of things, he thought. The horses of the North Sea ran energetically across the desert land. It is said that if Cholima runs all day, her sweat will turn red like blood. But even these hardy horses only breathed heavily, showing no sign of fatigue. After dinner, everyone sat around the fire in silence. Neither of them said a word. When the deep night came, everyone went to his place, going to bed with a feeling of loneliness in the desert. Suddenly, the secretary got up and sat down by the fire. Ran asked what happened, and he explained that he couldn't sleep. The secretary decided to throw another stick into the fire so that the fire would burn brighter. At that moment, the night sky shone amazingly, but then they heard someone approaching them. Turning around, they saw the third princess approaching them. Ran got up and said he was going to look around the area, realizing that there was too much here. He left immediately, leaving them alone. "Have you read the celestial signs?" she asked first. "No, I was just thinking," answered the secretary. "Too bad," she said. "If you looked at the night sky, you would understand that difficult times are ahead." She added that, regardless of his past, the very fact that he took the setting sun with him meant that he accepted responsibility. "This is a responsibility that can only be borne with determination," the princess explained. She continued, "The scars that the divine sword left on the North Sea 30 years ago are still felt. There are those who still live with those wounds. If the Ice Emperor doesn't step forward like last time, there may be a river of blood to cross. And that task falls to you, Secretary Un." Hearing the tone in which she spoke, it was clear that she wanted to avoid the subject. She agreed to this, got up and asked not to trust her too much. "Nobody should trust me," she said again, emphasizing it. "No, you shouldn't trust me either," added the princess. He didn't dare ask her about it, but he wanted to know more about the sword. In her story, she noted that she knew little about him. Even before her birth, the sword was given to a divine guardian, and only the Ice Emperor and her mother, the most powerful in the North Sea, know about it. However, there are rumors that the setting sun has been transmitted along with the North Sea Ice Palace since ancient times. The idea that the sword was being transferred with the palace caught the secretary by surprise. He had not expected to hear such a thing. The dawn of a new morning has come. He looked at the sword again and thought how hard it was to believe that this sword was so ancient. The engraved patterns on the scabbard and the shape of the hilt were fascinating, but the sword didn't look ancient at all. It was about 100 years old at most. The Ice Palace of the North Sea is clearly older. Perhaps the princess mixed something up. If this sword is really that ancient, then obviously the hilt and scabbard have been replaced, but the blade has remained unchanged. Mysteries swarmed in the secretary's head. But are scabbards and hilts really irrelevant? After all, he didn't know any of that. Everything he understood was only guesswork. Questions to the princess could only complicate the situation. He put the scabbard against the stone and took the sword in his hands. He exhaled deeply, holding it, and felt the energy begin to penetrate his chest. It was a strange and unusual feeling that gradually overwhelmed him. Something unknown yet familiar gripped him. As expected, even if connected with the soul of the sword, it has no energy. However, he decided that it didn't matter right now and concentrated on his swordsmanship training. Perhaps the fact is that he began to train in the usual way. But when it began to dawn, it seemed to him that the blade of the sword became blindingly transparent. And again, as before, something unexpected happened. He seemed to feel a powerful current enveloping the entire world, like a fate that encompassed the earth, the sky, and even the distant stars. This was what he had been waiting for so long. Everything around lost its meaning, and a strong shiver ran through his body. He had always thought that no one could go against the tide, and that he would have to obey, but that turned out to be a mistake. He finally understood where he needed to go back. It struck him to the core, and tears rolled down his cheeks. The sword in his hands began to shine like the sun, and this glow became stronger and stronger. Looking back, he saw how high the sun had risen. He did not understand how much time had passed. His heart still didn't calm down, and he put his hand on his chest, feeling anxious. Although he returned to reality, there was still a certain emptiness in his soul. But now it was no longer empty. He finally understood what he was looking for. And if you think more deeply, the blade of the setting sun shone like deep water, and at that moment, it became completely transparent. At the end, real magic happened. The blade lit up with a dazzling glow. Now the secret of the setting sun became clear to him. But unfortunately, at some point, only the hilt remained in his hands. The blade became transparent again. It seems that now it is necessary to learn to control it. After such an ordeal, the blade seemed to have disappeared. He looked for it everywhere, but could not find it. The question arose. What would be the gentlest way to tell the princess that he had lost his blade? She is definitely angry. Without a doubt, if the North Sea finds out that the setting sun has disappeared, it will cause a veritable storm of anger. Approaching the carriage, he noticed that everyone was already waiting for him. He immediately started bowing to everyone, apologizing and saying how sorry he was. The girls were confused, not understanding at all what was happening to him. The atmosphere around became strange, even though the 12th princess was just smiling. She seemed to want to say something. Instead, the secretary asked if they could stay here a little longer. It looked very strange in the eyes of the 3rd princess. He couldn't explain to them how to say he had to stay to find the sword, and he didn't know what excuse to come up with. The 3rd princess agreed. Since you want it so much, we will do it. She noted that they could not oppose his decision, but she added that in the future, he should train away from them. I don't want to wake up suddenly, shaking with fear anymore, she said. He did not understand what was being said, but decided to remain silent. As a result, his companions remained in this place for 2 more days. An-Hyeon, with no free time, skipped training and searched unsuccessfully for the setting sun blade. The princess's gaze grew colder and colder, and he knew he had no choice but to stop searching. The handle remained in place, but the disappearance of the blade remained a mystery. He simply disappeared. How and why was unknown. Meanwhile, Ho, sitting in the coachman's seat, noticed that they had finally crossed the wasteland, judging by the green and flowering scenery that opened before him. There was no time to stop, because the ice palace was already very close, and they went straight there. In the carriage, the 3rd princess asked the secretary not to show the setting sun to anyone yet. But he probably wouldn't do it himself, even if he wanted to, because now it was impossible. Thanks to the scabbard, the sword seemed whole and intact, but it was worth exposing it. And the truth would immediately come out. It seemed to her that his look and expression had become strange. He started to explain something, but at that moment, an unexpected idea dawned on him. Then he turned to the princess with one request. "When we arrive at the Ice Palace, let's meet with the Ice Emperor first," he suggested. It was unexpected, and she could not promise to comply with his request. Then he asked for at least permission to be the first to show setting sun to the Ice Emperor. What is he up to? She thought, slightly surprised by such an unusual request. However, she agreed, allowing him to do so. At the same time, she added, "If, of course, it will be possible." Meanwhile, they reached the tall trees, and the wasteland around gradually disappeared. The landscape changed again. Without any stops, the road led them further and further. Under the thick cover of trees lay the earth, which never melted even on warm days. This caused them to misjudge the area, but the third princess explained that it was a blessed land for them to live here. At that moment, the secretary noticed how her eyes lit up. She seems to have genuinely loved the North Sea. However, they continued to move on. Suddenly, the secretary and Ho simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow!" A landscape opened before them, so beautiful that it was difficult to look away from it. A large lake of bright blue color, and behind it, a majestic castle surrounded by the North Sea. This incredible building was called the Ice Palace. For the boys, this building was more like a real citadel than a palace. At this moment, Ho was deep in thought, and, as usual, he reasoned that the Ice Palace of the North Sea must be full of beauties and treasures. Yes, again these treasures and beauties were spinning in his head. Meanwhile, they were already driving right into the courtyard of the palace. Another thing that surprised him was the height of the walls. Although the palace is called ice, it did not look like it was made entirely of ice. The third princess continued to explain, "This is real ice, although at first glance it does not look like it. This is ice, but not ordinary ice. It is extremely strong and does not melt even under the influence of fire." This is not surprising, because it would be impossible to build such a structure from ordinary ice in warm weather. It would immediately melt. Ho wondered what this special material of the North Sea was. "So the Ice Palace is made entirely of ice?" asked Ho. But the 12th princess clarified, "No, they say it was created by the gods. Although it looked different, its basis is really ice. So it was easy to believe that it was created by the gods, because it never melts. But here there is no grass, no trees, no animals or insects." For some reason, Taho did not believe in the divine origin of the palace. A discussion began between them in the carriage, which turned into a real argument. Ho tried to explain that he meant something completely different, but the carriage, despite their argument, did not stop and continued to move forward. After some time they arrived, and the passengers got out of the carriage one by one. They were greeted by the bright sun that illuminated this majestic palace. Up close it looked even grander. The huge stairs and dragon-shaped patterns on their surfaces were awe-inspiring. Numerous maids began to descend the stairs towards them. They immediately approached the princesses and bowed deeply before them. In the look of the third princess, one could feel the royal majesty. She was not just a beautiful and cold girl. She turned to the boys, saying that the maids would take them to their rooms where they could get some rest. "I'll see you later," she added, in a strange tone that caused astonishment. Her tone remained unclear, but the secretary merely nodded in response. She, accompanied by the maids, began to climb the stairs. Ho guessed that they wouldn't receive a warm welcome here, but he didn't think that the shunning would start from the moment they arrived. Unexpectedly, the princess stopped in front of the long curtains, through which the maids let her pass. She took a few steps forward and walked through them. Her beauty paired with the floral drapes was simply breathtaking. A door was waiting for her behind these curtains. She entered them, and a woman was waiting for her behind the arched door. It was the Ice Empress of the North Sea. Her dress was extremely impressive, and her beauty was captivating. They greeted each other, and the Empress asked where the guests who had arrived with the princess were. However, the third princess had something else on her mind. What she wanted to ask her mother. "Why did you let this happen, Mom?" That's what was going through her head. But the word "allowed" seemed too loud for that. The third princess did not think of her mother as someone who would let unforeseen circumstances determine her fate. She slowly opened the curtain behind which her husband lay. "It's not worth it if it puts my husband's life in danger," she continued. "Especially when it comes to the life of the North Sea Emperor." Her gentle hand gently reached for his face. She patted his head as he lay with his eyes closed. Doing it was incredibly painful. Meanwhile, the third princess looked at her father with a look devoid of any warmth. "Did they find the culprit?" she asked further. The mother replied, "No. If the attack on the emperor happened, then it means that one of the 9 deputies, or the 12 junior princesses was involved," she suggested. "Or no one," added the third princess. Currently, only the two of them knew the state of the Ice Emperor and the 12 princesses. And now for the Ice Empress, this is the only chance to change the course of events. Because of this, everyone gathered here, pretending to know nothing, although inside everyone was trembling with fear. After all, the one who was supposed to be far from here has returned. The mother also noted that no one left the Ice Palace after the incident. Everyone feared the third princess more than even the Empress, because it was she who could claim the imperial throne. The third princess spoke of her mother sending the 12th away alone. The Empress explained that this was the only way she could save everything that was left. I had to take a risk and send her. After all, the third princess and her father were necessary to preserve the life of the Ice Palace, and the 12th was the only one who could convince her to come. Thanks to this, Tretya is now at home, as her mother wanted. Remember, I am your mother, and I am the only person who knows your true name, said the Empress. These words were her next statement. Then she ran to the third princess with a smile. But Tretya was more interested in when the treatment would begin. The Empress replied, tomorrow night, when the yin energy is at its peak. This will require Pippa, all 12 maids of the North Sea, and 12 ice crystals. Even if I'm defenseless during treatment, the Ice Emperor's personal guard will protect me, she added. But Tretya unexpectedly noted that there is a person to whom she can entrust her life. At the same time, she asked her mother to order the guards to protect only the neighborhood. At this moment, the Empress became interested in meeting those with whom Tretya had come. Please don't do anything extra so that I don't feel even more hatred for you, the daughter asked coldly. The mother began to smile more and more widely. Okay, I won't meet them, she said with a wry smile. The third princess decided that the conversation was over and went to the exit. At this time, the Empress turned to her husband, although he remained unconscious. No one would think that she is my daughter, especially considering the way she behaves in my presence. It seems that in this life, I will not reconcile with her. She has always loved you more than me, she said. Feeling hatred from her own daughter, the Empress decided that she would do whatever she wanted. Oh, and the Empress, she thought with bitter irony. Meanwhile, couldn't take his eyes off the landscape before him. It seemed that this place was so remote that no one could invade it. But Ron disagreed, pointing out that these lands remain unknown. The secretary, however, hoped that this would not happen, although he understood that the possibility existed. Ran suddenly focused intently on the exit. Is anyone here? Thought Un excitedly. The silhouette of a woman in an elegant outfit could be seen behind the transparent curtains. Both watched in silence, their attention fully focused on this figure. A woman's hand began to gently pull back the curtain. It was the Empress herself who unexpectedly came to them. The boys couldn't figure out who it was, and thought she was just in the wrong room. Glancing at Ran, Un gestured for him to hide his aura so as not to frighten this woman. The secretary began to explain who they were and where they came from today to this place. Stuttering, he said verbs, trying to explain who he was, and finally said his name. He then introduced his companion, calling him Doc Ran, and repeated his name once more. The Empress suddenly laughed and then blushed a little, which was an unexpected relief for the boys. It became clear that she was not hostile. However, looking at her, it was obvious that her status was very high. If she started screaming, they could be in big trouble. The secretary, trying to avoid misunderstandings, suggested that she simply had the wrong room. But at all his words, the Empress continued to be silent, which created tension. Because of this, the secretary began to worry that he might have said something wrong. Ran, seeing no point in staying, declared that he would return to his room. After saying goodbye to them, he left, leaving the secretary alone with the Empress. The secretary began to explain that he is a non-conflictual and friendly person. But the Empress, smiling, answered that it did not make such an impression at all. She added that she did not mistake the room, but came specifically to meet him. Her accent seemed a little strange to the secretary, but she spoke his language with confidence. I'm sorry if I confused you, Master Unhun, she repeated, correcting herself. No, just Unyun, the secretary clarified. I apologize for this awkward situation, she added with a small smile. It looked rather silly of him, but he couldn't understand why she was staring at him so intently. Looking closely at her, he noticed that she looked remarkably like the third princess. He dared to ask, "Why have you come?" I was wondering who the third princess's guest was. It's you, isn't it? She answered. The secretary introduced himself again, explaining that he was the secretary who had come here as the deputy representative of the Murong Union, and gave his name once more. Upon hearing this, the Empress assumed that he was more inclined towards science than the art of the sword. However, he explained that he was not so good at science, and his explanations looked quite funny from the outside. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? He asked cautiously. She took a few steps closer, and the atmosphere in the room grew warmer. It's strange. Your appearance and aura are completely different, but your eyes are so similar to his, she said. When I first saw him, he was a big and powerful man. I was then only a young, unknown lady, who in his eyes must have looked like an insignificant girl, she added. Her words puzzled the secretary, putting him in the position. What should she answer now? Without even introducing herself, she suddenly turned around and said she had to go. The ghost always notices when someone touches his things, she said mysteriously. Soon you will know who I am, she added in parting. After that, she simply disappeared from his sight, leaving him wondering, what was that all about? He felt as if a ghostly spirit had possessed him. It even shook him a little after this strange situation. Then the third princess came to him. Looking around, she asked if anyone had just entered the room. He explained that he did not know who it was, but described a lady in a white silk dress trimmed with gold thread. Her next question was, did you show her the setting sun? No, we didn't even mention him, he assured. Of course, the third princess realized that it was her mother. However, she decided not to explain this to the secretary. He exhaled a little and suddenly laughed. Her question was quite direct. Why are you laughing? He explained that he thought she was very cute. However, like a real flower, she answered, I am well aware that I am not cute at all. She came with the specific purpose of asking him for one favor. Her request was unexpected. She wanted him to be her escort. What happened? He was curious to know exactly what she was talking about and why she asked him for it. At this point, the princess told him a story. The emperor had recently suffered a sudden attack. To cure him, the 12 North Sea maids who possess the 12 ice crystals must transmit energy to the Ice Emperor throughout the process, and she must control their inner strength. She wanted him to protect her at this important moment. As the matter concerned the control of internal energy, the effects and consequences could be significant, as the secretary well understood. But the princess asked him not to worry because she was going to use the pipe. Secretary Yun tried to remember what a pipa was. He remembered the words of the 12th princess that her pipa was the best. Although he did not fully understand, he began to put together puzzles and realized that the control would be through the melody. Unagreed, even though this was his first experience as an escort. But with Mr. Doc Ran, he was sure he could handle it. For that, the third princess thanked him, blushing a little again during the conversation. This time the secretary did not escape embarrassment either, because his cheeks also became rosy. However, he remembered the lady who had come to him earlier and asked who she was. The third princess's expression changed dramatically. You'll find out soon, she answered shortly. But if he's going to find out soon, why not tell right now? It remained a question for him. As a result, this conversation ended and some time passed. In the yard, everyone was doing their own thing, creating a hectic but orderly atmosphere. In such places, the atmosphere is always the same, even if the decorations are different. Ho approached Un, wearing a mask of hearts and flowers, fascinated by the girl's beauty. He noted that the girls here are clearly different. His eyes darted from side to side, glancing at one and then the other. Un warned him to be careful, but it didn't help much. During the conversation, Ho began to drink the wine poured into the dish, but suddenly began to cough and even spat out the drink. The drinks turned out to be so strong that he simply could not stand it. But his attention again turned to the figure of one of the girls who was passing by, and he began to behave indecently. At this point, attention should have been paid to Rana, who was standing behind him. His demeanor was much more serious, though he once again emitted his murderous aura. Nearby at the table sat other boys, who turned out to be princes. The 8th prince of the Northern Sea Ice Palace was quietly discussing with the other guests that the 3rd princess had brought with her. The 5th prince of the Ice Palace was also in solidarity in his remarks, and so did the 7th prince, who seemed to share their opinion. One of the princes stood a little to the side, sipping a delicious drink. This annoyed the others a bit, as the 1st prince, who would probably become the Ice Emperor's heir, was surrounded by his supporters and showed no interest whatsoever in the 3rd princess or her delegation. This only added to the irritation, but it was at this moment that the doors began to open. Ho and the secretary, who were standing nearby, understood that now everything would begin. Apparently, the organizer of the event is going to leave. Everyone was intrigued as to who it could be. And here appeared the same beautiful woman who recently entered the secretary's room. Ho was delighted, barely able to contain himself when he saw this incredible beauty. But aren't they too similar? After all, she went with the 3rd princess. In a low voice, Un said to Ho, It appears to be Miss Ice Empress of the North Sea. The third princess followed her without looking around. With a slight wave of her hand, turning back a little, the Empress said to the third, "There are many ardent eyes directed at you. I think it's because of you, Mom."
"Oh, thank you,
answered Tretya with a smile. They were approaching the stairs leading up. There was a luxurious throne decorated with gilding. Climbing the stairs, the Empress addressed the crowd. "The Ice Emperor will not be able to join us today. You've probably guessed," she added, turning her head toward the audience. The Empress announced that this was unexpected even for the third princess. A sneak attack had been launched against the Ice Emperor. This statement caused a violent reaction among those present. Meanwhile, the third princess thought, "What is the Empress counting on, revealing the truth right now?" The Empress then asked everyone not to worry, assuring them that the Ice Emperor was fine. He just needed a little treatment. However, it was difficult for those present to believe it. They considered it a lie, because if the Emperor had been healthy, there was no way he would have missed such an important event. The Empress added that it was for this reason that the third princess and the 12 maids of the North Sea were here now, to help restore the Ice Emperor. They have come a long way to be present. One of the princes indignantly asked why the third princess had the right to make such important decisions. The Empress made it clear that it was within her authority as the Ice Empress of the North Sea. She also added that she was ready to take full responsibility if the Emperor's condition worsened. "Take responsibility?" asked one of the princes, taking a step forward. It was the first prince of the Ice Palace who asked how exactly she was going to be responsible. The Empress replied, "You are right. The Ice Emperor's life cannot be replaced. Perhaps you could handle this situation better than me?" To these words, the first prince did not immediately find what to answer, and decided to wait for what she would say next. The Empress continued, "However, we have no guarantees that His Majesty has not been attacked by one of you, possibly even the first prince." The prince standing next to the first called her words outrageous. "Do you really doubt the first prince?" The Empress could not directly accuse the first prince, but reminded that there was no evidence to prove his innocence. During her words, it was hard not to notice her cold gaze, like a piece of ice. She addressed everyone present, declaring that there was no person who could not be suspected of the attack, including herself. However, the most important thing right now is to heal the Ice Emperor. Finding out who is to blame will have to wait until he recovers. The treatment will be handled by the third princess and 12 maids. At the same time, the Empress announced that she takes full responsibility for the result. If something goes wrong, the audience will have the right to do whatever they want with her and the third princess. One of the princes asked her to keep her word in any case. The Empress also mentioned guests who had come from afar, noting that they had not yet been formally introduced. Since the languages were different, the third princess approached the guests and said she would help with the translation. The first to be introduced was the young master Jaegul Ho, who had arrived as a representative of the Murong Union. After him, she introduced the second guest. It was the distinguished warrior Doc Ron who had arrived as an escort. In the south, he is called a craftsman with undeniable skills. The last one was the scholar, young master Un Hyun. Interestingly, the princess repeated his name twice. Woon Hyun, Woon Hyun. The princess noticed that he was confused when he introduced himself to her. Her gaze made him avert his eyes so he wouldn't continue to meet her gaze. Everyone froze in anticipation as she prepared to name the person who would be the escort in this case. This person was supposed to protect the third princess and the 12 maids of the North Sea during the Ice Emperor's treatment. The soldiers looked surprised. How could a secretary, an ordinary person, accompany the princess? Moreover, he is tasked with protecting not only the third princess but also the 12th during the treatment of the Ice Emperor. The rage of the warriors is over the top. Can a stranger replace them when it comes to the safety of the Ice Emperor? The indignation grew into furious anger, and people shouted that it was a shame. The princess must reconsider her decision. However, the girl resolutely declared she, as the Ice Emperor, was attacked. There are no warriors left in the North Sea, and she repeats, "No one can be trusted." Her words cause anxiety among everyone present. No one understands how they can entrust this mission to a man they don't know. The princess confidently declares they will be able to trust him as she trusted. After all, he is the new owner of the Sunset. He defeated Bin Sol, the heir to the Divine Sword. This news made everyone realize that they were wrong. The hero watched what was happening with wide-open eyes. And only over time did people realize the scale of this young man's figure. He felt confused, not knowing how to act after such a reaction. The warriors of the North Sea looked at him coldly and hard. Their gazes were full of hatred, anger, and shock, as if they had been struck by a shock. Perhaps when the princess mentioned crossing the river of blood, she was not exaggerating. After all, everyone knew about the divine sword and had heard legends about it more than once. However, the only warrior she recognizes is the sword heir approved by Her Majesty. Because of this, the young master was recognized as the divine sword, the only person who can be entrusted with the life of the Ice Emperor. The princess made it clear that right now, this decision is indisputable. Her words impressed not only the soldiers but also the servants. The warriors saw the Ice Empress bow before the heir to the divine sword. The young owner almost lost consciousness. It was so unexpected for him. But such North Sea etiquette was expected in a similar situation. It became obvious to people how serious they were about it. Although he did not fully understand what this meant, he decided to help them at any cost. He didn't intend to worry and didn't need to think too much when making a decision. The heir to the divine sword, the new ruler of the sunset, took on the label of Ice Empress. Just as the divine sword had once accepted the Ice Emperor's kindness, this gesture symbolized a new alliance. This marked the beginning of a new phase in history unfolding before our eyes. The woman looked at him with love and warmth in her eyes. The atmosphere changed, and everything finally started to fall into place. But she drew attention to the question of the Lord of the Setting Sun, noting that the decision would be made by the Ice Emperor himself. She hopes that by then no one will decide on rash actions. With her tone, she made it clear to everyone present how serious the situation was. Her words clearly outlined the limits of what is permitted, urging not to violate them. And yet, the mood has changed. The feast has just begun. Yun looked at everything in disbelief, not fully understanding what was being discussed. But he saw how the expressions on the faces changed. Will the young princess ever be the same? She approached him at that moment and apologized for her inattention. The fact is that the Ice Empress accidentally revealed the fact of an unexpected attack on the Emperor. And along with this, the personality of the young Master Yun was revealed to everyone. She even made a serious gesture, showing her respect for etiquette. Yun, clenching his fist, realized that he couldn't do anything. But it seems that the young princess had no reason to apologize because everything looks good. However, he still does not fully understand the situation in which he is now. Closing his eyes, the hero takes a deep breath and considers the situation. He promises himself, if the princess is really worried about him, he will do everything possible to help her. His words sounded surprisingly categorical for the princess. The princess remembered her words, which were still echoing in her thoughts. Even though she had been defeated by the Ice Empress many times before, she never gave up. All the words spoken by the young man rang true. She will never sit idly by, indifferently watching the events. A young scientist could have predicted this. And so standing at the exquisitely decorated banquet table, the Ice Empress was looking at these two carefully. She noticed that one of her acquaintances was also following her. His penetrating gaze was so alert it almost seemed like a laser. We moved to the Ice Palace of the North Sea, to the farthest room of the Emperor. At this moment, a young princess enters the peace of his chambers. Taking a few steps forward, she meets the gaze of the Empress, who, smiling, invites her to come closer. The princess directly asks, "Why did the Empress do all this?" She admits that although she cares for herself and her sister, much of what happened is steeped in lies. The princess asks if she thought about the consequences of revealing his identity and holding him responsible. The Empress explains, it was all part of her plan to convince everyone. She knows that protecting the Ice Emperor and the Murong alliance will cause important consequences, because the Northern Sea only recognizes the heir of the divine sword and the Lord of the Setting Sun. She did not impose her will on this young man because she believes that this is fate. But if you look for a reason, then she is sure. The young princess is in love with this man. These words sounded so categorical that the princess did not even expect such a turn. She sharply repelled the hand of the Empress because this matter had a deep meaning for her. For the Empress, this gesture meant that the young princess was playfully trying to hide something important. She noticed that the princess hadn't taken her eyes off him since he had won the Westlake. The Empress watched him through the shadows of the snow and her troops. She carefully followed his actions, connections, and even the smallest details. Her thoughts became more and more focused on him, and she pondered seriously over his meaning. The Empress tried not to miss any detail in order to understand the mysterious nature of this man. She was interested in listening to his conversations, watching his decisions and actions. She discovered something new and unexpected in his reactions to various situations. It seemed that she began to own his image, how deeply he interested her. However, the princess was ashamed of these words, believing that for her it was only a matter of duty. The Empress also realized that the princess, seeing him again after thinking about him for a long time, felt a sense of familiarity and comfort. She forgot about their long separation and was not even angry when he addressed her simply as an old acquaintance. His words sounded easy. "Long time no see, young princess." But his insightful look said much more. To him, she seemed only slightly displeased, although the princess hid her true feelings. She denied the Empress's words, claiming that she was disappointed, but not at all in him. If this is true, why does she hide her emotions? Nevertheless, she brought him to the North Sea precisely at such a critical moment, when the Ice Emperor's life was in danger. Among all of them, she chose only one person whom she could trust. She was so reminiscent of her mother, naive, charming, and at the same time full of mysterious strength. "Don't be afraid, my daughter. You will be able to accomplish everything you wish," said the Empress, gently touching her face. These words caused both surprise and fear in the princess. The Empress advised her to sit quietly, be close to him, and pretend she didn't know anything. "Then the result will be obvious. It will belong only to you. It will not look at anyone else but you," she assured. Hugging her daughter, she assured, "I will do everything for you. Trust me, you are my favorite daughter." The young princess thought, if she really pretended to be indifferent, it might turn out to be good, and she decided that she was ready to do whatever it took to help the Empress. But deep in her soul, she rejected this idea. Understanding all the possible consequences, the princess broke her thoughts, realizing that the Empress was acting in the interests of not only her, but also her people and the North Sea. She said that all her actions are a sacrifice for the sake of her daughter, for herself, and for the future of their land. However, the question remains, if this is all for him and the Ice Emperor, is there really no selfish motive in this? Maybe she's doing it for them, but there's something else she's keeping quiet about. The princess began to suspect that the Empress was lying, even if it was only her point of view. She might not like it, but the princess felt that she would still have to trust her. She knew that if the Empress wanted to, she would use any means to achieve her goals. All the northern seas, her past, love, and even truth. Nothing will stand in the way of the Empress if it is necessary to achieve her goal. Now the Empress is even ready to use her daughter to achieve her goals. But the girl refuses all these conditions. She will not dance to the tune of the Empress, and will act against her wishes. Of course, the Empress did not like such a challenge. A conflict began between them, which promised to be fierce. However, the Empress had her trump card up her sleeve, and she was still confident in herself. The princess said goodbye to her, saying that it was late at night and she needed to rest. She slyly looked at her mother, wishing her a good night. With that, she left the hall and went to her room. The Empress realized that the situation was becoming threatening for her plans. But inside, she was even a little amused by it, although she did not understand why her daughter so stubbornly refused to listen to her. The Empress convinced herself she does not wish her daughter anything bad, although she dreams that she will accept her idea. Instead of fighting for high office and enjoying power, it only takes one person, even if it leads to failure. But the princess does not believe in the sincerity of the intentions, hinting that the Empress has planned something against the Emperor. The Emperor remained silent and unconscious, and to the Empress he seemed the cutest in the state. But even the Empress had already begun to feel tired from these confrontations. Despite all the contradictions, she remembers. Her daughter is not only hers, but also the Emperor's. This stubborn and steadfast daughter continues to stand her ground, unyielding as ever. The divine sword left a deep mark in the past that still affects the North Sea. The news of the heir instantly spread throughout the kingdom. The old chiefs of the tribes gritted their teeth and grabbed their weapons with anger, while the young warriors burned with the desire to destroy this stranger. A real storm erupted around the heir to the divine sword and the new Lord of the Sunset. But no one could get close to him, because he is preparing to participate in the treatment of the Ice Emperor. We can only hope that everything will go well. His friend was worried, realizing how difficult the task was before him. Un knows that the Emperor's healing site is far below the Ice Palace. It is a hidden place with only one road leading to it, which ensures complete safety in case of danger. Maybe they should stay together to support each other in their time of need. However, Guo thought he could handle it on his own. He understood that his nickname, the Lonely Guest, accurately reflected his nature. So there is no other choice, but he has to be careful under all circumstances. If the enemy gets too close or there are a lot of them, he hopes that at least two will stay on his side. Because the hero also has martial arts. No one doubts this. His skills are obvious. However, he is still left alone for protection. Guo, a master of sword energy, is confident in his abilities, although ever since he's been talked about, he's started to worry. And this is understandable, especially when you look at a huge room Soon, the treatment of the Emperor of the Ice Palace will begin behind this door, where there will be 12 maids, a young princess, and all the responsibility will fall on him. He hopes that the wooden sword will not become the main tool of defense, and he will be allowed to take another. A sword called Before the Dawn is perfect for this situation. However, his confidence was shaken when he heard an unexpected sound. It was clear that the key moment had arrived, on which the life of the Ice Emperor and the fate of many, including Go himself, depended. He looked intently at the door, not distracted for a moment. Un's voice echoed in his thoughts, reminding him that he was a master of martial arts. Guo even smiled as he remembered how Un said, "I know a little about martial arts." But, looking at the huge sword, he understood. Such words do not befit a person who owns such a magnificent tool. However, he was determined not to allow any assassin to attack. Master Un had done too much for him for Go to allow himself to default on his debt to him. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he felt an incredible thirst for blood. The killers have already arrived, although there should be security outside. He saw no sign of a struggle. This meant that the enemy who had come here had enormous power and influence in the North Sea. It was not a simple enemy. At this moment, warriors dressed in winter suits appear in front of him. One of the soldiers threw an insult, calling Go the dog of the third princess who came to her defense. Guo calmly drew his sword, as he always did in such situations. "The weaker the dogs, the louder they bark," added the warrior mockingly. "If you've come to say goodbye to your miserable lives, come. We're not going to waste your time," he continued. But seeing Guo's aura, the warriors were shocked. They realized that this person guarding the air was extremely strong, and now they doubted whether they would be able to carry out their plan that night. The leader of the group looked closely at his comrades. He noticed that even his men were beginning to feel uneasy. But they could not retreat. It was unacceptable for them. The way back is closed. They must attack in spite of fear. A huge number of swords simultaneously fall on Go, who is forced to fight alone against everyone. One of the enemies made a lightning dash with a dagger that flew right into Go's face. He noticed this maneuver at the last moment. The words of the master, who advised to always be careful, appeared in his mind. And now Go decided to act just like that, focused and confident. He activated his strong aura that filled the space around him. Like a sharp blade, he began to cut through the air, demonstrating his skill. His actions caused all of the enemy's attacks to lose their accuracy and shock them. Guo used his power to instantly stop them and turn the tide of the battle. The powerful blow he delivered was even heard by young Master Un from a distance. Un realized that the battle had already begun and hoped that Go would not overexert himself. Although, this is not at all in his character, he always fought to the last. Thoughts about the possible danger swarmed in his head, but he tried to convince himself that it was not worth interfering, because it could only get in the way. And suddenly, a ringing, almost deafening sound sounded in Un's ears. The sound came from the chamber where the Emperor was. It was the erratic rhythm of the young princess's pip, which indicated that something clearly did not go according to plan. Without hesitation, Un opens the door. There was no time left for thinking. He didn't know what exactly was waiting for him, but he was sure. His presence here was necessary. When he entered the hall, an incredible picture opened before him. Everyone present was focused on conveying an aura of power to the Emperor. Among them, Un saw even his old acquaintance, Bin Sol. The atmosphere was permeated with a strong energy that literally compressed the air. The center of attention was a young princess playing her pipa. But her tune was restless. She clearly couldn't fully concentrate. If this continues, dire consequences can follow. Treatment will become impossible, and all efforts will have to be considered futile. Feeling a huge responsibility, Un understands. He must act. He can't let it all end. Reaching out, he looks for a way to help. But before him appears the Empress, who swore that no matter what, she, as the Ice Empress of the Sea, would not leave the owner. "If you're going to hurt him, you're going to have to go through me first," she said. But Un is not going to do this at all. He came to help and protect the Emperor. Drawing his sword, he concentrated deeply. An incredible aura began to emanate from his body, which filled the entire room. Un's focused gaze said only one thing. He was ready to act. Meanwhile, the 12 servants of the North Sea, who were supposed to contain the energy fluctuations, stood confused in indecision. The young princess continued to play the pipe, trying to keep the room from collapsing. But her efforts seemed futile in this situation. The young princess could not foresee such a development of events, and asked herself, why did it happen? The ice crystals around the maids' necks began to resonate, emitting strange sounds. This was due to the simultaneous release of their stored power, which could result in an explosion. Un realizes that he can't just destroy these crystals. It's too risky. The crystals become colder and colder, accumulating an incredible amount of energy. A huge whirlwind, as if absorbing everything around, takes away the inner strength of the maids. It must be stopped without a single direct hit. Compared to the hurricane of energy, Una's sword only glowed a faint light, but that was enough for him. At this point, Un prepares to act. He decides to merge with the flow of energy and harmonize it. Its purpose is to restore balance in the room. Un is looking for the key that will allow him to do this. With a swing of his sword, he pierces space like a wave in water. This is not a struggle against the movement, but an attempt to dissipate the internal energy of the flow. Its movements resemble a smooth flow of water, or a light breath of wind that floats through time. Using his second style, floating sword, he moves slowly but surely without stopping. The Ice Empress feels an incredible aura nearby, which unexpectedly chills and seems to break her will. Now you can't lose this chance. It's their only moment. At that moment, a bright flame like a star fills the room. This energy, collected in a flow, is directed into the Emperor's body. Holding his sword, the young master did his best to stabilize the situation. However, these movements exhausted him, and he felt very tired. His efforts were not in vain. The melody became more stable, and the maids were able to successfully control the cold. He was able to find the center of the flow and minimize its impact. It was risky, but he was glad that everything worked out. By the way, this sword does not create resistance or knockback and is possibly as legendary as the setting sun. Everything seemed to end well, but the Ice Empress appears behind him. She wonders how the boy managed to do this and admits that she misunderstood him at the time, apologizing for it. Un only replied that everything was fine, but the Empress still felt guilty and thanked him. Now she was in his debt again. However, Un understood what again meant when she became his debtor. As she passed by, the Empress radiated an incredible aura that left him in awe. Meanwhile, the Emperor lay in his bed without any sign of life. The Empress watched him carefully all this time. Un noticed that her eyes were filled with sadness as she looked at the Emperor. At that moment, a strange realization came to him. He felt an incredible movement nearby which alarmed him. Strictly ordering no one to leave the room, he warned everyone to wait for him here. Un rushed forward to check what was going on. There, he saw that his friend, Doc Go, was not at the designated location, which meant that something had happened to him. We move to the moment that happened a little earlier. The young master Doc Go fought against an endless stream of enemies. Although there were many of them, his strength far exceeded theirs. His aura and the piercing gaze of a martial artist were unmatched. He swung his sword whenever he saw an enemy nearby. All of them flew in different directions, without any chance of pardon. Soon the fog and chaos of battle dissipated, and the enemy lay on the ground. Doc Guo sheathed his trusty sword and carefully surveyed the surroundings. But suddenly he felt the presence of a warrior behind him, who, coughing, was still on his feet and called him a monster. This man explained that all young masters are like him. Doc Guo noticed that it was the captain of the Ice Emperor's guard, and now it was clear why the battle marks were hidden. The man stated that it was unbelievable, and couldn't believe that people like Doc Go really existed. He suggested that maybe Doc Go was the heir to the divine sword. But how did he manage to wield the sword so skillfully? Doc Guo explained that there were times when he did not know which path to choose and what to do next. But at that moment, the young master Un showed him the right path he should follow. Because of this, even if he is not a skilled servant, he cannot betray this choice. Then the guard understood what it meant to be the heir to the divine sword. However, he also felt regret, because this moment was the end of the story for him. But Doc Go could see that he was just wasting time. Doc Go promises him that he will smell gunpowder ahead of him on his journey as he moves towards his goal. Hearing these words, the guard only smiled, as if he had been expecting this for a long time. He took the dynamite out of his pocket and told Doc Go that he was late. But the young master's sword flashed past his neck. This caused the enemy to freeze halfway to implementing their plan. However, at this moment, Doc Go went a bit overboard. His blow accidentally cut through a smoke grenade containing dynamite, which immediately ignited. The spark caused a massive explosion, creating chaos all around. The whole place was filled with chaotic destruction and smoke. Doc Gu miraculously survived this explosion. But a little more, and he could be seriously damaged. Surveying the aftermath of the battle, he narrowly escaped by jumping to a safe distance. If he hadn't used his sword energy to block the explosion, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Fortunately, it was only one bomb, and the passageway was able to avoid collapsing. Anyway, the danger is no longer there, and Doc Go decides to go back. But as he walked on, he noticed that something had happened. His hands began to shake as he heard his master's familiar voice. Unexcited, ran down the corridor and shouted, "Doc Go, how are you?" When the young master saw his friend whole and unharmed, his heart sank. He couldn't even realize how much he had fooled himself into thinking that Go was no longer alive. But Go reassured him, asking him not to worry and not to exaggerate. Wong was happy about this, and said that as soon as he had a chance, Go should go to the hospital. Wong realized how scared he was for his friend, because Go had become an extremely important person to him. He understood that this character changed his life. Together they went to the office where the Emperor was. As soon as the door opened in front of them, saw the Emperor rise from his bed. The young princess looked at him with hopeful eyes. The Emperor himself also looked intently at as if seeing him for the first time, as a stranger. The corridor filled with servants was full of respect as walked forward. Everyone wanted to pay tribute to the young hero. The Emperor declared, "If I'm not mistaken, you are the heir to the name of the divine sword." Explained that this was not the case at all, and that he had not even accepted Setting Sun yet. This immediately clarified the situation, although it was surprising. Perhaps the holy sword had also lost its former power. The Emperor said thoughtfully that he felt old because these new circumstances made him doubt himself. "If you are to inherit this sword, then prove yourself worthy of it," he added. These words surprised and everyone present. Everyone who was nearby looked at what was happening with interest. After all, they all made great efforts to return this legendary sword. But interrupted the Emperor, saying that he wanted to demonstrate something. Everyone held their breath trying to figure out what he meant. Suddenly, threw his sword at his feet, stunning everyone. Everyone understood. Even the cloth-wrapped sword was exactly what everyone had guessed. In this situation, it was logical to get only one sword. Sword of the North Sea, Setting Sun. The Emperor had not seen him for a long time. But why did the young man decide to do so now? Slowly reached for the hilt to open the sword. The young princess, fearing a trick, tried to stop him. She was ready to use all her strength to divert his intentions. Everyone around them froze, watching him reach for his sword. Only one question hung in the air. Why did he decide to draw his sword? But when drew his sword, it became obvious that the setting sun had no blade. The Emperor asked what this meant, and where the blade of the sword had gone. Explained that he didn't have an answer to that question yet. But the blade disappeared under mysterious circumstances. He said that he had not yet received a blade in the full sense of the word. Handing the hilt to the Emperor, asked to look carefully at the sword. The Emperor looked at the mysterious sword with interest and caution. "If you're not joking, explain in more detail exactly what happened," said the Emperor. "There was a problem with the North Sea treasure, but why did it happen the way it did?" Said that during his travels in the North Sea, he regularly trained with this sword. But one day, during training, a strange world escaped from the sword, and the blade simply disappeared. The Emperor listened attentively to his story and even heard confirmation from the young princess, who also witnessed this event. The light that erupted from the sword was so bright that they couldn't tell if it was a feature of the setting sun. Perhaps it was this dawn-like light that made even Bin's soul tremble. The Emperor, thinking, uttered one word. "Light." He asked if there had been any particular changes before the blade disappeared. Recalled that he once thought the changes were an illusion, but was told that this was only the beginning. For the first time, the blade glowed with a blue light deep like seawater, yet transparent at the same time. Then this light became even brighter, if he remembered everything correctly. Scratching his beard, the Emperor was deep in thought. At that moment, he felt the watchful gaze of the young princess on him. "If this is fate, then nothing can be changed," said the Emperor, placing the hilt of his sword in front of him. He thanked Yoon for helping not only the maids and the princess, but also the Emperor himself to return to life. The Emperor pointed out that should not be modest. His efforts had not only saved the Emperor, but many others as well. Although the Empress found herself in a difficult position because of these events. Hearing the words of thanks, forgot for a moment about the conversation about the missing blade. But for him, fulfilling his duty is the moral principle of a true warrior, and he did not expect rewards. He refused to take credit for doing what he thought was right. The Emperor, smiling, declared that would become a close friend of the North Sea. It didn't sound like an offer, but a request that had never heard before in his life. In terms of rank, this meant that he could be at the level of an elder or a defender. Although it was only a title with no real power, the name Blue Wolf of the North Sea would be prominent in any of his travels. The name he will receive will never go unnoticed on his way. Blue Wolf sounded interesting and mysterious, but understood the clarity and importance of this title. From the anxious look of the Empress, it was clear that this decision carried enormous weight. And the shock on the pale face of the young princess confirmed how surprising it was. The Emperor repeated once again, "This name does not give real power, only some privileges that allow you to avoid certain inconvenient rules. But they are not too significant. Unthanked for such an honor. But when he looked at the young princess, he noticed her displeased face. She was angry. In her opinion, was simply reckless because he refused such a title. The emperor asked him not to hurry with the decision because he had not yet said one important detail. If you become the Blue Wolf, the wise protector who came from the border of heaven and earth, the relationship between the Northern Sea and the Murong Union could change significantly, the emperor added. No one from the North Sea will tolerate the use of friendship or assistance for personal gain, he said with seriousness in his voice. Remembered the advice that the divine monk had once given him, and thought about the emperor's words. At that moment, the divine monk said, "Just live a good life, share food and warmth with the people of the North Sea. This will be enough for greetings." Now, noticed that the emperor was calmly reacting to the situation with the setting sun sword. No one will condemn Blue Wolf's actions, even if he chooses to act otherwise. However, the North Sea remains a place where many people suffer due to constant battles, and he must solve these problems on his own. Was prepared for it, but he hoped it wouldn't be a matter of life or death. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when he finally agreed to accept the title. No special responsibilities or tasks are incidentally attached to this title, the emperor confirmed. The only thing you have to remember is that the Blue Wolf is the eternal friend of the North Sea. Felt that the word friend in this context had much more meaning than it seemed, and found no reason to refuse. He gratefully accepted the name, realizing its importance. At that moment, for the first time in a long time, the Ice Emperor stood up from his throne. He asked his children not to help him, wanting to do it himself. Standing on his feet, he felt the force of his return. Addressing the North Sea Blue Wolf, the Emperor said that they still had much to discuss, but he noted that this is all for today, and they will continue the conversation later. The third princess was to escort to his room. She turned to him with the words, "Follow me." Noticed an unfamiliar coldness and aloofness in her tone and gaze, which surprised him. His gaze rested on the setting sun sword. This sword was returned to him. It now belonged to for good. The Emperor personally hands the sword, Setting Sun, into Un's hands. Thanks him profusely while feeling the young princess's watchful eyes on him. Together with his friend, he follows the young lady. They leave the room where the Emperor stays with his Empress. The Empress ponders. The name Blue Wolf seems familiar to her. She mentions that this name belonged to a legendary figure from their myths. But what does the disappearance of the setting sun blade in the rays of light mean? The Emperor explains that it may be related to the eternal ice crystal that exists deep beneath these lands. It is said that this power supports the Ice Palace and Divine Water, protecting these lands. But in reality, it only reflects the experience of the past Ice Emperors, and now has a symbolic meaning, he added. Although she is still young, older generations have always attached great importance to this meaning. She gratefully accepted his words, but understood that he did not reveal the true essence. Perhaps the Emperor is implying that the setting sun was created from the eternal ice crystal. But no one knows for sure, and now it is difficult to say anything for sure. However, the Emperor remembers the words of his ancestor. When the setting sun disappears in the rays of light, the name of the North Sea will spread throughout the world. This made her think because she had heard those words for the first time. The Emperor believes that these words are spoken to show severity to because he has reached a high level, but the setting sun has not undergone any changes. Among his ancestors, only a few people could change the color of the setting sun, and they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. But even so, the color blue, like water, became a real mystery. This made him smile, because no one in history had ever made a sword disappear. Looking at the Empress understood how incredible this was. After all, the Ice Emperor, who had never bowed down even to the divine sword, saw something unusual in this. Now the Emperor, humbly admitting his weaknesses, seemed different than before. It was something incredible. Because the Empress had seen such a thing for the first time in her life. Because of this, the Emperor could not allow to remain an outsider not connected to the North Sea. The rank of Blue Wolf might not be enough. If the wolves' anger were to be awakened, it could be a disaster, because no one in their country would want to see him die because of this sword. But the Empress never contradicted the Emperor's words and always happily complied with his requests. The Emperor understood that she often did not act as he said, but the result was always flawless. In the past, she was unyielding and determined, as always, and now her daughter is also trying to prevent chaos in these lands, following her mother's example. In the Ice Palace, in Un's room, there was a cool atmosphere. The young lady coldly led the hero into the room without saying a word. She silently fulfilled her duty, and only at the end turned to him. Her gesture was reserved but respectful. Unnoticed that she looked annoyed and decided to ask about it directly. When she heard the question, she stopped and thought for a moment. She replied that she had no reason to be angry. You are a wise blue wolf who from the edge of heaven and earth was able to solve a question that no one could solve. Why should I be angry with you? Unexpected such a response and was confused. After all, a simple coincidence made the blade of the setting sun disappear in the moonlight. This incident completely changed the course of history, and at the same time, it allowed to save the life of the Ice Emperor. Still didn't understand why he was given the title of Blue Wolf. He felt that this was not just a coincidence, or a coincidence. But, be that as it may, things happened as they did. Although he did not plan anything and was somewhat confused by the words, the princess asked, "Do you really think there's a point to this? Why does everything always turn out the way you don't expect? We've been working on a plan for so long, and you turn everything complicated into simple, useful into useless, with such ease. Why do you always do this?" she said, obviously annoyed. Understood what she meant, but couldn't understand why she was reacting so emotionally. He gently held out his hand to her. Taking her hand, he looked straight into her eyes and said, "Young princess, you are taking on too much responsibility. You brought me here, escaped persecution, and single-handedly handled the important tasks that pertain to the Ice Emperor's life. Take it as a thank you because no one is threatening you right now. And if you lighten your burden even a little, it will be right." However, hearing these words, the princess turned away from him. She asked to let go of her hand and abruptly broke out of his grasp. Apologized for his rudeness, but it was obvious that the girl was embarrassed. He himself felt embarrassed by this turn of events and simply told her, "Thank you." The princess left quickly, clearly in a hurry, but before she also said, "Thank you," was left thinking, what did she thank me for? It remained a mystery. The village was engulfed in fire and chaos. The flames relentlessly devoured the buildings. The girl silently watched as her house was reduced to ashes. There was no pity or remorse in her eyes, only emptiness. A man approached her and said that this is the payment for what she did, but she couldn't understand. If it was a fee, why didn't he kill her? Why took the lives of everyone else? There, in the midst of the burning, lay the people she knew and the land she lived on. "It's all dirty and disgusting," he said. And that's what he said made him do it. She could not accept his explanation. "What right do you have to kill them?" she shouted. "I can, because I am a man of heaven," he answered. He called himself the master of the Ascension Scriptures, the chosen master of the heavens who defied the heavens themselves. These words sounded so eerie for her that she could not comprehend them. His fist came down on her with unrelenting force. He blamed her for what happened to the village, calling her guilty. In tears, the girl looked at this demonic monster. Suddenly, someone rushed in front of her. It was a child, who begged her to see what would happen next. The woman suddenly smiled and then started laughing like crazy. Her laugh was so strange that it confused even this man. He stopped, wary, not understanding what she was up to. "You call yourself a man of heaven," she said, "but have you recognized your child?" His movements froze for a moment, and a doubt flashed in his eyes. "What does this mean?" The woman, with a note of doom, looked at him as if she had already come to terms with the inevitable. The woman falls down, exhausted from the blows she received. She remains motionless, dead before him, showing no sign of life. The Dark Heaven Emperor realizes that this child may be his own son. A small, frightened boy who could not even do anything when his mother died in front of his eyes caused him shame. He approached the child and asked how old he was. The boy replied, 12. The Heavenly Emperor remembered that it was during this period that he himself left his native home. The boy's gaze reminded him of his own reflection from the past. "Come with me," he offered the child. Left speechless, the boy only trembled, not knowing what to answer. Without waiting for consent, the Emperor grabbed his clothes. He jumped into the sky and flew, taking the boy with him. In the future, this child will be named King Moon. Now he is an adult and self-confident man. One of the servants noticed that his master had returned. He hurried to him and bowed low several times. "Stand up," said the king, emphasizing that there was no need for this. He added that unnecessary ceremony only wastes time. Despite this strictness, his advisor still worried about him. The fact is that the king had not slept for a long time, and the advisor advised him to rest. But the king brushed it off, saying that the counselor was only worrying for nothing because of his habit of overworking. "Isn't it funny that I'm awake?" King Moon said with a laugh. "But the greatest merchant, The person who remained next to the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor only smiled slightly. He still wondered how this man could know so much about writing but not have time to sleep. However, the advisor did not learn anything new from this conversation. In his thoughts, he remembered seeing the king who had become the ruler of earth and sky, the great one who defied the heavens. It was an indisputable fact that the heavens had chosen him as their new master, but one passage from the scriptures about the ascension remained unusual. It spoke of one who walks among the clouds, but hides his wisdom, the sun and the earth among men, and that this time marks the end of martial arts. As the holder of the ascension scripture, the king revealed the hidden secret through martial arts. If the holder of the scripture receives the power of the heavens and the wisdom, he will be the one to challenge the heavens, but this has not yet happened. So he must find the next wielder of the writing. The king remembered his dream, in which this moment was clearly reflected. He pounded on the table and said that this decision cannot be made until everything is clear. Criticism was heard at the Ice Palace Council. The name Blue Wolf to a foreigner sounds like an insult to our soldiers. But another council member noted that the first Blue Wolf was also a foreigner, and there is no law that prohibits the name from being given to foreigners. However, the main problem was not the foreigner, but the fact that the new Blue Wolf was a guest of the third princess. If this becomes known throughout the North Sea, the consequences can be unpredictable. The third princess became a strong candidate for the role of heir to the Ice Palace, and many chiefs supported her. But even with their support, some of the weaker tribes may try to destroy her path, destroying all who stand on her side. And that was not all. The wielder of the divine sword and the new owner of the setting sun had been given the title of Blue Wolf, and was now clearly on the side of the third princess. One of the council members expressed confusion as to why the Ice Emperor made such a decision, while another joked about senility. This failed joke caused a storm of negative emotions, forcing him to be more careful with his statements. According to this joker, the Ice Emperor himself should be careful because he fully supports the princess. Meanwhile, the Black Ice Empress, closing her eyes, left the hall, leaving her decision on the foreigner, who was given the name Blue Wolf. The princess's brother could not stand Cthulhu's words, exploding with anger and hatred. The oldest of those present stopped the argument by raising his hand. It was the first prince who reminded everyone that the time for bickering among themselves had long passed. "What else is left for us to do?" he added, emphasizing the need for a joint solution. "We have to show respect to the Ice Emperor, but Cthulhu's remark also makes sense," he said. The problem was that Blue Wolf was the only one who received the Emperor's direct support. But did he have the right to do so? Then they turned to the High King with the question of how to proceed. In response, he asked about the attack on the Ice Palace and the details of that incident. At that moment, there was nothing to tell. The case remained unsolved. It is only known that the attack was led by the captain of the Ice Emperor's guard. However, everyone suspects that someone else is behind the captain, and this person remains in the shadows for now. It is believed that the hidden leader is waiting for the right moment to take the Ice Emperor's place. At worst, it would lead to war, and the third princess would not let that happen. Some suggest that all this is the idea of the Empress herself. The attack, as well as the treatment, could have been her initiative, because it was at such a moment that the heir to the divine sword, which had its own hidden meaning, appeared. What surprised the first prince was the lack of action against the attacker at that moment. On the contrary, everything pointed to an attempt to hide what had happened. This suggests that everything was planned by the Empress, although at the same time it seems unlikely. However, the third princess also received some benefit. She became the main favorite for the role of the heiress of the Ice Palace. "If we don't break her spirit now, we'll be very sorry," said one of those present, looking at the situation with concern. But how to do this if she is supported by the third Blue Wolf himself? One of the council members stood up and said, "I will check everything myself. The king must take responsibility and find out the whole truth about this Blue Wolf, no matter how tough and dangerous he seems," he added. He was troubled by the thought of what would happen if the third princess could not be broken. The consequences of such a failure could have been dire for everyone. The other, however, had no idea how to do it, because the third princess is supported by the legendary Blue Wolf. Then one of them suddenly announced that he would personally check everything. He was determined to check on Blue Wolf, despite the other's doubts. Attempts were made to dissuade him, but he was known for his steadfastness, defeating Bin Sol and 12 of his servants, and was not about to put himself in danger unnecessarily. Because of this, the elder thought that the boy doubted his reliability. In fact, he wanted to emphasize that without him, their grandiose plan would become unrealistic. The laws of the North Sea command respect for the Blue Wolf, but do not forbid challenging him. Given the first prince's concerns, they decided to check it out. Another leaped up with fervor, fists clenched, declaring that this was what he had been waiting for. There is no need for the Supreme King to intervene. He will destroy the successor of the Divine Sword himself. For some, his enthusiasm seemed very strange. However, even the elder agreed and offered only one condition. This man, known as the Guardian of the North Sea, the Blue Wolf, had an impeccable reputation. Therefore, he asked to act honestly and respectfully. Just as Kabul was about to take the first step, a voice calling his name made him stop. He turned when he heard the appeal to him, which was a request, not to allow defeat and not in any way to create a situation where the grandfather would be forced to draw his sword. If anything goes wrong, the theory of the crystal, which draws its power from the great merchant and martial emperor of the heavens, will collapse. A grandiose plan in the name of the North Sea will disappear like a soap bubble, so victory is needed at any cost. It was worth thinking that even the grandfather himself could be angry because of this. Kabul tried to calm him down, explaining that there was nothing to worry about. The High King will not draw his sword. The Blue Wolf will fall from their hands. Kabul bowed and heard permission to act. Meanwhile, lying on the sofa, the boy was lost in his own thoughts. He could not understand how his sister allowed herself to smile at another man. The fact that she had ignored him for so long infuriated him. At that time, she was standing by the window. Mother, entering the room, opened a beautiful curtain. The daughter bowed before her. The mother, entering, said that she hoped her arrival would not disturb, but the girl thought that she did not care. However, the mother warned that if her daughter openly showed hostility, it would make her enemies wary. She ordered her to always smile charmingly and gracefully. The daughter knew very well that her mother never lost her vigilance. Then she asked her mother what the matter was. The mother suddenly said that she should talk to her lover. The girl blushed at these words. The mother remarked that she did not even remember his name. Is there really someone in her daughter's mind who has affected her thoughts like this? However, the mother wanted to know if her daughter was talking about the great merchant and warrior emperor. I heard a short no in response. After that, she asked that when her daughter talked about it, she would not forget to mention the opportunity to reveal the secret of the sunset by visiting the training team of the former Ice Emperor. The former Ice Emperor's training room, where the eternal water crystal is kept, is strictly off-limits to anyone but the Emperor. But Blue Wolf is an exception. The mother asked if that was enough to interest him, hoping he would have no choice but to follow her daughter and do as ordered. It was a gift to the successor of the Divine Sword, but she believed that she was doing it for the sake of the Blue Wolf, being the Ice Empress. In addition, the Ice Emperor left a clear order. He forbade doing anything that would make him angry. Although the Empress considered these orders meaningless, the daughter still asked her mother, didn't she, as the Ice Empress of the North Sea, swear not to leave the Ice Emperor under any circumstances? And if so, when and to whom did she make this promise? The mother, without answering anything, only silently turned her back to her. Even though the third princess was her daughter, the Ice Empress did not tolerate people asking too many questions. That was her silent answer. The daughter has only one question left. How long will her mother be haunted by the ghosts of the past? But she could not answer that even to herself. Meanwhile, on the street, Secretary Un walked beside the woman, lost in his own thoughts. He came here at the invitation of the young princess, but still did not understand where he was being taken. When the door opened in front of him, his expression changed. Seeing this beauty, he couldn't believe that there was such a place in the Ice Palace. The night scenery was not at all like those he had seen before near the West Station. He looked around, trying to figure out where the young princess was. And suddenly a gentle, melodious sound reached his ears. It was a peep game. He began to spin in place, trying to find the source of the sound. The melody did not stop, gently enveloping his ears, and suddenly his eyes opened wide. A young princess appeared before him, gently running her fingers along the strings of the instrument. Her lips moved gently, barely perceptibly inhaling the cool air. For the first time, Un felt a light blush on his cheeks. If there was a North Sea divinity, it would look like this. The glow of the moon, the waves and sounds of the sea, the cold night wind intertwined with the melody of the pipa, creating a magical atmosphere. All this resembled a pleasant dream that lasted for an eternity. Such feelings reigned in his heart. But suddenly he froze, noticing that the melody suddenly stopped. The young princess said that she had made him wait, though Un was convinced that he was the one who had interrupted her. She admitted that she came here to be alone. Since childhood, watching the North Sea, she forgot all the difficulties, grief, and worries. Playing the pipa, she found peace of mind. Now it was clear why she looked so peaceful. But Un could not understand why her heart was so upset that it needed to be soothed in solitude. He thought about it, but couldn't find the words to express his thoughts. At this point, she asked him why he didn't accuse her of cheating on him. A small smile appeared on his face, because he couldn't even remember a time when she had cheated on him. But the girl meant something else. It is not necessary to use words to deceive. Sometimes silence can be enough. She even gave an example. He came to the North Sea because she asked the divine monk and he sent him here. The secretary immediately understood that everything was just like that. However, he was not upset at all. On the contrary, he felt a little funny when he remembered the irritation on the divine monk's face. "It was my decision to come here," said Un. The young princess added that she had not told him about the attack on the Ice Emperor, nor about the fact that he would have to be guarded. But this did not discourage him, because even knowing all this in advance, he would not have changed his decision. Hearing these words, the girl laughed a gentle, melodious laugh. When she called him a good man, Un finally blushed. "The Battle Emperor is the great creator's sword," she suddenly said. At these words, Un's expression changed dramatically. "Traitor? Doesn't that usually mean a high-ranking Taoist person, but also the Great One?" They both arrived in the North Sea, presenting their skills. The merchant held out his hand. He transferred his martial arts and asked the North Sea to support his rebellion. Without waiting for an answer, he handed over his martial arts and left. From that day on, the Northern Sea was divided into southern and northern factions, including the young princesses. However, with the appearance of the Blue Wolf, this chaos was soon to subside. There was no one in the North Sea who could stand up to him. Un became a real hope for them and had to be ready for two challenges. First, the leaders of the southern faction were not going to give up without a fight, and would definitely challenge. Second, the wrath of the great merchant would fall upon him for ruining his plan. The secretary, although he did not know the details of this plan, was impressed by the title of Great Merchant. Then he asked the young princess if she belonged to the northern faction. Her answer was simple. She is always on the side of profit. However, the eligibility criteria can vary significantly. The secretary himself understood that people always have different opinions, and there is no universal solution that would satisfy everyone. He decided to support the position of the southern princess. Under the moonlight, he directly told the young princess about it. She didn't understand why he was so nice to her, but she was the one who told him about it, and it was valuable to him. All the more he trusted her choice. Although these words could seem like empty flattery aimed at winning the favor of the beautiful princess, at that moment she turned away from him. She advised him to ask the Ice Emperor for permission to enter the former emperor's training room. If he gets there, he might discover the true secret of the sunset. He didn't understand how he could walk into the training room so unceremoniously, but the princess reminded him that he was a blue wolf. She suddenly threw the sword into his hands. Although the sword was unique, he had a strange feeling as if this sword was already familiar to him. The princess said that this sword was given to her by the Ice Emperor, and it was handed down in the Ice Palace from generation to generation. She thought she didn't deserve him anyway, and she called it her forgiveness. The reason for this gesture was her reveal as the Ice Empress during the banquet. Blue Wolf believed that he could not accept such a gift, but the girl insisted that he take the sword, and added that it would be enough for her if every time he looked at this sword he remembered her. He did not understand why she was talking as if she had already given up, but suddenly he felt something strange. The Blue Wolf realized that someone was approaching and decided that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The princess assured that everything was fine. The approaching man came to meet her. Seeing this young man, the secretary could not understand who he was. "It is an honor to meet the successor of the divine sword," said the stranger. He was the first prince of the North Sea Ice Palace. Judging by the tense atmosphere, it was clear that he was competing with the third princess, and even the Blue Wolf noticed it. The first prince turned to the third princess, asking to be alone with her. Blue Wolf, worried about leaving them together, decided to check with the princess if everything was really all right. However, she confidently replied that as long as he remembered her name, she would be fine. Their eyes crossed, as if in silent understanding. Un turned to the princess and said it was time for him to go. He headed for the exit, which was a little higher. Thus he left them alone. The princess held a musical instrument in her hands, and suddenly her fingers began to slide over the strings, creating a magical melody. The first prince couldn't tell if she had invited him just to show off her playing on the instrument. If he thought so, she didn't mind leaving him in that illusion. "Although I promised that my heart and that of the Ice Empress would be yours alone, in the end you cannot possess it," he said. She was surprised. Should an older brother say such words to his younger sister? He hesitated, whether she guessed that she was not her father's own daughter. But the girl was far from stupid. Even the rumors involving the Ice Empress take on a completely different meaning. She was able to deceive not only the North Sea, but also the whole world. That's what he said. And she replied that even if the rumors were true, only the Ice Emperor would always be her father. Unfortunately, because of this, she will not be able to become their Ice Empress. Then he remarked that she would still regret it, and he warned, if anyone but him remembers her name, that person will surely die, and she will be condemned to watch this death. The girl just laughed lightly and started playing the instrument again. She replied that if that happened, she would gladly meet death with someone who knew her name. And it is not at all a fact that this will be the first prince. A gentle breeze enveloped everything around, and she said she wanted to be alone, asking him to leave. Returning, he decided to tell her something else important. If you tried to make me angry, you succeeded too much, he said. But she didn't seem to care. She just looked at him calmly. The next day, Blue Wolf and another girl were riding on horses. He still couldn't believe that the Ice Emperor had given permission to enter the training room so easily. And yet the title of Blue Wolf carried enormous weight. The ice spirit that was there was known as the Eternal Ice Crystal. Suddenly, sitting on their horses, they saw something ahead. Is this the former Ice Emperor's training room? Flashed through his head. No trees, no grass, only harsh stone blocks. But suddenly a loud voice was heard. Who are you? 3 men stood among the stones. These were elders who devoted their lives to protecting the traditions of the North Sea. The girl approached the elders and quietly said that this young man had come to ask to be shown the western sun. Blue Wolf came over and handed his sword to one of them. The mustachioed elder examined the sword carefully. The girl added, he says he'll guide you, so follow him. They all moved forward together. However, the secretary was filled with a strange feeling. The Ice Emperor assured them that they would be happy to see the setting sun, but their faces did not look happy at all. Suddenly, one of the elders turned to the girl, demanding that she leave. The girl calmly explained, the Ice Emperor said to wait, and the situation is now as unclear as possible. How much more will you tell me? Said the gray-bearded man, looking down on her. She couldn't ignore an order issued by the Ice Emperor himself, no matter how strict it was. But Elder Tse only took it as empty words. He seemed indifferent and simply asked her to stop. One of those present intervened, remarking that he would speak to the Emperor and urged the girl to return back. Hearing his calm tone, she hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and headed in the other direction. Even the Ice Emperor himself was aware that the elders did not recognize his authority, and they knew it too. They did not understand at all how they could allow the name of the Blue Wolf to go to a foreigner. The elders recalled how the divine sword had arrived in the North Sea in their youth, and they were all young and inexperienced. Both were sure that the name Blue Wolf should never be used for political purposes. They also concluded that the Ice Emperor's decision was wrong, and the High King had the right to challenge the Blue Wolf according to tradition. Wasting no time, they decided to inform the High King immediately. However, their cooperation with the Emperor was to end there. The decision to act was made instantly. The gray-bearded elder pushed off the ground and rose rapidly into the air. The second considered it the right decision, but deep in his soul he could not get rid of anxiety. Meanwhile, the secretary was already standing right in front of the door. He looked at this place and could not realize that he was finally here. Suddenly, the elder who had come with him suddenly turned around and began to walk away in silence. Why did the Ice Emperor say that they would be happy to see the setting sun? There was not even a hint of joy in the expressions on their faces. It was indeed the former Ice Emperor's training room, although it didn't seem very spacious. It is probably located deep underground. Blue Wolf decided to enter, opening the massive door. The stairs down were surprisingly steep, forcing him to tread carefully. A strong, icy wind was blowing from below, and now it was clear why the door was covered in ice. It was strange that there was a cave very close to the palace, the atmosphere of which caused an unpleasant chill and anxiety, as if a predator was about to appear. Each of his exhalations turned into clouds of steam that hung thickly in the air. Gradually, his eyes got used to the darkness, and the space around him began to seem brighter. He hoped he wouldn't have to go too deep, because the way back to the palace down those stairs seemed too tiring. After some time, he had advanced quite far into the cave. There, he saw a huge door that amazed him with its appearance. Judging by the familiar patterns and shape of the door, this was exactly the place. As soon as he touched the icy handle, he instantly felt a piercing cold that seemed to penetrate his skin. He gathered his strength, tried again, but the door wouldn't budge. Are they really that hard? No matter what he did, pulling or pushing, the door remained motionless. Suddenly it became even colder, and the icy air pierced through him. He looked down at his hand and saw it start to glow blue. Surprisingly, the feeling of cold disappeared, as if his body could no longer perceive the cold. Then he remembered, as soon as you accumulate enough internal energy, you stop feeling both cold and heat. He wondered why he hadn't even tried to use his inner strength before. Closing his eyes, he raised his hands in front of him, concentrating, and began to prepare for another attempt. He pushed the door that finally gave way, and took a few determined steps inside. What he saw there made him wide-eyed with delight. Before him stood the Ice Spirit, the embodiment of the eternal ice crystal. His gaze lingered on the many pieces of debris around him. Were they all ice crystals as well? In other words, other than impressive, there was plenty of time to choose. He confidently headed forward. How could something so big be hidden underground? Perhaps this is only a part. The other is hidden behind the ceiling. At that moment, he felt the faint but distinct cry of the sword, echoing somewhere in his heart. Where does this sound come from? None of the swords on his back, neither the Morning Lightbringer nor the wooden sword, made that echo. Then it became clear. This missing blade of the West Sun was giving a sign. My God, he only managed to say when the puzzles began to form a single picture. Not only the West Sun blade, but also that huge eternal ice crystal wept, as if echoing the sword. The sounds were so loud that he had to cover his ears with his hands to drown them out. The cry echoed both outside and inside, piercing him so strongly that it seemed his head was about to explode. His whole body, no, even his essence began to tremble. If you can't control your power, it will control you, and it will destroy you. These words were once spoken to him by a very important person. He also mentioned another piece of advice. The choice is yours to control, or let this force eat you from the inside out. And now everything became clear. Now he realized that he knew how to act, because he had already gone through many trials in his life. He put his hand forward and a glowing blue sword appeared from it. With that sword, he began to circle under the crystal, making complex but confident movements. At this time, Yahello was standing by the window, admiring the beauty outside the palace. Rand stood behind him with an irritated expression on his face, clearly displeased. Yahello couldn't figure out what to do when Secretary Un walked into the training room without saying a word. He tried several times to make friends with the maids, but something clearly went wrong. At that moment, a girl with a frightened look runs into the room. She hurried to report that Secretary Un was in danger. Both boys tensed, trying to figure out what was going on. The girl then explained that her sister had given her this message. The secretary was in danger and needed immediate action. She offered to go with them since they didn't even know where to go. Ran went first, the girl followed, and Yahello, barely holding his things in his hands, ran after them, trying to catch up with them. After some time, they reached the place where they were going. They arrived there on horses, which carried them with incredible speed. Yahello decided to ask the 12th princess if they had definitely arrived where they needed to go, because there was nothing suspicious around. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, the elders appeared before them. They stopped them and reminded the 12th princess that she was strictly forbidden to come here. However, she calmly explained that she had only come to meet the Blue Wolf. She assured him that she had no intention of violating their boundaries and asked not to worry. Then she inquired of the elder if her presence did not burden them, to which he, maintaining a calm and steadfast expression on his face, looked intently at her. One of the elders sharply pointed out that the 12th princess had no right to insult them. Insult? How can I do this to the elders? Your reaction to my simple question only surprised me, she replied calmly. At this moment, Secretary Un didn't quite understand what was going on, but the 12th princess's spirit seemed indomitable. He suddenly realized that all this time he had only seen her as a child, and it struck him. Yahello looked around in confusion, trying to figure out what kind of place this was. A training room or something else entirely. Suddenly, stones began to fall to the ground, creating a loud rumble. All the boys froze, not knowing what to do next. Their attention was drawn to the flags flying high in the air. The flags were held by horsemen who were rapidly approaching them. The princess urged the boys to stand by her, ready for a possible conflict. Yahello probably didn't quite understand her words because he decided to stand behind her instead of next to her. She sharply ordered them to retreat immediately and get out of here. She also explained that their purpose here is to protect this place from uninvited guests. At this moment, the three elders already knew what they were going to say. They emphasized that the laws of the North Sea have no exceptions. The rules are the same for everyone, without any privileges. The princess was glad to hear, especially because the elders would tell them the same thing they had told her before. At this moment, one of the cavalrymen raised his hand, attracting attention. It was a rider sitting proudly on his horse, looking stern and confident. His gaze coldly slid over everyone who stood before him, appraising them. Rand stood steadfast, his spirit as sharp as a blade. Yahello, on the contrary, looked completely different, as if he was a stranger in this place. The warriors quickly realized that these people belonged to the Murong Union and had come with the successor of the divine sword. Suddenly, the princess spoke loudly to them, asking if they had forgotten the etiquette of greeting her. Her words were addressed to High King Pa Yang Tu, whom she immediately recognized. The Supreme King did not see the 12th princess as someone who had the right to demand etiquette from him. However, she reminded him that her title was officially granted by the laws of the North Sea. Her indignation was so strong that she unconsciously clenched her tender fist. Pa Yang Tu looked down and noticed this gesture. In a moment, several warriors jumped nimbly from their horses in a show of respect. They stood directly in front of the princess, as did the High King. Putting their hands on their hearts, the soldiers saluted and congratulated the princess. She smiled slightly and thanked them for their respect. After that, the High King asked the princess and her companions to temporarily leave the place. But the princess wondered why the incomparable Supreme King avoided her gaze. "I'm not avoiding," he replied. "This offer is made solely for your safety." After thanking you for your concern, she firmly stated that she had no intention of leaving. She ordered her companions to stay close and not leave no matter what happened. The princess explained to the king, "Because she is a princess, being in this restricted area obliges everyone to stay put. If they leave, Secretary Yoon will have to fight alone." Ran categorically did not agree to retreat. Meanwhile, Jagal carefully assessed the situation and noticed that about 52 opponents had arrived. He was ready to use everything in his arsenal if necessary. Secretary Un continued his fluid movements around the crystal, deepening his concentration. His consciousness began to shift to another space. He saw vivid memories like frames unfolding before his eyes. In front of him stood a young man who danced with a sword under the gusts of a strong wind blowing autumn leaves. The young man skillfully handled the sword. His movements were precise and elegant. Suddenly a sound sounded in the secretary's head, causing him to inhale sharply through his mouth and open his eyes. He realized now that he had been unconscious, but he couldn't tell how long it had lasted. He looked down at his hands, which felt as if they had just engaged in a fierce battle. Then he gently touched his hair, checking to see if everything was okay. Even checked his ears to make sure they were in place. But he still could not understand what kind of amazing sword dance that appeared before his eyes. The dance was so beautiful and at the same time familiar that it felt a deep longing. Then the secretary approached the ice spirit and asked, "Is this sword dance your memories given to me?" He even dared to reach out to the crystal. Closing his eyes, he felt an incredible coldness, and at the same time a great power emanating from him. It was the kind of power that not even the 5 divine rulers, nor the Imperial Guard, nor even the million-strong army of the Empire could stop. This power was the secret of the West Sun that disappeared within him. The West Sun sword was the key to awakening the power of the Eternal Ice Crystal. What's more, he was the key to awakening the Eternal Ice Spirit himself. But this power cannot be possessed by one person. No matter how hard someone wants to get drunk, they cannot drink the entire North Sea. Pity can destroy even the strongest vessel. The real power to which he should aspire is himself, his soul, which does not obey external influences. He quickly realized this and went to the door. On his way out, he turned to the ice spirit, saying only, "See you soon." After that, he closed the door behind him and moved on. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the street was becoming more and more tense. Jagal hoped to see the 3rd princess, but the girl said that she would not come. The little girl said this right in front of the warrior, who heard everything. What's more, she added, it didn't matter if they understood Southern, because the secretary, Blue Wolf, would be here soon. Her words inspired hope, but Jagal remained restless for some reason. The Blue Wolf, protector of the North Sea, is unbreakable. Even the High King with 3 warriors and 12 chieftains would not be able to frighten him. The princess stated this firmly to the High King's face, emphasizing the Blue Wolf's invincibility. Jagal could no longer sit idly by with his hands folded. Suddenly, he noticed something in front of him. The cavalry standing nearby saw the same thing. This was the hostility that Jagal sensed, and he leaned towards the princess to warn her of it. At this moment, the elders turned their heads sharply. In front of them stood the secretary with an unmoved and calm expression on his face. He noticed everyone, his companions, the princess, his friends, and even smiled. But he still couldn't understand why they were all here. The elders were surprised. How could the secretary get so close without being noticed? Did he literally dissolve into thin air? The secretary, coming closer, calmly asked what was happening here. The 12th princess spoke loudly to the cavalry, translating his words. Blue Wolf asks, "Who are you?" The High King stepped forward, introduced himself, and gave his name. He also asked the secretary if he was indeed the successor of the Divine Sword, and a claimant to the name Blue Wolf. The 12th princess, wasting no time, translated his every word. The secretary, blushing a little, coughed into his fist, but answered with a short yes. Then the princess, pointing to him with her hand, announced that he was the Blue Wolf. She reminded that according to the laws of the North Sea, it should be shown due respect. The High King quickly realized that the princess added it herself, but still did not object. He admitted that the rank of Blue Wolf did require an appropriate attitude. Jagal was indignant all this time, scolding the princess for a long monologue, because it was possible to answer much shorter. But their dispute ended when the king drew attention to himself. The king remarked that he was willing to show respect if the secretary was indeed a true Blue Wolf. The princess explained that he was proposing a duel and called out his name, adding that they were facing the High King as the secretary hadn't realized that yet. The secretary understood what had led up to this moment. The Ice Emperor warned that there would definitely be someone who would challenge him. However, he did not expect that more than 50 cavalrymen would be involved. Despite this, he felt neither fear nor excitement. It was nothing compared to the scene shown by the eternal ice crystal. "If that's what you really want, I agree," Un calmly replied. The princess translated his words and, waving her finger, beckoned the king to come closer. This gesture infuriated the cavalryman. How dare she treat the High King like that? "What's the matter? Are you angry?" "Even if Blue Wolf thinks you're worthy, I don't," the princess pointed out sharply. Her words were heard because the cavalry allowed themselves to show contempt for the Blue Wolf. She reminded him that the laws of the North Sea demanded boundless respect for the Blue Wolf, and even the High King intended to abide by those rules if Un really turned out to be one. Jagal considered asking the secretary to leave before the situation reached a critical point. But Un was convinced that everything was under control because sooner or later that moment would come. In addition, he himself was interested in trying his hand at it. Rand supported him, assuring him that everything would be fine. Moreover, he leaned over to the secretary and added in a whisper that he himself could not wait to draw his sword. Then Rand understood the secretary's determination and intentions. Jagal, however, remained doubtful, considering the situation incomprehensible. Even if Un was the recipient of the divine sword, could he single-handedly withstand such a challenge? The High King stood by his horse and expressed his respect for the secretary's courage. After that, he began to mount his horse, preparing for action. He raised his hand in a commanding gesture. His army was instantly lined up behind him, ready to be ordered. Un handed the 2 swords to Ran, asking him to hold them for a while. Ran responded by wishing him back safe and sound. A slight charming smile appeared on the secretary's face. If the Ice Palace of the North Sea has 12 handmaidens, the Supreme King has 12 chieftains, the pillars that hold the future of the North Sea. The High King, sitting on his horse, loudly reminded them of their mission, and urged them to ask the Blue Wolf for anything they needed. The soldiers quickly gathered in a column and began to move forward. Jagal almost fainted when he saw the 4 horsemen charging. Pa Yang too thought that if Un was indeed a Blue Wolf, then this must be an elementary task for him. But the secretary unexpectedly suggested that everyone attack at the same time. This statement stunned even the High King, causing him to be confused for a moment. The 12th princess translated the secretary's words, explaining that he was allowing them to advance with full force at the same time. For the king, this seemed incredible audacity. He sarcastically remarked that even all 12 chiefs would not be able to handle him. However, they may have misunderstood. The secretary repeated his point. He wanted absolutely everyone to attack at the same time. At that moment, even the princess thought he had lost his mind. But he just calmly smiled at her. The secretary asked the princess to translate his words, bringing them clearly to everyone. The girl was a little scared and even closed her eyes for a moment, but still translated almost verbatim. "You want to test me with just a dozen chieftains? That's ridiculous. If you really want to fight me, then attack all together." The insolence of the secretary was unheard of. Even the legendary first Blue Wolf did not allow himself such a lofty tone. One of the chiefs approached the king and asked permission to carry out this order. The king, without hesitation, ordered to start the attack. All 12 chiefs started moving straight at the secretary. The king cheered them on, encouraging them to test the receiver of the divine sword. The secretary, however, did not understand why only 12 chiefs were attacking, although he had called on all. "This is going to be difficult," he thought, remembering the scene he saw in the eternal ice crystal. In such a situation, he decided to use another option. He took out his sword and got into his familiar fighting stance. "This arrogant southerner is digging his own grave," thought the king. "It's a pity that not everyone can attack and trample him at the same time, but the result will be the same." The elite among the elite, 12 chiefs trained in martial arts like true masters of the arms trade, were sure the secretary would die here and now. The king once again raised his voice, repeating the command, "Advance." All the chieftains rushed at him at the same time, raising clouds of dust with their horses' hooves. The weapons in their hands were shining, and the sharp spears were aimed straight at Un. Un began to spin around in a movement that seemed smooth and controlled. This move momentarily confused the closest opponent, who forgot what to do next. He came within a dangerously short distance of Un, and saw a bright blue glow enveloping the boy. In the next moment, the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword met with jewel-like precision. In front of the cavalryman, only the image of a tumbling boy, moving at an incredible speed, flashed. One light touch of the tip of the sword to the tip of the spear was enough for Un, now Blue Wolf, to throw his opponent off his horse, even flipping his horse's giant body. He swung his sword and the riders flew back as if caught by an invisible wave. Without delay, they aimed their weapons at him again. But Un was already waiting, holding his sword tightly, ready for another onslaught. A few precise practice movements allowed him to neutralize another attack. Now before him lay overturned horses and fallen riders. The 12th princess and Jagal stared at this in silence, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Ran was in complete shock, unable to believe how easily the secretary had pulled it off. Repelling the power of galloping horses? This is an extremely rare technique. This thought made him tremble with delight. Jagal, standing nearby, couldn't help but shout, "This is incredible! This is a rare technique." A thought flashed through his mind. This level can only be reached by mastering the Wudan school's primordial sword of wisdom. Meanwhile, the downed warriors tried to get up, but their trembling hands and weak legs prevented them from doing so. They did not understand what had happened. The movement of the sword seemed slow to them, but the consequences were devastating. The secretary merely touched the tip of the sword to the tip of the spear. And at that moment, a gentle wind blew, and the earth changed places with the sky. How did he do it? This question filled the thoughts of every cavalryman. The High King was also impressed, because the boy repelled the attack of 12 chieftains with a single blow. This is truly someone who deserves the name of the divine sword, thought the king. Now it became clear why the Ice Emperor chose him as the Blue Wolf. Despite what he had just accomplished, Un was not even panting. He stood calmly, holding the sword in his hands, and was already thinking about what he had managed to do. The High King, stuttering, turned to him. He admitted his mistake, but before he could finish, one of his men standing behind asked him to wait. This warrior reminded the king that there were still those left who could test the secretary, but the king firmly replied that it no longer made sense. However, the persistent man convinced that it was impossible to stop there, and that the matter would not end that way. In the end, the king went out to the army and ordered to check whether the secretary was lying and what his true power was. The king could not understand the motives of the first prince who had initiated it. He explained that they had the right to check the secretary and could not immediately accept him without doubt. The king, however, took this as a refusal, because it was none of his business from the beginning. Suddenly, the first prince began to shout loudly, ordering the troops to attack. Several dozen cavalrymen charged straight at the secretary, kicking up dust with their hooves and pointing their weapons in his direction. Their attack was to test if he was truly worthy of bearing the name Blue Wolf. The king, standing on his horse, threw a harsh word at the prince. "Traitor." The king revealed the essence of the fact that the first prince, having bribed the soldiers by deception, sent them to their inevitable death. He reminded that these soldiers were his brothers who had passed through the battlefields with him. And now, at that moment, the king said to him, "You are no longer a warrior." Cabal replied, "I will pay for this sin later with my death." Suddenly, a mysterious purple wave, full of incomprehensible energy, appeared above everyone, but the king perfectly understood what it was. This was the power Blue Wolf generated as he held his sword and raised it to the sky. Un saw the warriors rushing towards him and knew it was time to act decisively. He applied the sword art he had seen in the eternal ice crystal before. It was the true form of the Way of the Sword, which had only appeared before in the swords of Bin Hong and Win Sol. The sword of the North Sea was indeed worthy of being called the beginning of the sword dance. At that moment, the image of the setting sun shone brightly in Un's mind, and the power of the eternal ice crystal resonated within him. Perhaps this power was not as overwhelming as in the vision, but it was still sufficient for action. Un said to himself that it was time to act, and he made the decision without hesitation. Turning to the ice spirit in his mind, he swung his sword, and it happened. The soldiers saw before them a picture of Judgment Day, realizing that they had no chance. Their teeth were gritted with the terror that gripped their bodies. The fear was so strong that a warm yellow liquid ran down the legs of some warriors. For a moment it seemed to them that the attack had passed, leaving them unharmed. But it was only an illusion, and the real blow moved immediately behind it, like an inevitable wave. Again they began to be blown right off the horses, and the riders fell to the ground. They ended up on the ground, covered in clouds of dust. Only groans echoed in the air, and their bodies trembled terribly. Even the horses looked stunned. What to say about Blue Wolf's friends who watched this scene with deep shock? The first prince found himself in an extremely uncomfortable position, which could hardly be called favorable. Blue Wolf proved his unsurpassed strength even in front of the elders. He merely brushed the dust off his sword as he completed the attack. As he had suspected, this power was beyond the reach of ordinary people. His thoughts were confirmed. It wasn't so much a sword technique or a martial art, as it was the immense energy of the ice spirit pouring through his sword. A colossal force, similar to a sea storm, swept away all the energy of the opponents. No matter how strong the warriors were, no matter how hardy the horses of the North Sea were, they were all losing strength. The problem was that the inner energy of the defender himself was also depleted along with the attack. Suddenly, the 12th princess noticed some movement next to her. She shouted loudly to the clerk, warning him to be careful. Ran, noticing Un starting to fall, quickly ran over and supported him. It would be great if the eternal ice crystal forewarned this to happen, Ran thought as he looked at the exhausted Un. The secretary had absolutely no energy left and wanted to fall straight to the ground. However, gritting his teeth, he explained to Rana that everything was fine with him. Looking back at the soldiers who were still standing, he turned to the king with the question, "Should we continue or not?" But it was clear from the faces of both leaders that they did not want to continue the battle. Supreme King Pa Yang too, mustering all his courage, dropped to one knee, folded his hands in front of him, closed his eyes, and said loudly, "I salute you, Blue Wolf." Finally, the old king, subdued by the power of the Blue Wolf, bowed the knee in recognition of his undeniable greatness. The riders, one by one, dismounted from their horses, focusing their eyes on their leader. In respectful silence, they dropped to one knee, arms crossed, showing their devotion and respect to the Blue Wolf. The young queen, not hiding her surprise and admiration, approved of their words and actions. At that moment, Blue Wolf thought that the most critical stage for him was behind him. But suddenly the emperor looked back, looking confused at the unexpected event. Everyone present saw a small projectile rising high into the sky while whistling. The emperor realized with shock that it was a shot fired by one of his own soldiers. He and his soldiers were stunned, because even after everything, Kabul did not recognize his authority. The emperor bitterly turned to himself, saying, "Well, fate decided everything." Kabul could not yield. For him, it was a matter of war and honor. He had mistakenly believed that the Blue Wolf had no strength against the cavalry, but their confident looks said otherwise. The dull thumps of hooves filled the field. The riders moved forward, certain of their victory even in the face of possible resistance. Armed with spears, they flew on their horses, confident that the Blue Wolf would not defeat them, even with the remaining strength. It was at this moment that Jigal, looking at the 12th princess, could not hide his surprise at her calmness and silent strength in the face of the onslaught of cavalry. The atmosphere seemed familiar, although something subtle had changed. The princess was positively watching the events, and this surprise was obvious even to her. Her words about the color pink were surprising, because no one understood their meaning, which only increased the tension. The princess suddenly pulled out a smoke grenade and activated it, sparking even more interest in the crowd. At the same moment, a huge pink firework lit up the sky, drawing attention to her actions. For the princess, this color had a special meaning, and with a smile, she calmly looked at the Blue Wolf. Jigal, full of surprise, tried to understand her behavior, surprised by her calmness at the crucial moment. The princess, noticing his confusion, was surprised by how loudly he expressed his emotions. The emperor, sitting on his horse, carefully watched the army, which was in combat readiness. Jigal hoped that the pink signal was a request for help, and the princess only confirmed his opinion with her confident appearance. She was waiting for help to arrive, sure that help would definitely come. Jigal could not believe that the young princess had such strong confidence, because a rider on a white horse was already approaching in the distance. The given signal was accompanied by a loud sound of hooves, which filled the space, causing alarm in Jigal's heart. He expected to hear the sound of a horn, but an unexpected voice behind him announced that the horn was not being used, which only increased his tension. After that, Jigal realized that this voice belonged to someone very close to him, and it stunned him. Everyone was surprised to see the princess standing confidently in front of them, calmly dismounting from her horse. She already knew that the signal had been given, and no further action was needed. The young princess, not restraining her emotions, threw herself into Oni's arms. Her joy was sincere and bright, which Oni did not expect, but accepted warmly. Oni hugged her, patting her head gently, showing her approval and support. This moment made the 12th princess incredibly happy. Jigal, watching this scene, was so surprised that he could hardly stay on his feet, realizing that Oni had really come alone. Not paying attention to Jigal, they embraced and turning around, calmly moved on. Such an ignore left Jigal stunned. During the walk, the young princess cast a penetrating look at the blue wolf, as if trying to understand something. The third princess, unexpectedly for everyone, dropped to one knee, acknowledging the greatness of the blue wolf. This surprised him, and he immediately asked her to stand up. At the same time, the third princess asked if he liked the training room, giving him a mysterious look. Her words and actions touched Blue Wolf deeply, filling his heart with unexpected warmth. Watching the army, the third princess realized that the High King was really confident in his decision and strategy. She was glad that she didn't have to show her strength or aggression in front of the general, who in turn remained silent. The third princess stood with unwavering confidence in front of the entire cavalry and the first prince, surprised that they didn't appreciate her confidence. The first prince, watching her from his horse, was so struck by her behavior that he could not find words to answer. But feeling the strength of his powerful warriors, he thought about how to find out her plan, which would be able to oppose his 300 cavalrymen. The princess, remaining unmoved, replied that 300 cavalrymen were undoubtedly a powerful force that could threaten the Blue Wolf. But looking ahead with confidence, she declared that only 12 wolves would be enough to oppose them. The princess waved her hand, attracting attention in front of the huge army of cavalry, who were frozen in anticipation. She moved to the side as everyone stopped in a daze, staring straight ahead and holding their breath. The emperor and his soldiers were so stunned by what they saw that even the horse beneath him seemed to share their shock. Jigal breathed a sigh of relief, but his relief was not shared by the surprised princess. A sight unfolded in front of her that made her stop. Right in front of the army stood 12 women in white. These were not wedding clothes, but clothes that symbolized death. Pingsol was their choice. The first prince, stunned, could not believe that before him were 12 maids of the North Sea, legendary protectors. He did not understand how the third princess was able to summon these women so easily, since even the emperor had no power over them. Pointing her finger at the warriors, the princess made it clear that their actions had forced the handmaidens to intervene. The first prince, not understanding her hints, looked at her with surprise through his elegant hairstyle, which only emphasized his lack of understanding. The third princess, seeing the approach of the Supreme King, the 3 main warriors, 12 chieftains and 50 horsemen, was shocked by the scale of the event. The emperor, watching everything, wondered if this was really a test for one Blue Wolf, or something much more. He was disappointed in himself, considering his actions a cowardly step and a great shame. His mind wandered to the fact that the 300 cavalry were a clear enemy force, and Kabul's words of war took on new meaning. The third princess made it clear that the handmaidens of the North Sea would not stand by if someone declared war on the Blue Wolf. At the crucial moment, the princess turned to the elders and asked a direct question, if they would really allow the situation to develop further. Her surprise was obvious, as she couldn't believe that the elders still doubted the Blue Wolf's power. However, their answer was clear. Not at all. One of the elders, according to the law of the North Sea, confirmed that they do not accept those who show aggression towards the Blue Wolf, emphasizing their neutral but firm approach. After that, the princess turned to the first prince, asking what actions he planned to take next. The prince's anger was so great that he could hardly contain himself. His face tensed, but he was at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, he barely said that their purpose was only to test Blue Wolf's skill. The warrior next to the prince warned him against the manipulations of the princess, assuring that even she would not be able to deceive them. The warrior shouted angrily that even the 12 handmaidens of the North Sea would not be able to stop their army, and the new ruler of the Ice Palace would be chosen today. However, the first prince rudely stopped his shouting, ordering him to be quiet, showing that this was no place for unnecessary words. The emperor acknowledged the Blue Wolf's power on his knees, declaring that it was too late for any change. He looked at Kabul with surprise, not understanding why he was so stubborn. It was obvious to him that the involvement of the 12 handmaidens of the Northern Sea made them enemies of this entire powerful region. The emperor emphasized that no cavalry, not even 300 horsemen, could face the North Sea and survive, proving the futility of their resistance. This day was a day of defeat for the army in the face of Blue Wolf's strength, which exceeded their expectations. Cavalry warriors understood that today their defeat was inevitable. The indomitable Blue Wolf knows no mercy, even if the 12 swordsmen do not recognize the power of the Ice Emperor. They remain the legendary power of the North Sea, as the women in white, dressed as if for a wedding, whispered about. Are there no more chances to win? The young first prince, albeit reluctantly, ordered his 300 cavalrymen to return home. This order was bitter news for many. Dust rose into the sky as hundreds of riders slowly made their way back to their homes. Their swords were silent, and fatigue weighed on their shoulders. Shame was felt by those who were now afraid to call themselves cavalrymen. They got off their horses and went on foot, leaving their faithful steeds to fend for themselves. The horses went wild, and the former heroes began to think about how to profitably sell them. The emperor, no longer so young and self-confident, bowed his head to the wolf. Only 3 of his faithful horses remained behind him. Having saddled his mare, he hurried from the battlefield with all his might. His henchmen could barely keep up with him, almost losing strength on the march. There was only one rider left on the battlefield, who still did not recognize the greatness of the blue wolf. For him, the war ended before it had even begun. He had to leave the field with bitter shame. The warrior only sighed heavily, realizing his weakness in front of those who were stronger and more worthy than him. The battlefield was empty. The cavalry, led by the emperor and his horses, left the place, leaving only memories of defeat. Bin's soul, watching the wolf, could not tear her eyes away. Her thoughts drifted. What a beautiful man. The wolf, as if sensing her gaze, turned his head barely perceptibly. But turning around, he saw only a shadow that flickered and disappeared. It seemed to him that Soul was looking at him with her magical eyes, but it could only be a play of the imagination. Drops of sweat still slowly ran down his face. Jigal stood, looking puzzled as the enemies were allowed to leave. The 3rd princess knew that now the 1st prince had lost his power and influence. She predicted that his army would disband and tribal support would disappear. His palace may remain defenseless, as control has finally slipped from his hands. With a devilish smile, she wondered how he would cope with being abandoned by all his supporters. To her, it was like losing blood from an arrow in the knee. Jigal shuddered at her look, realizing how insidious she could be. With the 1st prince, the story was completed. It was at this moment that Jigal realized that everything that was happening on the battlefield was just a cunning decoy. Cold sweat ran down his face, his skin turned pale, as if he had tasted something poisonous. The realization of the truth frightened him so much that he did not dare to say it out loud for fear of the young lady. The wolf stood looking up at the high sky and thoughtfully sank into his thoughts. The sky, which was once warm, bright, and full of goodness for him, now became cold and pitiless, as if a reflection of the changes in his soul. Eventually, they found themselves in the Ice Emperor's office, carrying with them a hard-earned victory. The Emperor radiated joy and gratitude as he praised them for their efforts that would benefit the North Sea. He understood that these allies became true friends for him, and their actions will forever remain in the memory of the people. The blue wolf who descended from the border between heaven and earth will be remembered as a wise ruler until his death. In response, the wolf bowed deeply, folding his hands in a gesture of thanks. The Emperor handed over a letter addressed to the divine monk of the Union Murong, expressing confidence that it was already expected. With a slight smile, the Emperor handed the letter to the maid for further transmission. When the letter got into Jigal's hands, he was overwhelmed with emotions, realizing the importance of this task. The realization that he, as the messenger of the Murong Union, had to deliver this message to the divine monk inspired him to new achievements. After a short sigh, he realized that the Ice Emperor's letter was an official confirmation for the Union. This was the best news for him in the whole adventure. However, this was only part of the news. Rumors reached the Emperor that the wolf was training him and his soldiers. The wolf was surprised when he heard these words. Later, it became known that the wolf, in addition to significant feats, defeated 50 cavalrymen with his own hands. This news stunned him so much that he turned pale, and his eyes became round like coins. He did not expect this from the Emperor. The wolf knew that no human had actually died. The Emperor only sighed heavily, bowed his head, rested his chin on his hands, and continued to listen. It didn't matter how the wolf achieved his success. Everyone has their own path to follow. The Emperor thought deeply about this, realizing that it was impossible to explain these things in words. After thinking about it, he just accepted it, accepting the situation as it is. With a smile, he admitted that he would like to learn something from the blue wolf someday. This unexpected answer surprised the heroes. After these words, the Emperor got up. He thanked the heroes, expressing hope that their long journey would be safe. In response, the heroes bowed, wishing the Emperor well-being. The heroes left the hall, the door to which was opened by incredibly beautiful young ladies. Their movements gave off a certain tension, but they still overcame the difficulties. Ahead, the young heroes saw the 12th and 3rd princesses running towards them, full of joy. Everyone understood that the work done was not in vain. The third princess was sure that the journey back would be less difficult thanks to the merchant's escort. She believed that they would not interfere with the royal family's journey. The wolf wondered if the princesses would go with them, but they insisted that they had business to do here. Jagal hoped that they would return after all. He believed that Bin Hong had not come to the North Sea just because he was preparing for their visit. The princess looked at him in surprise. She understood that Jagal turned out to be much more perceptive than it seemed at first glance. This made her rethink her plans. At that moment, the princess had only one thing to say. They should accept the fact that she would not be coming with them. However, the wolf wasn't sure if this was really the end of the story, or if it was just the beginning. The princess suddenly remembered the gift she had prepared for the heroes. Jagal froze with curiosity, anticipating something special. He secretly asked the princess about the elixirs rumored to be in the North Sea. They seemed to help men's health. These words confused the princess, but her reaction confirmed that the rumors were true. Taking Jagal by the hand, the princess set off with him. Confused and a bit confused, he couldn't believe that she was really going to show him these elixirs, even though it was quite obvious to her that she had planned to give this gift anyway. The third princess and the wolf watched this scene with a kind smile, happy for their friends. The wolf still had a question for the young lady, who was ready to listen to him. He asked about the meaning of words heard in the language of the North Sea. When he uttered one of these words, the young princess shivered. She couldn't figure out where he heard it from, but she assumed it was during the Ice Emperor's training hall. After thinking about it, the third princess remembered that the word had fallen out of use a long time ago, and almost no one used it. The young wolf blushed awkwardly, watching the princess's reaction. His gaze caught on her extremely beautiful eyes, which radiated tenderness and mystery. While the princess explained that the word was used even before the winters came to these lands, the wolf admired her delicate jewelry and soft lips. At the end, she added that now this language is only heard during ceremonies. The wolf, interrupting her thoughts, remembered his wish. The princess looked up, ready to listen to him. He wondered if he would ever be able to hear her play the pipe again, the instrument whose sound had mesmerized him. The princess was pleasantly surprised to hear his confession. Biting her lip, the princess felt a drop of sweat slide down her cheek. She was aware that soon she would become the Ice Empress, not just the Emperor's wife, but the true ruler of the North Sea. Meanwhile, the young wolf learned that he had to lead Murom's alliance or become a key figure, representing the honor of Zhang Hu and Murom. This news stunned him, because he did not expect that such a role would go to him. The Emperor and the future Empress wondered if they would ever have to meet again, on a bloody battlefield or on the shores of the starlit Western Sea. The wolf understood that there is not only one path in life. The princess just nodded in agreement. However, she knew that as long as the sword was in the hands of the wolf, she had her own will, and there could be no other way. Her confidence impressed the wolf. Her words causing him to lower his sword stunned him. After all, for the wolf, the sword was the only thing left. As the wolf was about to leave, he heard a warning to avoid King Moon. The mention of merchants and the dark sky martial emperor made the wolf think. The princess only reminded him of these two powerful figures. The princess turned and left, leaving the wolf alone with his thoughts. However, she stopped to say something else. Turning to the wolf, she confidently declared that his choice was the right one. At that moment, the wolf began to understand the true meaning of her words. With that, the young princess left, leaving the wolf lost in thought over what she had said. At that moment, one of Moon's loyal companions approached him to report that the North Sea was silent. There was no news and no signal. Moon immediately understood what such silence was leading to. Communication with the central regions of the North Sea seemed to be completely cut off. Moon thought for a moment, trying to figure out who could have caused such a disconnection. An image of the first prince appeared in his mind, whose haughty and ambitious attitude was deeply etched in Moon's memory. This defeat hurt his pride, causing bitterness and disappointment. The associate clarified that the first prince was not involved in this, because he was expelled from the ice palace of the young lady. This time, the charming third princess was in charge. In Moon's memories, she appeared as an elegant beauty, illuminated by the moonlight, mesmerizing with the gentle playing of a musical instrument. But Moon, sitting in his own palace and tasting the juicy fruits, did not understand where the young lady's strength came from. The associate said that Blue Wolf helped her. What he heard made Moon angry, because he remembered the young man who appeared from the borders of heaven and earth. The stories about the Blue Wolf seemed to be only legends, however. According to an associate, this warrior won the support of the Ice Palace. According to rumors, in battle, The Blue Wolf defeated the High King and half 100 horsemen with one blow of his sword. Moon was skeptical about this, considering such claims to be an exaggeration. After much thought, he began to think that the death of the High King may have happened, although not without embellishments in the legends. In his imagination, the High King appeared, kneeling as if acknowledging the power of the Blue Wolf. Moon couldn't fathom how this particular young man could cause the complete severance of relations with the North Sea, but he assumed that it was his handiwork. The associate confirmed the suspicions, saying that the Blue Wolf is believed to be the heir to the holy sword of the Murong Union. Moon's hands were shaking with rage. Standing up, he asked his companion if this guy was really the one the Battle Emperor was looking for. Memories of the fierce battle once fought by the Battle Emperor against the Blue Wolf flashed through Moon's mind. Moon wondered if the stories about his resemblance to a huge white wolf and how the Blue Sword heir easily conquered the Blue Sea were true. His memories brought him back to the days when the merchant was there. The image of this warrior constantly appeared in my mind. Moon wanted to know exactly what was said about the Blue Sea, and the associate explained that the wolf was of much more interest to many, and some believed that he or the Azure Dragon Swordlord could possess a certain document. Moon smiled as he remembered his father, who had never been bothered by this document. Even with the Battle Emperor's search for strong warriors, it was important for Moon himself. After conferring with an associate on the events in the North Sea, Moon decided not to intervene, hoping that the merchant would do nothing and let things die down. His attention was now focused on the preparation of the Green Forest and the Alliance. Holding the fan as if it were a microphone, he gave a stern look and ordered to keep an eye on the three greatest to make sure they got their medicine on time. Moon was looking forward to fulfilling all the conditions of the merchant, imagining that after that, the whole world would be in his hands. He believed that the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor would one day disappear into the darkness, and Moon himself would become the master of the world. Clutching the fan and clenching his teeth, he felt that he was only a short way away from his goal. His look fascinated those around him, because they saw in him steadfastness and determination. Waiting for the entire Blue Sea to fall at his feet, Moon let out a loud laugh. At the same time, a huge caravan of heroes set off on a journey, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. Jigar was in a high mood because the splendor of life completely fascinated him, and he laughed with pleasure, full of joy. He liked the attention of the young ladies who patiently looked after him. He even wanted the carriage to move more slowly. Blue Wolf watched this in silence. Jigal became interested in Blue Wolf's plans in case the Murong Union returned. He was worried about what prospects awaited the young warrior. The young wolf himself did not know the answer, because he only dreamed of a quiet life with the opportunity to train without harming others. Jigal understood how difficult it is to realize such a dream, especially for a powerful warrior who attracts the attention of others. He wondered if Blue Wolf had any idea what the traders called him. In the North Sea, he was increasingly referred to as the God of War. It was also quickly spread that he was already the heir to the Holy Sword. Jagal, blinded by luxury, even blushed with excitement because he saw how many people were jealous of the Blue Wolf. He understood that the real tests for the wolf were still ahead and would be much more serious than anything that had happened before. Sooner or later, it will be time to make key decisions. Jagal mentioned Murom's merciless laws, where retreat is impossible, as it means inevitable defeat. He hinted that the Blue Wolf could take his words as wise advice, or think of them as empty musings. The young wolf mentally agreed, although he didn't know how to proceed, so he just took it into account. Meanwhile, everyone around relaxed and laughed, enjoying the short respite. Suddenly, Dokoran stood up, attracting the attention of those around him. He stood as if trying to say something, but not finding the words, he remained silent. The young wolf remembered the times when Qianhu Muriam seemed like nothing more than a dream. Now he understood that in reality everything was not so bad. There was a saying that good ways end too quickly, and easy days fly by in a flash. The heroes crossed the border and reached Guangzhou, already approaching Hangzhou, although they did not know how much more they had to travel. The merchant leader understood that everything depended on the circumstances in Guangzhou, and he sensed that they would be late. Blue Wolf wondered why there was such a delay as he watched the old merchant. The merchant tried to explain that they were doing everything possible to arrive on time, but certain rumors indicated trouble. The wolf did not want the merchant to apologize, because he had already managed to be called the God of War of the North Sea. Jagal did not understand exactly what rumors were spreading, so he asked about it in more detail. It was revealed that many people from the Hand Alliance and Sachi had recently spawned in the region, causing concern. Edison was alarmed and mentioned that these groups always behave unceremoniously. It was explained to him that Guangzhou has been too dangerous lately, so travelers chose a safer route. Jagal realized that the influence of the Murong Union was felt on the way to Hangzhou, so he tried to assess the risks. He mentioned that there was a martial arts competition in the area and suggested that this might affect the order. The heroes remembered that there really was a competition there and wondered how they could have forgotten about it. They estimated that the Murong Union was probably busy organizing, but Wolf sensed that the real reason was much more complicated. The competition could serve as a means of controlling the Yangtze Annual Alliance, or so some thought, but everyone was tired, feeling that even simple things were becoming more difficult. Drops of sweat ran down their faces. Blue Wolf suspected that he was missing an important detail that defined the heart of the problem. His thoughts again returned to the distant sea, majestic and at the same time elusive. Master Kuang Ji, meanwhile, struggled with his worries. The refusal of guests to use the rooms provided exhausted him, and he felt that he was on the verge of exhaustion. Hearing his own name from the assistant's lips, Kuang Ji instantly regained his composure, coming back to reality. He was on guard, remembering several days of duty. Although the strength was at the limit, it was necessary to gather to solve many cases. A large box of documents was placed in front of him, reminding him that he would have to deal with angry warriors who had come to demand an explanation of yesterday's events. Kuang Ji realized that this was unavoidable and hoped for a quick end to the competition, hoping to ease the tension. The heroes, discussing the news, came to the conclusion that the competition may last longer than it seems, because the official part has not yet started, and the number of participants was continuously increasing. There were rumors about the appearance of masters from Manhwa Recapa who hide their faces. No one could understand the real purpose of their participation. It was assumed that they seek revenge or want to strengthen their reputation. However, the Murong Union already had a shortage of masters, so the participation of others seemed like a direct path to destruction. Many considered these stories meaningless. In the end, the discussion of the strange rumor did not lead to anything concrete, and even the assistant agreed that it made little sense. Suddenly there was a message from the Beijing branch. Secretary Un is coming back. Surprised, Quan Ji could not fathom what that man was doing in the far north, but he did not discuss it aloud. In the back of his mind, he was worried about what would happen if the heir to the Holy Sword decided to appear here, as there were already a lot of complaints from the medium and small factions. Quan Ji worried about the tension, as the large and medium factions would compete for influence, while the smaller ones would feel oppressed. Accumulated discontent could turn against the Union. Meanwhile, the young heroes approached Beijing, stopped in the middle of a crowded city, and for a moment plunged into the commotion. After getting out of the carriage, they realized that from here they would probably have to go further at their own expense. The merchant offered escort because he considered it his main task. He assured that he would not lose the benefits, even if they had to bypass the big cities. The heroes could limit themselves to only one carriage, without worrying about small details. Blue Wolf was about to send a letter of thanks to the human emperor, as he saw no threat to himself or others. Merchants accepted such an initiative with great gratitude, because it gave them a certain respect among others. One of them mentioned Tongjiang Lake, famous for grain storage, and decided that going around it would be a waste of an opportunity to see something interesting. Then the topic of Tiger Stone traders came up. Someone wondered if the wolf had connections with them. A merchant who was nearby said that he did not do business with them, but mentioned that they were expanding their own territories. Blue Wolf offered a letter of recommendation, which caused real joy in the interlocutor. The merchant doubted whether they really deserved such an honor, but the wolf assured them that it was just a gesture of gratitude for their support. Then he asked to give the letter to his relative, who belonged to the merchants of the Tiger Stone, and received consent. The letter was addressed to Mistress Li So-yeon, which puzzled Jagal. Li So-yeon's name was mentioned as female, and Jagal clarified if it was the daughter of the leader of the Tiger Stone merchants himself. Others were also surprised when they realized that it was about the famous heiress, and they were somewhat shocked by this information. The boys told him that they knew her and knew more than they thought. All the Tiger Stone merchants are now keeping a close eye on Mistress Li So-yeon, who has become the center of their attention. The secretary heard all the details that Un told him, after which Un asked him for paper and ink for an important letter. The boys quickly changed direction, and wasting no time, went in the other direction. Jagal was shocked that Un even knew such influential people from the Tiger Stone clan. But he was most impressed by the lady's beauty, which he immediately mentioned in a conversation with the secretary. Her face flashed before his eyes again and again, disturbing his thoughts. Even for an experienced secretary, she was not just beautiful, but a real work of art, which he thought about. But if you give in to your feelings and approach her too quickly, she can turn out to be thorny, like a rose with thorns. Continuing on his way, Jagal admitted in passing that he was jealous of those who were able to get close to her. Hyun said goodbye to his companions after handing over the registered letter to the merchants. They went straight to the Hangzhou Union. Thanks to Ranko's experienced coachman, Hyun and his companions arrived even earlier than expected. They were struck by the city of Hangzhou, crowded with people hurrying about their business. However, Jagal remained the same. Even here he found reasons for jokes and happy moments. In addition, he reasoned that there would be no room left in front of Murom's alliance. Everyone who wanted to test themselves against the 18 major factions must have gathered there. Was impatiently waiting among the small and medium factions for the one who possessed a unique sword technique. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. As Jagal predicted, a huge number of warriors gathered in front of Murom's alliance. Hyun's expectations were met, and his eyes lit up with genuine curiosity. The long journey of the North Sea delegation has come to an end. They finally arrived at the Jagal family office in the Murong Union. Even the head of the family addressed the secretary as you, because he received a jade tablet personally from the head of the family, a symbol of great respect. Took this sign simply because it was handed to him. He felt that this was an unusual thing. The plaque still rested behind his shoulders among other things, as if reminding him of something important. The head praised recalling his successes in the North Sea, and noted that it was not just a good job, but something truly meaningful. Jagal was also praised for his quality work, which brought positive results. The head asked Jagal to submit the report, although believed that he should do it himself. However, the head insisted that he should not worry, because the official report should be from the entire delegation. Then realized that there was nothing more for him to do here. The head said that he wanted to hear about the events in the North Sea, but he did not have time now, and suggested that the conversation be postponed until later. He promised to arrange a nice reception for bowed and replied that he would look forward to it. Suddenly remembered something and looked at Jagal, as if checking his reaction. Jagal at that moment winked at him, assuring him that he should not worry. He knows how to clearly distinguish between personal life and work, so nothing superfluous will get into the report. Finally calmed down, his tension subsided, and he was able to breathe out a sigh of relief. They said goodbye with respect and understanding, treating each other with respect. Was already on his way to the door, but he noticed that Jagal had stayed and was in no hurry to leave. Remembering that they were cousins, knew that they definitely had something to talk about. After closing the door, heard the secretary's voice. "Don't forget, you promised to go with me to the House of Tolerance." But could not recall such a promise. There didn't even seem to be any talk about it. Maybe he had forgotten, but now it was more important to move on. He approached Ran and offered to go. He was sent to the North Sea by the head, to the place where the monk Pul Yonu lives. Meanwhile, Jagal stayed with his brother, explaining that Una's secretary had a good understanding of the pleasures of life. He added that there are many beautiful women both in the North Sea and in Namgong's family. The chief approved of their intention, and said that one could visit the most expensive and luxurious place without minding the expense. At that moment, Jagal realized that the head made a more unusual decision than even he himself expected. But the head suddenly picked up one of the letters and asked, "What is it about?" The letter described a feat. Killed 50 horsemen with one stroke of the sword. Jagal began to explain that this was an exaggeration, just a rumor that spread faster than the truth. However, there was some truth in the rumors. He neutralized all 50 horsemen with just 2 blows of the sword. The blade did not touch them. Only a swing of the sword made them lose their power. The head was not even going to believe these words. Even if is the successor of the Saint Sword, it seemed completely unbelievable. Jagal led the conversation to the point that the secretary's abilities exceeded human limits, bringing him closer to the level of celestials. The head didn't think his brother would lie, but it still seemed unrealistic. So he asked if Secretary had used the Great Sword of Wisdom secret technique. Jagal called it only his guess, because it was impossible to find another explanation. To lift heavy-armed riders into the air requires techniques of the level of Ikwanshomuk, or Saryan Palchon, which almost no one knows how to use. Even the chief's brother did not know these techniques, but Jahal described how the heavy war horses rose into the air like light butterflies. The letter the chief was holding was passed down through a family member, leading him to believe the report was authentic. After that, the head asked the brother not to tell anyone about it, keeping everything a secret. He warned that in the near future, he will have many worries and challenges. The head noted that now he will have to stay only in the family home for a long time. Although the affairs of the North Sea were finished, There was an even more serious problem. Her name was Hyun. At this time, and Ran were walking down the street talking about their thoughts. Thought about a man named San Ying, who, through the Dark Sky Battle Emperor, had taken over the annual alliance and tried to win the North Sea over to his side. He was worried that if they also conquered the Green Forest, it would be a huge threat to everyone. On the way to the North Sea, they were attacked by people from that very place. It is said that these attackers are now actively preparing for something big. It is worth thinking. Is this merchant behaving too suspiciously, and what is he up to? Soon they finally reached the right place. Thanked Ran, for without his help he would surely have been lost. They came even closer and could already see the monk. The monk stood as usual, and fed the pigeons, as if watching the world with silence in his heart. Seeing the monk immediately invited him to come closer. Ran also approached, but before doing so he assured himself that the monk would not eat his master, Secretary Un. I heard you danced with swords on Iron Mountain, Poole began, drawing and Ran's attention. Ran listened carefully, trying to understand what the monk was trying to say. However, Poole noticed that did not smell of blood, and suggested that the alias be changed to Sword of Tenderness, or Sword of Compassion. Appreciating their efforts, Poole invited them to tea. He said that tea is special. Not everyone can taste it. Ran watched the monk as he drank tea with such grace as if he were a living incarnation of the reclining Buddha. But it was more interesting for Poole to learn how Unu fared in the North Sea. Began to tell, but clearly dragged the story on. Poole asked him to hurry, and was more interested in whether there were any pretty girls there, or whether they had given him some medicine or something. After all, the North Sea is famous for this. What about the child for whom had come such a long way? Has he received the seal and blessing of his parents? The secretary was loudly indignant, for the old monk began to talk utter nonsense, even asking if there was a maid there who might suit him. Poole rubbed his ear with a displeased look, and reminded him not to shout like that. Excused himself, scratching his head, and Poole sighed, realizing that, by all accounts, he hadn't brought anything with him. What kind of youth has gone now? Muttered the monk. There are more important things to do now, tried to explain. However, for Poole, there was nothing more important in this world than the enjoyment of the union of a man and a woman, because without it, no one would have been born. After such an argument, was confused, admitting the monk was right, but still felt strange hearing such words from him. It seemed that something was wrong. The monk looked a little offended. His words, "Oh, how uninteresting you are. We haven't seen each other for so long, and you didn't even stay longer. Have you finished your tea? You can go, I'm busy." That was the end of their conversation. They approached the gate of the monastery. However, there was a hint of tension in the air that couldn't ignore. Ran, noticing this, asked if something had happened, to which replied that he was uneasy about the monk's silence. But in Rana's eyes, Poole seemed even too talkative for himself. That's right, agreed, but something's still wrong. Usually the monk discussed serious topics, but this time things look different. Maybe he has his reasons for this. Thought, but still worried. Their thoughts ended, and they moved on. Was going to go to the secretariat to clarify some important questions. He also told Ran that he would try to find him a place to stay in Marima, and asked him not to leave for now. Right now, selection for the martial arts competition is taking place in Marima. It attracted a lot of attention. Smiled and said that he was moving on and left the matter for later. He asked Ran to let him know if he saw anything interesting in the screening. Also asked to meet a little later near the secretariat building. Worried that Ran wouldn't spend the whole day waiting for him. After their meeting, Un's life finally began to gain stability, even amidst the turmoil. The mere mention of competing made Ran's heart beat faster. There were a lot of people under the building who had gathered because of the competition. Ran went inside, and inspecting the premises, noticed that the building seemed to have been built quite recently. He looked around, noticing that the room was very spacious. Could there be such a place in the Marima Union itself? "Where are you from, bro?" asked a question from a man who was sitting under the wall. Several empty bottles of alcohol were lying next to him, and one half-empty one remained in his hand. Ran took his time to answer. He carefully assessed the man with his gaze. Finally he asked, "Is there a place where Pima is held?" The man laughed. "Drinking, you say? This is a martial arts competition. The warriors here will not wait quietly for their turn." The man, getting up, uttered these words, and when he got up, he asked Rana to follow him. A fierce battle was taking place on the street, right on the playground. Some warriors were victorious, while others were defeated, remaining on the ground. Master Yoke of the Gangnam military unit, who thought his abilities were incredible, won another victory. Raising his sword aloft, He mockingly told his opponent that he had to train for another 100 years, even though he himself was full of pain. He then turned to the crowd, loudly asking who else wanted to go against him. One of those present shouted that Master Yak had completely surrendered, and it was time to show him his place. This brave man was Lee Ho-sung of the Dansun military unit, who enthusiastically volunteered to teach the master a lesson. At that moment, Ran and the man accompanying him arrived at the scene. The man explained that if you wait a little, you can see a really worthy fight. But sometimes, when there are no worthy rivals, such boasts appear. Those braggers he called two warriors who stood facing each other, preparing for battle. Ran noticed that the Pimu competition here was much better organized than he had expected. The man continued to explain that these battles are unofficial. If you're lucky, you'll gain fame. If not, you'll be laughed at. The conditions were simple. The one who remains standing wins. To Ran, it all seemed too obvious and simple. Ran watched as the two fighters fought, putting all their strength into their punches, each of them wanting to win. The fight gradually turned into an aggressive competition, where emotions began to take over. Their fierce duel resembled the fight of two angry dogs that are not ready to back down. Suddenly, one of the fighters began to bleed profusely from his arm, losing strength. He was forced to surrender and accept defeat. Master Yoke won again, raising his sword in victory. However, inside he understood that he was already extremely exhausted, and his strength was at its limit. At this moment, the man accompanying Ran carefully assessed him, and realized that Ran was not a simple spectator at all. Curiously, the man asked Ran where he could bet on the fighters. And it was at this moment that a figure appeared on the platform, which attracted the attention of all those present. The crowd, seeing this man, held their breath, feeling his power and authority. He was a serious man with scars on his face, holding his sword in his hand. John Palsan from Shandong. He was known as Black Tiger, John Palsan, whose name was feared in the world of martial arts. Shouting loudly, he challenged everyone present. "Who dares to come against me?" There was such strength in his voice that everyone present could feel its pressure. He noticed that even the slightest hint of his energy had already frightened the crowd, and he wondered if he would find a worthy opponent here. Jung Pal-san had already decided that no one would dare to stand up to him when he suddenly saw the boy in front of him. Turning around, he saw that it was supposedly an ordinary young man, but he was holding a weapon in his hand. Who is this? Jung Pal-san thought, because he had never seen this boy before. The most logical thing was to ask his name, and the boy answered, Tokko Ran. Just hearing that name, Jung Pal-san immediately knew who was in front of him. It was the same lone swordsman who had already become famous for his exploits. The crowd also recognized him. It was a young man with sword energy who defeated Taiho Munju and killed Cheol-san with one blow. Jung Pal-san was shocked, not expecting to meet a master of this level here. Ran, however, warned that he would not use sword energy in this fight. He also promised not to use inner strength, but to fight only with his sword and his own physical strength. Extending his hand towards the Black Tiger, he calmly asked, "Still scary?" It was a tempting invitation for Jung Pal-san, but he still clarified. "What if you accidentally use the sword energy?" Ran replied coolly. "In that case, I'll be considered a loser." It seemed to Black Tiger that this was his chance to win and prove his superiority. He agreed to the terms, thinking that without limitations in his skills he could win, because he had a series of bloody battles behind him. He immediately exposed the blade of his sword, and without hesitation, threw the scabbard into the crowd. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he proudly announced, "I, John Pal-san, will take this lesson today." His opponent, Ran, calmly called his name and offered to start a duel. Ran held his sword out in front of him, and John Pal-san lunged at him, ready to attack. Meanwhile, while the small and medium factions fought for a chance to enter the competition, the large factions and their families quietly awaited the finals. As a result, 14 factions were selected for the competition, after which the Murima Union officially announced the opening of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The ambassador, representative of Shaolin and chairman of the tournament, was extremely happy to welcome the Murim masters to this event. In the crowd, the girl who was watching everything understood who exactly became the representative and personally organized the entire Pima. As befits a Shaolin monk, his character was strict, causing many to try to avoid his demands and strictness. Meanwhile, the sister apologized to her brother for being late. Her brother reassured her, noting that nothing important had yet begun. She was impatiently waiting for the whole world to know the name of their Murong family. The younger sister wished her brother success, adding confidence with her words. Her wishes have already given him strength and determination. Danchu Murong, the head of the family, sat in the stands watching everything that was happening in front of him. At this moment, his younger sister, a little girl, was looking left and right, trying to understand where Brother Un had gone. She had heard from someone present that Un had not yet returned from the North Sea. The girl admitted that she was so busy with preparatory battles that she did not even have time to find out the news about her brother. Dan Chu then suggested that he find out and see if he had already returned. At this time, the ambassador spoke about the rules of the tournament, warning that violations, especially those related to injuring opponents, would result in immediate disqualification, and the offending faction would be held accountable. For the head of the Murong family, it seemed difficult. How to understand exactly where the line of rules is. In addition, such a severe punishment seemed too subjective. The ambassador continued by addressing the heroes of the Murima Union, stressing that the tournament was created for them. The winner will receive honor, wealth, and his faction will receive a significant advantage in status. And on behalf of the 18 great factions of the Murima Union, the ambassador solemnly declared the World Martial Arts Tournament open. A loud shout rang out from the stands, and the crowd rose from their seats to welcome the start of the competition. Next to the girl sat a young man who looked very thoughtful. His serious demeanor immediately caught her attention, and she asked if he was all right. It seems to me that it was not necessary to emphasize so much on the 18 major factions, he answered quietly, clearly worried about something. The girl understood that the boy must have already suffered a lot from living under constant pressure, and explained to him that a new era for the Murong Union was now beginning. The guy agreed, but he was worried about something else. Doesn't this start of new competitions mean the birth of another mess? The girl remained silent, and it seemed to the boy that she simply did not hear his words. At the same time, Un-hyun sat at the table and discussed important matters with the secretaries. The World Martial Arts Tournament was gaining momentum. The final matches between the 10 chosen warriors from each faction made the audience nervous. With the appearance of talented fighters from noble families, there were no more empty seats left in the arena. In the center of the arena stood Tanmuk Ki of the Tanmuk clan. He was opposed by Yong Ho from Hwasun, and even before the fight he suggested that the opponent finish the match as soon as possible. However, it was obvious to Ki that it was unlikely to be done so easily and quickly. Kai, smiling, began to move his sword carefully, keeping his opponent at a distance. Although Yan Ho spent a lot of time in the pleasures of life, he was nicknamed the Sword of the Flower of Happiness for a reason. He earned this reputation for his skill, and Ki was well aware of this as he readied his sword for battle. Tanmuk Ki decided to probe his opponent first by creating a plan of action. But the first strike of Yong Ho's sword, known as the Happiness Flower Sword, was deflected surprisingly easily. Tension immediately appeared in the eyes of both fighters. The reason for this was that Yong Ho's sword seemed to stick to Ki's sword, creating an unusual situation in the arena. This seemed strange and alarmed Kai, because such an effect could mean something more than a simple duel. Yan Ho's easy movement as he deflected the sword looked so natural that it seemed like a perfect continuation of the fight. Kai had no choice but to retreat, realizing that breaking through Yang Ho's defenses would be impossible. After parrying another sword strike, Kai jumped back, trying to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Yan Ho seemed to be blooming in battle, his movements resembling the blooming of a real flower. Tangmok Ki immediately noticed this plum blossom. It was hard not to notice it, because it was felt not only with the eyes, but also with all the senses. Yan Ho radiated incredible power and energy that filled the arena with every punch he made. Another swing of the sword, and Kai flew into the air as if from the impact of a wave. He had no chance left. He fell to the ground, hitting his back. Yan Ho remembered his promise to end the fight quickly, and this time he kept his word. He finished the match with as much ease as he promised earlier. Yan Ho even winked at the girls watching the fight. They blushed, impressed by his style and charisma. The ambassador approached him, solemnly raising his hand in celebration of victory. Seeing this gesture, the girls began to admire Yan Ho even more, shouting and applauding. Song Wan-gyu, the head of the shaman faction, carefully assessed the skill of the plum blossom sword from Hwasun. Chief Hwasun calls Yan Ho their little talent, noting that he is a promising warrior, the pride of their clan. They also spoke positively about the opponent Yan Ho, noting that he was quite a skilled fighter. Additionally, his clan advanced after defeating one of the 18 major factions. This defeat was not believed to have a significant impact on his reputation or standing. In addition, the Tangmuk families belonging to the 5 generations of Xinghing only emphasized their importance. If they can breathe new life into the Murima Union, it will benefit everyone. The girl listened to these conversations and wondered if they all really thought like that. In any case, she understood that everyone was pursuing their own interests and trying to use the situation to increase their influence. But she wasn't going to let them do that. Her gaze settled on Yan Ho's opponent, and she noted that he seemed pleased even for a loser. She thought he could give 100% in this fight. Meanwhile, Yahello was enjoying the acclaim of the crowd who hailed him as a true hero. But the girl who was next to him could barely contain her irritation, and it was difficult for her to watch this scene. At that moment, Cheon-jin from the shaman faction entered the arena. His majestic appearance made an impression even on the girl, although she saw him every day. It made her wonder what the formalities were, if they were all so familiar. "This is an official competition," he answered calmly, but the girl was ironic. She took her hand to her heart and said, "Your harsh words hurt the tender hearts of women." She continued to joke, because there was no point in hiding one's true face from someone who saw it every day. At that moment, he realized that he did not understand women at all, but even this obvious play made his heart beat faster. Getting into a fighting stance, he declared that it was an honor for him to fight her, Snowflower. However, she smiled and called him too modest for a master from the shaman faction. Drawing her sword, she accepted his challenge, ready to show her skill. Her sword was extremely flexible, and it was said that countless opponents fell with just one blow. The sword was not only deadly, but extremely beautiful, and in her hands it looked like a work of art. But one should be careful. Beautiful things are often the most dangerous. Perhaps a poisonous snake was hiding behind the image of Snowflower. Like many girls, she asked the boy, if he calls himself noble, to give her the first blow. Whether she really wanted to start first or just warned him, she immediately jumped up and charged into battle. He twirled his sword in his hand, preparing to attack. Her ribbon-like sword wrapped around his blade, giving the impression of continuous motion. Spectators could not even have time to follow the quick blows of both fighters. Everyone wondered, what is hiding behind this gentle and fragile girl? Her opponent felt the softness and grace of her movements, but did not even have time to attack in return. At the same time, she noticed that his movements were heavy, as befits a shaman, and even she could not move him from his place. At that moment, she decided to make a sharp jump up. She used this maneuver to gain distance and jump back a few steps. "Your shaman's sword is truly legendary," she admitted. He thanked for the praise and remarked, "But why hasn't the Tang clan's sword received its proper glory yet?" Her face lit up with a smile from his compliment. However, she admitted that this was not her full strength yet, as the Tang clan's true talent lay in something else, and she was ready to demonstrate it. Sachon-dan Mun is a well-known family from the Sichuan region, consisting of blood relatives of the Tang clan, and their fame was undeniable. Although the Tang clan is known for their skill in using poisons and memory, their true strength lies in their boundless rage. However, she considered it inappropriate to demonstrate such strength in a polite duel. The shaman warned her that it was a true insult to his pride to disparage a sword that had gained its fame through unparalleled swordsmanship. She could no longer stand idly by such words. Spreading her hands, she began to accumulate her energy, which gathered around her like a halo of power. At that moment, the shaman felt something change in her battle aura. It turned out that she was imitating the technique of the Tang family sword known as the Heavenly Snowflower, an incredible combination of movements similar to a shower of petals. With one powerful jump, she pushed off the ground, demonstrating her skill. Her movements were graceful. She spun around herself 180 degrees like a spinning top. Her sword followed her in a deadly trajectory, and her confident gaze spoke of readiness to attack. But in her eyes, Shaman saw only pure rage that seemed uncontrollable. As soon as she got close, the shaman tried to parry the attack, leaving himself with no other choice. Their movements became faster and faster, so much so that it was difficult for the audience to follow the fight. The strain was visible on the shaman's face. He was finding it difficult to counter her attacks, even with his experience. At the same time, she continued to circle around him, jumping high and striking from different directions, forcing him to be constantly alert. The shaman began to smell the distinct scent of flowers that filled the arena. It was the Heavenly Snowflower, the secret of her attack, which combined a pleasant aroma with an incredible speed of strikes. Her blows fell on the enemy like cold hoarfrost falling from the sky. Realizing that it might be too late to counterattack, Shaman decided to go on the defensive. To increase his strength, he began to scream loudly, channeling all his energy into defense. He managed to deftly deflect her attacks, which flew straight at him from all sides. He moved around the arena, expertly dodging and blocking her every strike. However, it seemed as if the arena was about to explode from the energy that both warriors emitted. Even the spectators in the stands had a hard time withstanding this onslaught of power coming from the match. After a series of fierce attacks, they both remained intact, standing facing each other. Snowflower immediately recognized the shaman's technique, Sword of Chaos. In response, he warned her that this attack was not enough to defeat him. Looking her straight in the eyes, the shaman admitted that a fight like this could drag on for a long time. However, the girl shook her head and calmly replied that he was wrong. If I couldn't win with this technique, there's no point in continuing to fight. It's enough for me that you showed your chaos sword technique, she said. Her words, which she had just said, remained completely incomprehensible to him. Her next move was just as inexplicable. She put her hands to her sides and calmly declared that she had lost. After that, she turned to the judge and asked if he would announce the winner. The judge pointed his hand towards the shaman and said, "Victory for the shaman faction." The Tang clan would no longer participate in the battles, as she was their last representative. Congratulating him on his victory, she reminded him that his plan would now include joining the 4 great families. She added that when a woman says she is satisfied, the man should leave because no one likes weaklings. These proud words were spoken when she was already descending from the arena, leaving behind her an aura of unshakable confidence. Before leaving, she advised him to see a doctor as soon as possible. The shaman remained stunned. He did not understand anything and did not even guess what was happening. He was actually poisoned, and although he wasn't immune to poisons, she made it so subtle that he didn't even realize it. If this fight was not for show, but for life and death, he would have lost. He followed her with his gaze, watching her walk towards the exit, full of dignity. But something made her stop. Blooming Plum's sword stood with its back against a wooden post and greeted her with a great fight. She didn't understand why he was congratulating her, but he explained what her victory was. Although she tried to explain that he must have problems with his eyes or ears because she lost, he saw the situation in his own way. What's more, he praised her for doing the right thing by admitting defeat. "You blocked my way just to say that?" She was surprised. He replied that this was not the only thing he wanted to tell her. He admitted that he was impressed by her fresh perspective on the changes that the Murima alliance could bring together with the 5 strongest clans. "And what fresh look do you need?" she asked. He explained that despite the existence of 18 major factions, the 5 strongest prosperity clans could relieve the Murima Union of the pressure of political restrictions, creating a new order. Cultivating sects such as the Shaolin, Shamans, and Huasan, as well as trading clans, can be given more freedom. In this case, the Tang clan could become the center of power, the strongest of all, and the title of 4 great families would pass to the clans practicing Taoism in the mountains. Then she would be able to free herself from the influence of the divine monk, the symbolic ruler who had ended the war between the factions. This idea seemed quite original to her. However, she answered him differently, noting that each person has his own perspectives. Not wanting to continue the conversation, she just walked forward. Plum Blossom's sword scratched his head, amazed at her indifference. He couldn't solve the mystery that Mistress Tang was hiding this time. Everyone was talking about this thing, and everyone was amazed at its significance. It was a heavenly elixir of great power. Thanks to him, Chang Cheju's inner energy could become unmatched even among the greatest martial artists. This is a chance to start life from scratch. Chan, with his mouth wide open, could not believe the words of the man across from him who claimed that the elixir was capable of completely changing him. The man clarified that this is not just a transformation, but rather a rebirth, something very similar to it. As already mentioned, Chang Che is not just a master. The name of the new green forest will soon thunder around the world. However, Chan asked if there were any side effects. The man, understanding his concern, recalled how Amchan of the Jiang River had destroyed the head of the Namgong clan with a single blow. Chan immediately grabbed the elixir pill, keeping a close eye on it. He looked at the elixir, then at the man, and asked how he could repay such a valuable thing. The man replied that he did not need anything. He simply admires Chan's spirit and skill. He asked him to stay loyal to the new green forest and never show this elixir to anyone. After some time, the man led Chan out of the room because his time was up. Using the condensed chi technique, he pushed himself off the ground and flew upwards. Chan looked at the pill in his hand and wondered if he could do the same if he took it. They say that in a few days something incredible will happen. All in the name of the New Green Forest and the Jiang River Waterways Alliance. Chan was intrigued as to what their leader was. At this time, the martial arts tournament has already ended. The titles of Murima's 18 great sects lost their prestige, as new names appeared that corresponded to the updated ranking. During the formation of the 5 great families, the Tanmuk, together with the South Sea School, were among the 16 main ones, and the Tang and Jegal families were among the 8 most influential. Wuden and Hua have already taken their places in the Heavenly Four of the great sects. Shaolin joined in third, supporting justice. The Shaolin martial arts tournament was judged by a representative of Wudan. Although the sect ranking is not determined by the results of the competition, the battles still had an effect on it. Among all the sects, the school attracted the most attention. Ordinary spectators hotly discussed each fight. Murong Jin's victory over the 3 main disciples of the Black Sword Society was especially talked about. In general, the controversy did not subside. Every viewer had his opinion about the results. This created an atmosphere of tension and discussion among all present. At this time, the son of the Murong chief sat, holding his hand deep in thought. His sister, noticing this, asked if he was all right. He replied that everything was fine, but admitted that he was a little nervous. She understood him, because his opponent was the Gonsan family. However, that was not the point. He was more afraid that he would not be able to reach the level of skill that Undain had shown him. He didn't want to disappoint Tak Koran, and he wasn't afraid of the Gongsong family at all. After returning from the Iron Guild, he became close to Ran. When Undain and the lonely guest left their family, he devoted himself fully to his training, which made him a reliable friend. His sister noticed it. By the way, Jin mentioned that he still hasn't seen Secretary Un. The girl also did not know where he was, and even asked about it in the Murama Union, but never received an official answer. The sister apologized to the brother for not being able to find out the whereabouts of Un earlier, but he understood that she was busy. He then asked her to meet him with the good news when she got more information. The younger sister also tried to cheer him up, giving him confidence. He patted little Sun on the head and thanked her for her support. Meanwhile, everything was prepared. A tray with testimonies was placed directly on the table. Finally, all 3 secretaries finished their work. The friends thanked Yun Hyun for his help, but his face was already blue from working with the documents. The weary secretary raised his head and asked Un how he was feeling, as the main martial arts competition was coming to an end. Un replied that everything is fine, because this is not the last tournament. The secretary went on to say that all attention was now focused on the central arena where the Hansen and Murong families were to meet. Murong Jin, the senior disciple of the Murong clan, became especially popular. Un felt proud of him, realizing how far he had come. The secretary explained that all seats in the arena are occupied, both VIP sectors and regular ones. The competition continues, and its scale is impressive. Un asked if the secretary knew where the boy who accompanied him was now. In response, he heard about the Eastern Martial Arts Arena, where unofficial competitions are held. It was said that huge numbers of people gather there, and the place is becoming more and more popular. Un Hyun was intrigued by these words and thought deeply, planning how he could use it. Un thought that Ran might be more into busy places like the Eastern Arena. After saying goodbye to the secretaries, who thanked him for his work, he left the guest house. Stepping outside, he breathed in the fresh scent and enjoyed the beautiful weather. Maybe it was because he had spent a few days at the guest house, but today the sky seemed particularly bright. Meanwhile, in the arena, the senior disciple of the Gongsong clan, Chan, swung his sword skillfully. His opponent was Murong Jing. In battle, their swords made a resounding sound of metal clashing. After another blow, both fighters jumped back, keeping their distance. Chan couldn't understand how his opponent was able to block the ascension technique. He wondered if a member of the Murong clan could wield sword energy. However, he decided that it was just luck, and relied on his ascension technique, which earned admiration even from the head of his clan. Chan kept thinking that he had the elders behind him, so he simply couldn't lose to the Murong clan. Full of confidence, he lunged at Jin, preparing for another attack. Their swords collided again, creating sparks that flew in all directions. The fight continued as intensely as a few minutes ago, as if time had stopped in this fierce duel. The elders watching the battle were amazed. They noticed that the Murong family's sword was unique. They noted that this young man's sword contained a worthy stream of power that was independent of technique or inner energy. Such a level of mastery cannot be achieved in a few hours. This is a rarity even among today's youth. The elders acknowledged that the Murong family had a bright future. The young representative who was sitting next to the elders was also watching this flow of power carefully. He noted that Gonsan's martial arts demonstrate incredibly precise and smooth movements. But gradually the situation in the arena began to change in favor of Jin. Even during the battle, they found time to exchange words. Their remarks indicated mutual respect. They recognized each other as worthy rivals. They called each other's attacks worthy, especially when they flew away from each other. Suddenly, Jin's opponent began to prepare a more serious attack. He added sharpness to his actions with the words, "It's time to finish." Everyone immediately recognized his pose. It was the highest technique of the Gonsan family. Does he really want to end it all in one fell swoop? However, Jin unexpectedly adopted a rack that he had not used before. His sister, seeing this, opened her eyes wide. She recognized the technique. It was Quan Chong's legendary sword, An incredible tension flared up between them, which seemed capable of sweeping the entire continent. So strong was their energy. To the audience, Jin and Chan looked like lunatics, completely oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Their match looked like a loud cry of the soul, full of passion and uncompromising. But the judge ordered them to stop the fight. At the same moment, he noticed their speed. They rushed at each other with incredible determination. It was clear that they would not stop on their own, and immediate action was needed. The judge jumped between them, separating their swords. There was a deafening impact that made everyone present hold their breath. What was that? Why did Master Ho stop the fight? Such questions echoed among the audience after the end of their clash. Chan straightened his shoulder, clearly feeling tired. At that time, Jin remained completely calm, as if this battle required no effort from him. Monk, the main organizer of the tournament, made an important statement. He officially disqualified the students of the Gonsun and Murong families. It was an unexpected and very harsh decision that shocked everyone present. The monk explained that this decision was made by the council of the 18 strongest factions of the Murong Union, and there could be no exceptions. Having regained his calm look, he once again emphasized the disqualification and reminded that this is the final decision. There were shouts of indignation from the stands that this decision was absurd. What the hell? Thought the Sword of the Blooming Plum, watching everything that was happening. He understood that this tournament was organized by the Righteous Path sects to increase their prestige and limit the influence of the Chengjiang Alliance. Plum Blossom Sword began to wonder about the ulterior motives of all these events. He understood that by stopping this fight, the monk only emphasized his strength and determination not to back down from the decision. Meanwhile, another important conversation was taking place in the office of Li Home, Home's sales group. The man was explaining to the girl standing in front of him about the damage that would take at least 5 years to repair. She couldn't understand how this happened, because they were guarded by the Gonsun family warriors, just like her. She asked what exactly happened. The man replied that the 3 major trading houses had secretly made a deal with a large organization. But the Munchung trading house had not fulfilled its part of the deal on time, and had been punished for it. You can say that they tried to saddle the tiger, and it bit them, the man added, explaining the situation. The girl could only guess whether it was the power of the Dark Heaven Battle Emperor. Her guesses surprised the man, but she substantiated her opinion. She pointed out that only the Dark Heaven Martial Emperor or the Overlord of the Underworld could stand up to the Gonsun family. Someone who can demand something that even the big 3 trading houses couldn't deliver on time must have incredible power, she concluded. Leaning down and placing her hands on the table, she asked, "If you decide to tell me about it, then I guess we have a chance to saddle that tiger, don't we?" The man could not disagree with the girl because the 3 big trading houses had initially united to oppose this force. After the house of Munchung fell, they promised to give up their share in exchange for participating in this deal. The man handed the letter to the girl, and she realized that now they were also invited to take part in it. In addition, this agreement related to rare medicinal herbs and drugs, and its volumes exceeded all annual needs several times. The man once again emphasized that these goods are extremely expensive, and even a small amount of them can greatly affect the volume of trade. The girl, however, was pleased that although they have several of these drugs, they are not available in the required quantities. This is left over from a recent purchase made possible by a previous delivery. She suggested that if she took all the stock, she might be able to fulfill the order. She also said that she had recently started working with a trade group in the north, and it was very helpful. She drew attention to the fact that the prices of expensive medicinal herbs began to fluctuate on the market. The man warned her that the remaining 2 trading groups were actively buying herbs, so she shouldn't expect to find them by accident. He added that although this would cause a significant increase in prices, in the end, they would be able to set their own prices, and their goods would be paid for in gold. His words made the girl laugh, and she remarked that the 3 big trading houses were taking such risks for a reason. It was important for her to know if the Gonsun family would stay away, and everything would be okay. The man reminded her of what happened to Nam Gung's family and said that it gave an idea of what might happen to Gongxiong. The girl understood very well that with their power and wealth, they could change the whole world, including trade and martial arts. The man once again asked if she was ready to ride this tiger. To this, the girl answered confidently, "Of course." He knew perfectly well that this was the answer he would hear from her. The girl, with a confident expression on her face, repeated straight into his eyes, "I will definitely saddle this tiger with my own hands." Near the home of the Murong family, in the territory of the Ulin Union, new events were unfolding. The girl was upset that the tournament was suspended due to Master Ho's decision. The discussion of this issue continued for the second day, and it seemed that he was not going to back down. At that moment, she met a man on her way. It was Gongsong-chan who greeted her, calling her the head of the Murong family's outer clan, Murong. "What brings you here?" she asked him. Chan replied that he wanted to finish his match with Jin. He explained that due to the situation in the trade group that was connected to their home, they would be returning home soon. Due to this, it will not be possible to complete the battle within the tournament. The master gave him permission with great difficulty, and Chan asked the girl, if Jin had the same intentions, to convey to him the words, "Meet me tomorrow after lunch in the East Arena." After saying this, Chan said nothing more and left. The girl thought about his words. Tomorrow after lunch. Everyone was discussing their disqualification. A random matchup outside the tournament can only create new problems. But if Jin wants it, there's no point in stopping his brother. She was also interested in what happened to the trading house, which made them decide to return home. The next day, a huge crowd gathered in the Eastern Arena. Secretary Un could not understand why there were so many people here, because yesterday there were much less. Ran, standing behind him, explained that it seemed everyone had come for him. "Who knows," he added. "Maybe they came not only because of me, but also to see the undefeated swordsman of 3 duels. Ran is so nicknamed because he fights 3 times a day, and always wins without even using his internal energy." At one point, when they looked at the stage, the audience held their breath. A fighter holding a giant sword appeared in the arena. Un immediately asked Ran what he thought. Ran answered without hesitation that he was ready to go to battle. "A good idea," praised the university. Ran was climbing the stairs, and the crowd was already chanting, "Unbeaten in 3 fights! Unbeaten in 3 fights!" Even Un, standing behind him, joined in the shouts, watching him with admiration. He appraised Ran, sending him a confident look. Ran's rear view was truly impressive, one that commanded respect. Nearby at the entrance stood Jean and her sisters, who were also watching the events. They saw how undefeated in 3 fights entered the arena, and his opponent was already on his knees, admitting defeat even before the fight began. 2 self-confident boys, seeing this, decided to challenge. However, Jean stood in their way, warning them that it would not be easy. One of the boys didn't understand exactly what Jean meant. "If you can defeat this man, I will admit defeat," Jin Murong said, clearly aware of who was currently in the arena. A sudden realization dawns on the girl. If the great master lone guest is here, it means more than just a coincidence. The next moment she guesses, Secretary Un has also appeared. Her gaze rests on him, and her cheeks instantly become hot, flushed with a bright blush. She doesn't understand what's happening to her, but Koya, her sister, notices right away that it's not just embarrassment. Barely have time to exchange glances when the first disciple of the Gonsan clan challenges the undefeated, who has won glory in 3 duels. The disciple enters the arena, stands directly in front of the opponent, and, full of pride, introduces himself as the first disciple of the Gonsan clan. Brave but confident, he warns Ran of the danger, but the words are cut short when Ran defiantly replies, "I will not use sword energy." These words throw the opponent off balance. He does not understand anything at all. But Ran continues, announcing that he will not use inner strength either. His weapons will be only a sword and his own power. The final blow is the question, "Are you still scared?" Now the student realizes who is standing before him. The lone swordsman himself, who became famous for his sword technique on Iron Mountain. But even this thought does not restrain his pride. The student directs the sword directly at the opponent. The audience holds their breath as he uses his sword technique from the first step. Ran just waves his fingers calmly, as if inviting to attack again. In the next moment, the opponent flies into the air, as if trying to avoid an invisible trap. The opponent suddenly appeared right in front of Ran, defiantly shouting that his pride would turn against him in hell. However, Ran calmly repelled the attack without even making an effort. His movement was so smooth that the sword slid along the opponent's blade, leaving him stunned. The opponent's eyes opened wide. He could not understand what had just happened. The next moment he was whirled in the air, as if he had lost control of his own body. He realized that if he hadn't sought the sword path with his inner strength, his arms would have already been broken. It's time to ask yourself the question, how is this possible? Taran asked a question himself as he looked at him. How was an ordinary iron sword able to stop an energy-covered blade? Is it some kind of magic? The answer was relentless. It's just that your sword isn't strong enough. But even Ran himself admitted, he is still far from true perfection. He remembered the sword Master Un had shown him in the North Sea, the one that made no sound. Chan then asked Ran to stop intimidating him by showing such strength. The audience understood one thing. If Chan was able to reveal such a sword technique, it meant that he had already reached the first stage of mastery. But they also knew he was still far from the sword technique of the Lord of the Five Heavens. although this was far from his only strength. Chan, however, didn't give up and started swearing again, declaring that he would tear Ran's charm to pieces. Ran stood in the front post, calmly looking at Chan, and urged him to attack, not hide in the corners like a magpie. Chan began to doubt. Did Ran really still have no plans to use the inner power? Annoyed, he called Ran a bastard and charged at him with his sword, full of rage. But oh my, with what incredible composure Ran met his attack. It looked so easy, as if he had just sipped a spoonful of soup in the morning. His defense was impeccable. What's more, Ran also cut Chan's hand in the process, leaving him stunned. Jin, watching this, couldn't fathom what had happened to Grandmaster Ran in such a short time. The blade of Rana's sword touched the opponent's weapon with the grace of a butterfly, gentle and casual. And then, like the wind, Ran passed by Chan, and his sword flew into the air, escaping from his hands. The blade fell to the ground, causing silence to fall over the crowd. Ran calmly closed his eyes, sheathing his sword back without saying a word. Instead, Chan felt blood spurt from his mouth and barely managed to stay on his feet. Losing control, he rushed to his older brother for help. The brother, worried, was asking if everything was okay when he finally ran over, but he looked confused himself. Even the older brother could not understand what had just happened. It was beyond his imagination of combat. Ran stood in the arena, facing the audience, and warned the brothers. The sword cannot be mastered by internal strength or technique alone. It is deeper than you think. He approached the brothers, saying firmly, "Don't get carried away by other people's ways. Better find your own. Otherwise," Ran continued, "you will never be able to surpass me." The fight impressed the crowd. Spectators went wild, chanting the name of the warrior who left an unforgettable mark in their hearts. For the public, Ran became a legend. A warrior who, even without preliminary selection, defeated the first disciple of the Gonsan clan. Meanwhile, Jin pondered, thinking that he had become stronger than his previous self. But now he realized that he needed to train even harder to catch up with Ran. Everything freezes when a voice from the crowd suddenly rang out, "Stop!" One of the Gonsan brothers, looking at Ran, asked sharply, "Who are you?" Jabbing a finger in Ran's direction, he defiantly continued, "How can a wandering warrior be so strong? Name your clan. Who is your teacher, and where are you from?" Ran thought for a moment, choosing the words that could convey everything he wanted to say. Finally, he replied, "I have had only one teacher, and I serve only one person. The gift I received was heavenly, but I'm only an unworthy, foolish man who has not yet found a way to thank him. My name is Tokko Ran, the younger brother of the Azure Dragon Sword Lord," he said, bowing his head. A roar rose in the crowd. Everyone started whispering, asking each other, "Who is this Azure Dragon Sword Lord? What did he say? Wasn't Ran the lonely guest?" But the brothers were most impressed by these words. They were most affected by one name, the Lord. One of the Gonsan brothers finally guessed, Ran might be related to the Dark Sky Martial Emperor himself. To those who once killed the head of the Namgong clan and managed to unite the Year Alliance under their rule. Shocked by this thought, he immediately ordered the Gongsun clan's disciples to surround Ran. Instantly, all the students gathered around him, pointing their swords in his direction, ready to attack. The brother gave the order, "Catch him immediately and contact headquarters." At this point, the situation became more and more tense, but they were suddenly stopped by a calm voice. Secretary Un intervened, asking not to rush into such decisions. And then, with confidence in his voice, he said something that stunned everyone. "I am the Azure Dragon Sword Lord myself." Un was not going to hide anymore. He decided to reveal to everyone the truth, which until now remained a secret. He announced, "I am the Azure Dragon Sword Lord." These words stunned everyone who heard them. Un explained that now all questions should be addressed to him, because he no longer wants to be just a younger brother who is considered unworthy. Meanwhile, another scene was unfolding in front of the gate. Two guards saw in the distance someone who was approaching on a horse. This someone was motionless and lying on the back of a horse that was jumping up and down, frantically trying to reach the gate. The guards, noticing the terrible picture, rushed to the horse to stop it. They grabbed the animal to stop it, not knowing who the person was or if it was really dead. But suddenly, barely audible words came out of the wounded man's mouth. "Clan Gonsun." This was a signal that he was still alive. One of the guards immediately ordered to call a doctor because the wounded man was on the verge of life and death. The man, barely breathing, uttered, "Everything burned. The clan was attacked." The head of the inner court of the Gonsun clan, injured and covered in blood, reported the terrible news. The residents of one of the great families, which is part of the 18 strongest factions of the Murong Union, had been completely destroyed. Upon hearing this, the head of the Gonsan clan, Wool, along with his disciples immediately left for home. The Marima Union called an emergency meeting where the leaders of all 18 major factions gathered. After discussion, the Union recognized this as a serious crime and decreed that the culprits should be destroyed immediately. But, despite all efforts, the criminals could not be found. At this time, Secretary Un was approaching the building where he had been invited. Buguan walked ahead, ready to carry out any errand. He opened the door and they both stepped inside. It was an assembly hall, in the center of which stood a simple chair, symbolizing the place for a key guest. Standing at the door, Guan politely asked permission to leave, having done his duty, but the monk invited him to stay and take his place. Un immediately noticed that 2 seats were empty. These were the seats of the heads of the Namgun and Ganseong families. The Shaolin abbot thanked Un for his presence and gave his name as Taeho, the head of Shaolin. It was strange for Un because he had not seen this person before in Shaolin, but now he met him here. The secretary also gave his name, thereby officially introducing himself. Taeho explained the reason for the meeting. We need to clear up some misunderstandings. First, you are suspected of having ties to the annual alliance. Un was surprised and asked to explain why such suspicions appeared in the first place. The head of the Hyakrion clan, Cheol-hu, slammed the table in annoyance. Do you understand where you are? You only have to answer the questions. Taeho intervened, telling Cheol-hu to calm down. At the same time, he himself felt annoyed, thinking that if it weren't for his connection with the divine monk, he wouldn't have to organize all of this. Taeho began with 2 questions to Un. First, did you really call yourself the Azure Dragon Sword Lord? Second, were you the one who sent the mysterious letters to the Zhenghu schools a few years ago? Un honestly replied, yes, that's true. But I never sent letters to either the River Alliance or the Green Forest. Then another member of the gathering asked sharply, have you met the bandit called the Dark Sky Battle Emperor? There was no answer. This silence drove Cheol-hu to rage. He literally exploded. Taeho interjected, repeating the question in a calm but persistent tone. Un finally answered, yes, we crossed paths when I was visiting the reclining Buddha on behalf of the Murong Union. He added, we only exchanged a few blows. Everyone realized that Un was fighting him, and this caused a new wave of tension in the hall. Taeho continued, there is one more question. Is it true that you are called the successor of the Swordmaster? Un denied this firmly and clearly. No, I am not his successor. Taeho continued, the divine monk claimed that you were the successor of the Swordmaster. Are you saying he lied to us? Un replied, you are from Shaolin, so you must know Abbot Pulyong well. But are you sure he is the one who called me that? The question confused Taeho, leaving him in a daze for a moment. Un understood that Pulyong could give reasons for such assumptions, but no more. After a short pause, he explained, I have indeed received the Swordmaster's sword, but I'm not its receiver. Un asked the heads of the assembly for permission to tell something about the Dark Sky Battle Emperor. He stated, behind the Emperor is King Moon. He not only controls the River Alliance and the Green Forest, but probably has influence over government structures and trade networks. Taeho was puzzled. Why would King Moon have such a large-scale operation? Un had a hunch, but decided it wasn't appropriate to share them at this gathering. He added, I'm more interested in why I have to explain contradictions that aren't here. Swordmaster? I'm not his receiver, even though I received the sword. Then Taeho moved on to the most mysterious. He noted that Un's appearance in the Marima Union strangely coincided with the start of the annual alliance's activity. Taeho looked Unu straight in the eye and said, you're going to have to stay here for a while. Un calmly replied, I'm sorry, but I won't do that. These words sounded like outright arrogance, making many present hold their breath. The heads took this as a rude challenge, as if Un was refusing to cooperate. But Un explained, you can't detain an innocent person with only suspicions without evidence. Cheol-hu became even more angry, believing that Un was implying that their accusations were baseless. His anger reached its limit. He literally exploded with indignation. Un calmly replied, then provide evidence. Or at least educated guesses, not empty accusations. Cheol-hu burst out, you dare to dare just because you have a divine monk standing behind you? And what will you do if we start questioning you? Un coldly but confidently replied, I just won't stay away. Taeho realized that Cheol-hu needed to be calmed down and asked him to wait. Then he turned to Un. If I were you, I would go to meet us. That would be wise. Un sharply replied, for you not to say, it does not concern me. What kind of cooperation can we be talking about? After these direct words, Taeho warned, we may not have a choice. But this only made Un smile, which further puzzled those present. His smile suddenly changed to a serious look. The energy around him thickened and he said, "How strange. I think the same way." Un's energy spread throughout the building, filling it with an incredible force that pressed down on everyone present. It was such a powerful wave that the walls seemed to shake, but suddenly everything was interrupted when a clear message sounded from the door. "A man from Gonsen has arrived." The door opened with a loud bang, and a man entered the hall, holding the door with both hands. It was the divine monk Pul Yon, who wanted to know what was going on here. Taiho immediately stood up and bowed, showing deep respect for teacher Pul Yon. The monk entered silently, his calm presence instantly silencing everyone. Taiho asked cautiously what the matter was, trying to understand his motives for coming. Pul Yong replied, "I have come to fetch my friend. I have a business to do with him. And I will ask you, how could you afford to steal him?" The word comrade struck Taiho, leaving him confused. How could Pul Yeon call someone who studied under the same master as him a friend? Taiho asked in surprise, "Don't you know who his teacher is?" Taiho couldn't believe it. Secretary Un was trained by the previous abbot of the Shaolin Temple. Un realized that the situation had become even more complicated and tried to justify himself by explaining his position. Taiho insisted on knowing why Un studied under such a great master. Un explained, "I was engaged in spiritual training." Taiho froze in shock, not believing his ears after what he heard. Un continued, "I obtained a remedy called a legendary medicine." All the heads present in the hall opened their eyes wide as they continued to listen with interest. But Un explained, "It's not real medicine but a common mixture of different herbs." He also mentioned that he received a note with it. It said that together with this the understanding of life is transferred and that you should not trust other people's words. Swallowing, Taiho said, "Oh my god." But Un suggested that it was just a humorous prank by the reclining Buddha. Pul Yun then explained, "The value of things is not only measured by what is visible on the surface." He emphasized, "This note is more valuable than any legendary medicine. You should not treat the works of the reclining Buddha with such disdain." Then Pul turned to Taiho. "If I claim him as mine, then Secretary Un is also part of our community." Chul Hu tried to intervene, saying that this was about something else entirely. But Pul Yong put him in his place harshly. "How can you address the disciple of the Shaolin head himself like that?" Pul emphasized that you should not trust the words of suspicious people. It is better to listen to close and verified persons. Even raising his voice, he shouted at Cheol Hu, "Don't you trust my comrade? What are you trying to say?" The divine monk quickly put everyone in their place with his authority. Only his light, ironic laugh echoed in the hall. That was the end of this tense conversation. Several days passed. At dawn, everything was calm around the Yunhyun residence. Un strolled down the street, enjoying the morning silence, wishing that moments like this happened every day. Suddenly he saw Taiho on his way. Taiho was clearly waiting for this meeting, standing right on the road. He turned to Un with a request for a conversation. It was predictable for Un, so he calmly suggested that Taiho walk together. They soon found themselves behind the building of the Sleeping Dragon Pavilion. Un immediately noticed that Taiho didn't want to draw too much attention to this conversation. "What did you want to talk about?" Un asked calmly. Taiho began, "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Let me congratulate you again." Un asked him to stop being so formal. But Taiho explained, "Breaking the rules of politeness in front of elders is a serious mistake." It was clear that Taiho would not budge until Un accepted his apology. In the end, Un accepted his apology so as not to drag out the moment. "I have come to inform you of the Murima Union's decision," Taiho began. He solemnly announced, "The Shaolin, following the will of the great reclining Buddha and Master Pul Yong, recognize Secretary Un as one of the Shaolin." Taiho explained that for now it is only formal. Un will receive the status of a temporary student, that is, a worldly one. This means that Un will be considered a Shaolin disciple, but without official status or rank. Since he does not have monastic rank, he will not have to fulfill their duties, receive a new name, or take vows. However, the status of a student of the Grand Master and Pul John will remain unchanged. Un believed this to be the best solution, as he did not seek a place in Shaolin. Teko also said that the Murima Union cleared all suspicions and apologized on behalf of everyone. He added that the situation with the Gonsen family stressed everyone and caused many conflicts. In addition, Cheolhu had a strained relationship with the other members of the union, but among those present were those who respected Gonsen and the teacher Pul Yun, so the situation remained difficult. Teko admitted that he did not expect this development of events, and again apologized for the inconvenience. "You think it's not that big of a deal and I should put up with it?" suddenly asked Un. He made it clear that Taiho first apologizes, and then asks to understand their situation. So what is the real reason for your visit? Un added a direct question. Would you speak the same to Pul Yon? The monk once again apologized, admitting that he had shown disrespect. He was willing to listen to Un's opinion on Cheol-hu, and even offered a formal apology from Shaolin, but Un refused. Un just wanted to know whose side Taeho was on. After that, he turned and left, because he had already heard everything he wanted from Shaolin and the Murong Union. Hearing the words, "wait," followed, Un stopped for a moment, but then changed direction and walked in the other direction. He was aware that he had acted too emotionally when he lashed out at Taeho. He is simply fed up with his opinion being ignored. Un understood. As the head of Shaolin, Taeho had to consider many factors. But Un hated these business meetings, where ulterior motives are hidden behind smiles. Ran was waiting for him behind one of the trees. Un had to say that there would be no training today, and offered to just eat together. Meanwhile, in a remote location, a serious figure questioned the man. Is he really the Azure Dragon Sword Lord? The man confirmed that this was true, and even hinted that he was on Gonson's trail. Now he is in the Murima Union with his teacher, the man added. This guy knew him as someone who had recently been to the North Sea. There seemed to be too many coincidences. He even began to fear that his plans had already become known, but his servant reassured, no one in the world can understand King Moon's strategy. The king, thinking, asked if there was any evidence, and after a pause, ordered to just leave. I don't like sycophants, and even more I don't tolerate those who speak without clear reasons, he said. The servant immediately followed the order. A masked man stood next to the king. To King Moon's question, he replied, I don't know. I'm just following your orders. That's it. I like it when people follow my instructions, not give advice. I will not tolerate such daredevils, King Moon stated sharply, emphasizing his steadfastness. Holding a juicy fruit in his hand, King Moon said thoughtfully, the net that covers the heavens is useless if it has holes in it. He wanted to know the current status of the Iron Cavalry. He was told that it was working fine, but there was a problem in the Infernal Squad. The condition of those who had been taking the soul pill for a long time was deteriorating faster than expected. The king advised to increase the number of the Wandering Soul Squad, and asked if the sect founders' exhibition in the pirate fortresses would take place in 10 days. It was confirmed to him that it was, and he wanted to know if any action needed to be taken against the Hell Squad. In response, he was told that it was not necessary. But the king ordered to make sure that there were no problems in obtaining the ingredients for the soul pill, and to press the merchants if necessary. That same evening, it was restless outside Un Young's room in the Murim Alliance. Un was sitting behind his books when he felt someone at the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your Grace, people from the Murong clan have come to you. Un went to the door and immediately opened it. Before him stood Jeanne with her sisters, who immediately apologized for visiting at such a late hour. Un invited them in, gesturing that they were welcome guests. He also smiled at Miss and politely asked her to come in. Her cheeks flushed instantly, which was evident at first glance. Ran refused to go in and remained standing by the door, keeping his distance. Un asked Ran to rest and not stand by the door, to which Ran agreed. However, Un was sure that Ran would be back soon, even if he didn't show it. After inviting the guests into the room, Un asked them to sit down, although the room was quite modest. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees in front of him, which stunned everyone present. Un didn't understand what was happening until he heard her say, Lord of the Azure Sword Dragon, our benefactor who saved our clan. She added that this was only a small part of the gratitude, and their clan head would personally express his gratitude soon. Embarrassed, Un asked her if this courtesy was related to his recent appointment to a post in Shaolin. It will be recalled that this appointment was made by the head of Shaolin. The girl replied that maybe it is so. She added, What could we do if you didn't give your name? Un replied that it was his initiative, and asked not to worry about it. But the girl suddenly began to tremble. Her face flushed, and she asked, Was that disrespectful to you? Jin realized that if Un said something careless now, the girl might burst into tears. Un, aware of the tension, tried to calm the situation and figure out what was going on. And suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, Un himself knelt down right in front of her. I planned to hide it, but I didn't want to inconvenience you. It may seem like an excuse, but I really intended to tell you someday. I didn't want to deceive you, Un said sincerely. He continued, You have always been sincere and kind to me, Miss Murong. After these words, he asked her forgiveness, bowing his head. To Jin, it looked like they were exchanging wedding vows. Jin couldn't help himself and made a joke about it, making both of them a bit confused. His sister tried to yell at his brother, but he looked like he was just telling the obvious truth. To relieve the tension, Jin suggested a good idea. Sit down and have a quiet talk. They sat down with cups of tea and Jin expressed surprise at how quickly Mi forgave Hyun. He remembered that he could not even say a word to her on the way. The cold was too strong, but the girl insisted that she was not cold towards her brother. Placing the cup on the table, Jin decided to move on to the next important topic. He raised the question of Hyun's confession of being the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. Jin clarified, "Are you really the one who bears the name Azure Dragon Sword Lord?" He began to understand, this title has only a partial meaning. After all, the full meaning of this title is that it is not attainable even in the heavens. Lord of the Azure Dragon Sword. Mi explained that the title, Lord of the Azure Sword Dragon, was not a faction, but simply a phrase that the great scholar Un used to describe himself. Even Un himself looked a little surprised how she found out about it. She immediately explained that she had long since begun to suspect that he might be the Azure Dragon Sword Lord. Her assumptions were recent, but based on his actions and words. Because of this, she came to the conclusion that Un is a person with no ulterior motives. Her face was red as she said this, but she continued to speak sincerely. Suddenly, she turned to accusations, asking why he hadn't told them about it sooner. It upset her. Jin also expressed his confusion as to why Hyung would hide such an important thing. He added, "Our trust in you would never be diminished because of this." At that moment, Un realized how strong their trust in him was. He was even surprised by these thoughts, because he did not expect such sincerity from them. Eager to change the subject, he asked about the head of the Murong clan. Mi explained that the head could not come. More precisely, he decided not to come. She noted that the head was aware of all the gatherings at the Murim Alliance headquarters, but decided that his visit could do more harm than good. He believed that a personal presence in such a tense situation could cause even more mistrust. Jin admitted, "Since we didn't know your intentions, Grandpa decided to send us first to avoid any misunderstandings." Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by a man who enters the room. It was Jin and Mi's grandfather, the head of the Murong clan. He opened the door and calmly entered. The grandchildren stood up, greeting him. "Hello, Chief." He finally smiled as he turned to Hyun with warm joy on his face. "Nice to finally meet you." Hyun was also genuinely happy to meet, expressing mutual respect. At the head, his modesty and restraint were always noticeable, but Hyun called him the one who revealed the true essence of the Murong clan's swordsmanship. The chief looked up at the sky, noting, "The moon is so bright today." He suggested, "Let's have a drink by the lake." Hyun could not refuse such a nice and sincere offer. Turning to his grandchildren, the grandfather reassured them, "Everything will be fine. It doesn't matter if the Murim Alliance misunderstands us, because we haven't done anything." The head questioned his words once again, turning to Hyun to see if he understood the situation correctly. Hyun only confirmed his point. Having reached a mutual understanding between everyone, they decided to go outside. Jin realized that in the end, Grandpa couldn't resist the offer to spend time together. He turned to his sister, inviting her to join as well. But Mi just sighed, thinking that men could avoid many misunderstandings if they were a little more reserved sometimes. At her brother's invitation, she replied that she would go to Sana, their younger sister. She explained, "If she's sad, it's your fault." The genie agreed, and told her to come to the 3 ponds, showing the moon. Mai closed the door behind her with a calm face, leaving her brother in thought. She thought that Sana would be happy, because earlier the little girl was crying that she wanted to play late at night. Raising her head, Mi looked at the sky. And indeed, as she was told, the moon was particularly bright that night, illuminating everything around. Chaos reigned in Jiangxi province, the territory of the Gongsong clan. The 2 men walked through the destroyed and burned houses, hardly believing that anyone could have survived after that. Only the thought that only the head of the inner hall remained among the living made them shudder. One of the men asked if all the bodies had been found. He was told that the cause of death is currently under investigation. That man was Gonson Wool, the head of the Gonson clan, who was furious. He understood that the number of forces capable of burning down their clan's places could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Once the attackers' methods are revealed, it will become easier to find them. Suddenly, Volya was informed that there was something else important. An initial investigation revealed that most of the deaths were caused by internal injuries. In severe cases, many victims were completely missing the upper part of the neck. According to the testimony of the head of the inner hall, the attackers were cavalrymen in black armor, armed with spears. He also suggested that a person with great inner strength, who used an explosive spin technique, could be behind the attack. Vol understood one thing. The attack was clearly planned and disciplined. This ruled out the participation of the Dark Sky Battle Emperor, or the Infernal Squad, as there was no point in them disguising themselves as a cavalry unit. But it was difficult to understand who they were. Others suggested that they might have been bandits. All the circumstances pointed to the fact that the culprits were criminals from the Green Forest. However, this was only a rumor that required detailed investigation. Vol also wanted to know about the state of department leaders. He received all the information he needed, including that the envoys of the Manjun Trading Company were waiting for him. This mention reminded Vola of another tragedy. The company had also suffered from the attack, and the eldest son of its chairman, who was the son-in-law of the Hansen clan, had died. Looking around, Vol thought to himself, if this is part of someone's plan, their enemies are already rejoicing in their success. The Gonsun clan has lost half of its military power and wealth. After the death of the head of the Nam Gong clan, he went into self-isolation. This was partly because they did not want to act until they had recovered their strength, but also because the death of their leader was so catastrophic that it undermined their status. Vol understood this perfectly. However, he believed in the difference between their clans. Gonsun's warriors were unscathed, and it wouldn't take long for them to regain their lost respect. The only problem was that their influence within the Murong alliance had weakened considerably. It seems that there will be no other choice but to accept the offer from the Tang clan. After that, Vol ordered his subordinate to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, the Murong alliance library was quiet. One of the men was sitting there, almost falling asleep from his reading. There was a pleasant silence in the room, creating an atmosphere of peace. Suddenly, the library door opened, and the man politely excused himself, explaining that he needed to look at some documents. The sleepy librarian asked where he was from and if he had an official access request. The newcomer explained that he was from the reception hall. The librarian began to recognize him as the secretary from the reception hall, gradually confirming this. Eventually, everyone realized that it was Yoon Hyun standing in front of them, and happily greeted him with a smile. He was allowed access to the records at any time, out of respect. Unasked about the regular reports, to which he was told they were on the third shelf to the right and easy to find. The librarian even offered to help, but Un politely declined. The sleepy librarian warned his partner that the regular reports from the branches were classified. The partner explained that this man was a disciple of the divine monk, and that changed the matter. The sleepy librarian still didn't understand why such a person was working as a secretary. Meanwhile, Un began going through the records, looking for the right documents, rummaging through the shelves with his hand. He reached up to the top shelf, trying to retrieve the old reports. In that era, many problems accumulated. The activities of the Pirate Union, the Infernal Squad, the Dark Sky Battle Emperor, the constant competition of the Murong Alliance, and the discontent of the warring factions who had not heard anything about the 5 new families. But among all these problems, the question of how to deal with the tragedy of the Gonsun clan remained the biggest. Reverend Jin Ho firmly stated that the Gongsong clan's request to inspect their activities could not be accepted. Wool, the head of the Gonsun clan, insisted that they be given data on all the activities of the military units for the past 3 months. Jin Ho noted that Gongsun claimed that the attackers were wearing black armor and armed with spears, which he considered unfounded. Mukhyol Yeop added that no other force could crush the territory of the Gongsong clan to such an extent. However, the monk objected. Shaolin couldn't carry out this attack. Besides, we don't even have cavalry that uses spears. Tang Sol interjected, noting that the Yang clan, which had ties to Shaolin, had a long tradition of spear handling. This put the monk in a dead end. He found it hard to believe that anyone would suspect Shaolin. However, Sol emphasized that none of those present can be completely freed from suspicion. She reminded of the Nam clan, which was destroyed by the Infernal Squad, the power of which was not even suspected. She remembered the terrible day when the tragedy happened. Jin Huo asked, "Is there any guarantee that this kind of power no longer exists?" The girl confirmed, "This is exactly to the point." She added that while it was unlikely, it was even less likely that someone present was secretly assembling cavalry units. At this moment, it seemed that she herself did not know how to respond to her own words. One attendee added, "I understand the feelings of the Gonsun clan, but their assumptions must be crossing the line." Wall reminded that the lands of the Gonsun clan had been burned, and the blood of countless disciples had been wasted. He added firmly, "I will never back down until this bloody debt is paid." At this point, the monk could only turn to the Buddha, hoping for enlightenment. He understood that the cold stares he met were the result of the karma accumulated by Shaolin in his dealings with the Murong alliance. Sol, feeling tense, asked everyone to calm down. The Plum Blossom sword warrior turned to Sol sarcastically. "It's easy to tell someone who only does what stirs up emotions in others." Salt, however, calmly excused herself, explaining her intentions. She suggested that all the key leaders and figures of the military factions remain in the Murong alliance while the Tang clan conducted their investigation. Sol explained that this was necessary to avoid any misunderstandings. She added, "We have to prevent a situation where someone can come back and destroy any testimony or evidence." When asked how long it would take, she said, 1 month. At the same time, Sol suggested resuming the Murong alliance competition, which had been temporarily suspended. Jagal Ryong agreed to consider the Tang clan's proposal and discuss it again later. He proposed to end the discussion for today, but another hand went up. The Plum Blossom Sword Warrior had an additional question. "Can we really trust the investigation of just one clan?" Sol replied, "If you want to join the investigation, we'd love to see you." The warrior happily accepted her offer. Sol got up from the chair, attracting the attention of everyone present. She announced that she had another important proposal. "I propose to officially sever relations between the Murong alliance and the Divine Monk," she announced, causing a wave of surprise. This was an extremely bold and sharp statement on Tang Sol's part. She noted that the Divine Monk had already ceased his governmental activities, and the Murong alliance actually functioned independently of him. Sol offered to officially settle this issue in order to secure the independence of the alliance. She was sure that everyone present knew the reason for her decision. The bottom line was that it wasn't the alliance giving up on the Divine Monk, but him distancing himself from them. However, this was not clear to many, and they were waiting for an explanation from Sol. She recalled that a Divine Monk disciple had recently appeared, and she also emphasized that earlier this student was known as the Receiver of the Holy Sword. From the very beginning, this situation caused many doubts. Some feared that if the Receiver of the Holy Sword became the Receiver of the Divine Monk, he would automatically become the next leader of the Murong alliance. One of the people present said that he did not know about this before. Sol explained, "We have no choice but to take this step. To replace a legitimate seat is one thing, but to be left behind empty-handed would be extremely unfair." None of the representatives could deny Tang Sol's words. At this time, Murong Hyun was still working on documents in the Alliance library. He finally found all the records related to Murong's competition. Hyun came across a book that contained records from the Shanxi branch. He wondered, isn't this the province where Mount Hua is located? The next book also only contained records of the Hua school's participation in the Murong competition. As expected, entries from Murong alliance branches were limited. He mused, "The Dark Heaven Martial Emperor who seized control of the river pirates and Green Forest bandits, if he acts consistently, will definitely leave a mark." However, quality documents written with knowledge of the subject were very rare. Hyun concluded that there was nothing he could do now without more information. He considered turning to the Tiger Stone, but only as a last resort. After a while, the monk asked him, "Do you want me to solve this question myself?" He also asked to explain why a boy who lives in isolation from the world suddenly became interested in the affairs of the Murong alliance. Hyun replied, "I need to know what the first Grand Overseer is planning in order to react accordingly." Pool Yeon didn't understand why Hyun was so concerned about this and remarked, "Even if something happens, you'll still be useless." Hyun called his excitement quite natural in such a situation. It was a convincing argument, even for an old monk. In his eyes, Hyun was a person who behaved naturally, even though he had nothing to gain by doing so. Maybe he doesn't even think about achieving something personally for himself. The conversation between Secretary Un and Pool Yeon was so funny that the old monk even laughed when Un explained everything. After some banter, Pool agreed to say more and suggested a next step. He insisted that Un go to the Namgun clan. However, Un doubted, as he believed that the Namgun clan was now closed to outsiders. Pool explained that in the world of martial arts, the Buddhist and Taoist schools, such as Lin or Wudan, are getting the most attention. Their number of disciples, temples, and shrines scattered around the world allows them to hear a lot. This explanation helped Un understand why it is worth going to such places for information. Pool also noted that the next source of information was the Tang clan, experts in poisons and hidden weapons who were always sensitive to how others perceived them. Un thought that contacting the Tang clan would be effective, but the old man insisted on visiting the Namgong clan. Pool explained that after the disappearance of the Namgong clan, the Tang clan began to behave like unruly wild horses. This made Un understand that the Tang clan might be hiding a grudge or some important information. Pool even joked, calling the head of the Tang clan an old stump mixed with poison. Even so, Un still doubted if the Namgun clan would even want to tell anything. Pool explained that the Namgong clan was not as weak as it seemed, but there was still no guarantee of success. However, he noted that the Namgong clan had lost something very important. If Un can find it for them, they will tell him anything he wants. Un even thought Pool was hinting at something unreal, like someone coming back from the dead. This task became clear to Hyun. He must solve it himself. Pulyeon confirmed this, leaving Un with many questions. Before he left, however, he gave one more hint, if you could even call it a hint. People can't find what they're looking for because they don't even know they've lost it, Pool said. He added, what they've lost isn't really even a thing. It's more of an understanding that something is lost. Hyun continued the old man's point. So in other words, the Namgun clan doesn't even know they've lost anything. And it's not something they're actively pursuing right now. But another important truth was hidden in these words. People often say that they had something in the beginning, even though it may never have been theirs. At this point, Woong completely stopped understanding what Pulyeon was leading to. The old man concluded, I say you already know what you want to know. After these words, Hyun stood up and thanked Pool for his help. He even expressed his respect by calling him elder. In response, Pool asked him to act and not return, dealing with the consequences himself. He explained those words about not returning simply. You can't do without it. I myself am tired of meddling in your affairs, he added with a slight smile. Pulyeon once again asked Hyun to look at him before leaving. The old man calmly said, the next time you come here, I won't be here anymore. I'm leaving soon. He added with a slight smile, I've lived long enough. It's time to go. With a wave, he asked Hyun to go on his way, explaining that he was tired. Without saying exactly where he was going, Pool said, the path of a monk has no fixed destination. Stop asking and go. A light breeze picked up the leaves, which blew right by Pool's head, creating an almost magical atmosphere. Hyun was surprised that the old man didn't even glance at him as he walked. His demeanor suddenly changed, and it left Hyun surprised. On the way to the gate, he kept looking back, as if he couldn't leave this moment in the past. Pool seemed unusually small and frail in his posture today. Closing the door, Hyun felt a strange sense of discomfort. He didn't understand what the old man meant when he said he was leaving the sneaking dragon. Soon after, the break in relations between the Murong Alliance and the Divine Monk became known to the whole world. The secretary was standing in front of the main gate of the Murong Alliance, ready for an important meeting. Jin bowed his head in apology, to which the secretary responded with an understanding and calm reaction. Without hesitation, the secretary agreed to Jin's request, even granting him a leave of absence, which seemed an extremely generous decision. Suddenly, Mia apologized to the secretary for the past events. She apologized for not being able to prevent the breakup between the Divine Monk and Murong Alliance, as they were in the minority. However, the secretary assured her that it didn't matter and asked her not to worry, because even the Divine Monk had foreseen such a development. He admitted that he could not deny his participation in these events, but promised that as soon as everything was settled, he would find the monk and personally congratulate him wherever he was. He then asked Mia if she knew if the Green Forest thugs were involved in the incident involving the Gongsun clan. Mia turned to the clan head, who was also alarmed by the rumors. Later, they found out that these rumors were false, because all the strongholds of the bandits in the Big Mountains were completely destroyed. The Gongsun clan suggests that the bandits ran away in fear. After hearing all this, the secretary thought, it seemed to him that behind the weakening of the forces in the mountains, there was some hidden purpose. Soon, the secretary and Mia were speeding off in a carriage, discussing next steps. Ran, sitting behind the cart, suddenly apologized to the secretary because he felt guilty for the difficulties he had to go through. However, the secretary asked him not to apologize, accepting the situation as it is. Ran still thought that he had thoughtlessly mentioned the title of secretary in a crowded place, feeling awkward. In response, the secretary only said that it was impressive. He was referring to Rana's new title, Foolish Younger Brother, and explained that it sounded like a calligrapher demeaning himself by calling his work amateurish. Jokingly, the secretary offered to change the title to Stupid Older Brother. Ran, a bit embarrassed, asked not to go so far with these jokes. The wagon continued to rush forward, carrying them to their destination. In the end, they arrived in Hefei earlier than planned thanks to the fast travel. Since it was getting late, they decided to visit the Namgun clan a little later. The door suddenly opened with a bell softly ringing. They went inside the building where there was food on the tables and people were enjoying the rest. The evening came, and the tavern was crowded with visitors. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out to them. It was Lady Namgung. She guessed instantly that the guests had come to visit their clan. With a broad smile on her face, the lady gracefully descended the stairs. Lady Namgong said with a smile, "Thank you, Scholar Un. I believed you would definitely come." She invited the guests to join the meal, as they were also going to have a snack. Yun raised his head looking around. From above, he saw many members of the Namgong clan. However, not all of them were smiling, but serious faces caught his attention. Hyun turned to the lady, explaining that they had planned to eat separately. But she persistently objected, noting that guests are not received like that, and confidently pulled him along. Her look said clearly she would not let them give up. Seeing her sincere and persistent gaze, Hyung began to sense that something was up. In the end, reluctantly, he agreed. The three of them began to climb the stairs to the upper floor. Lady Namgun looked very pleased, and it was evident from her expression. Hyung wondered, had the lady always been like this? She was energetic, of course, but she didn't seem so persistent before. It seemed to him more and more that something was wrong here. As they walked up the stairs, Hyun noticed a lot more clan members than he expected. About 30 of them. Hyun thought, what is going on here? Is it a joint meal? Suddenly, Lady Namgun apologized to him, though he couldn't figure out what exactly. She introduced him to everyone present as the secretary of the Murong Alliance. She also introduced another guest. It was Tokko Ran. The lady noted that it just so happened that they were visiting their clan today. She added that it would be wonderful if everyone present joined the guests for the meal. However, her next words made everyone think. She revealed that Secretary Un is also known as the receiver of the Holy Sword. Some people had sweat on their faces from surprise. The bearded man was so lost in general that he seemed to have forgotten how to talk. He resented that someone like Un could be so important. It was clearly annoying. Un tried to calm the situation by apologizing and explaining that there had been a misunderstanding. He had only interacted a little with the Holy Sword and was not its receiver. However, he also admitted that he was a disciple of the divine monk that Lady Namgong had mentioned, and was the elder in status of the current head of the Shaolin Temple. The bearded man almost jumped up in shock, asking if it was true, because he had a hard time believing it. Hyun only modestly replied that it had already happened. After that, the bearded man personally greeted Un, following all the formalities, and gave his name, Nam Gun Chol, the leader of one of the clan's branches. Next to him sat his son, who stubbornly refused to extend his hand in greeting. The guy was indignant. Why should he show respect? Un is just one of the Murong Alliance who treat their clan like trash. The father once again reminded him that this young man was a disciple of the divine monk. But the son remained adamant. To calm the tension, Un intervened in the conversation, gently saying that it was okay, because respect cannot be imposed by force. It's time for Hyun to say goodbye. They left the room together and went further. At this point, Nam Gun-yeon started apologizing to Un for the behavior of the others. Un reassured her and asked her to raise her head, assuring her that everything was fine. The girl raised her face, but sadness was still visible in her eyes. After that, the three of them sat down at the table to continue the conversation. Woong Hyun asked the girl to calm down and explain why she revealed his status and tried to leave him to have lunch with them. She replied that they had gathered here to participate in the selection of the Hidden Dragon clan. This competition officially looks like a tournament of young talent, but in reality it is necessary to select a new receiver. What caught Hyun's attention the most was the word new receiver that she mentioned. Even more surprising was the fact that the current leader of the clan is her father. Woong Hyun had no idea that Lady Namgun was the daughter of the Iron Sword, Namgun Byok. He had no idea of her true origins. The girl went on to say that the main problem is that she is an only daughter, and because of this, the elders of the great branches of their clan began to cling to her father. Hyun understood this in his own way. Is she implying that the authority of the clan leader is now in jeopardy? Her answer was unequivocal. Yes, because no one can compare to the former leader of the clan, the Dread Sword. The second problem is that her father also thinks so. He doubts his own strength and hesitates. The influence that the former Thunder Sword leader, Nam Gong Jin Chong, had on the clan was truly incredible. During the Great War of Good and Evil, he always fought on the front lines. And when he became the leader, he raised the clan to the level of one of the 4 greatest battle clans. For the current leader, Iron Sword Namgun Byok, Thunder Sword was a proud older brother and an unwavering authority that always guided him. However, the Thunder Sword's defeat in the battle with the Dark Sky Emperor greatly affected the younger brother. His whole world seemed to have collapsed. The girl revealed that the plan to select a receiver under the guise of selecting the Hidden Dragon was developed without her father's consent. She even trembled as she explained how the clan had lost its pride, suffered ridicule and humiliation while trying to reach an agreement, and even turned to the Zhigal clan for help. Ultimately, under pressure from the elders and other branches of government, her father had no choice but to approve the decision. Hyun asked who these people are that are influencing the situation so much. He was told that these were representatives of the strongest branch of the clan. They arrived a few days ago, but stayed outside the clan's main territory, hinting that they wanted the leader to greet them in person. It became clear that Yeon had come here precisely to convince them. Hyun then inquired about a brash young man named Nam Gun Jun, one of the candidates for the Hidden Dragon selection. The girl gritted her teeth and told him that he had declared that if he was chosen as the hidden dragon, she would become his wife. Understood now why she was so friendly to him then. She obviously wanted him to help her talk June out of the idea. At that moment, the girl decided to say something to his face. She admitted that she likes him. She added that she wasn't so bold as to say such things to someone she didn't even like. It was as if flowers were flying behind Yun-Young's back, although in reality, it was just an image in his head. After these words, the girl got up. She expressed regret that his identity as a scientist had been revealed so carelessly. However, Un calmly explained that he had come here to help the Namgun clan, for which she thanked him profusely. The girl offered him to stay the night in a guest house and promised to prepare the best room. As expected, her smile looked charming and Un thanked her in return. The next day, the sun rose quickly and the day began at the Namgong clan residence. This majestic building was the office of the head of the clan. Un headed to where they were already waiting for him. Right in front of him he saw the iron sword. This man had a strong build and looked experienced, but did not exude the imposing aura that one would expect from the Iron Sword title. Because of this, his large figure seemed rather fragile. Iron Sword invited him to a banquet that was to be held that evening. After the conversation was over, Un went outside with Ran. Ran, interested, asked Un what he thought about everything that was going on. Hyun expressed surprise that despite the loss of authority and the closed gates, the local people seemed confident and calm. However, he wasn't sure if he could help them. Ran encouraged him by saying that Unu was unmatched in this world. His praise even made Un a little embarrassed, so he asked that in the future, Ran would add the phrase, "as far as I know," to such statements. Un pondered how to help a man who doesn't even realize what he's lost. This task seemed very mysterious indeed. After a while, they arrived at a place where many members of the Namgong clan were gathered around the tables. Hyun remembered attending a similar gathering, similar to the Dragon Phoenix conference. They had passed through the Jagal or North Sea clans, but he had never seen such a dark and gloomy place. That's how he described the room he was in now. Someone from the audience, looking at him, said, "This is the secretary of the Murong Union, the receiver of the Holy Sword, and moreover, the disciple of the Divine Monk." It was Jun looking at him from under his forehead. At this moment, Jun's father stood up and addressed the clan head, remarking that now was not the time to relax and enjoy the feast, hinting that the start of the Hidden Dragon selection should be announced first. Hyun took notice of this appeal, and realized that such a tone was completely unacceptable for a conversation with a leader. The leader, nervously, finally announced that the selection of participants would begin in 3 days. Hearing this, the head of the branch smiled with some satisfaction. However, Lady Namgunyan's face showed a visible anger. The son asked the leader how exactly the selection of the dragon would take place. The leader replied that the entire process and decision-making would be entrusted to an expert. "Who exactly do you mean?" asked the bearded man. The leader explained, "At first, the appointment of the expert was my personal prerogative, but my interference in the process could cause dissatisfaction. Therefore, I decided to transfer all the powers to the chosen expert." The answer caused joy in Chol, who assumed that one of the elders of the clan would become an expert. But things turned out differently. The leader announced that all these duties would be assigned to the examiner present here, His Eminence Un. This decision was unexpected for everyone, even for the leader's daughter. Others also immediately began to express their displeasure, emphasizing that Un is a foreigner. For Chol, this plan seemed like an unheard-of insult. He sarcastically remarked, "Does the selection of the hidden dragon mean nothing to you?" To this, the leader answered confidently, "Wong is a disciple of the Divine Monk, a personal disciple of the Shaolin Abbot, and a person recognized as a holy sword." Chol tried to object, saying that the matter only concerned their family, and scolded that such a decision could damage the clan's reputation. Iron Sword began to clench his fist, exerting all his strength. He even said, "What if we accept him?" Chol was shocked to hear this from the leader, not expecting such words at all. After that, he returned to Yoon Hyun and unexpectedly offered him to become a sword brother with Bi-yeon. At that moment, the girl got up. She stood up from the table determinedly and headed towards Hyun. Stopping in front of him, she herself offered him to become her brother-in-law. She dropped to one knee, her body visibly shaking. Un saw all her emotions reflected in her eyes: determination, sadness, and hope. Behind their backs, Chol shouted, calling it all absurd. However, it was at this moment that Hyun agreed and called her his sword sister. Her eyes lit up with happiness and she was filled with joy. Un requested that she call him sword brother from now on. The clan leader emphasized that from now on, His Eminence Un is no longer a stranger, and his opinion is important. He directly asked Un if he would accept their offer. Without thinking for a long time, answered that he agreed. However, Chol began to protest, claiming that such a decision could not be made without the approval of the elders. One of the elders assured that this was the right choice. If they could get a divine monk disciple as an ally, it would be a huge gain. He also asked Chol to stop his arguments because they made no sense. At the end, the elder announced that he was leaving the hall himself because of this commotion, but noted that he was glad to see something so interesting for the first time in a long time. He also asked the Iron Sword to act as he saw fit. The day after the banquet at clan leader Namgun's office, Iron Sword spoke to Hyen, asking him to use his own discretion and do whatever he saw fit. He also assured that he would not interfere himself. It seemed as if the Iron Sword had already given up and resigned to his role. Asked if he could see the Namgun clan's sword technique manual. The purpose of the Hidden Dragon's selection was to find who would lead the clan, and in order to evaluate the candidates, he needed to understand the basics of sword technique. Iron Sword suggested that he was interested in the clan's highest technique, the Boundless Heavenly Sword technique. However, Hyun replied that any material that talked about the clan's swordsmanship would do. The Iron Sword agreed to provide the Heavenly Sword manual. The Heavenly Sword is the first technique that newcomers to the Namgon clan learn. It is simple, but at the same time it is the foundation for mastering the infinite Heavenly Sword technique. Iron Sword's older brother valued this technique the most. Hyun understood that Iron Sword longed for his brother, Thunder Sword. However, he still couldn't seem to get out of his shadow, which looked very sad. After this conversation, they came to the conclusion that this material would be enough. Sometime later, in the guest hall of the Namgun clan, Yeon stood in front of the door and asked her brother to leave. Now they called each other brother and sister, and Yeon brought something important to him. She thanked him for responding to her, as she said, unreasonable request, but added that it was very important to her. Noted that he never entered into family bonds with people he did not like. These words made the girl blush a little, and her cheeks turned pink. Then she remembered that she had to deliver what her father had instructed, and began to fuss to get it. It turned out to be a book that was lying in a chest. On its cover was written, "Manual for the Use of the Heavenly Sword." Although it was not the original, it was the oldest of all surviving copies. The girl explained that this is exactly the leadership that the previous leader of the clan valued most. Asked her again if she was sure of her decision to give him the book. The girl confidently answered, "Yes." After that, asked who would participate in the selection. She explained that all the branches of the clan that have the right of ownership present their candidates. The best candidate is Namgun Jinhui. However, Namgun Jun, who saw in the courtyard, is also a strong contender. He has the best skills, but he won't become a hidden dragon. The reason for this is that Jun comes from a branch of their family. Thought that it was probably up to him. However, the girl asked not to misunderstand her. She meant that Jun knew his place well, and most likely would not even participate in the selection. She also said that they were close friends in childhood. "You will not participate, named sister?" asked She began to explain that she had really thought about it, but as a woman her participation would only create problems for her father. Was not sure if this was a justified decision. He noted that he asked about her plans, but only heard excuses, not a clear answer. Then he shared a simple truth. Many people believe that they make their own decisions about their lives. But is it really so? He asked. It is worth seriously thinking about it, added Aren't there other factors influencing these decisions? Sometimes you need to take into account all the circumstances, but not deceive yourself, he concluded. After these words, the girl's hands began to tremble. Finally, she made up her mind and said that she wanted to take part in the selection. Just smiled and advised her to be bold. She was, however, afraid that her brother might face difficulties because of her. But reassured her, saying that his role was only to judge. He assured that the judging would be completely fair and asked that their conversation be kept confidential. Un's gaze lingered on the book in his hands. At the end, he added that they can no longer see each other before the selection begins. Explained that this decision is necessary for the sake of justice, which she herself is concerned about. If their secret meetings arouse suspicion, it could work against them. The girl took his words a little in her own way but did not object. In the end, they said their goodbyes, agreeing to see each other only during the Hidden Dragon selection. Meanwhile, in another place, a man in a leopard cloak was sitting and wondering why he was shaking. It was Sam Che, a man with a scar on his face who was the senior assistant of the Heartless Pirates. He was talking to Mu Shim, the leader of the Pirate Alliance. The conversation revolved around some courtesans, which seemed completely unimportant. Instead, it was much more important to find out how much time was left before the action began. At that moment, the door swung open and Ban entered the room. It was the strategist of the Heartless Pirates who announced that everything was ready. Mushim asked if everyone had taken the superior heavenly soul pill, and the thought made him smile. Ban confirmed that everything was done, which satisfied Mushim. The leader praised him for his diligence and faithful service, noting that he did an excellent job. After that, Mushim smiled and invited everyone to follow him. They went outside, where a huge crowd of people had gathered. Everyone shouted in unison, "Iron Mushim!" Raising his hands, Mushim addressed his comrades with a fiery speech. He reminded them how up to this point they had been despised and torn apart by the high-dimensional Murong Union. "We must no longer suffer from their tyranny and lack of power," he said. Mushim urged everyone to look at the current situation. He reminded them of the tragic moment when the Thunder Sword was killed, and also how the Nam Gong clan was isolated, forcing the Iron Sword to its knees. He remembered the river that had become theirs again through their own strength and perseverance. Mushim continued, "Our old allies, the bandits from the Green Forest, are also waking up from their slumber and revealing their power. Look at the Gongsong clan. Their family burned and fell under the blows of the Black Spear cavalry of the Green Forest. The era of the Murong Union is coming to an end. We will be the ones to end their reign," he said with confidence. Mushim called on all the heroes who share their cause to come forward and join the fight. Raising his hands in the air, Mushim ignited the hearts of his comrades with determination as he declared that they were marching on the Murong Union. On the day of the Hidden Dragon selection, Yunhyun was in his room. He carefully looked over the sheet of paper filled with notes to make sure he hadn't missed anything. As a judge, he initially asked the candidates to write something about themselves. All works were similar in content: acquired skills in martial arts or their achievements in the world. Yeon's letter turned out to be much better than unexpected, and even Namgun Jinhui gave a decent job. The first goal was achieved. Ran, however, asked what exactly Un meant by first target. He explained that he was trying to see more than just their words. He even admitted that he sought to evaluate their achievements by handwriting. Although he had heard of such a technique before, he himself could not say that he possessed it perfectly. Then turning to Ran, he asked, "I still lack judgment, do I?" Ran, keeping in his head that everything was going well, answered briefly, "Time." Un took his sword in his hand, preparing for his next move. It's time to meet the Hidden Dragons. There was tension in the large training hall of the Nam Gong clan before the trials began. All the important people took their seats, including Unhyun. With slow, confident steps, the fighters went to the middle of the hall. They lined up in a line and John was among them. The row looked perfectly organized according to tradition. Unhyun got up from his chair. He began to slowly descend the stairs towards the participants. Stopping in front of them, he congratulated them, and noted that he had carefully studied all the works submitted by them. However, his words were quickly criticized by Cheol, who sarcastically remarked that Un was stating the obvious. Unheeding the remarks, he turned to the audience and asked if there was anyone who objected to the recognition of these participants. Those present looked at each other, but no one protested. The decision seemed reasonable, and there was no point in getting into a conflict. Yun noticed that no one seemed to have any intention of challenging her and Jinhui's participation. Un understood that there were no objections, and announced the beginning of the selection of the Hidden Dragon. He put his hand out in front of him and asked everyone to step back a little. The contestants moved back a bit, but Un asked them to step back even further to allow space for the trials. After that, everyone listened intently to the rules announced by Unhyun. "The one who stays until the end wins," he explained. Everything looked very simple. However, many did not understand what "staying until the end" means. Some thought that a messy brawl was planned, similar to the methods of schools like Hao. Un immediately clarified that there would be no messy fight and began to draw his sword. He held his sword forward and continued to explain, "This is not a duel. All that is required of you is to hold your ground. You were born and raised in the Nam Gong clan. Until now, this abode was your protection and pride. But that time has passed. There are many difficulties ahead of you in the future. You will have to protect the clan by overcoming them. And for this, it is not personal glory, nor fighting skills, nor even pride that matters. Your will is important, accumulated and unbreakable, which will not waver before any obstacle." At this moment, he took out a spirit sword that made all the clan heads open their mouths in surprise. The wind began to rise around his body, swirling into a powerful hurricane. Even the iron sword was shocked, finding it unbelievable. "This time it's even more than what my brother was showing," he thought. Looking at this picture, it was hard to understand how this was even possible. Iron Sword even asked Un to wait a minute and clarified if he wasn't going to kill everyone. But Un, standing with his back to him, did not take a single step from his seat, continuing to radiate his unyielding determination. Un warned that the test would be more difficult than they could imagine, and asked everyone to draw their swords. The fighters felt how a strong wind pierced their bodies. The wind was so powerful that everyone quickly drew their swords in preparation for the challenge. Tensions were rising, and they had to exert considerable effort to maintain control. With a slight smile, as if inviting him for a walk, Un offered to begin the test. But suddenly one man ran forward, shouting, "Wait!" At this moment, Un had already swung his sword. He drew his sword to his right, concentrating his strength. Meanwhile, the weather was beautiful outside, but the calm was suddenly disturbed. A loud blast wave rang out from the training arena. All the participants felt this energy on themselves. It literally hit their bodies. Un continued to move the sword, swinging it in different directions. Not all were able to stay on their feet. Some fighters fell under the influence of this force. With each strike, the situation became more and more chaotic, and each subsequent sword movement seemed stronger than the previous one. Yan felt this terrible power, but despite everything, she remained on her feet. Yan watched as the fighters around her fell one by one under the force. There were cries of pleas. "Stop! They will all die!" Even those sitting in the dignitaries' seats found it difficult to stay still due to the powerful vibrations. The iron sword carefully followed the blows, which were getting stronger. He understood that this was the power of the heavenly Serenity Sword. Although these blows were not fatal, their power spoke for itself. Iron Sword understood all of this, but allowed Un to continue the trials. A certain amount of time passed, and Un was still swinging his sword, channeling its power. Before him, only those who lay on the ground, exhausted, remained. Their faces turned blue from cold and exhaustion. Some tried to get up, resting their hands on their knees. But Yan, although she was trembling a lot, remained standing, holding the sword in her hands. Un even smiled at her indomitable fortitude. She did not give up, continuing to stubbornly grip the sword in her hands. It was icy cold all around, and the hoarfrost covered everything around, adding to the drama of the situation. Un, stopping, began to speak further. "The one still standing is the hidden dragon of the Namgun clan," Un announced. "According to the authority granted to me, the selection of the hidden dragon is complete," he added. Un asked the elders if they agreed with this decision. Iron Sword, the head of the clan, firmly declared his agreement. With the clan head's approval, the hidden dragon of the Namgong family is officially approved. If someone cannot accept this decision and tries to challenge it, it will be a serious insult not only to me, but also to the family head, Un emphasized. He also emphasized that such disobedience will not be tolerated. After these words, all those who had argued before fell silent, not daring to object. Only the elder laughed quietly, hiding a smile behind his gray mustache. It seemed that maybe Un should have formed a brotherly alliance not with Beyond, but with the Iron Sword itself. The elder, enjoying what he saw, noted that he had not seen such an exciting sight for a long time, and left. After finishing, Un bowed to the head of the family, expressing his respect. He came closer, while Yan remained standing to the side, still not fully understanding what had happened. As usual, Un was accompanied by his faithful companion, Ran. For the heads of the clan branches, it was finally over. Their tension subsided. The hidden dragon selection is officially over. The atmosphere in Clan Head Namgong's pavilion was calm after the selection was over. Yun-hyun was about to leave as he had finished his work and didn't want to abuse the clan's hospitality. However, the clan head expressed his concern, remarking, "Even if Mr. Un stays here, who will dare to say anything?" Despite this, the head thanked Un, noting that it was the only thing he could do. But Un, not fully understanding his motives, decided to ask why he had been appointed as a judge. The head thought about how best to answer, and finally decided to tell the truth. "It's because of my brother's words about the Azure Dragon Sword Lord," he explained. The chapter remembered the moment when his brother, Thundersword, asked him if he wanted to meet this lord. This conversation took place during one of their training sessions. The late brother mentioned that meeting the Overlord could help with training, but the Iron Sword at the time did not understand why meeting a stranger and believed that he did not need the help of outsiders. He always considered only his brother as his best teacher. However, the brother insisted that such a meeting would be important, adding, "If the fighting world is really only about intrigue and power, it's very sad." The head admitted that his brother had been kind to the Azure Dragon Sword Lord from the beginning. "Perhaps, after receiving that letter, my brother found something that he lost a long time ago," he said. What's more, Un turned out to be exactly as his brother had imagined. At the end, Un thanked the chapter for the list of techniques, noting that it helped him a lot. Un admitted that, unfortunately, he did not find anything significant in the list. After that, He handed the list of techniques directly into the hands of the clan head. The head once again looked at the chest that stored this knowledge. He hoped Un would find something related to his brother there. However, he failed to see in Un's actions the same movements that his brother once did. The head dreamed of seeing the reflection of his brother in the movements of the sword. But these dreams turned out to be in vain. Un lowered his head slightly, remembering his older brother. He remembered how he had taught him how to wield a sword in his youth. But most importantly, his brother taught him not only the art of fighting, but also life. Un painfully remembered the moment when he lost his brother. From that time, his heart was filled with sadness that made him helpless. He could not read books, meet people, or even pick up a sword. Later, he found out that people started mocking him. This was unbearable, because as he was informed, everyone knew that he was the heir of Master Il Chun-hyun. And even worse, he was the last person to see Il Chun-hyun alive. One of the men of his time warned Un, "If you show weakness in this situation, people will start to sneer. They will say that the one to whom Master Il entrusted the future turned out to be a pathetic and weak scholar." Those harsh words made Un realize that only he himself could show people what his brother was like. Un turned to the iron sword, asking, "And what about you, Mr. Chief? You know better than anyone who your predecessor entrusted with the future." The head remembered his brother saying, "Remember, the Namgong clan will never forgive today's humiliation." He also ordered Namgong Jin to be made the successor of the outer division, and not to plan any major feats until his strength was restored. Then, standing before his brother, the iron sword replied that he obeyed. At that moment, his brother appointed him the head of the clan. Un now told the iron sword that only he could show the world what the thunder sword was like. The head, swallowing tears, could feel his shoulders shaking with excitement. He finally understood the important truth. His brother was always there, and he was wasting his time looking for someone else. Iron Sword, with tears in his eyes, realized that he had only now seen the truth. "What was your older brother's name?" asked the Iron Sword. "Chun-hyun," answered Un. The head added, "My brother's name was Nam-gun Jin Cheol. Please promise that you will never forget us." Unhesitatingly, Un swore it. Swallowing back his tears and closing his eyes, Iron Sword raised his head proudly, letting the tears flow down his cheeks. Rays of light broke through the clouds and illuminated their faces. At that moment, Hyun finally saw them. Clarity and determination. Casting aside all doubts, regrets, and sorrows, he no longer saw weakness. Standing before him was a warrior with a burning gaze, a man whose name Iron Sword suited him best, Nam-gun Byok. Next day, the fighters were standing near the carriage, and Ion, detaining them, questioned whether they were really going. She promised that she would never forget what they had done for her. But Hyun saw it differently. Everything she achieved was the result of her own efforts. At the same time, she herself understood that knowledge of the Endless Heaven Sword technique had become crucial. If she didn't know about it, she wouldn't be able to hold on until the end. The realization that there could be an even more powerful blow ahead helped her muster all her will. However, even with this knowledge, not everyone would be able to cope, Hyun explained to her. The fact that you were able to endure is only thanks to your will. He also added that he knew from the beginning that she would make it, especially after their second meeting. Yeon remembered that second time, during the reception in the Jaegel family. Then he showed a sign that she immediately recognized. She asked if she could call him brother, but he reminded her that apart from that, he was still her mentor. "You are the hidden dragon I chose myself," he said proudly. Gratefully, she called him Mr. Scholar and expressed her sincere thanks. On that note, they bade farewell, and the carriage moved forward, bearing them on their new journey. Finally, everything seemed complete, but Yeon's look became more serious. She realized that it was not really the end, but only the beginning. She looked down at the Namgong clan sign, feeling the responsibility that lay before her. An important gathering was taking place at the main residence of the Namgong clan. The head of the clan, Iron Sword, sat in his seat, his daughter standing next to him. He announced that the selection of the hidden dragon was officially completed. "Now is the time to unite. All family members must follow the previous chapter's will," he said firmly. However, Chol expressed his disagreement, stating that although the selection is complete, the clan's problems are not yet resolved, and many doubt the chapter's decision. From the very beginning, the appointment of an unprecedented judge was perceived by many as self-rule by the head, he continued. "What the hell is wrong with him?" thought the Iron Sword. Chol waited for an answer, and the head immediately turned to the chief inspector with a question. "How is it ordered to deal with those who show disrespect to the head?" he asked. The inspector answered without hesitation. "In such cases, they should be thrown into prison, subjected to whipping, and in severe cases, executed." After that, Chol changed his tone and began to make excuses. The chapter's next question concerned those who violate discipline in the clan. The inspector replied, regardless of their status, they are immediately relieved of their duties, stripped of their fighting skills, and expelled. In severe cases, execution. The head continued. And what about those who provoke a split within the clan in the face of the enemy? June paled noticeably, his face turning bluish. Iron Sword, turning to the inspector, asked, what should be done in such a case? Those who provoke a split before the battle should be executed immediately, came the ruthless reply. The woman clenched her fist tightly and threatens that anyone who intends to commit a split will be executed. Hearing about this, the men immediately tensed up. It sounded quite threatening. Suddenly, one of the men raised his sword, attracting the attention of those present. He says with pride and hostility in his voice that no one has the right to punish the Namgun clan. The bearded man knew he would get the sword because that was exactly what he had to do. After a second, the man added that only the Namgun clan itself could punish them. Having said these words, the man without any regret lowered his sword, striking one of the people present. Blood immediately splashed onto the shocked bearded man, who only had time to open his mouth in shock. A moment later, Zhong let out a loud cry and grabbed the spot where his hand had once been. The place where the hand should have been was just full of blood. The father was shocked by what happened to his son right before his eyes. The father's eyes were filled with rage and a sense of revenge for his son. The man looked at Zhong and his father with a merciless gaze. The atmosphere around instantly changed and became more oppressive, but the man did not understand why. The man then says that the head of the Chongqing division, Namgun Chol, has been removed from his position for dereliction of duty. It remains to wait for the court. Namgun Cheol was only spared life because he has Namgun blood in him, so he must repay it with hard work. Namgun Chol falls to his knees in front of the man because he understands that if he says even a word, he will lose his head. With a trembling voice, he thanks the man for sparing him. In kin clans, the power of the leader is absolute, especially in clans that study martial arts. If there is a mountain in the way of the Namgun clan, they will split it. If the sea, they will pierce it with their sword. Whoever stands in their way, even if he is from a direct dynasty, will not be forgiven. Everyone should serve with faith and truth in their places. A grave silence settled in the hall. Those present only silently lowered their eyes to the floor. But the stern man needed an answer from them, not silence. The girl standing behind the man said that they would fulfill the will of the head. A second later, the men repeat the same after her. Everyone in the hall says that they will do the will of the head. Although they have said this, they all feel great, terrifying pressure. The man's pressure and heavy gaze was the same as in the previous chapter. Some time passed. The carriage drives along the brick road. Shortly after the carriage passes over the bridge, the coachman stops the horse. The man sitting in the carriage looked questioningly at the coachman. The coachman ordered the man inside to go to Shaolin. Even though the boy is the best student, he is still the senior after the Shaolin head. But the disciple cannot do this, because then he will not fulfill his duty if he does not fulfill such an important mission personally. Master Un remembers how the Namgun clan asked for help. The boy needed information about Murom's current condition. He especially wanted to know about the actions of the alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest. They move in an organized manner and with a clear purpose, but the group cannot understand what their purpose is. A few days ago, the Yangtze River Pirate Alliance held a grand sect opening tournament. There, they made two announcements. First, the Green Forest Black Spear Cavalry had set fire to the main house of the Gonsan clan. And secondly, they planned to attack the Marima Union together with bandits of the Green Forest. Master Un sincerely hoped that this was possible. It has already been confirmed that the number of the Pirate Alliance exceeds 5,000. Therefore, if they all unite with the bandits of the Green Forest, then in total, there will be about 10,000 of them, which is a serious problem. The man noted that the number of Murim masters does not even reach 1,200 people. It is obvious that ordinary thugs are not suitable for masters of martial arts, but in a short period, the Murimu Union will face difficulties. Neither the Namgun clan nor the Gongsong clan will be able to provide urgent support, and the Yangtze River is blocked by the Pirate Alliance. Therefore, in reality, at the moment, the Murimu Union is completely isolated. Although there are many records, they are mostly only about Murimu's world competitions. The other records are about the Dark Sky Emperor and the Namgun clan, but they will soon be supplemented by the records of the Gunsan clan incident. Master Un already knows what he wants to know. When all the factions came together in Murimu's alliance, the two nearest provinces were abandoned. To isolate the Union, this was the goal of the bandits. More importantly, before the start of such a great conflict, the imperial government will not remain on the sidelines. Murom's union will be dealt a severe blow, so he will suffer for some time. Master Un worries that another force may be behind the alliance of pirates and bandits. What if behind them is a man called a big traitor? The guy is sure that there is another armed group under his command. The student worries that the enemies may have their own people in the government. If everything the boy said is true, then Muromu's union is headed straight for a death trap. The young man wonders who will be the next target of the alliance of pirates and bandits after they destroy the alliance. But the man does not want to answer this question now. It seems he got what their enemies wanted. It was Master Un who sent the letter to Murom. Let him leave all his affairs now and gather strength in Shaolin and the Namgun clan. If Murom is destroyed, the principal and the debt will fall on the young man. The peace of Murom is the peace of strength, regardless of will. Without strength, a person is not capable of anything. The monk once told the young man not to come to him again, but most likely, he meant to return to the alliance of Murom. The boy understands that he is going to certain death, but he is not going to stop, because he can still save someone. He smiles and jokes that the most important thing is that he hasn't retired yet. The coachman sighs heavily, realizing that Master Un will stand his ground. The man will follow the disciple wherever he goes. Meanwhile, Muromu's alliance, Murong clan's court. The boy and the little girl praise their sister for doing well. But the girl is not satisfied, because she is very tired and has not even come to a conclusion. The girl was very tired. The union is divided in two. Those who want to respond aggressively and finish with everything and those who want to wait. The aggressive group is now fighting over who will be the leader, and the peaceful group is arguing over who should take responsibility for what is happening. From everyone's point of view, this is quite natural, but the girl herself still doubts. If everything Mr. Un said earlier is true, then these are not temporary experiences. At the moment, no one can fully estimate the number of enemies. The Muromu Union estimates their strength to be somewhere between 1 and 3,000. But considering how many pirates gathered for the tournament, it could be much higher. The guy thinks the rumors are exaggerated. The opening tournament of the Pirate Alliance sect doesn't even sound plausible. But the man does not want to repeat the mistakes of the elders. The most suspicious thing is that they cannot find their exact location. This is all because by nature, the Muromu Union is a union of different fighting factions. It does not have its own independent intelligence or its own military force. In addition, the Namgun and Gongsong clans are damaged, so there is a gap in their intelligence network now. It turns out that an alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest are preparing an invasion. They know for sure that the group is headed for the Muromu Alliance along the Yangtze River. They received a letter from Anhui and Hubei provinces, saying that the local factions had been attacked by a pirate alliance. This is rather suspicious, because they were in the opposite direction from the Union. There is also news that a large number of pirates and bandits have appeared. In any case, it complicates the situation even more. They also received a regular report from the Tang family, and after that there was no news from them. There was a feeling that something was wrong. Will their strategy work right in front of Murima? The girl says that she asked for help from the state army. Other representatives reacted negatively. They said that no faction in the world would respect them anymore. However, the Gonsan clan was attacked by the Black Spear Cavalry, and the alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest declare war on the Murom Alliance. Just in case, the local commander should be informed. They will not ask for help, but discussions about the legality of Murima's future actions are most likely already underway. The man worries if everything will be okay with Master Un, who has gone to the Namgun clan. But the girl was sure that everything would be fine with Master Un, because he is very powerful and strong. The actions of Mu Shim shocked the whole world. In addition to declaring war on the Murom Alliance, he also declared that he would remove all Murom Alliance clans and power from the Yangtze River. Surprisingly, this announcement boosted the rating of the Pirate Alliance. Most of the small factions that could not get recognition of the Murom Alliance joined the alliance. There were also rumors that the former masters came out again. In a short period of time, the Pirate Alliance became a symbol of opposition to the Muromu Alliance, after which people began to gossip that it was only a matter of when the Muromu Alliance would fall. The black man did not want to listen to this delusion, so he shouted loudly. Of course, all this may turn out to be ordinary rumors, but according to intelligence reports, an armed group really appeared in the city. But the man does not believe that the government would allow them to pass. One of them sent a person to the local commander, but all they got back was that the commander was no longer there. Is the local commander in charge of the local military absent from his post at such a critical time? Now the most important thing is to decide how to answer it. No more time for silence. The monk believes that they urgently need to declare the alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest Murom's enemies. But the other man thinks it's time to do more than just talk. But the monk does not understand what exactly he means by the word act. Suddenly, the man suddenly stands up from his seat. They will find out if the bandits really came to the city and how many there really are. It will be an armed intelligence or force that will conduct an open investigation on horseback. The first solution to the problem is that the bandits of the Green Forest and the Pirate Alliance were declared enemies. And the second, an expedition of the Dark Community was discussed. And the next day, many warriors from the Dark Community and other factions went to Zhenjiang, where they thought the forces of the alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest were. The main force of the Dark Community was moving along the Great Channel. The enemies chose this path so that the horses and soldiers would not tire prematurely. The next day, when the soldiers arrived in the city, they found only bandits of the Green Forest there. There was no hint of a pirate alliance or the Huanshan clan, not even a single ship. They couldn't find the man called the Dark Sky Martial Emperor. After hearing this, the Dark Moon, Jin Muyang, the head of the Dark Forest, pondered. From what the soldiers were able to find out, the number of enemies was no more than 1,200. They said that there were many more of them, but it turned out not to be so. These were ordinary rumors. Among the enemies were horsemen, but they were all bandits of the Green Forest. The elder understands that it will be quite difficult to improve their reputation in such a battle. The enemies are now rearranging their formation on the left bank, because it seems they have seen surveillance. A second later, the gray-haired man jumps up sharply and walks straight. He is serious about catching the bandits right now. Although their enemies are several times more numerous, the man is sure of their victory. Soon they get on their horses and move forward. The head raises his sword, cheering everyone on. They quickly rush to their goal. Let their swords rend the flesh of their enemies and break their bones. The Dark Community is ready to fight. They are getting closer to their enemies every second. But the bandits for some reason just stand there and do not move. Just a second ago it seemed that they too wanted to attack, but now they are standing still. There is no formation or organization, they just stand in a crowd. But then where did the guy get such a terrible premonition? The head also seems to have this strange premonition, but it's too late to turn back. The only way to get rid of this difficulty is to break the ranks of the enemy. Suddenly, all the thugs suddenly squat down, and after a second, a bunch of spears and arrows fly towards the army of the Dark Community. They were archers, so they need to close the distance as soon as possible. The head deftly cuts arrows with his sword. The young man repeated everything according to the principle of the commander, and also began to cut arrows. But there were too many of them. Some soldiers, unfortunately, could not repel the attack and fell dead along with their horses. There were too many arrows, and they were also short and unusual. This force cannot be ignored. It became clear that their disorganized formation was a trap. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the enemies start running away. The commander understands that something terrible is waiting for them now. Before him, he sees mighty warriors. It was the Black Spear Cavalry. Warriors break sharply right in front of their enemies. The young warrior cannot understand how they could be so easily deceived. Enemies use a similar formation to theirs. The chief also saw this and became angry. A second later, completely identical troops rushed towards each other. The situation was far from in favor of the Dark Community. There were very few of them left when the number of enemies only increased. But despite this, the boy orders not to retreat because the commander is with them. The head leads their formation. He raises his sword up. Jin Muyang knows no defeat. It was this belief that united the surviving members of the Dark Community and the martial arts masters of the Union. But the organization of the enemy planted seeds of anxiety in Mukhail Yeup's heart. But now there is no time for doubts. The guy is ready to cover the back of his head no matter what. Meanwhile, someone was watching this battle from afar. The observer believed that the Dark Community were real fools, because they had lost most of their warriors and were still pushing forward. From the very beginning, it was imprudent to attack the enemy without assessing his strength. Meanwhile, the shortbow squads are ready to attack again. When the cavalry on both sides disperse, the squad will definitely change direction, so you need to shoot them at this very moment. The head bravely rushed straight to the enemies. Blood was spilled. The battle was just beginning. The boy ordered to send a squad of lost souls to the Dark Community a little later, because by that time, only the head would remain alive. Suddenly, someone laughed next to the boy. It was Yom Jung-bu. The bearded man did not understand why he had to put so much effort into defeating Jin Muyang. The boy asks if Yom Jung-bu wants to join in on this. The young man is already very interested to see the skills of the iron-bloody King of Death, and after a second the man disappears. Meanwhile, the boy bets whether this man will live up to his title. The old man behind notes that Yom Jun-bu is so submissive to the young master that he even seems cute. The fact that the grandfather called him young master made the boy instantly angry because he asked not to call him that. Due to his age, Lin Tae-san had become quite distracted, So he apologized for this and promised to be more careful. Grandfather thought that everything was too simple and the Murong Union would not dance to the tune of the young master. But the boy says that this is not enough. Someone predicted his plan. Hearing about this, the gray-haired man is surprised. It felt as if someone had read the young man's mind. Although not in detail, this person pointed to the very heart of his plan. He was ahead of the connection between the representatives of the government and the trade guild that no one should know about, and even the trail that leads to the North Sea. It was all the work of Yun Hyun. The young man is sure that it was the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword Un Hyun. It is surprising that the owner of the Azure Sword of the Dragon would be of interest to the merchant. The young man wants to take it upon himself, and the grandfather does not argue. After that, he warns about it another man who was standing next to him. It was Jida-san. Meanwhile, the battle continued. There were so many spooky rumors in the city that it seemed oppressive. The people had a strange feeling. Suddenly, a man rode into town on a horse. He almost hit passers-by. This stranger was speeding through the city streets, scaring people. An arrow was sticking out of this stranger's shoulder, and blood was flowing. Passers-by just looked after him and tried to understand what happened. The warriors of the Dark Community brought the news. The Dark Community was destroyed by the Bandits of the Green Forest, due to the participation of the Black Spear Cavalry and the Iron Blood King of Death. Because of this, the Murong Union organized an urgent muster and a rescue squad. The rescue team returned several times during the night with wounded warriors of the Dark Community. On the first day, out of 250 people, only 36 were found. And they all said that Jin Muyang and Mukhyol Yeop died at the hands of the Iron King. Only then did it become clear that the enemies were the Green Forest Bandits, the Black Spear Cavalry, the Short Bow Archers, and the Iron Blood King who were working with them. Murong's suggestion was to send some scouts to find out if anything had happened on the main roads. Another suggestion is to report it to the local commander. The next day, news came that Mukhyol Yeop was alive, although he was teetering on the edge of life and death. The second news reported that there is no surveillance on the main roads. In the third piece of news, it turned out that the local commander, governor, and auditor were not at their posts. None of them. The situation was quite serious, but they could not afford to leave the Union and show everyone their fear. Only then did the fighting factions realize the seriousness. At the moment when the Pirate Alliance made their announcement and already dragged them into battle. Meanwhile, on the way to Hangzhou, a carriage is rushing. Unexpectedly, Master Un asks Kucher to stop. Although the coachman does not understand why this is, I obediently follow the order. The young master says it will be better if Doc Ko comes down. He explains that the elder may be uncomfortable. The young man still does not understand which elder is being talked about. A black boy greets a lady. They have not seen each other for a long time. A young, attractive lady appears on the road, but she does not seem at all happy to see the master. Seeing the girl, the coachman fell into a stupor. But it seems that it was not because of the lady, but because of her husband who was standing next to her. A strong aura was coming from him. Grandpa called Yun Hyun by his first name, even though he usually forgets other people's names. This greatly surprised the girl. Master Un greets Senior Doc Sung. The girl began to shout loudly at the boy for saying hello to his grandfather so disrespectfully. But the young man believes that exaggeration of politeness is also a manifestation of disrespect. The girl continues to argue, but the old man says that everything suits him. Grandfather personally allows the boy to address him like that. Hearing about this, the girl is very surprised. But if this is the grandfather's will, she is not going to argue. It turns out, everything is so. The girl raises her index finger and points at the boy. The energy begins to rapidly approach him, but the coachman reacts quickly and breaks the attack of this stranger. Such a force causes a strong explosion. The boy exiled the master with him. His sword is ready in his hand. The girl considers it seriously rude to bear her sword in front of her grandfather. Therefore, she orders the boy to cut off his hand immediately, even though she herself has just used powerful chi. But Master Un stands up for Doc Ko and says that he shouldn't apologize. The girl expected such a reaction. If he refuses her, it will hurt the grandfather's pride. The guy adds that the young lady may not apologize either, because he has no intention of offending her. Does he mean to say that he can ask the girl to chop off her hand as an apology? The boy does not answer, but still smiles. The girl becomes incredibly aggressive when she sees such a humiliating attitude towards herself. The girl wants to start a fight, but her grandfather stops her. He reiterates that this young man has a right to talk like that. The girl is very surprised that her grandfather took his side, and not hers. Lee Kam Hak put this boy on the same level as himself, so the boy definitely has the right to say such a thing. But the young man does not want to offend anyone, and says that forgiveness does not depend on who is higher and who is lower. Grandfather notes that this is all. It is better for those people who are completely devoid of principles. The path chosen by Master Un cannot be followed relying only on ideas and strength. Grandfather notes that there are paths that cannot be passed without strength. In particular, he talks about this path. The boy knows that according to the agreement on Manhua, the elder will not interfere with our union. The girl says that the union has already declared a rift with the monk, so they are no longer connected to his power. And Master Un can no longer hide behind the name of the divine monk either. Then the boy asks, what is the real reason that the elder is blocking his way? The elder is ready to answer this question if the boy shows his strength. The old man uses powerful chi, but the coachman instantly reacts and jumps in front of his master. The young man repels this blow with his sword. Grandfather notes that this boy's skills are not at all inferior to the strength of his spirit. The coachman blocked this attack with great difficulty, and he had almost no energy left. The master sees that the boy is tired and asks him not to do this again. If the boy gets hurt, the master doesn't know what to do. Un says that if the guy throws out something like that again, he's really going to get mad at him. But the subordinate's face shows that he did not understand anything at all. The boy has no choice. If the elder wishes it, he is happy to serve. The gray-haired man is shocked that the young man agreed so quickly. Un asks Duko to cover his back because he won't be able to keep an eye on everything while he's in the fight against the elder. And then soon the boy steps towards him, and after a second, the girl feels how the air has become heavier. It turns out Grandfather was not joking when he said that you should not underestimate the boy. A second later, Grandpa also starts an attack and uses his energy. Grandfather immediately started with a very strong technique. 12 red lotus petals, which surprised the girl. And this one was clearly directed at the young man. Master Un repulsed absolutely all of the man's attacks with one light movement. This attack hit their carriage directly and wrecked it. The girl carefully watched all this and could not understand how the boy has such great power. Just a second later, Grandpa gathers more energy to make another attack. The young man will immediately understand that this is a celestial spiritual butterfly. A large, beautiful butterfly approaches the young man. The boy raises his sword. This eerie power was nothing compared to anything the boy had seen before. The girl sees that the opponent decided not to use QE, so I think that the guy will definitely die from such an attack. After a second, the young man slowly began to lower the hand with the sword down. The girl could not understand the enemy's plan. She watched their every move carefully and came to the conclusion that they were all very slow. Because of this, one feels that the whole world around has slowed down. The boy raised his sword up. The butterfly was right above him. And a second later, he pierced him with the first form of the true white tiger battle sword style. There was a strong explosion. To withstand this blow, the girl needed to release her inner energy in a single impulse. The girl opens her eyes and turns her gaze to the battlefield again. There was definitely a blow. She even feels its echoes, but something seems wrong. The huge heavenly spirit butterfly disappeared without a trace. The elder was shocked and did not understand how the young man managed to do this. It was quite simple. Yun-hyun just watched everything carefully. Any force collapses if it loses its central axis. The reclining Buddha said that he had opened the eye of his heart that gazes into transcendence. After that, all you have to do is swing your sword. The greater the force, the easier it is to lose direction in one swing. The girl understood that he had seen the heavenly spirit butterfly with the eye of his heart. But she still did not understand what kind of sword technique he had just used. This technique made it feel as if the whole world had slowed down. The boy explained that it was the first form of a true white tiger battle sword style. Yun-hyun destroyed the heavenly spirit butterfly and says that he has reached perfection. The old man perfectly understood that this can be achieved if you have an absolute advantage over the enemy. Therefore, he is not going to believe in this delusion and wants to attack again. It seems that they will have to continue the fight until the man believes him. This is exactly what the old man wanted. He uses another one. The air around immediately becomes heavier and a strong wind rises. It seems that from the power of the grandfather, everything living around screams. Even after releasing all her strength, the girl will not be able to withstand this blow. And after a second, the man sends all his strength to the enemy. Master Un-hyun does exactly the same thing he did before. He calmly raises his sword up. Dak-ko seems to be the Northern Sea Lord's sword aura. A second later, the coachman jumps out from behind his master. He quickly grabs the girl and holds her with one hand. He grabbed her in order to prevent her from jumping from such a powerful blow, which she would not be able to withstand. After that, the girl immediately withdraws, and her whole face turns red from shame. After a second, the girl takes out her sword and directs it at this brat. But the guys are absolutely indifferent to her. He looks at the battlefield. When the girl also turns her gaze there, she sees that there is nothing alive left in this city. Unfortunately, the girl immediately understands that her grandfather has lost. Suddenly, She notices how something white starts to fall from the clouds and thinks that it is snow. The grandfather trembles and asks why the boy put away his sword. His power, which was evil, had an inner energy. It was destroyed by an even stronger sword force. If the young man had not changed the direction of his sword at the last moment, then everything would have ended with the death of the old man. The guy saved his life because the elder deserves respect. His skill is at that level, which cannot be reached if you do not dedicate your whole life to it. The gray-haired man does not know how to react to such words, so he simply remains silent. Grandfather laughs and jokes that now this young man is going to steal his heart, but the boy says that from their very first meeting, it was grandfather who was kind to him. The old man notes that although the boy looks naive, he thinks quite deeply. Suddenly, a girl approaches the grandfather and gets down on one knee in front of him. The girl says that she has to leave because the old man has recognized another person, and she cannot leave against the will of her family. If she made such a choice, a man cannot influence her in any way. After a second, the young lady disappears. The old man sees her off with only a sad look. Meanwhile, our hero wants to know for what purpose they stopped them here. It turns out that Yom Jung-bu joined the first great merchant. He couldn't even last 10 seconds against Jite-san, one of the 3 elders under him. After that, the gray-haired man says that he couldn't defeat them either. Hearing about this, the young man is very surprised. King Moon promised the place of the head of the alliance, and also promised that he would make the Tang family stronger in the world. But the young man does not understand why the elder did not refuse him. Grandfather does not see the sense in the title of the strongest in the world, which he would receive by someone else's hands. And the grandfather came to Eunhyun precisely because Pul Yeon entrusted him to the boy. Now it is clear what the divine monk meant when he said not to return to the pavilion. If the boy could not defeat his grandfather, there would be no point in him going there. Everything happened exactly as the head of the Namgun family had predicted. The monk said to go to Shaolin and ask for help from the reclining Buddha. Master Un thought about his words. This road leads through Henan province to the Shaolin temple on Mount Songshan. Although the boy will regret this decision, he is still going to join Muramu's union, because there he has to fulfill his promises, and there are people he wants to protect. After hearing about this, the grandfather asks him to take care of the Tang family. But the boy is afraid to promise it, because he is far from the strongest in the world. The old man doesn't care. Grandpa chose Eunhyun, but the Tang family didn't. That's why Ryan left. The grandfather predicts that one day the Tang family will become the boy's enemy and commit a sin against him. Upon hearing this, Master Un tensed up a bit. Grandpa asks to protect the name of the Tang family, if only for his sake. The boy becomes very embarrassed when the man starts bowing before him and begging. The boy sighs and promises that he will fulfill his request. The man trembles and thanks the man for this. The boy hears the elder's voice tremble and realizes that he will never be able to fully understand how much he loves his family. A second later, the man hands him a sign, a symbol of power in the Tang family. Everything will have to be given in order to return her to her family there. The main thing is that the guy doesn't talk about where he got this sign from, because it disappeared a long time ago, and grandfather accidentally found it. Grandfather notices the boy's shocked expression and asks what happened. It just seemed to the guys that grandfather was now very similar to the senior master. Grandfather tells that the goal of the big trader is not the union, but the owner of the record. He suspects that he is the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword. Fortunately, he doesn't know what Yoon-hyun looks like, so Grandpa advises the boy not to meet big elders and not to reveal his name. Meanwhile, in the estate of the North Sea, the main temple, the girl climbs the stairs to her place. Everyone present carefully watches her every move. The girl looks around with her piercing, stern gaze passing over each of them. She says that in these harsh lands, people have always lived like warriors. But even in spite of this, the noble spirit of the Northern Sea was covered with mud. The treacherous intrigues of the enemy divided the Northern Sea. The enemies turned the brothers against each other. Their pride as warriors was lost. Following the will of the Ice Emperor of the Northern Sea, as the First Lady of the Ice Estate, she announces that their revenge will not take long. She picks up the mouse and shouts that no one will ever be able to use the Northern Sea again. Those present immediately charged her fighting spirit and shouted in agreement. Meanwhile, in a forbidden place, a certain man went to the estate of the king himself. It was Eunuch Puck, so the king said he might not be so formal when they were alone. The subordinate wants to say something, when suddenly the king hands him something. It turns out that it was nothing more than the emperor's divine order. After a second, the subordinate fell to his knees and said that he would honorably accept the emperor's order. From this moment on, the man is the insignificant commanding eunuch of the Eastern Depot. The Eastern Depot is a secret agency under the direct control of the emperor. The man laughs and smiles because he is glad that now the subordinate will be respected. Eunuch Pak promises that he will lay down his life to fulfill the will of the king. The king trusts his subordinate very much. The day, if a subordinate dies, will become the most terrible for him. A second later, the subordinate falls to his knees in front of the king and hits his forehead on the floor. The man smashed his forehead to the point of blood as a sign of respect. He promises that the king will achieve his goal, no matter what it costs him. When the man went outside, he looked at the full moon. He is very interested in how the student of the university is doing now. Meanwhile, our soldiers again got into the carriage and set off. Some strangers are watching them from the bushes. Suddenly, the coachman slowly starts to stop the carriage, and when the man completely stopped her, he told these strangers to get out. The men were shocked to be noticed. A second later, one of the men gets up from the bushes and tries to pretend he's alone. But Dako feels that there are many more of them here and orders everyone to appear. The man is frightened by such a powerful aura of the guy and orders everyone else to get up too. The stranger apologizes and says that they had no intention of doing anything bad to them. The boy looks incredulously at strangers. The man thought that the coachman was not going to let them go just like that, because he was just silent. A second later, Master Unyi gets out of the carriage and apologizes. The boy thinks that these strangers are from the Green Forest and asks if they are under the command of King Moon. The name of the king is known only by the leader of the Pirate Alliance and the elite bandits of the Green Forest. So the stranger is tensed and does not understand who is standing in front of him now. The boy introduces himself without any problems. His name is Un-hyun, and he is the secretary of the Murong Union. The man fell into a stupor when he heard where this young man was from. He wonders why this young man is not afraid of them at all. Besides, how does the secretary of the union know about the king? The strangers never answered his question. Doc Ko looks around and gives these bastards a creepy look. This look sent shivers down my skin. The man admitted that they are the new bandits of the Green Forest. But then what are they doing here? The bandit did not know how to get out of this situation, but he must not reveal the purpose of their task. Even if this murderous aura from Kucher penetrates him, the man still can't afford to tell about it. Master Un thinks that all the roads leading to the city are in this condition. In a second, he's about to climb back into the carriage because it's time to go. Suddenly, one of the bandits shouts and asks them to stop. The man asked who they were. The boy introduces the coachman without any problems. His name is Dokko Ran. Immediately afterwards, he gets back into the carriage and they drive away. The leader of the bandits thinks and remembers that he has heard this name somewhere before. Finally, he remembered where he had heard the name before. It's Invincible in 3 Fights Dokko Ran. Then it became immediately clear why the guy had such a murderous look. The bandits continue to discuss who they just met as the carriage moves on. Even the intelligence officers of the Union could not find the bandits, but the ordinary secretary could. They should report it. Some went to report it to the chief, while others remained to guard the area. The advanced base of the new Green Bandits, the King's camp. This news has already reached the young man, but he wants to call the head of scouts because he wants to hear about it in person. Soon the head of scouts came, fell on his knees in front of the boss, and began to describe the appearance of these people. The man is shocked that the head has never heard of the undefeated in 3 fights before. The head of the group continues to tell how everything happened. The boy was smiling madly. He was very glad that the Azure sword wielder was back again. The man asks if the two said anything else. Yun-hyun asked if they were the bandits of the Green Forest under the command of the king. The king was surprised to hear that this boy knew his name. He further said that all the roads leading to the city could be in this condition. But it was not at all surprising if the boy was indeed the owner of the Azure dragon sword. But it is difficult for the head of the bandits to believe this, because the secretary looked very young. The man immediately regretted that he had started talking, because he was only ordered to answer questions. But the king did not care about the bandits' words. Youth is an important factor when it comes to ruling the world. He said nothing more. King Ming was truly delighted when he heard any news about the Azure Dragon Swordmaster. If he gets it, then everything will be as he wants. The subordinate asks if it is necessary to report this to the leadership, but the king is against it. First, King Ming wants to get the Azure Dragon sword wielder. The subordinate nods and listens to him. Immediately after that, the subordinate leaves the room. A smug smile appears on the king's face. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, our heroes have already arrived at the right city. Unexpectedly, many people walked the streets. There were so many merchants and ships on the Yangtze River that movement was difficult. Has the news not reached here yet? But Doc Ko is sure that these decorated streets hide tension and fear behind them. Looking at the faces of passers-by, you can see anxiety, and in their eyes you can read that they are trying to hide from something. Doc Ko tells how he was once on the front line, but became disillusioned. Doc Ko wandered around the world in search of worthy opponents, but he learned a lot thanks to this. Doc Ko is definitely not the kind of person to waste time, and the master is sure of that. Meanwhile, in the guest house, a man hugs a box of letters. He is glad that at least someone from the dark community was able to survive. Could the Alliance sit still when the Iron Blood King appeared? Of course, ambassadors were sent to the main sects and clans. Student Un thinks that most likely these ambassadors have not even crossed the river. That is why everyone is very busy now. The man was ready to die from exhaustion. But the man is just joking. The Great Union cannot be afraid of a bunch of bandits. With martial arts masters from all over the world, you should not be afraid. The warriors in the guest house think the same. The man says that soldiers from different units have gathered here. Although their position seems precarious, they are considered a good opportunity. The man had already started talking and forgot that he needed to deliver this box as soon as possible. Finally, the young man asked about the Dragon Pavilion. No important news came from there, so most likely everything is the same as always. In the Murong clan, everything is also the same as before. When Eun-hyun and Dak-ko went outside, a man ran up to them and greeted them. The boys arrived just in time, and the man invited them inside. Murong said that the Alliance ignored the announcement of the Pirate Alliance, but the decline of the dark community shocked them, so they finally started doing something. But the girl is very confused that all local officials, the governor and the auditor, are absent from their posts. Wang Hyun notes that Ms. Murong's insight is fascinating. Intuition tells the girl that the Union is cut off from the rest of the world, although there are no obstacles on the main roads. The guy objects and says that there are obstacles. He sent them letters, but the clan did not receive them. The girl concentrated and asked what it all meant. It turns out that the Union is completely isolated. Officials and everyone who has the ability to control the military have disappeared. The Namgun family and Wang Hyun come to the conclusion that the Union will soon fall apart. Hearing about such news, all those present fell silent from shock. The girl had no idea what they should do in such a case. The old man said they needed to come up with a plan based on the assertion that the Union will lose. Now that even the center of attraction, the divine monk, has disappeared, it is hard to predict what the consequences will be. It turns out that the force attacking them is the king, but the troops really belong to the first merchant. It is said that the king even won over the Iron Blood King of Death. Most likely these are people who are called the Three Great Elders. Dok Sung said that he would not be able to last even 10 seconds against the Iron Blood King. There has been no news from the Tang family since they left. Perhaps their letters were also intercepted on the way. If there really is such a master among them, then no one in the Union will fight with all their might. If it becomes clear that the losses will be too great, no sect will take the initiative, and it will be more logical for everyone in the Union to choose the protection of their own sect. When it becomes obvious that defeat will definitely happen, the alliance will collapse. In fact, the boy thinks it would be better to leave this place right now. But that would be too much. No one will accept the escape from the Union. Moreover, no one will believe Mr. Un's words. At the moment, the guy has no evidence, so his warning is nothing more than a provocation of the Murong alliance. But the boy is not here to save the Union, but to save the people who trust him. But before that, he must fulfill official obligations. The boy must report to the meeting of Union representatives. Soon, they went to the Dragon Pavilion. Although nothing has changed here, everything looks very lonely. Suddenly, they see one of the monks. The shaved man just sighs and reminds me that I asked him not to come here, but the guy didn't listen. But the monk said that the husband would not be there, even if the disciple did come. The monk began to shout because he was unhappy with this. But to the young man, it sounded again like something that was not clear. The guy kindly offered to serve the man tea, but he was already drinking. But even though the monk was already drinking tea, he asked to bring more. He sighs, and is embarrassed because they realize that the tea prepared by our hero is much tastier. From these words, the young man seems to blossom, and a sincere smile appears on his face. He quickly runs away to make tea. At this time, Dak-ko turns to the divine monk, but he asks not to be called that. Then just a monk turned to him for a shy boy. The monk noticed that after the young man worked with people, he began to listen to them. The man assures him that nothing will happen to him. After all, caring for a clumsy student is the duty of all elders in the world. The monk had a very strange look, and the young man thought that he was rushing into a fight. After a while, Master Un already brought the tea. The monk took the first sip, and they began to discuss the events. Of course, the monk is afraid that the union to which he has devoted half of his life may collapse. Grandfather worries about this all the time, and does not know how to get rid of this feeling. Suddenly, the monk begins to tell him a story. Once upon a time, there lived a young man who had great talent in martial arts. And he knew it very well. The boy possessed many skills that made him the envy of many, and the best of those skills was his guiding wind. And very soon this technique became known all over the world. But the young man was still not enough, and he continued to train and improve his skill. Finally, he reached the point where he could freely release wind from all 5 fingers at once. He named this skill Radiant Jade-Colored Haze. Very soon, this technique spread to the whole world of martial arts. Although this young man is well known, our hero has not heard anything about him. As the boy's fame grew, so did the number of his enemies. He made friends quickly, and enemies even faster. The boy had another problem. The more often he used this technique, the tighter his fingers became. The boy trained his techniques and inner energy day and night, but his fingers bent more and more. Soon, he was left with no options but to stop training and secretly consult a doctor. But none of the doctors could help him, because no one knew about such symptoms. Meanwhile, the enemies learned about the secret visits to the doctor. Thus the enemies set a trap, and the young man, who was lured deep into the mountains, immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap from which there is no way out. Among all these enemies was a very strong man. The young man had to fight not for life, but for death. He could only trust his glowing jade-colored haze, but the enemies gradually squeezed him into a ring, and the young man's fingers were squeezed harder and harder. The young man tried his best to find a way out, but the enemies were very persistent. With each moment, more wounds appeared on the young man's body, and his fingers became more and more crooked. After his ring finger and little finger were completely crooked, he started using a different method. When the monk made this gesture, the boy had a strange feeling in his chest. For a second, it seemed as if his heart would be ripped out. And so, when the sky finally began to lighten, the young man finally saw his last moment. His entire body was covered in his own blood and the blood of his enemies, and the hand he was attacking with was completely clenched into a fist. When the young man was tired, the organizer of this fight appeared. He approached the unfortunate step by step. I wonder what the young man was thinking at that moment. Master Un can't even imagine what the unfortunate young man was thinking at that moment. Surprisingly, the young man was not scared at all. Maybe it was because he was very tired, or because he had killed so many people, but he didn't feel the fear of death. At that moment, his whole life flashed before the boy's eyes. He realized that his life had no meaning. The boy only ran forward so passionately and so eagerly, but when he looked back at his life at the last moment, he realized that it had lost its meaning. At that moment, the young man was not frightened by death, which was already approaching him, but by the desperate fact that his life had no meaning. The monk asks what Master Un would do if he were in that unfortunate youth's place. The main character seriously thought about this question, and the young man realized that he did not know the answer to this question at all. In the past, the boy was exactly like that. The boy thought that he would be successful, so he only read books with the hope that he would finally become famous. But at one point, the man realized that it was just a dream. The young man got rid of all his obsessive ideas and stupid desire to live. After that, his fisted hand struck the enemy. At first, the enemy tensed up, but then he just laughed, because he knew that this was his last battle. If the young man uses his technique, it will completely destroy his palm and his entire arm. Without thinking, the young man struck a blow with a glowing haze of jade color, pointing his hand in the direction of the enemy. And at that very moment, something happened to his tired hand. Our hero tensed in anticipation. A second later, the monk shouted loudly to enhance the effect. Hyun didn't expect this, so he quickly backed away from his fist. The boy was scared and did not understand why she did it, but the monk only continued the story. The young man released a fist of wind. It turns out that the young man's hand was clenched in order to gain more power. The young man managed to survive and became a great master and lived happily ever after. Wong Hyun asked, "Wasn't the monk talking about his past?" The monk was very surprised when he heard this. The man assured that it was just a story. The man should have understood this when he spoke with the reclining Buddha. They say you can't trust the words of others, but this student and teacher are really very similar. The monk told this story to our hero because it is interesting. If the boy later wants to use this story, he will have to get the monk's permission. But the young man was not going to use it at all. Judging by the fact that our hero did not understand the true meaning of this story, he is still far from understanding the path. There are things in life more important than life or death. If the young man has not yet reached the path, what difference does it make what will happen to the union? The monk looks at him with an unusual look and is silent. The young man thinks about what things a monk might have more important than what is happening. Grandpa replies that he doesn't care about Murum's alliance, and it's all because of Hyun. The monk begins to repeat what he said before, but the boy does not understand why. Soon the grandfather chases the young man away. The main character says goodbye to the man, but he does not understand why he still does not want to call him the elder. Hyun says with a smile that maybe she will call him that 10 years from now. She thinks that after so many years he may no longer be alive, but the young man is sure of something else. Very soon they say goodbye. And now, when the boys are about to leave, the monk stops them. Suddenly he throws a small bag to the master. Parubok does not understand what it is, but she says that it is a gift. When Wung Hyun opened the bag, he saw dried tea leaves. The man hopes that the master will remember him every time he drinks this tea, even though it doesn't taste very good. After that, they say goodbye. The monk watches the boys silently. He says to step forward from the end of a 100-foot-long pole. Meanwhile, Murimu is in the conference hall. The bearded man asked what happened. The subordinate said that the secretary who had recently returned from the Namgun family had given them a report. The man suspects that the divine monk is up to something again, and wonders where Eun-hyun is now. The subordinate replied that the boy was waiting in the guest house. The man does not understand why he stayed because no one is going to call him. When the man began to read the report, his eyes almost rolled to his forehead. No one understands how this is possible, because the secretary provided this letter in a sealed form. After reading this letter, the man said that they should start the meeting again, and it should be done urgently. The subordinate had another envelope in his hands. In this envelope was a statement about the dismissal of Secretary Un. Our hero was sure that he would be called to the meeting, so he thought it would be better to wait. Suddenly, they hear someone screaming. Many soldiers gathered in the guest house, which is why it was so loud. It is not at all an exaggeration to say that all the sects in the area of the city gathered here, and the guest house immediately became small. Although everyone is making noise and having fun, you can see how they are trying to hide their anxiety. Of course, they must know that they will be the first to be sent to deal with the enemy. Otherwise, there would be no purpose in the alliance gathering them here. The circumstances in which the vagrants found themselves are similar for all. Although our hero has to go to the hall alone, Dokko is still going to escort him. But Eun-hyun asks the boy to find out what kind of power these warriors have, so that they can help them if anything. The boy only looks questioningly at the master and does not answer. Most likely these warriors are more than shields for arrows, so it would be good to help them a little. Dokko had already encountered hand-to-hand and group fights in the borderlands. The main character sincerely asks to help these unfortunates. The boy immediately obeys his master and does not contradict him. These warriors were already very drunk. Suddenly they noticed someone. And they noticed the undefeated in 3 matches. The boy silently went straight to them in the yard. A man ran up to him and greeted him, calling him a great swordsman. It was Zhang Xianhao from the Shenzhen sect in Hangzhou. The young man asks to be called Dokko and also greets him. They think that the boy has also decided to join Muramu's alliance, but he is only here to accompany the young master. The men begin to discuss this and realize that the young man is following the Azure Dragon sword wielder. The men invite him to eat together, but that's not what he came here for. One of the soldiers declares that he also came here not for food, but to defeat the enemy. But that only makes the guy laugh, because he came here without a plan, but declares that he wants to defeat the enemy? After these words, everyone immediately fell silent. Jinhao thinks that the boy only came here to insult them. But I explained to Dokko that the young master sent him here to help them. But since the soldiers are not prepared at all, he will have to hand it over to his master. When the boy is about to leave, one of the men rushes to him, realizing that he has come to help them. But it doesn't make sense, because you're not even ready, let alone have any determination. The boy asks if they even know who their enemy is. The warriors immediately reply that their enemy is an alliance of pirates. But this is not their main enemy. It is not the name that attacks, but the arrow. The warriors aren't worried about this because the alliance has already provided them with shields. But Dokko dashes their hopes, saying that they are too small and incapable of anything. Even if they don't hold a shield, they won't be able to shoot down arrows without the right build. When a hail of arrows rains down on them, most of them will fall. The arrows will hit the places that the shield cannot cover. Hearing such a terrible truth, the men tensed up a lot. Dokko continued the story, and said that after that, the enemy cavalry would trample those who fell on their horses. A certain warrior began to shout loudly, because he did not understand why this young man was panicking. But the other man, on the contrary, wondered if Dokko was familiar with such battles. A second later, the boy says that he was traveling on the border. This is the very place where there are constant fights due to the invasion of foreign tribes. The great swordsman only helps them because it is his commander's order. It never hurts to help someone in need. This is the master's will. Meanwhile, Eun-hyun has already arrived at the meeting where he is asked who exactly in the Namgun family owns the thought lying in the envelope. The boy calmly replies that these are the words of the current head of the family, the Iron Sword, Mr. Namgun Bayok. Unfortunately, the Union does not have time to send someone to verify the authenticity of this information. Dak Sung said that the Iron Blood King of Death was strong enough to defeat him. But the native man does not believe in all this and thinks that it is just a delusion. The man thinks that Eun-hyun is only doing all this on the orders of the divine monk. It seems that he ordered him to come and sow fear with lies so that they would run to ask for him again. The protagonist only sighed heavily, but did not lower his hands. If this was an order from a divine monk, no one would have realized this fact. This phrase quickly shuts the mouth of this brat. Some people think that it is now more important to reveal who the absolute traitor is. But here the opinions diverge. Suddenly, the head shouts loudly and asks everyone to shut up. The head asks if the boy has any evidence. It turns out that he has witnesses, but they are unlikely to come here. A bearded man does not understand who to believe, because opinions differ as much as possible. In such a case, they should consider the secretary's report unfounded. Suddenly, the woman shows a desire to ask the secretary a question. This woman's name is Hanpa. They say hello. She asks why the alliance of pirates and bandits of the Green Forest split. The red-haired, self-confident man only sneers and interrupts, saying that it is a lie. But Eunhyun ignores this scoundrel and says that the king split his forces because he was confident of victory either way. The boy assumes that the Yangtze River has already fallen into the hands of the pirate alliance, and all the ambassadors probably couldn't cross the river either. This means that they should develop a plan based on their loss. Redhead wants to say it's delusional again, but the other girl stops him and agrees with Hanpa. Murong proposes an urgent evacuation of the people of the Union, as the secretary proposed in his world. But before deciding something, it is necessary to inform the chapter about it. But since the boy has no evidence, the matter cannot be decided at this meeting, so they end the discussion. Our hero does not give up and says that the situation is much worse than they think. He advises them to prepare a plan based on defeat and not forget to take into account the people who are here. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Shaolin head in the Muramu alliance, Martial Uncle said they should take countermeasures based on Marima's alliance losing. But the monk believes that it is too early to say about the loss of the Union. The man spent his whole life as a mentor, but he continues to haunt him until the very end. The bearded man still asks Jin Myung to come up with a plan in case he loses. Although this remains to be confirmed, it is not important. The fact that, at the moment, Mentor Un is in Muram's union is the most important thing. From these words, the shaven monk tensed up a little. Beard assures that other sects are doing the same, so they need to come up with a plan. The guy has a lot of work, so I only order him. The man goes to the door to get up. Man, I remember the times of the Great War, when it was impossible to take a step forward. Sasuke was behind all of this. Other families and sects, most likely, were already preparing for such a turn of events. Sasuke-un had warned them, so they would prepare with extra care. After a long time, the mentor's shadow loomed over the man again, so his experiences did not let him go. Meanwhile, Ko explains to the soldiers about the battle formations. Battle build is the best way to block arrows with shields. He advises not to forget to tie the shields with ropes, as this will greatly increase their freedom of movement. A certain warrior wants to know more details about the Black Spear Cavalry. The boy asks if the soldiers have prepared something against them. The warriors had several ideas, but none were ready yet. One idea was to tie the grass in early, but that seems more like a fairy tale. Ko brags about the idea because it's pretty good. Limiting enemy movement is a really good idea. He tells them to collect grass, and tells them that this method was used by border troops in the past, so it is quite effective. After a second, the commander gives orders to the soldiers, who should do what. The swordsman says that leaving the building will only mean death for them and their comrades. If possible, it is necessary to separate, because it will be easier to coordinate actions. In addition, a few prominent people from each sect should be chosen. Their main goal is to hold on, even if the situation, and if the soldiers see that the main forces of the Union are acting, then they must retreat immediately. Ko charges them to drive their enemies crazy. Victory is survival. The boy inspires the soldiers a lot, so they immediately get down to work. Very soon, a commotion begins in the yard, because the preparation begins. The swordsman understands that the best option in this situation would be to retreat right now, but no one would do that in such a situation. It's only temporary relief, but the guy has a bad feeling. Meanwhile, Eunhyun is already approaching the boy. The master praises the boy and notes that he gets along very well with people. He is ashamed and says that everything turned out only because he followed his will. Because they don't notice our hero and immediately understand that he is, most likely, the owner of the Azure Dragon Sword. Men greet and introduce themselves. The warriors are very grateful that the boy took care of them even in such difficult times. They all ran closer to our hero and began to admire him, calling various compliments. It seems that the young fellow was confused by such attention. This reaction of the master greatly relieved Ko. The next day, in the afternoon, the enemy appeared on the road. The enemy was 30 li to the north of Hangzhou. There is a plane in this place. Everything happened as they expected. Enemies are quickly approaching here. Looks like they'll be almost there by sundown. It was necessary urgently to light all the fires in the Union camp and post a guard, because the enemy might attack at night. The decisive battle will come tomorrow morning. The bearded man is confident that everything will go according to their plan. Enemies, meanwhile, were already rushing towards them. The army was ordered to halt here and break camp. The troops stopped and prepared for a halt. The situation in the Union was as follows. They closed all the gates and increased security. The king orders all his curtains to be drawn so that the light from the Union does not penetrate inside. Old memories creep into the king's head. He is sure that tomorrow will be a special day, and he is already very much looking forward to it. Meanwhile, guards were on duty in the yard of the Union. It was very bright here, and it was even surprising that it was so quiet. Everyone around is talking almost at the top of the glass. Is it because of the tension that was there before? Dokko advises his master to rest as it is already night. Dokko explains that no sect has promised that they will go. It was very difficult for them to come to terms with the loss of the Union. But nevertheless, the boy did everything in his power. Dokko is very sad because he realizes that many of these people will die. There is a second of silence between the boys. They say that people are abandoned creatures. They find themselves thrown into a world that they did not choose. Humans are the only creatures that can dedicate themselves to something. If they make the choice themselves, then they will not have to think that heaven has made the choice for them. This speech cheers the boy up a bit. Now Dokko realizes that he made the right choice. The young man is very grateful to his master. The boy thanks Yoon-hyun for being the kind of person he is and for appearing in front of him once.